Your Majesty, your Majesty, run quickly. Empress Tianshun led the troops to attack us. General Mangshi died in the battle. Our Daliang is dead. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The light and shadow swayed in front of his eyes. The chaotic voices made my head hurt, and the space around me was ridiculously large. When did my rental house become so big? What Daliang? Is the old man upstairs watching a historical drama from the last century again? Su Ran shook his head and wanted to turn over and continue sleeping. However, he turned over and rolled down directly, sitting on the cold ground. The pain made Su Ran wake up suddenly. He opened his eyes and saw a horrible scene. What he saw was not the small and cramped rental house in the Magic City that he was familiar with, but a wide main hall of the Imperial Palace. He had just fallen from the throne, and the thing on his head that looked like a crown fell to the ground because of this exaggerated movement and rolled far away. In front of him, the sky outside the palace was lit up by fire, and the candlelight in the palace was swaying in the strong wind. Several ministers looked sad and ran in from outside, shouting as they ran. Your Majesty, hurry up. Daliang is dead. Without shouting for a few times, the sound of heavy armor came from outside the hall, and a team of soldiers in black armor rushed in from outside. Several ministers who ran slowly were chopped down on the spot, and several were pressed to the ground and cried nonstop. One of the white-haired ministers was pressed down and kept shouting with a sad face. Although I am dead, the roots of Daliang will not be destroyed. One day, I will make a comeback, annex your Tianshun, and parade your empress in the streets. Just then, the black-armored soldiers with a neat and dignified military appearance suddenly separated, and a beautiful woman came out from behind with a sword. The woman had a thin waist and long legs, and her figure was surging. She was wearing a tight black armor, which set off her pale and cold face and her imposing aura that kept strangers away. Wherever she passed, the soldiers who had just killed the ministers fiercely bowed their heads and shouted Your Majesty in awe. And she strode in from outside with her 1.8-meter-long legs, her black hair flying fiercely in the strong wind that poured into the hall. She came to the minister and brought down a sword, clean and sharp, with a murderous aura that frightened people. Blood splashed 5 steps away. The other ministers were instantly speechless and shocked. Only one person pointed at her and said in a hoarse voice, Empress Tianshun, you. Then she raised her head, without even looking at the group of terrified ministers, pointed her sword at Su Ran, and said coldly, Are you the Emperor of Daliang? Are you so scared that you can't even sit on the throne? The atmosphere in the hall was almost frozen, and no one dared to speak, whether it was the black-armored soldiers or the ministers. Only Su Ran looked at her blankly. Am I dreaming? Have you seen too many AI girls? Why do I dream of a female emperor? No, wet dreams are harmful to the body. I have to accompany customers to drink tomorrow. Wake up quickly. The whole hall was trembling with fear from the female emperor. Only Su Ran seemed to be an outsider. She even slapped herself and muttered to herself while looking at her hand. No, why am I not awake? At this time, the female emperor also walked up from below step by step with a murderous look in her eyes. Although she was a slender girl, her armor was heavy and the sword was dripping with blood. Her momentum was not inferior to any general. The people behind her were all silent, and the ministers of Daliang became even more anxious. Your Majesty, run quickly. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The female emperor's voice was cold. I heard that the new king of Daliang had a good face, but he was a waste who disrespected the immortal sect and was unlearned. It seems that it is true. The sword swept in the dark. Su Ran only felt a slight chill on his neck. The bloody sword fell on his neck, half an inch into the flesh, and the sharp pain surged into his heart. Su Ran finally realized that something was wrong. This was not a dream. This was a time travel. What just fell from the top of his head was a real crown. Su Ran swallowed hard. He raised his head. The empress in front of him was extremely beautiful, with tight armor, holding up her proud breasts and slender thighs close at hand. Su Ran could play with this outfit for a year. This was the peerless beauty that Su Ran could only see in AI drawings on the internet before. Of course, that had to ignore the sword on his neck. The cold sore, the hot blood. The fact in front of him was, he traveled through time and became the Emperor of Daliang. But as soon as he arrived, Daliang was destroyed by the Empress of the Tiantian dynasty. Isn't this a joke? I am a king of a fallen country, and with a sword against my throat, I am doomed, right? The sword was half an inch into my flesh, and I was about to look down. Su Ran felt that his scalp was about to explode. He immediately shuddered and shouted, "Wait. Don't do it." The Empress's sword paused slightly, and her cold eyes looked down at Su Ran. As the king of the same country, she looked at Su Ran with no respect, as if she was looking at a bug. "Why? Do you have any last words? Or are you going to tell me that you peed your pants?" She looked down on such a tyrant who fell from the throne from the bottom of her heart. But strangely, she did not behead Su Ran with a clean sword. Su Ran was sweating profusely, and the wound on his neck stimulated his brain. What could he say? But he realized that something was wrong. The Empress in front of him had just killed those ministers without hesitation. So why didn't she kill him directly with a sword? There must be a reason. What reason? Damn, where's the memory? I traveled through the Daliang Emperor. How can I have no memory? Where's the golden finger? Is there an old man? Pete, it's difficult in hell. Su Ran knew that if he said half a word wrong next, he would definitely die under the sword of the other party, becoming the most miserable traveler in history, and he died with his dynasty after being the emperor for a few minutes. It's a pity. Su Ran didn't seem to receive any of the memories of the original owner of this body, let alone the old man falling from the sky. The Empress's beautiful eyes were murderous. Seeing that Su Ran didn't say anything, the sword tip pressed down again. Su Ran knew that he had to say something. His eyes turned, and he shouted for no reason, "My Daliang is dead." His voice caused all the old ministers below to be sad, crying and shouting, "Calling your majesty." But Su Ran said half of this, but his voice suddenly stopped, because the system is loading. The restoration of the kingdom lottery system has been loaded. Dear host, you are welcome to use this system. Scanning your world. High martial arts world. Scanning whether you meet the binding conditions of this system. Congratulations, dear host. You are a tragic king of a fallen country. You meet the conditions for using this system. Bind completed. Su Ran was pleasantly surprised. There really is a system. It's standard for time travel. It's true. He immediately became excited. With a system, wouldn't it be possible to take off on the spot? Restoration of the kingdom. It sounds awesome. In a few seconds, Su Ran had fast-forwarded the plot to the counterattack on the Tiantian Empire, but after a glance, Su Ran felt like a basin of cold water was poured down his heart. The personal panel that only he could see emerged. Name, Su Ran. Identity, the third emperor of Daliang in Yunxia continent strength rank. None. Reputation, 2 emperors luck, 0 number of draws, 0. Description, this is a bastard emperor who does not practice martial arts and does not respect the immortal sect. His foolish rule led to the demise of his country. Skill passive given by the system. Emperor's mind level. 1. Stare into the eyes of the current creature, and you can hear his 3 voices. This skill can only be used once for a single target every 24 hours. Su Ran discovered that this system is a lottery system. According to the description of the system, only if he makes efforts to restore the country and achieves a series of achievements can he get rewards, that is, the chance to draw. And the things that can be obtained by the lottery, according to the description, there are immortality pills, secret magic weapons, gold and silver jewelry, etc. Everything can be drawn from the lottery pool. This helps the restoration of the kingdom. In addition, this system also has the function of a prompter, which seems to help Su Ran analyze the situation, make prompt plans, and give advice to Su Ran to help restore the kingdom. After detecting your current situation, this system recommends that you face the sword and spear, be unyielding, curse the empress of the empire, and show the demeanor of an emperor. After success, you can get reputation 1, luck 1, and get a chance to draw a lottery with the system. But you have a 99 chance of being beheaded by the other party for cursing the current empress. Damn, this is a bullshit plan. This is leading to death. Even if you can get a chance to draw a lottery, it's useless. The sword is on my neck. Before I draw it, I'm going to let someone cut it with a sword. As for the luck and reputation, I don't know what they are for, and Su Ran doesn't have time to look at them. Because he shouted half a sentence and stopped talking, the Empress's expression became more and more ugly, and it was obvious that she had no patience. At this time, if she didn't say anything, she would definitely be killed. Damn, what should I do? Wait, don't I have a passive skill given by the system? Facing the sword, Su Ran raised his head and met the beautiful eyes of the Empress. This Empress was born beautiful, with a proud figure, and her temperament was absolutely domineering and cold. Just looking into her eyes, ordinary people like Su Ran felt their legs go weak. A woman who can shock a man with her eyes, whoever becomes her husband, probably won't have the ability to continue his offspring. Su Ran even had a funny thought in his mind. But then he really heard the voice of the Empress. The Emperor's mind technique activated successfully. Everyone can hear 3 voices. There must be a reason why the Empress didn't come up and cut him with a sword, and she still talked nonsense with him. Su Ran judged that if he could find the reason, he would definitely be able to survive. The key is whether he can hear the voice related to it. Chapter 2. Becoming a foolish monarch peering into the innermost thoughts of another, the musings of the female emperor resonated within Su Ran's mind, as though she were conversing directly within the confines of his psyche. The essence of her thoughts, in stark contrast to her frigid and domineering exterior, revealed an underlying turbulence. Was there an element of irritability? The first thought echoed, "What is this imbecile fool doing? It's truly vexing. I might as well cleave him in 2 with a single stroke." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's heart sank, chilled to the core. The second thought followed. "Were it not for my insufferable sister, who incessantly covets the fabled fortune of this so-called most beautiful monarch of the Great Liang, I would have dispatched you long ago." Wait, a sister? The female emperor possesses a sister? Is this the reason he has not been slain outright? Then why the pretense of wanting to kill me? Could she not simply bind me instead? At that moment, a third thought emerged. I shall endure. I shall bide my time for another 2 seconds to observe. If he truly is a foolish monarch, I'll take him back for my sister's amusement. However, if he proves to be a mere blusterer, I shall eliminate him here and now, ensuring there are no future repercussions. This revelation illuminated Su Ran's understanding. So, the notorious title of foolish monarch could serve as a safeguard? The female emperor, though outwardly domineering and icy, possessed an inner tumultuous spirit, a contradiction of character, yet equally fierce in both aspects. There was no time to delay. At that moment, the system's guidance resonated. Esteemed host, based on your current predicament, the system recommends that you deliberately charge towards the female emperor's sword, proclaiming loudly that you would rather die than submit, and that you must not allow others to seize your imperial fortune. Success would yield a prestige increase of 1, a fortune increase of 1, and an opportunity for a lottery draw. However, there exists a 100 likelihood that you may perish from a severed artery due to the impact. Su Ran disregarded the system's suggestion entirely. This was tantamount to courting death. Although the sister mentioned by the female emperor appeared to be no benevolent figure and likely posed a threat, the immediate concern was survival. How could one contemplate the future without first living to see it? Moreover, with his current fortune at 0, what was there to fear? In that moment, a cavalcade of historical figures from his studies surged through Su Ran's mind, particularly those foolish monarchs. How did they come to be so inept? Clap. The female emperor furrowed her brow, her voice cold. What are you doing? For Su Ran had suddenly clapped his hands, a startling action that caught everyone off guard. Then, Su Ran chuckled. The demise of my great Liang is splendid. At last, I am liberated from the shackles of this ridiculous emperorship. Empress, spare my life, I beseech you. As long as you do not take my life, I am willing to relinquish the throne of the great Liang without hesitation, never to reclaim it. I am prepared to pledge my allegiance to you. If you remain apprehensive, confine me if you must, but grant me a few beautiful maidens, or at least the opportunity to savor their charms. I have heard that the capital of Tianshan boasts breathtaking scenery. All I desire is to recline in leisure each day. Within the palace, the blood upon the ground had yet to dry. The echoes of lament filled the air of the great Liang. Yet within this imperial hall, Su Ran clapped his hands in delight. The empress, the ministers of great Liang, and the soldiers of Tianshan all appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Su Ran realized that he did not need to emulate any historical tyrant. He could merely invert the modern experts' criticisms of the youth into a philosophy of complacency. However, despite his thoughts, voicing them left him feeling a twinge of discomfort. He was not a ruler of any nation, having inherited none of its memories, and held no emotional ties to the great Liang. His life was of paramount importance, and he cared little for the title of a tyrant, yet such self-deprecation was equally devoid of dignity. But with a sword poised at his throat, Su Ran had no choice but to swallow his pride and acquiesce to the desires of others, prioritizing his survival. Observing this scene, the ministers were filled with sorrow, crying out, "Tyrant! Oh, tyrant! Our great Liang, a 300-year dynasty, has perished." This time, even the system fell into silence. The empress, too, remained quiet. "You truly are, as the rumors suggest, neglecting state affairs and betraying your loyal subjects," she mused, gazing at the disheveled emperor before her. Slowly, She withdrew the blade from his neck and commanded her attendants, "Seize him and tend to him well. Return him to the imperial capital. All these former ministers of Great Liang must be captured as well." As she turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at this tyrant, she strode out with purpose. Her armored guards responding in unison, their voices resounding within the grand hall. Seated on the ground, Su Ren observed this unfolding drama. His hand stained with blood as he touched his neck. He breathed a sigh of relief internally. However, as he heard the cries of tyrant around him and beheld the Empress's retreating figure, along with her disdainful gaze, he felt a pang of discomfort. He truly did not care about being labeled a tyrant, as the fall of the Great Liang held little significance for him. Yet to be so publicly humiliated left a bitter taste in his mouth. This experience of traversing worlds was undeniably tragic. Nevertheless, for now, survival was paramount. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that he would reclaim this day in due time, enduring hardships and biding his time. With the wisdom that fortunes shift over decades, he believed that with the system by his side, the restoration of the kingdom was merely a matter of time. Yet, he pondered whether the Empress believed in him. Today's events would ultimately be rectified, but Su Ran understood that the moment was not ripe for action. He must endure and focus on self-improvement first. On that day in the capital of the Qin dynasty, it was imperative to avoid the place, as it was said to siphon away one's fortune. The sister of the Empress appeared to embody the essence of a nefarious enchantress from a fantastical novel. The most prudent course of action was to devise a means of escape, for this was still the grand capital of the Great Liang. Opportunities would surely arise. Although the Empress held Su Ran in utter disdain, he remained the emperor of the Great Liang, and she treated him with a semblance of respect as a captive. While she led her forces to sweep away the remnants of the Great Liang's imperial court, Su Ran was confined to a dilapidated little palace, heavily guarded both inside and out, until her return to the capital. Meanwhile, she arranged for two maids to attend to him. One was named Qing Mei, and the other Yu Zhu. Both were strikingly beautiful. Qing Mei, clad in azure attire, possessed a lively and charming disposition, characterized by her ample figure and incessant chatter directed at Su Ran. Conversely, Yu Zhu exuded an air of aloofness. She was mute, standing silently in the corner each day. Qing Mei, far from being naive, wore the heavy and loose garments of antiquity that could not conceal her alluring physique. As she moved before Su Ran, her waist swayed enticingly, evoking memories of past advertisements. When hunger or fatigue struck, one would think of Liliomii, and indeed, this Liliomii was quite substantial. No, that wasn't quite right. The advertisement for Liliomii seemed to differ. Although Su Ran found himself confined in such a manner, his sustenance was adequate. For an emperor, the desolate environment of this small courtyard was atrocious. Yet for someone who had only ever resided in a cramped rental, the surroundings were relatively pleasant. However, Su Ran did not forget his identity or current predicament. During his days of confinement, he had been utilizing the loquacious Qing Mei to glean information, often eavesdropping on the conversations of the soldiers from the Qin dynasty outside. They spoke of him, the foolish monarch, with unabashed contempt, voicing their grievances openly in his presence. Through these idle exchanges, Su Ran gradually pieced together his understanding of this world. This land was known as the Yunxia continent, said to be boundless in expanse. The Great Liang, along with the Qin dynasty, was merely a peripheral nation within the Central Plains. Moreover, this realm was rife with dynastic strife, as well as exalted sects of immortals. The dynasties promoted martial prowess, categorizing warriors into 9 ranks from 1 to 9. The mightiest of warriors could shatter mountains and split stones. The Empress of Qin, renowned for her martial skills, was a 7th-rank warrior, a top-tier expert. Yet, no matter how formidable these dynasties might be, they could not rival the esteemed sects of immortal practitioners, as even the weakest of Qi refinement cultivators could effortlessly overpower a 9th-rank warrior, while the strongest warriors could only shatter mountains and split stones. The common cultivators possessed the ability to move mountains and fill seas, an evident disparity. Hence, this was a world where immortal sects wielded dominion over royal authority, with a stringent hierarchy within the dynasties. The nobility of the imperial palaces were regarded as insignificant by the secluded mountain sects of the Central Plains. Furthermore, these immortal sects monopolized the resources for cultivation, rendering even the most powerful dynasties unable to approach the threshold of immortality. As Su Ran began to comprehend this reality, a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. As far as he knows, his system's lottery pool seems to contain items related to the cultivation of immortality. If he could draw a technique for cultivation, he might secretly advance his skills. And even the most rudimentary level of cultivation could potentially overpower any martial artist from 1st to 9th rank. In such a scenario, who would he fear? At that point, he would launch a dimensional assault on that so-called Empress of the Underworld. However, this thought was swiftly dispelled by Su Ran. Currently, he finds himself under another's roof. Unable to achieve any of the imperial accomplishments that would grant him authority, his chance for a lottery draw stands at 0, leaving him without a means to acquire cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the great Liang he once knew is now nearly consumed by Tian Chun, a fate brought about by Su Ran's own ineptitude as a monarch. During his reign, he sowed discord throughout the realm, leading the nation into poverty and weakness. Although the Empress of Tian Chun is fierce in battle, her temperament is that of a fiery young lady. Nevertheless, she is known for her meritocratic approach, exceptional abilities, and her affection for the populace. Her troops are composed of elite soldiers, and they have relentlessly driven the great Liang into disarray. In fact, in some areas, the citizens even warmly welcomed the arrival of the Tian Chun army. Upon grasping this situation, Su Ran felt a sense of bewilderment. If he, as the original ruler, was universally reviled as a tyrant, why was it that on the day he first crossed over, ministers were desperately pursuing him to escape? This mystery was elucidated by Qing Mei. Those that day were all sycophants, aware that our Majesty despises such flatterers. With no escape route left, they sought you out. It turns out that those ministers who had wept and proclaimed their loyalty were nothing but treacherous ingrates. Su Ran had previously felt a twinge of guilt for having hurt their feelings by acting as a foolish ruler, but now he felt a sense of calm. Yet, the more he learned, the colder his heart became. Was this not the end? As a foolish monarch, even the sycophants around him had been eliminated by the Empress, who could possibly come to his rescue. After being captured, Su Ran had harbored hopes that the loyal subjects of the great Liang would come to save him. It is no wonder he remained in silence for so many days. It turned out that no one was coming to his aid. His anxiety deepened. Yet, his system was nearly useless. Each day, it urged Su Ran to diligently govern and to scorn the soldiers of Tianqin in hopes of gaining lottery opportunities. However, Su Ran understood that his continued existence was predicated on the Empress viewing him as a mere waste. Every action within his small courtyard was under her watchful gaze. Should he exhibit any ambition, he would likely find himself executed by dawn. If he lost his life, what use would there be for lottery opportunities? Burdened with heavy thoughts, Su Ran grew increasingly uneasy. He realized that if things continued down this path, once the Empress returned him to her sister, his demise would be inevitable. During these days, Su Ran had gleaned through whispers that techniques such as siphoning fortune or engaging in unholy unions were indeed wicked practices, and those who were drawn into such arts would certainly perish. On that day in the Grand Hall, though it appeared as if he had survived, he had merely postponed the inevitable. If he did not swiftly find a way to break the deadlock, not only would he fail to restore his kingdom and gain the Empress's respect, but he would also meet his end right there. However, the system has bestowed upon the Emperor a chance for a reward lottery. Yet how could a ruler, so inept and foolish, possibly be granted such an opportunity? The original owner of this body was a complete failure, born into a royal lineage but lacking any martial prowess, not even a first-tier warrior, in this world. He was utterly powerless, akin to a feeble wretch. The only asset he possessed was his visage. Although the original owner was lacking in many respects, he was undeniably handsome. And Qing Mei, who had been gazing at Su Ran, was forthright in her admiration, frequently praising his good looks. One day, Su Ran was abruptly awakened in the early hours, only to be greeted by the cacophony of firecrackers and the clamor of drums outside. Upon inquiring, a soldier at the entrance mocked him, saying, the Emperor of Daliang, your kingdom is doomed. The common folk are celebrating as our Tianqin dynasty has completely taken over this place. Your Daliang has fallen. Are you not delighted? The capital of his own empire had been conquered, and the citizens were welcoming the invaders with firecrackers. This vividly illustrated the extent of Daliang's decay. Such scornful ridicule did not sit well with Su Ran. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to wait any longer. He needed to devise a means of escape immediately. However, the courtyard was teeming with guards. How could he possibly flee? After much contemplation, Su Ran resolved to employ the strategy of leveraging his beauty. During their interactions, he had observed that Qing Mei appeared to be simple-minded yet of noble birth, allowing her free passage in and out of this small courtyard. Perhaps he could exploit his identity as emperor to promise her future wealth and glory, thereby deceiving her into aiding his escape. In the days leading up to this moment, Su Ran had engaged in pleasant conversations with Qing Mei, preparing for this very plan. Of course, should she truly agree to assist him, he would ensure that she would never be wronged in the future. Furthermore, Qing Mei possessed a youthful visage, an exquisite figure, and a gentle, lively demeanor, making her a remarkable companion. Thus, he would not be at a loss either. That night, with his mind set on the plan, Su Ran prepared to take action. At that moment, the system provided a timely suggestion. The ancients have said, do noble lords possess any inherent superiority? It would be better to slay a guard, seize a sword, and bravely take one's own life beneath the imperial city, ensuring one's name lives on forever. Chapter 3. I no longer desire this great Liang. Tonight, I yearn for delicious plums. The night was tranquil. Su Ran had been observing the two maidservants, Qing Mei and Yu Shu, who were tasked with watching over him for several days. Qing Mei was vivacious and curvaceous. Unlike the other soldiers, she did not mock him, but rather engaged him in conversation, proving to be a delightful companion, and she did not strike one as a warrior. In stark contrast, Yu Zhu was mute, reportedly born without the ability to speak. For several days, she stood silently in the courtyard, clutching her sword, exchanging glances with Su Ran, their eyes locking in a silent dialogue that revealed her thoughts, which were essentially a repetitive cycle of musings. Why does he stare at me? What is wrong with him? Truly a foolish monarch. Thus, if one were to identify which of the two maidservants might be easily deceived into aiding his escape, it would undoubtedly be Qing Mei. Su Ran had discerned that her thoughts were simple, primarily focused on her duties, devoid of ulterior motives. Of course, Su Ran's ability allowed him to glean but 3 thoughts from one individual each day. Relying solely on fleeting insights made it difficult to draw definitive conclusions. Yet, he could no longer afford to wait. Once the Empress returned to the capital and the army mobilized, he would find himself amidst an impenetrable defense, making escape utterly impossible. Therefore, on this dimly lit evening, Su Ran summoned Qing Mei. Standing at the door, she chuckled softly. What is it? The Emperor of Daliang. The Empress has instructed me to attend to your needs, but I cannot fulfill any other desires you may have. Her naturally cheerful disposition shone through as she leaned against the door, her playful smile revealing her petite tiger-like teeth, rendering her quite endearing. Su Ran, uncertain of how to articulate his intentions, feared that any misstep might expose his true thoughts, prompting the Empress to reconsider and eliminate him. One must bow to the pressures of circumstance when under a roof with such authority. These days, grappling with trepidation, resentment had brewed within him. Formerly a madman from Zhuan, now reduced to a deposed ruler, he faced daily insults from soldiers who derided him as a foolish and incompetent monarch. His heart simmered with indignation. Had it not been for the peril of his life, he might have heeded the system's suggestion and dispatched a couple of soldiers to seize a sword. Yet, at this moment, his only aspiration was to one day escape and return triumphantly, revitalizing the Liang and toppling the Empress along with her so-called Tianqian dynasty. But for now, he must endure and suppress his feelings. With a smile, he instructed, come closer. Qing Mei seemed to harbor a fondness for this handsome, fallen emperor. While others treated Su Ran with disdain, she consistently approached him with kindness and was willing to engage in earnest conversation. Upon hearing Su Ran's request, she appeared unperturbed by any ulterior motives. With graceful steps, she moved closer. Although she claimed to ward off inappropriate thoughts, she intentionally leaned in, her chest thrust forward, only to stumble and fall into Su Ran's embrace. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, and in that instant, he was enveloped in warmth and softness. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Although she was a maid, Qing Mei possessed an exceptional demeanor, with a figure and visage that were truly exquisite. With such allure, even the mightiest of beings would find themselves softened by her presence. For a fleeting moment, Su Ran's heart raced, and a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Why not indulge in something tonight? However, just as this notion took root, he heard Qing Mei, nestled in his embrace, shift her tone, urgent and tense, whispering, Your Majesty, I have come to save you. Tomorrow, the Empress of Tianqian shall return to court. We must escape tonight, or we shall lose our chance forever. Initially taken aback, Su Ran soon felt a surge of joy. No wonder Qing Mei had been so attentive to him. Even leaning into his arms with an innocent demeanor, she was, after all, one of Daliang's own, here to rescue him. He nearly blurted out a question about their escape, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. His transmigration had placed him in a harrowing scenario. Daliang had fallen, and he, a foolish monarch, was ensconced in the palace, devoid of loyal subjects, having been confined for days. How could it be that the Empress had sent a spy to aid him? A beautiful woman had appeared unbidden, offering her assistance just when he needed it most. Before he could even formulate a deceit, Qing Mei was already eager to help him. It all seemed too fortuitous. And Su Ran's expression shifted rapidly as he fixed his gaze upon her. He had yet to reveal his true intentions to Qing Mei in their time together, and now, in the midst of plotting for the night, he remained cautious. Qing Mei, gazing up at him with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, urged softly, "Your Majesty, we must hurry. I have bribed the guards ahead. I shall guide you to safety. Daliang cannot perish like this. Please, do not stare at me so." "So, you are one of Daliang's loyalists? This explains your kindness towards me these past days, treating me with respect unlike the others who scorn and demean me." A flicker of emotion crossed Su Ran's face, yet an icy chill gripped his heart. He discerned her unspoken thoughts. Daliang was already doomed, and the Empress was testing him. Should he choose to flee with her, the guards outside would slay him without hesitation. Tianqin would never harbor a threat. Indeed, though the Empress had spared him that day, she harbored doubts about his lack of ambition for restoration, using this maid as a means of gauging his true intentions. In the dark of night, with a gentle and beautiful maiden in his arms, urgently seeking to lead him to freedom, who could remain skeptical? This Qing Mei was quite the actress. Why was it that all transmigrators seemed to thrive while he languished in despair? A wave of dread washed over Su Ran, fortunately. He had refrained from speaking first, allowing Qing Mei to take the initiative. Had he revealed his thoughts, he would have exposed himself and met his end at the hands of the guards outside. In response to Su Ran's moment of vulnerability, Qing Mei nodded earnestly. "Indeed. I am your mother, the Empress's confidant placed beside the Empress of Tianqin, here to assist you in this very moment. Please, follow me quickly. Time is of the essence." It seems he truly believes in me. What a foolish emperor he is. Yet, his heart does not appear to be as vile as the rumors suggest. He possesses a certain charm. Such a pity. As Qing Mei spoke these words, Su Ran's expression grew increasingly moved. He clasped the young woman in his arms tightly. Qing Mei, merely 17 or 18, was in the prime of her youth, possessing an alluring beauty that captivated the senses. Holding her close, he felt enveloped by her softness. Su Ran, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I knew it. The people of Daliang have not abandoned me." Qing Mei, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in Su Ran's firm embrace, replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, we must leave quickly. Daliang needs you." "No, I shall not leave." "Huh." Qing Mei blinked in surprise. Su Ran, his face a blend of emotion and a hint of shame, confessed, "To be honest, I have long ceased to desire the throne of Daliang. Others label me a foolish monarch, but have they ever inquired whether I wish to be emperor? The title of emperor is not something just anyone can assume. In recent days, I have witnessed the suffering of Daliang under my rule. The Empress of Tianqin has invaded, and the people welcome her with open arms. Perhaps it is for the best. Let someone more suited to lead the nation take charge. It would benefit everyone. Moreover, the Empress of Tianqin has spared my life and provided for me. This tranquil existence is precisely what I have longed for. I no longer wish to reclaim the throne. And, Qing Mei, I do not want to endanger your life in vain." Qing Mei seemed utterly unprepared for Su Ran's heartfelt declaration. Initially, her eyes widened in shock. But upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she fell into a momentary daze. Su Ran continued, "In truth, I never aspired to be an emperor. I only dreamed of finding a soulmate, to live a peaceful life in the countryside, raising a family. Let Daliang be, Qing Mei, tonight, with its exquisite beauty. You wish to be with me." Qing Mei was taken aback. Su Ran's words caught her off guard. And believing she had successfully deceived this foolish monarch, she felt compelled to regard his current sentiments as genuine. A surge of emotion welled up within her. Though she served the Empress, she was still merely a maid, while the man before her was an emperor, even if a fallen one. Over the past few days, as Qing Mei interacted with Su Ran, she discovered that the emperor, whom the world painted in a negative light, seemed to possess a sense of propriety. However, that notion was swiftly erased from Qing Mei's mind as Su Ran suddenly reached out, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry, and began to carry her towards the bed. "Wait. No, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Daliang. Please, stop. I cannot wait any longer." His gaze locked onto Qing Mei's flustered eyes, as he perceived her unspoken thoughts. "I am still uncertain. How could this be permissible? I remain unblemished. No, shortly. Her Majesty the Empress shall arrive to inquire, and should she witness this scene, she would undoubtedly suspect my involvement with the Emperor of Daliang, which would lead to accusations of treason. Given Her Majesty's temperament, I would not be spared. The flutter of a startled fawn in Qingmei's eyes swiftly transformed into genuine panic and terror. She harbored a modicum of affection for Su Ran, the Emperor of Daliang. Yet it was merely a fleeting fondness, far removed from the notion of surrendering herself wholly. This time, she was tasked by the Empress to probe whether this fallen emperor harbored ambitions. Her prior amiability towards Su Ran was largely a facade. For Qingmei was far from the innocent maiden she appeared to be. She possessed a heart as ruthless as it was cunning. After a brief moment of distraction, Qingmei quickly regained her composure and began to struggle. It was evident that she harbored a profound fear of the Empress of Tianxin. Meanwhile, Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. The frigid yet fervent Empress was approaching. Excellent. I shall turn the tables. You deceive and ensnare me, and while I cannot directly expose your treachery, I shall employ your own weapon against you, leaving you unable to vindicate yourself before the Empress. Though Su Ran spoke with eloquent charm, he was far from harboring any lofty ambitions at that moment. After being deceived for several days, it was laughable that he had once contemplated repaying Qingmei should she assist him. At this juncture, a fire of indignation surged within him. He was determined to turn this charade into a farce. If you wish to act, I shall play along. After all, I am already vilified as a tyrant, and this kingdom of Daliang is no longer mine. Tonight, I shall indulge in a bit of mischief. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that escape was not an option. Once delivered to the capital of Tianxin, a grim fate awaited him. Thus, why not seize this moment to act freely? Should the Empress enter, I shall provide her with a performance worthy of the most lascivious court. With a bold resolve, Su Ran cast caution to the wind. If I cannot find happiness, then neither shall anyone else. To his astonishment, at that very moment, he received a system notification. Esteemed host, congratulations, you have achieved the Emperor's accomplishment, level 1. Concealing a dagger behind a smile, you have earned a chance to draw a lottery. Chapter 4, Cut him. As the saying goes, the bold fear not the reckless, and the reckless fear not for their lives. Su Ran, having traversed into this realm with no memories, found himself on the brink of losing his life. When the young girl, Qingmei, approached to test him, a fire ignited within him. He resolved to abandon any notion of being a virtuous youth and instead decided to take decisive action. Armed with a natural talent for nonsensical internet banter and the exquisite visage bestowed upon him as an emperor in this new world, he quickly bewildered Qingmei with a few clever words. To his astonishment, he inadvertently triggered an achievement, granting him a chance to draw a lottery. Su Ran paused, his heart racing. The escape plan he had devised for the night crumbled, and the system became his final lifeline. This opportunity for a lottery draw now seemed paramount. What could he possibly win? At that moment, as Su Ran faltered, Qingmei, gripped by fear of the female emperor, gradually regained her senses and began to struggle in his embrace, exclaiming, "No, this cannot happen. Great Liang's emperor, you must not harm me. The Empress is about to arrive. And I assure you, our relationship is entirely innocent. I appreciate your intentions, but I harbor no feelings for you." Seeing that Su Ran had nearly brought her to the bed, her anxiety surged, prompting her to voice her true thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Ran snapped back to reality. The situation had not yet escalated, and he had no time for a lottery draw. However, the opportunity was at hand, and his previous confusion dissipated significantly. He glanced at Qingmei, who, despite her fear, possessed a delicate beauty. The more terrified she appeared, the more discomfort he felt. Even if he did not intend to harm her, he resolved to make a statement. With that thought, he tossed Qingmei onto the bed. Yet, before he could act further, the door to his modest chamber was abruptly flung open. The resounding crash echoed through the room, and a cold silhouette swept in from outside. What is happening? It was not the Empress, but Yuzhu. As Su Ran raised his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locked, and he instantly discerned Yuzhu's three thoughts. Why is he looking at me? He intends to tarnish Qingmei's purity. How infuriating. The Empress forbids us from harming him, so I shall cut him down and render him a eunuch. Yuzhu, appearing serene and taciturn, harbored a tumultuous inner world, her thoughts swirling rapidly. In less than half a second, Su Ran had exhausted his insight into her mind. However, upon grasping her intentions, he felt a surge of alarm. Yuzhu had discerned the situation within the room and misconstrued Su Ran's actions as a threat to her sister, Qingmei. With a swift and decisive motion, She drew her sword, her lithe form resembling a celestial being, her pale robes billowing gracefully. A true beauty, she charged forward, sword aimed directly at Su Ran's most vulnerable point. This girl is fierce. Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically. Yuzhu was no mere girl. She was a formidable martial artist, while he, an emperor devoid of skills, stood no chance against her. Fortunately, having overheard her thoughts, he reacted instinctively, dodging to the side just in time to evade the thrust of her blade. Yet, the jade bamboo was remarkably light and graceful. Her swordsmanship, however, was exceedingly fierce. Before the first strike could land, a second came forth, her voice coldly rebuking. "You foolish monarch, I shall make you see." Su Ran could only retreat step by step. He had no desire to become a eunuch. Yet he was no match for the jade bamboo. He found himself hiding. Even tables were cleaved in the chaos, and he fell to the ground, watching helplessly as her sword approached him. At this angle, evasion was futile. In that moment, surprisingly, Su Ran felt no fear, only anger. Here he was, an ordinary person, having traversed through chaos only to be subjected to daily insults and schemes against him. He sought to confront the green plum. Yet the jade bamboo unleashed her ire upon him. What sort of demons were these? Instead, he puffed out his chest and declared, "If you have the ability, then kill me." This bold proclamation momentarily stunned the jade bamboo, her sword halting midair as if she beheld another individual. Nearby, the green plum, having fallen to the ground, stared in shock, finally regaining her senses to exclaim, "Jade bamboo, no." The sword of the jade bamboo did not descend. From the side, a seemingly insignificant stone flew forth with remarkable force, deflecting the blade of jade bamboo. The empress strode into the room, not clad in armor today, but in a fitted outfit, seemingly designed for agility, her elegant physique on full display, yet her face bore the chilling aura of the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon entering the room, everyone within knelt, including the green plum and jade bamboo. The empress surveyed the disarray and furrowed her brow. Feigning ignorance, what transpired here? The green plum cautiously approached, whispering the recent events, daring not to conceal any detail. Su Ran could not hear their exchange. Yet he gleaned the answer from the empress's inner thoughts. This emperor of the great Liang truly harbors no grand ambitions? The empress regarded Su Ran with a gaze that seemed perplexed, questioning how a sovereign could be so devoid of aspirations and resolve. Su Ran, however, was now rising from the collapsed table, gazing at the chaos around him, at the sword in jade bamboo's hand, recalling the earlier scene of being hunted throughout the room. This time, he did not shy away from the empress's gaze, softly stating, "If you intend to kill me, then do so swiftly. Is it amusing to set a trap, to deceive me, then have this room filled with those who would strike me?" This declaration elicited surprise from the three women present. It seemed they did not anticipate this foolish monarch to exhibit such fortitude. The empress's second inner voice echoed in Su Ran's heart. It appears the emperor of the great Liang is indeed angered. It seems his earlier exchange with the green plum was genuine. This emperor may disregard his nation, yet he is not entirely lacking in courage. Perhaps his aspirations lie elsewhere? In this light, he seems to pose no threat, suitable to be taken back to my sister. The empress's contemplation aligned with what Su Ran desired, yet he could not find joy in it. For at this moment, his ire was all too real. Just a moment ago, he was on the verge of being harmed by that jade bamboo. A surge of anger welled up within him. What did these people take him for? The anger swelled in his heart, momentarily clouding his judgment as he stood there, slowly regaining his composure. The empress cast a glance at him and said, "Emperor of Daliang, I was indeed testing you. I can spare your life, but only if you pose no threat to my Tianjin. If you heed my warning, I can ensure your survival. However, I assure you, from this day forth, this matter shall no longer persist. Qing Mei and Yuzhu, you must temper your actions. After all, he is an emperor, even if a fallen one. He cannot be treated with impunity. Do you understand?" Both Yuzhu and Qing Mei bowed their heads in compliance. Under the empress's directive, Yuzhu even offered an apology to Su Ran. Though she bore a cold demeanor, her apology was imbued with a delicate charm, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet, Su Ran's gaze remained fixed on the empress's eyes. Her third unspoken thought echoed in his heart. "Before reaching Tianjin, I shall protect you from death, but once you arrive at my sister's domain, whether you will be drained of life is uncertain. Should you endure for a few days, it would be your own fortune." The empress's previous words were pleasant to the ear, but had he not perceived this inner sentiment, he might have been persuaded. His gaze fell. Did these people truly consider themselves as mere fish on a chopping block? He suppressed the impulsive anger swelling within him. He understood that this was not the moment to sever ties. Currently, he lacked the strength to act. He had to endure. Neither the Empress nor the duo of Qingmei and Yu Zhu were adversaries he could confront. His only hope lay in the system, the opportunity from that previous lottery. With no one to rescue him, he had to devise his own escape plan. He contemplated how to flee on the journey back to the Tianshan capital. Otherwise, once he entered the imperial city, with its heavily guarded palace, if he were to be handed over to the Empress's so-called sister, escape would be impossible. In recent days, Su Ran had gathered information indicating that the distance from Daliang's Shiliang city to Tianshan's Yu city spanned 700 to 800 kilometers, requiring at least 8 to 9 days to traverse on foot during this era. Was that not enough time to flee? Yet, to Su Ran's surprise, after standing his ground, he was rewarded by the system once more. Dear host, congratulations. You have achieved the Emperor's accomplishment, facing danger without fear, level 1, and have earned a lottery opportunity. Chapter 5. The first lottery. This farcical event commenced as a test by the Empress and concluded rather abruptly. Su Ran, being a captive, possessed little authority over his fate. Whatever the captors desired, he had to acquiesce. Once the affair drew to a close, the Empress swept away, and Yu Zhu, who had just offered an apology to Su Ran, underwent a swift transformation in demeanor. With her chest held high, she declared, Your Majesty of Daliang, your empire has already perished. Should you dare to commit further misdeeds, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Interestingly, Qingmei lingered behind to assist in tidying up the room. At this moment, Su Ran had regained his composure, seated on the edge of the bed, deliberately donning a dazed expression as he gazed outside. Qingmei glanced at him, seemingly reluctant, and murmured, I did not mean to. Su Ran merely shook his head. Regarding Yu Zhu and the Empress, he harbored a desire to subdue them and vent his frustrations. Yet, he felt little animosity towards Qingmei. After all, he had intended to utilize her for his own purposes. From this perspective, he too was not without fault, and thus could not blame her for her actions. Furthermore, this was merely a trial set forth by the Empress. And what could a mere servant like Qingmei possibly contest? He inquired, Is Yu Zhu a martial artist? What is her rank? I am not entirely certain. Please do not hold it against her. She possesses that kind of character. She regards me as an elder sister and is unaware of the situation. She may have perceived you and I in that manner, but she is not a bad person. Su Ran remained silent. If he wished to escape, Yu Zhu undoubtedly posed the greatest obstacle at present. He had observed that the soldiers in the courtyard appeared to be ordinary foot soldiers, not martial artists. However, there was no doubt that Yu Zhu was a martial artist. To flee, one must first know oneself and the enemy. Internally, he had already accumulated 2 chances for a lottery draw. He hoped to procure something advantageous to alter his predicament. As Su Ran contemplated his next move, he noticed Qingmei approaching with a cup of tea, timidly placing it beside him. Her hands twisted the hem of her garment, her head lowered, and a lovely blush adorned her fair face as she softly said, However, the Empress also instructed that if you truly have such needs, Qingmei can assist you with that. But as a maid, I cannot offer you the life you desire. Caught off guard, Su Ran nearly choked on his tea. Lifting his gaze to behold Qingmei, his heart inexplicably fluttered. She was quite young, perhaps 18 or 19, in the prime of her youth. With a hint of shyness, she lowered her head, standing there with a graceful figure that was strikingly evident even beneath her loose robe. From Su Ran's seated position, her silhouette appeared at an alluring angle. That flushed, fair visage, the evasive dark eyes, and her enchanting curves created a captivating beauty unlike anything he had encountered while surfing the internet. For a moment, Su Ran found himself utterly entranced. He struggled to comprehend her intentions. Today, all of Qingmei's heartfelt expressions have been exhausted, leaving little to articulate. Yet, with past experiences as a cautionary tale, Su Ran found himself at a loss for how to react. Just then, the system interjected, detected your current situation. The system recommends you take up arms and engage the Imperial female bandit in a fierce battle of 300 rounds, thereby astonishing those within and beyond the courtyard, which would serve to propagate the Emperor's illustrious reputation, resulting in a prestige gain of 1. Reflecting on the day's events, coupled with this disheartening system prompt, Su Ran's initial fervor swiftly dissipated. No, that cannot be right. This place is filled with the Empress's loyalists. To heed the words of others without understanding the context would be tantamount to courting death. The intentions of Qingmei may not be benevolent after all. Observing that he remained silent for an extended period, Qingmei lowered her head further, quietly gathering her belongings without uttering a word, departing on her own. It was unclear whether she left due to another failed round of probing or out of anger. Yet, Su Ran could not afford to dwell on these matters. After a tumultuous night, half of it had already passed, and the capital of the Great Liang was far from tranquil. The soldiers of Tianshan were preparing to dismantle their encampments and return home. It was said that the Empress of Tianshan had appointed a new local official here, effectively bringing the imperial capital and territory of Great Liang under her dominion. However, the annexation of a nation, even one with favorable sentiments, is no simple feat. This female emperor undoubtedly has her hands full. At this moment, Su Ran was too preoccupied to concern himself with such affairs, as he was set to depart the following day and needed to make the most of the opportunities available today. The room felt desolate. The shadows of the guards at the entrance, illuminated by moonlight, were distinctly visible inside. Retreating to a corner, Su Ran silently summoned the system. Despite today's endeavors yielding little success, there were not entirely fruitless outcomes. His personal panel had undergone slight modifications. Name: Su Ran. Identity: the third emperor of the Great Liang on the Yunxia continent. Power level: none. Prestige: 2. Imperial fortune: 0. Lottery chances: 2. Description: this is a rogue emperor who neglects martial arts and disrespects the celestial sects. His foolish rule has led to the downfall of his nation. Skill passive: system granted. Imperial heart technique: level 1 by gazing into the eyes of a current being. You may hear their 3 heartfelt expressions. This skill can only be used once on a single target within a 24-hour period. Achievement: knives hidden behind a smile, level 1. Unfazed in crisis, level 1. Note: achieving level 3 in achievements unlocks corresponding unique imperial skills. Upon reading this note, Su Ran's heart skipped a beat. What a revelation! These achievements not only provide lottery chances, but also grant unique imperial skills. Previously, he had thought achievements were mere adornments. He never anticipated their utility. Perhaps, for the first time, Su Ran glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the potential of this system. It might indeed open doors to infinite possibilities for him. However, such considerations were for another time. Su Ran was ready to proceed with a double lottery draw. This would mark his inaugural lottery since arriving in this world and acquiring the system. He extinguished the candlelight by his bedside, feigning slumber, yet beneath the covers. He rubbed his hands together, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "A lottery!" Alas, a fragrant bath was not within reach. May today witness a miracle of great magnitude. The lottery is currently in progress, consuming 1 lottery attempt. Current lottery pool: Black Iron Grade Pool. The grade of the lottery pool escalates with the host's level of strength. The higher the level, the richer the rewards, and the more formidable the pool. Special note: this lottery marks the host's inaugural attempt, with the system bestowing an initial bonus. Before Su Ran, a resplendent golden ancient blind box materialized, embodying the regal grandeur that this system espoused. It gradually appeared before him, followed by an animated motion that slowly unveiled its contents, shimmering with opulence, distinctly extraordinary. What emerged from within elicited a wave of astonishment from Su Ran. As the animated camera shifted, the bottom of the blind box revealed a bottle of sparkling white elixir. Su Ran's gaze shifted, and he discerned the system's description manifesting above it. Just a glimpse of its name sent a thrill through his heart. Innate Cultivation Pill. Chapter 6. This dog is not just looking at you. Name: Innate Cultivation Pill. Level 1. Affiliation: Tao of Immortality. Description: consuming this elixir can nurture the innate foundation, solidify one's essence, and, when combined with cultivation techniques, allows one to transcend the mundane and enter the realm of the innate, awakening celestial spirits and gaining access to the gates of immortality. Is it tangible? Upon reading this system introduction, Su Ran's heart raced with excitement. Although he had not inherited the memories of the tyrant emperor of the Great Liang, his time spent wandering in this world, albeit confined to the courtyard, had allowed him to grasp the general circumstances of this realm, particularly regarding martial artists and the pursuit of immortality. In a fantastical world, the most effective strategy for breaking free from one's limitations is undoubtedly to enhance one's own strength, directly employing martial prowess. If one's strength is formidable enough, even an empress would be compelled to kneel and call him father. In this realm, the relationship between the sects of immortality and the martial arts of the dynasties can be likened to that of a superior and subordinate. The pinnacle of martial arts in a dynasty is merely the innate realm, while the innate realm itself is merely the threshold for entering the sects of immortality. According to the information Su Ran had acquired, one could bypass the 9 ranks of martial artists entirely by pursuing the path of immortality. However, it is regrettable that, as Su Ran understood, the sects of immortality had effectively sealed off the path to transcendence for the various dynasties, leaving them with no techniques or avenues to ascend. Thus, the populace was relegated solely to the martial path, unable to reach for the heavens. Even in defiance, one had no recourse. For a pinnacle martial artist of a kingdom would be no match for even the most junior cultivator of the sections. Once such a situation solidified, breaking through became exceedingly difficult. This established hierarchy dictated that the sects of immortality stood high above, wielding the power to influence the trajectory of a dynasty. Ordinarily, these sects maintain a non-interference policy with the so-called mundane affairs of the kingdoms, merely recruiting disciples and extracting offerings akin to protection fees, leading to a relatively stable coexistence. The reasoning behind this dynamic eludes many common folk and soldiers, yet Su Ran, as a modern individual, perceives it clearly. Is this not the principle of advanced technology? I have developed superior technology, and since you lack it, I will restrict your access, ensuring that you can never surpass me, thus allowing me to exploit you at will. Of course, these matters were of little concern to Su Ran at present. His thoughts turned to the true significance of the prize he had drawn. It was meant for cultivation. This meant he could directly bypass the 9 ranks of martial artists and embark upon the path of immortality. That arrogant empress was merely a 7th-rank martial artist. Should he successfully cultivate, it would be a dimensional strike against her. Could she even rise again? A single strike would suffice to end her. Su Ran manifested the elixir, the cool vial hovering in his palm. Upon counting, he discovered there were 10 innate cultivation pills within. It was a pale blue pill, exuding a faint fragrance. This was the innate cultivation pill, typically taken by novices, with a recommended dosage of 1 per day. However, according to its description, the true potential of the innate cultivation pill could only be unlocked when used in conjunction with a cultivation technique. When consumed alone, it merely served to strengthen the body and cleanse impurities. Su Ran pondered, where could he possibly find such a cultivation technique? Even the Empress lacked one. His only hope was to extract it from the system. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran decided to utilize his second lottery draw. The process mirrored the previous one, and with eager anticipation, he gazed at the lottery box. Yet soon, his expression hardened. Inside the box lay a pair of socks. Name, Ethereal Emperor Socks, pair. Level, Grade 1. Category, Item. Description. These socks are crafted from soft material, of moderate thickness. Wearing them allows the user to walk long distances without fatigue, directly enhancing foot strength. Will it manifest? Ah, indeed. The first draw must have had some sort of bonus to yield such a remarkable item. The black iron prize pool was indeed as profound as the ocean. Su Ran muttered his dissatisfaction at not receiving what he desired, yet he still manifested the item. It must be said, the socks were exquisitely soft, as light as gossamer. Wearing them transformed his experience. Even the ground beneath felt cushioned. Considering their potential utility in future escapades lightened his mood somewhat. However, he remained anxious. He was merely lacking a cultivation technique. If he could draw one, he would have a chance to turn the tide. As an experienced player who had invested heavily, Su Ran understood all too well the inferior nature of items within such a low-tier prize pool. Without the initial draw's advantage, acquiring something of quality necessitated multiple attempts. He needed to devise a means to secure more lottery opportunities. With a resolute direction in mind, Su Ran understood the need for patience. He decided to consume an innate cultivation pill. Any enhancement was better than none. As the saying goes, mortals are often burdened with impurities, while those of the celestial realm are enveloped in clarity. As he swallowed the pill, he indeed felt a wave of pure energy rising from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and bones, granting him a sensation akin to soaring. With each exhale, he felt a lightness enveloping his being, as if dispelling impurities and refining clarity. Sleepiness gradually enveloped him, and Su Ran carefully stored the remaining pills, drifting into slumber. It was a night devoid of dreams, a rare occasion of restful sleep in this new world. In recent days, he had been plagued by fears of nightly assassins, scarcely achieving a sound night's rest. This, perhaps, was yet another benefit of the innate cultivation pill. However, this peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted. He awoke to the frenzied barking of dogs. Upon opening his eyes, He realized the morning light had fully broken, and horns sounded from all corners of the city. Though he did not comprehend the calls, he could surmise they signaled a command to depart. The door swung open, revealing Yuju standing at the threshold, her cold gaze fixed upon Su Ran, who had just poked his head out from beneath the covers. With little regard for decorum, she called out, "Su Ran, rise and dress yourself. If you do not emerge in a quarter of an hour, you may as well wear that nightgown." Su Ran furrowed his brow, his attention shifting to a startling sight beside Yuju, a large golden retriever, nearly the size of the girl herself, being held on a leash. This breed was unlike any that Su Ran had ever encountered on Earth. Its coat was of vibrant gold, and its fierce eyes and razor-sharp teeth resembled those of a wolf dog. It was currently barking ferociously at the guards stationed nearby. The soldiers of Tianqin, unafraid of the Daliang, were rendered pale and retreating in fear from the creature's menacing presence, which only fueled the dog's aggressive display. Qingmei, appearing somewhat anxious, tugged frantically at the leash. Upon noticing Su Ran's gaze, she reassured him, "Fear not, your majesty of Daliang. This northern wolfhound is not fixated on you." Yet in her eyes, Su Ran discerned the unsettling truth. This dog was indeed focused on him. "It has a keen sense of smell. I have allowed it to catch the scent of your clothing. Should you attempt to flee on the way back to the imperial capital of Tianqin, it would effortlessly track you down and could tear a significant chunk from your thigh in an instant. I cannot disclose the reality to you." Qingmei's thoughts at this moment starkly contrasted with the coy words she had spoken the previous night. A cold sweat broke out on Su Ran's brow. It seemed he had unwittingly offended both Yuju and Qingmei, and they were intent on making his life miserable. Before he could fully process his predicament, a shrill scream pierced the air. In that moment, the wolfhound, powered by fierce determination, broke free from Qingmei's grasp, letting out a howl that sent the guards of Tianqin stumbling backwards. However, instead of charging at them, the northern wolfhound lunged directly towards Su Ran. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, to be transmigrated as a deposed monarch and taken hostage is one thing, but to encounter a crazed dog intent on biting me is simply absurd. No, I must evade. Chapter 7. The Affectionate Canine. Suddenly, the northern wolf dog broke free from its restraints, barking fiercely as it lunged towards Su Ran within the confines of the courtyard. Qingmei was instantly alarmed, while the composed Yuju reacted swiftly, rushing forward without hesitation. However, this wolf dog appeared to possess extraordinary speed, surpassing even Yuju, and in a mere leap, it nearly collided with Su Ran's face due to the small size of the courtyard. Su Ran stumbled backwards, his expression shifting in alarm. Yet, having traversed through time for several days, he had seen enough of the world to know how to react. Although fear coursed through him, he instinctively prepared to grasp the creature's mouth with his bare hands, a desperate measure in the face of impending danger. To his surprise, the sensation he felt in his hands was not the fierce bite he anticipated. With wide eyes, he realized that the wolf dog was not there to attack. Instead, it extended its tongue and licked his face. Upon closer inspection, the creature was surprisingly docile, resembling a playful pup, its front half resting against him as it sniffed eagerly, its eyes sparkling with a curious gentleness. Su Ran was utterly taken aback, nearly convinced he was misinterpreting the situation. Just moments before, this very wolf dog had exuded an aura of menace that even the ruthless guards of the Tianqin feared. Now, it approached him in a display of affection. Was it possible it recognized him as a person of significance? At that moment, Yuju arrived, placing a hand on the wolf dog's fluffy back, her expression a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. She had shared the same apprehensions as Su Ran, believing the wolf dog intended to attack. However, the reality was starkly different. As their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Yuju, ever the epitome of cool elegance, maintained her aloof demeanor, but her mind raced with thoughts that would take others much longer to articulate. Why doesn't this little dog bite him? Why does the Emperor of Dali smell rather pleasant today? Pa, what a foolish ruler. The small dog. Wait, pleasant. Glancing down at the wolf dog, she observed it sniffing around, as if drawn to something it adored. Su Ran suddenly realized the source of its fascination. It was the innate cultivation pill he had consumed the previous day, which had cleansed his body, expelling impurities while harboring a vital essence within. He had felt invigorated and refreshed, yet this dog, with its keen sense of smell, had detected something remarkable about him, perhaps perceiving him as a treasure of nature. Was Yuju's sense of smell equally acute? Just then, Qingmei rushed over in a flurry, hastily pulling the northern wolf dog away, though it lingered, glancing back with reluctance. Yu Zhu regarded Su Ran with curiosity, while Qing Mei, still shaken, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you all right? If it were to bite you, I." She felt a flush of color rise to her face, struggling to restrain the wolfhound, a surge of emotion accompanying her every movement. The wolfhound, however, remained fixated on Su Ran. Qing Mei feared it might leap forward to attack, pulling harder on the leash. Yet, as Su Ran met the wolfhound's gaze, he increasingly sensed something amiss in its stare. Alas, his imperial cunning seemed ineffective against this creature. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his ears. System suggestion. A restoration of a fallen kingdom may perhaps commence with this large dog, enlisting it as a subordinate. No one would suspect a dog, nor anticipate its service, and success would yield one subordinate and an additional lottery chance. This time, the system's advice coincided with Su Ran's intentions. Yet, Qing Mei mistakenly believed he was gazing at her, a blush inexplicably blooming on her cheeks. "Hey, Emperor of DeLiang, what are you looking at?" Yu Zhu, ever vigilant, eyed Su Ran coldly, declaring, "If you dare to harbor ill intentions towards Qing Mei again, I shall gouge out your eyes." "Do not frighten him," Qing Mei reproached Yu Zhu, stealing a glance at Su Ran. Unfazed, Su Ran remained absorbed in his scheming, pondering how to transform this northern wolfhound into an ally. It appeared he held an advantage. The dog had approached him with surprising familiarity, presenting an opportunity. However, this was merely a prelude. Today, the Empress of Tianshan was returning to court, and the Tianshan army was mobilizing both within and outside the city. Su Ran, having risen late, was unceremoniously dragged onto a carriage by Yu Zhu, missing breakfast entirely. Shortly after, Qing Mei entered, offering him a steamed bun, whispering, "Do not hold it against Yu Zhu. Though her words may be harsh, she is not of ill character." With that, Qing Mei busied herself, seemingly with endless tasks before their departure. Su Ran, however, remained oblivious to this. He tore the bun in half, attempting to feed the wolfhound outside the carriage with his meager provisions. Yet the wolfhound remained motionless, its earlier enthusiasm seemingly vanished. Remarkably, it would not even eat the bun. This piqued Su Ran's interest, and he turned to find Yu Zhu, seated at the front of the carriage, casting a cold glare at him. "Foolish monarch, what are you doing?" Su Ran chuckled nervously. Ha, ha, ha. Just then, Qing Mei appeared, seemingly finished with her tasks, her breath a little heavy. Observing the scene, she laughed. "Emperor of DeLiang, don't feed it that, it only eats meat. And do not fret, it is quite obedient. Today is merely an exception. As long as you do not run away, it will not bite you." Upon hearing this, Su Ran glanced down at the bun in his hand. No wonder the dog would not eat. It dined far better than he did. At that moment, Qing Mei also boarded the carriage, while Yu Zhu remained outside, handling the reins alongside the wolfhound. Within the carriage, Su Ran was flanked by guards, ensuring he could not escape or be rescued by anyone from DeLiang. The carriage began to move slowly, and Su Ran continued to munch on the bun in silence. Qing Mei rested her chin upon her palm, gazing at him with unwavering eyes, exuding an air of playful charm. Su Ran looked up at her, pondering the thoughts that occupied her mind, which he found rather elusive. Curiously, Qing Mei remarked, "I thought you were an emperor and wouldn't indulge in such fare." Su Ran, preoccupied with thoughts of taming the wolf dog, casually replied, "These flour rolls are quite acceptable. I've consumed 3 steamed buns in a single meal before." Qing Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do those people in your palace mistreat you?" This question jolted Su Ran back to reality, leaving him momentarily speechless. It pertained to his life before his transmigration. After a brief silence, he simply stated, "Not every ruler enjoys a life of ease." Qing Mei furrowed her brow, blinking at Su Ran before softly asking, "I had thought the Emperor of Dalian lived well. Were those words you spoke to me yesterday sincere?" Whether sincere or not, Su Ran had no intention of digging his own grave. He hesitated for a moment before nodding affirmatively. A flicker of light sparked in Qing Mei's eyes. "Wait here. I shall fetch you something delicious." The carriage had begun to move, yet Su Ran's words remained unuttered as Qing Mei darted out, instructing Yu Zhu to slow down as she went in search of food. The grand army of Tianshan was on the move, a vast procession gradually setting forth. But Su Ran had yet to exit the confines of his small courtyard. Yu Zhu lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered in with a stern expression. "What did you discuss with her?" "Sister Qing Mei is quite gullible. Should I discover that you have engaged in any mischief, I shall not spare you." Yu Zhu's tone was icy, starkly contrasting with her inner chatterbox persona. To intimidate Su Ran in Qingmei's absence, she had deliberately brought the wolf dog into the carriage from outside. Both she and Qingmei assumed that Su Ran would be terrified by the creature today, yet Yuzhu was unaware that her actions aligned perfectly with Su Ran's intentions. As he was eager to explore how to entice the wolf dog. Chapter 8. Public display. Qingmei was absent, while Yuzhu drove ahead. Su Ran's eyes widened as he locked gazes with the wolf dog inside the sedan. Earlier that morning, the creature had been quite affectionate towards him, but now it seemed to have forgotten him entirely, crouching there, glancing left and right. When Su Ran reached out to stroke it, the dog bared its teeth at him. Su Ran furrowed his brow. How could this foolish dog appear so different? Perhaps the issue lay with him. With Qingmei poised to return at any moment, Su Ran recognized the urgency of his predicament. He resolved to take risks, undeterred by the potential of being bitten by the wolf dog. After numerous attempts, he finally discovered the key to enticing it, exhaling deeply. To his surprise, when he blew a breath towards the wolf dog, which had previously resisted him, it suddenly perked up, its nose twitching as it moved closer to Su Ran. Realization dawned upon him. He had only consumed a single innate cultivation pill, yielding limited effects. In the morning, he had exuded a potent aura, but now that essence had faded, causing the wolf dog to lose interest. Nevertheless, he could still feel a change within himself. Although the external aura had diminished, the essence of his breath remained. Thus, Su Ran unlocked a new skill, fervently exhaling towards the wolf dog. Its demeanor shifted immediately. As it began to circle around him, its tail raised high, and it even licked Su Ran after allowing him to stroke its head, which it had previously resisted. Su Ran's heart stirred, and he tentatively commanded, "Come, sit." The wolf dog remained motionless. This foolish creature, I have exhausted my breath, yet it still disobeys. Su Ran frowned, pondering whether it was his insufficient skills or the dog's sheer foolishness. Just then, Qingmei's voice echoed from outside, startling Su Ran. He patted the dog's head, disregarding whether it could comprehend him, and warned, "You must not let Qingmei discover this, or we are both doomed." If Qingmei were to learn that he was attempting to usurp her wolf dog's affections and report him to the Empress, she might uncover his true intentions and lead to his demise. Though these actions seemed trivial, they reflected one's thoughts. Caution was paramount. Su Ran was anxious, uncertain if the foolish dog could understand. At that moment, Qingmei entered. To Su Ran's astonishment, the instant she stepped in, the wolf dog ceased its approach and sat to the side, poised and fierce, its gaze towards Su Ran distinctly clear, casting a sidelong glance as if to say, "Who is the foolish one now?" Su Ran. Qingmei appeared somewhat perplexed. "What's wrong? Your Majesty, there is little in terms of delicacies in our camp. I have procured a few pastries from the female attendants of the Empress. Do indulge." She returned with a tray laden with only 2 meager pieces of plum cake, placing them before Su Ran. As he reached for them, he noticed Qingmei eyeing the tray hungrily, swallowing hard. He contemplated for a moment and then picked up a piece. "Let us each take one, as a token of gratitude for your effort on my behalf." Qingmei was somewhat taken aback but did not refuse. The carriage moved forward slowly, and the sounds from outside gradually grew cacophonous, indicating that they were slowly departing from the imperial palace. At that moment, Qingmei inquired, "Do you not wish to catch another glimpse of your home?" Su Ran shook his head. "This is not my home." Indeed, he felt a twinge of longing for his abode. Although the rental was modest and the daily hustle and bustle was somewhat tiresome, it was certainly preferable to his present predicament, where he was constantly wary of potential threats to his life. Moreover, on Earth, despite the hardships of life, he was surrounded by family and friends. Here, however, he possessed nothing. He lacked even the memories of the great Liang Emperor. Qingmei gazed into his eyes, as if discerning something profound, and softly remarked, "You do not resemble the tyrant spoken of by those outside." Su Ran was perplexed by her words. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, somewhat off-topic, regarding yesterday's events. "I acted impulsively, and I apologize. However, moving forward, I hope you will always watch over me, and I wish for us to coexist peacefully." The phrase coexist peacefully lingered on Qingmei's lips, as if she seldom heard such sentiments. After a brief pause, she said, "What I mentioned to you yesterday. His Majesty truly commanded me thus." Su Ran was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. An unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, Su Ran was reluctant to share too much with Qingmei, and she too seemed lost in her thoughts. The carriage swayed as it advanced, and a wolf dog darted out, appearing to have a good rapport with both Yuzhu and Qingmei. remaining quiet beside them but barking incessantly at passers-by. The din from outside intensified. They had exited the palace and were traversing the most bustling streets of the great Liang capital. Yet, following the war, the area lay in ruins, a scene of devastation. Crowds of former citizens of Great Liang gathered on either side, and as Su Ran's carriage passed, someone shouted, "That tyrant is in that carriage." Suddenly, there was a loud crack as a rotten egg splattered against the side of Su Ran's carriage, followed by a torrent of vitriolic insults. This journey out of the city had become a public shaming. Su Ran then grasped the depth of the populace's resentment. The former emperor of Great Liang was the object of their unbridled hatred, and they wished nothing more than to flay him alive. As he listened intently, he gleaned much from their scattered utterances. The transgressions of this so-called tyrant were even more egregious than he had imagined, employing eunuchs, senselessly executing people, and permitting his subordinates to extort and abduct women, all while engaging in grand construction projects. The malevolent deeds Su Ran could conceive seemed to have all been committed by the body of the original owner of his current form. The slight change in Qingmei's demeanor, as she listened to the cacophony of accusations detailing Su Ran's numerous misdeeds, became subtly complex. The wolf dogs outside displayed a remarkable cleverness, retreating amidst the onslaught of decaying vegetable leaves and foul eggs. Yu Zhu, unperturbed, remained steadfast. As a warrior, she was not intimidated. The primary targets of the irate citizens were Su Ran, and any errant projectiles that veered towards her were effortlessly deflected, allowing her to sit motionless at the front. The soldiers of Tianqin surrounding her took no action. Their ire was directed at the Emperor of Daliang, and their pride left no room for assisting Su Ran in dispersing the crowd. However, within the carriage, Qingmei observed the unfolding scene with growing concern for Su Ran. To her surprise, Su Ran maintained a serene demeanor, and after a moment's contemplation, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped outside. Qingmei gasped, "What do you intend to do? You lack martial prowess. Venturing out now could lead to your demise." Yu Zhu, who was driving the carriage, also expressed surprise. Yet she made no move to deter him. Instead, she silently regarded Su Ran, intrigued by his boldness in this precarious moment. The soldiers of Tianqin, as well as the citizens lining the streets, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the Emperor of Daliang would dare to emerge in such tumultuous circumstances. What could his intentions possibly be? This news swiftly traversed the ranks, reaching the ears of the Empress, who stood resolute upon her warhorse at the forefront of the Tianqin army. Upon hearing the tidings from behind, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes, and a slight smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of amusement. The Emperor of Daliang possesses such audacity, daring to confront his former subjects? How intriguing. Do not impede him. I am curious to witness his next move. But be vigilant. Ensure his safety. Chapter 9. Your Majesty, take care. The army of Tianqin was withdrawing from the capital of Daliang. Emerging from the carriage and standing at the edge, one could behold the streets lined with soldiers, clad in heavy armor, all marching in disciplined order. Nearby, the common folk lined the streets in welcome, and upon seeing the despised tyrant step from the carriage, they erupted in fervent disdain, hurling louder and more venomous curses at Su Ran as he emerged. With a light sound, a few rotten cabbages struck Su Ran directly. Yu Zhu turned to look at him. Without needing the cunning of a ruler, Su Ran could discern the astonishment in her eyes, as if she were saying, "How dare you? A cowardly tyrant, show yourself?" Despite the collective vitriol of the masses, Su Ran felt little. He was not nearly as affected as he had been when the Empress and Yu Zhu had pursued him with swords, treating him like a mere animal. For he was acutely aware that the anger and hatred of these people were not directed at him. The excesses and indulgences that had plagued the realm were not his doing. He had emerged for his own purpose. A system notification rang in his ears. Esteemed host, given the current circumstances, the system suggests you weep profusely, plead with the citizens of Daliang, and take your own life to atone for your sins. Success may yield. A fleeting smile graced Su Ran's lips. He had no intention of following the system's foolish advice, yet he shared the sentiment. He believed that if he acted now, it might indeed trigger an opportunity for a lottery. What he lacked at this moment was precisely that chance. If confronting the Empress could yield achievements, surely a grand performance on his part would not go unrewarded? Before the gathered populace, Su Ran executed a somewhat unrefined bow, and indeed bowed his head in reverence. He knelt directly on the carriage, startling Yu Zhu, while the onlookers gasped in surprise, unable to fathom that this legendary tyrant would act in such a manner. The perception of Su Ran as a capricious ruler had long been ingrained in the minds of the people, despite their loathing, wishing to see him suffer. They had never imagined that their exalted emperor would willingly kneel before them. Qing Mei lifted the curtain of the carriage, equally astonished, while the hound in the corner seized the opportunity to discreetly lick the egg liquid pooling on the ground, unnoticed. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, and Su Ran's voice resonated throughout. Though soft, it trembled with a hint of regret and an unspeakable sorrow. Esteemed citizens of Daliang, though I, Su Ran, am the third emperor of Daliang, I find myself unfit for the throne, foolish and incapable, allowing the unscrupulous to thrive, and even attributing actions I neither committed nor knew of to my name, leading to the suffering of my people. All of this is solely my fault. Today, as the army of Tianqin breaches my imperial city, under the swords and blades, I am finally liberated from the burdens of emperorship. Cast aside this imperial title. I am but an ordinary person like you all. I do not seek your forgiveness. I only hope that you may align with Tianqin and attain peace. This is my sole wish as the last emperor of Daliang, and has been my desire from the beginning. Regardless of whether it is under my rule in the Great Liang, I fervently hope that the common people of this realm can live in peace and joy. Her Majesty, the Empress of Tianqin, has eradicated all treacherous individuals. I firmly believe that a prosperous era awaits us. Here, I bow and bid farewell to all. Bidding farewell to the Great Liang. This heartfelt declaration by Su Ran was indeed sincere. However, he was not a master of the dramatic arts. The depth of his emotion stemmed from the fact that he was fiercely pinching his own flesh hidden within his sleeves, tears streaming down his face, his expression contorted. And thus his voice and body trembled with anguish and sorrow. Fearing that his true state might be discerned, Su Ran took advantage of the confined space of the carriage and the wide sleeves of his ancient attire to prostrate himself on the ground, face down. All that could be seen were his movements, and all that could be heard were his words, leading everyone to imagine that he was weeping profusely, filled with heartache and grief. Who would have thought that he was actually inflicting pain upon himself, his face twisted in a manner reminiscent of an emoticon? His words left the crowd in a state of shock, particularly the common folk, who exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. They found it hard to fathom that the emperor of the Great Liang would bow to them, let alone the profound implications of Su Ran's speech. In such an ancient world, the chasm between classes was as vast as the heavens. No commoner ever imagined that an emperor could exhibit such humility. Furthermore, Su Ran's remarks suggested that he was not the absurd ruler depicted in popular tales. Rather, it appeared that all the misdeeds had been orchestrated by treacherous advisors and unfairly attributed to the emperor. Could it truly be that the malevolent acts were all the doing of these connivers? Were they exploiting the emperor's name to perpetrate their wickedness, while the emperor himself remained oblivious? This notion seemed increasingly plausible. After all, could a truly tyrannical ruler kneel before us? Our emperor, though perhaps not a capable sovereign, did not appear to be a despotic tyrant. Indeed, our sovereign has always yearned for the well-being of the common people of the Great Liang. Yes, our emperor seldom makes public appearances, and the rumors surrounding him are mere fabrications. Who can truly assert that our emperor is a man of unbridled folly? I understand now. Our sovereign ascended the throne at the tender age of 13 and has been manipulated by those treacherous advisors. They, unwilling to bear the scorn of all, sought to commit their nefarious acts under our sovereign's name, ultimately tarnishing our legacy and leading us to misunderstand our emperor. How absurd that we have engaged in slander. Yet we do not even know against whom we direct our vitriol. His only fault lies in his ineptitude, a condition not entirely within his control. Our sovereign did not wish to be an emperor. He even believed that if we could thrive, it would matter little if the Great Liang were absorbed by Tianqin. Such integrity surpasses that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He is not a tyrant, and yet we have so unjustly maligned him. On the faces of the Great Liang's commoners, expressions of astonishment and complexity began to emerge. Some even displayed signs of shame. Su Ran merely opened a discourse, releasing a prologue. Through the exchange of words among people, they pieced together the so-called truth that Su Ran had not articulated, thus forming their own version of reality. As the tale spread from mouth to mouth, it was only natural that the fragments Su Ran had presented would be filled in completely. At the front of the Tianqin army, news was swiftly relayed to the Empress, every word of Su Ran's speech reaching her ears without omission. Perched atop her grand steed, she felt a flicker of emotion upon hearing the news and instinctively turned her gaze, but the lengthy procession had already carried her beyond the city. And Su Ran's carriage remained behind, rendering her unable to catch a glimpse of him. She murmured softly, though the third emperor of Daliang is cowardly and lacks prowess. It seems he is not as the rumors suggest. There lies some intrigue within him, and he is not entirely the detestable tyrant I had imagined. Beside the empress rode a tall and strikingly beautiful female official, clad in armor, a trusted confidant capable of charging into battle alongside the empress. Upon hearing the remarks, she whispered, "Your Majesty need not worry. This emperor has publicly expressed his remorse, and his sincerity appears genuine. His lack of ambition for the throne is indeed true, and there is no need to fear any treachery from him." Indeed, the empress exhaled, "It seems my tests from yesterday were unnecessary." The female official smiled softly. "I hope the imperial princess will take a liking to him. Such a deposed monarch is hard to come by." The empress's gaze flickered with rare emotion, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, and within her striking yet icy eyes, a rare warmth emerged. "My sister. Very well. I hope she grants this emperor some dignity." The official smiled in silence, turning her attention to the soldiers of Tianqin behind them, who were whispering among themselves, discussing the astonishing actions of the Daliang emperor. His conduct surpassed all expectations, and no one had anticipated that the emperor, so reviled by many, would reveal such a side to himself. The soldiers of Tianqin and the common folk of Daliang were all astonished at heart, experiencing a myriad of complex emotions. Nearby, by the side of the carriage, Yu Zhu gazed at Su Ran, her eyes alight with a flicker of emotion. Standing close by, she was deeply moved by Su Ran's prostration and heartfelt apology, which took her by surprise. Had her actions towards him the previous day perhaps been excessive? After all, he was still an emperor. In the rear compartment, Qing Mei's beautiful eyes darted with concern, a trace of compassion emerging. What sorrow must he feel to tremble in voice, even as his words quaked? This was indeed a genuine expression of heartfelt emotion. The commoners no longer needed to resort to violence against him. Why did he not lift his head, rise, or regain his composure? Was he weeping so intensely that his dignity had been lost? After all, he was an emperor. In a flurry of concern, Qing Mei prepared to approach with a handkerchief. She was unsure of the reason behind her urgency. Perhaps it was the days spent with Su Ran, or the surreal events of the previous night. Or perhaps it was the genuine affection for his people that he displayed at this moment, stirring her youthful heart. What she did not realize was that Su Ran had not risen because he had lost control over his expression. However, it was not due to overwhelming sorrow or uncontrollable tears. Rather, he was on the verge of laughter. This was because his recent actions had yielded astonishing results, unexpectedly achieving several accomplishments, with the system notifications ringing incessantly in his ears. Su Ran's heart swelled with joy, and he even forgot the pain he had inflicted upon himself, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. How could he possibly rise? If he stood up now, everyone would see his elation, which would completely unravel the facade he had just maintained. At that moment, however, no one among the crowd moved. Among the common folk, it was unclear who initiated it, but one person began to bow deeply towards Su Ran from a distance, proclaiming, "Though your Majesty may be lacking, you are not a tyrant, and can even be regarded as a ruler who cares for his people. What merit do we possess to deserve such a bow from your Majesty?" As they prepared to journey to the imperial capital of Tianqin, uncertain of what the future held, "Your Majesty, please take care." As one voice spoke, countless others followed suit, bowing their heads in reverence, their calls resonating along the sides of the road. Unlike Su Ran's insincerity, the voices of the commoners were genuine. "Your Majesty, take care. Your Majesty, please take care." The imperial capital of Daliang echoed with the sounds of countless citizens bidding farewell with fervor. Slowly, Su Ran rose from the ground, momentarily stunned as he beheld this scene, his heart overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. Chapter 10. The brand new imperial skills. Su Ran lowered his gaze as he made his way back from the disheveled carriage. He noticed the peculiar expressions on Qing Mei and Yu Zhu's faces as they looked at him. The outcome was as Su Ran had anticipated. Yet it was not entirely in line with his expectations. To act in such a manner was a desperate gamble. After all, it was a matter of survival. However, he had not anticipated receiving such responses from the common folk of Daliang, although many remained silent, casting resentful glances in his direction. A significant number had altered their attitudes towards him. This era was no longer the one he had known. The people of this world were distinct from those of his own, and his identity had evolved from that of an obscure individual to that of a deposed sovereign. A former emperor. Qingmei regarded him with a hint of trepidation, clutching her handkerchief. "Are you all right?" Su Ran was jolted back to reality by her words. Observing the subtle shift in her demeanor towards him, which had grown somewhat warmer, reminiscent of how she had acted before the events of the previous day. Of course, prior to yesterday, she too had been performing, attempting to convince Su Ran that she was there to rescue him. Yet now, perhaps her sentiments were genuine. Noticing his silence, Qingmei ventured, "It's all right. Not being a good emperor isn't your fault." Clearly, she had come to believe in Su Ran's words. As merely a servant, albeit one with a unique position, entrusted by the empress to watch over him, she looked upon the once mighty emperor of DeLiang in a new light. He did not seem as detestable as the rumors suggested. In fact, he appeared somewhat pitiful. He was merely an incapable ruler betrayed by treacherous ministers. Possessing a good heart and a gentle spirit, devoid of the airs typically associated with royalty, what fault could he possibly hold? However, Su Ran was now fully aware of his precarious situation. There was no time for reflections on the philosophies of life. He glanced at Qingmei, sensing her concern, and stated, "Please, allow me some solitude." Understanding his need for space, Qingmei discreetly exited the carriage. The cacophony of the outside world gradually subsided as the swaying carriage prepared to leave the imperial capital of DeLiang, embarking on the journey to the capital of Tianchun, Yucheng. This leg of the journey represented Su Ran's final opportunity for escape. As Qingmei departed, a cunning wolfhound bounded over to him, giving him a lick. Su Ran's lips twitched in response, but he had no time to attend to the creature. He promptly summoned his system interface. He had just performed a grand act outside, and the system had emitted several notifications. He had only caught a glimpse of them, not fully grasping the details, and now was the perfect moment to investigate further. To his astonishment, Su Ran discovered that his personal panel had undergone a transformation. Both his reputation and fortune had increased. Name: Su Ran. Identity: Third Emperor of the DeLiang Dynasty. Yunxia Continent. Power level: None. Reputation: 3. Emperor's fortune: 1. Lottery chances: 2. Description: a foolish emperor who neglects martial pursuits and disrespects the immortal sex. His inept rule led to the downfall of his nation. Skill: passive, gifted by the system. Emperor's heart: level 1 by gazing into the eyes of a living being. You can hear 3 of their innermost thoughts. This skill can only be used once on a single target within a 24-hour period. Achievements: Hidden Blade in a Smile, level 1. Fearless in Crisis, level 2. Joy with the People, level 1. Last Emperor, level 2. Note: reaching level 3 in achievements unlocks corresponding special imperial skills. Su Ran felt a surge of apprehension. His reputation and fortune had both increased, particularly the latter, marking a historic breakthrough from 0 to 1. However, he remained uncertain whether these attributes were mere statistical data or held some deeper significance, leaving him to ponder their true nature. He recalled that the sister of the Empress sought to absorb his imperial fortune, which indicated its utility, though he was unsure of how to wield it effectively. Su Ran speculated that since he had not completed the system's suggested outrageous tasks, the imperial fortune and reputation must have been acquired naturally through his recent, stellar performance, rather than as a system reward. Additionally, he had advanced Fearless in Crisis to level 2 and gained 2 new achievements, with the achievement of Last Emperor surprisingly starting at level 2. Of course, none of these achievements had yet reached level 3, preventing the unlocking of special imperial skills. However, the prospect of 2 lottery draws ignited a spark of excitement within Su Ran. Without hesitation, he called upon the system to commence the lottery. The familiar scene reappeared, and Su Ran felt a level of tension he had never experienced, even during his previous life's extravagant Tendra events. As he stroked the fur of the wolf dog beside him, he silently prayed for a complementary cultivation technique. For the first draw, a short dagger appeared. Name: Steel Dagger, level 1, category: Martial Arts. Description: this is a sharp steel dagger, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, easily severing a human throat. Would you like to manifest it? Su Ran glanced at the wolf dog rubbing against him, choosing not to manifest the dagger for the time being. While the dagger was quite ordinary, it was not entirely without merit. As a hostage, he had no weapons on his person, making this dagger a suitable option. Moreover, it was easier to conceal than a vial of medicine, which could cause trouble if discovered by Qingmei or Yuzhu. Though Qingmei's attitude towards him had gradually improved, Su Ran was well aware of yesterday's events. She was an agent of the Empress. In matters of principle, her choices were all too clear. Having acquired the dagger, your heart swells with fervor. Esteemed host, you should fight your way out, escape to freedom, and restore the dynasty success could yield. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran disregarded the system's foolish suggestion and silently activated his second and final lottery opportunity. As the animation concluded, the blind box opened. Su Ran furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, it was empty. A voice of disbelief echoed within him. Can one even draw an empty box? Even a capitalist would shake their head. Nevertheless, a system notification soon followed. Esteemed host, congratulations. You have won upgrade point 1 in this lottery. Utilizing this upgrade point allows you to elevate any of your achievements or imperial skills, either active or passive, by 1 level. Su Ran's furrowed brow finally relaxed. It was not a tangible reward. Although he had yet to uncover a cultivation technique compatible with the innate nourishing elixir, this was still commendable. An upgrade point. Su Ran's initial instinct was to enhance his Imperial Mind technique. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. The Imperial Mind technique was merely an auxiliary skill. Even if upgraded, it would likely only allow him to hear a few more thoughts throughout the day, useful, yet not profoundly impactful. In contrast, it would be more advantageous to develop a second skill, potentially unlocking new avenues for progression. At present, his achievements of unflinching in the face of danger and Last Emperor had both reached level 2. This meant that by utilizing the upgrade point on either of these achievements, he could elevate it to level 3, thereby acquiring the corresponding special imperial skill. Su Ran found himself wavering. Unflinching in the face of danger. Last Emperor. Which should he upgrade? System. What skills can be obtained from upgrading these 2 achievements to level 3? Su Ran quietly inquired within. Unfortunately, the typically loquacious system fell into silence, uttering not a word. Su Ran's lips twitched. It was silent when it mattered most, yet incessantly offered poor advice at other times. Since the skills were tied to the achievements, the nature of the imperial skills acquired upon upgrading might indeed correlate with the achievements themselves. Unflinching in the face of danger. Last Emperor. Which one would be more formidable? After a brief moment, Su Ran took a deep breath, made his decision, and proceeded to upgrade. Unlocking the second special imperial skill. Chapter 11. His eyes were off. Dear host, congratulations. Your achievement, the Last Emperor, has reached level 3. You have successfully unlocked the corresponding skill of the Last Emperor. Imperial Might, level 1. Imperial Might, level 1. This skill can be activated through eye contact with the opponent, capable of unsettling their mind. The recipient's state of mind will be influenced according to the user's emotional fluctuations. For instance, if the user is angry, the recipient will feel fear. Note, the effectiveness of this skill depends on the user's strength, the recipient's strength, and the skill level of Imperial Might. At level 1, this skill can be used twice a day on each unique target. Choosing between 2 options, Su Ran opted for the Last Emperor. Judging by the name, it seemed to offer greater utility. Su Ran surmised that being unflappable in the face of danger likely conferred a calming ability. However, the skills behind the title of the Last Emperor appeared even more enticing. Upon noticing this skill, Su Ran's heart stirred as he glanced at the cunning wolf dog beside him, one that feigned loyalty while exhibiting treachery. He reached out and firmly grasped the dog's head. It was engrossed in drawing energy from Su Ran, but when lifted, a semblance of discontent flickered across its canine features, revealing its fangs in a menacing display. This wolf dog, a creature of discernment, showed unwavering obedience to Qing Mei, who lacked martial prowess. Despite Su Ran's attempts to curry its favor, it remained indifferent, only seeking the fresh energy emanating from him. At that moment, facing the wolf dog, Su Ran activated Imperial Might. A wave of dissatisfaction and indignation surged within him. You arrogant creature, do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he observed a sudden tremor of fear in the wolf dog's eyes, as if struck by terror. Its fur bristled, and with a frantic leap, it bolted from the carriage in a flurry. Su Ran was taken aback. He had managed to scare away this ferocious beast with a mere glance. When an emperor is enraged, the world quakes. This was the essence of Imperial Might. Though the emperor's cunning might not sway a dog, this skill proved effective. Yet, what a strange creature this northern wolf dog was, despite its fierce appearance. It seemed to possess little courage. In this world, Su Ran was comparatively powerless, yet this skill could serve as a means of self-preservation, allowing him to intimidate the unsavory without resorting to violence. Moreover, with a discerning gaze, who could discern any flaws? A mischievous thought crossed Su Ran's mind. Had he possessed this ability during the last encounter when Yu Zhu pursued him with a sword, perhaps he could have frightened her to tears. While he had yet to unlock a profound technique, this skill was undeniably useful. Su Ran mused. Could he one day unlock a skill that exuded a dominating aura, compelling all the maidens of the realm to bow before him? As the carriage swayed, Su Ran found himself lost in fanciful reverie, conjuring images that were best left undescribed. Regrettably, I have 200 gigabytes of hidden files on my computer, including my island wives. At that moment, the curtains of the carriage were suddenly drawn aside, and Qing Mei peered in from the front. The previously terrified northern wolf dog had rushed out in a panic, prompting her to enter and check on the situation. What had just transpired with the Emperor of Daliang? Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze met Su Ran's. Unaccountably, Qing Mei felt a subtle stirring within her heart. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to the blooming of spring blossoms or a ripple across the vast expanse of a cerulean lake. The Emperor of Daliang's eyes held an inexplicable, captivating allure. It was widely acknowledged that the Emperor was strikingly handsome. These past days, while attending to and observing Su Ran, Qing Mei had indeed recognized his remarkable features. Coupled with the Emperor's regal bearing and eloquent demeanor, he was anything but ordinary. Particularly after the events of last night, a cascade of unfamiliar thoughts surged within her. Furthermore, Su Ran's public apology to the people of Daliang only reinforced her impression of him as a person of integrity. If he had faltered in his role as emperor, it was merely due to a lack of capability. How many individuals in this world could truly excel as a ruler? Responsibility and accountability are commendable traits. At least he did not resemble the tyrant spoken of in whispers outside. Yet, those earlier musings diverged from the sensations she now experienced. In that moment, locked in eye contact with Su Ran, Qing Mei felt a warmth envelop her. A faint blush graced her cheeks, blending seamlessly with her slightly cherubic, fair complexion, resembling a ripe apple. Suddenly, she recalled thoughts that had never crossed her mind before, only spoken of by the elder sisters in her youth. Moreover, the image of the Emperor carrying her to the bed last night resurfaced. An inexplicable thirst arose within her. Upon reflection, the Emperor of Daliang could indeed be considered a good man. Su Ran, momentarily distracted by his concerns about whether they might glean anything from the wolf dog's reaction, inquired, "What is the matter?" Qing Mei merely shook her head. Being an affable young woman, she typically expressed her thoughts freely, though she could engage in a performance of subtlety. It did not align with her nature. Thus, she lowered her gaze slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I apologize for testing you in that manner. However, it was also the Emperor's intent. After all, you were once the Emperor of Daliang. Our current sovereign permits your existence. But we must also consider the larger picture of Tianqin. Please, do not hold it against me." With that, Qing Mei fell silent, retreating back to join her dear friend Yu Zhu, their eyes wandering as they resumed their journey. Yu Zhu cast a glance at her, a flicker of suspicion igniting in her eyes. Though she pondered countless inquiries in her mind, she pursed her lips tightly, refraining from voicing a single word. Su Ran furrowed his brow, for Qing Mei's demeanor had struck him as peculiar this time. Yet, moments later, an odd expression crossed his face. Could it be that the 200 gigabytes I just thought of in my computer have influenced Qing Mei's emotions? Goodness, does this skill possess such an ability? With such power, even if I do not become a king of a fallen nation, I could still live the life of a dashing nobleman. No, I must temper my thoughts. At that moment, the system notification unexpectedly chimed in, intruding upon Su Ran's contemplation. "Esteemed host, in light of your current circumstances, the system suggests a roundabout approach. Conquer the 2 maidens guarding you with your imperial charm. Successfully escaping will also yield 2 loyal subordinates. Success grants Fate 2, Reputation 1. Lottery chances 1, while failure carries an 80% risk of inciting the maiden's animosity. Why not directly subdue the Empress?" Su Ran found himself bemused by the system's suggestion and reflexively queried in his mind. To his surprise, the previously silent system responded, "Congratulations, esteemed host. You have unlocked the second possibility of national restoration, successfully wooing the Imperial Empress, achieving a bloodless coup. Success rewards you with a grand completion package. Failure guarantees a 100% chance of death." Listening to this notification, Su Ran's mouth twitched as he instinctively wanted to scoff, but as he pondered further, an inexplicable peculiarity washed over his expression. This, Perhaps might not be such a foolish idea after all. The image of the Empress's slender and elegant figure materialized before his eyes, her regal coldness and disdain. What if she were to become my wife? What might that entail? Moreover, if it could truly be realized, a coup without bloodshed. With sufficient audacity, the Empress could take a leave of absence. This is not an unfeasible plan. Perhaps I should set a modest goal first. As he sat in the carriage, Su Ran's thoughts grew increasingly audacious. Outside the carriage, Yuzhu could no longer contain herself. Ever since that foolish dog had dashed out from the carriage, and Qimei had peeked in at the Emperor of Daliang, she had been acting quite strangely, her driving distracted, her usually chatty demeanor silenced, her face flushed, and her gaze wandering. Just moments ago, the Empress had sent someone to inquire about the Emperor's well-being, and the response had been rather peculiar. The cold exterior contrasted sharply with Yuzhu's inner chatter, prompting her to speak up. "Qimei, what is the matter? What did the Emperor say to you when you entered the carriage? You seem off." What? I'm not off. It is you who is acting strangely." Lost in her thoughts, Qingmei resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yuzhu furrowed her brow. "You aren't being swayed by that foolish monarch, are you? He isn't entirely foolish. He possesses a sense of responsibility. Merely misled by treacherous advisors. The Emperor cannot govern well simply by desire alone." Yuzhu observed her silently, her gaze sharp and discerning. Qingmei retracted her neck slightly, speaking with a hint of unease. "No, I merely sensed that his gaze seemed rather unsettling." Chapter 12. Do you desire me? The advance of the troops was slower than Su Ran had anticipated. It was said that the Empress of Tianjin had traversed from the outskirts of Daliang to the imperial city in less than half a month. However, the departure seemed to require a similar span of time. They had emptied the imperial city of Daliang, transporting cartloads of gold, silver, and jewels, thereby hindering the entire procession's progress. Furthermore, the Empress of Tianjin deliberately slowed their march. She sought to traverse Daliang at a measured pace, proclaiming dominion over the land while simultaneously reshaping the power structure of Daliang and executing new appointments. Along the route, individuals frequently departed from the ranks, while others joined from outside, resulting in their morning departure yielding little more than a few dozen kilometers by nightfall. The insight Su Ran gleaned came piecemeal from the murmurs of the soldiers. They set up camp to rest, the campfire casting a bright glow. The evening chill was somewhat alleviated, and the soldiers of Tianjin began to exhibit a subtle shift in their demeanor towards Su Ran after this day. For instance, they no longer openly derided him as a foolish monarch in his presence. Yet, this improvement in treatment was limited. Such a minor elevation in status was beyond Su Ran's expectations. However, while he basked in the warmth of the fire, they formed a protective circle around him. Vigilant and watchful, only Su Ran, Yuzhu, and Qingmei remained by the fire, accompanied by a dog that appeared to harbor some fear of Su Ran. It had not entered his carriage all day and now stood at a distance, baring its teeth at a nearby soldier, instilling enough trepidation to keep the soldier at bay. Yet it dared not approach the warmth of the flames. Qingmei waved her hand, cheerfully beckoning. "Come here. What is the matter? Aren't you usually so fond of being by my side?" Despite her gestures, the wolf dog remained unmoved, preferring to stay aside, specifically avoiding proximity to Su Ran. Yuzhu furrowed her brow in silence, quietly roasting 2 skewers of green peppers. Su Ran cast a glance and hissed, "Silly dog, come here." Startled, the wolf dog suddenly ceased its growling, tucked its tail, and scurried away into the shadows, genuinely frightened. Su Ran chuckled inwardly, realizing he should capitalize on this moment and devise a strategy to ultimately bring it under his command. Coughing lightly, he contemplated how to bring it firmly into his fold. Qingmei, observing the situation, expressed her bewilderment. "It's acting so strangely today. What is going on?" The firelight illuminated her rosy cheeks, rendering her confusion somewhat endearing. Su Ran gazed at her profile, noting the delicate blue veins beneath her fair skin. Untainted and natural, her beauty was one of pure simplicity, unmarred by cosmetics. Yet Su Ran understood that beneath Qingmei's seemingly innocent and sweet exterior lay a complexity not to be underestimated. Her performance from the previous night, had he not been able to discern her true thoughts, could have easily ensnared him. Lacking both skill and distinction, one would hardly be chosen by the Empress to observe oneself. Su Ran reflected on the system's suggestion and task from earlier that day, suddenly finding no reason to dismiss the idea. Although the Empress appeared formidable, the girl, Qingmei, was rather amiable. Given how the Empress treated him, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with grace. Moreover, if he could successfully win over the Empress, he might swiftly accomplish the task of restoring his fallen kingdom, thereby soaring to unprecedented heights in this foreign realm. Yet, he pondered whether his current skills would be effective against a 7th-tier martial artist like the Empress. Perhaps it would be prudent to test his abilities on Qing Mei first. Noticing his gaze, Qing Mei turned and blushed slightly. "Is there something on my face?" she stammered. At that moment, Su Ran sensed a piercing glare directed at him. He turned to find Yu Zhu watching him with an icy demeanor. However, Yu Zhu remained silent, simply dividing a skewer of grilled peppers and offering one to Su Ran. A skilled martial artist, Yu Zhu's grilled skewers were quite delectable. She had prepared only 2, and Su Ran had assumed they were meant for herself and Qing Mei, only to discover they were both intended for him. Yet, Yu Zhu spoke little. After handing one skewer to Su Ran and the other to Qing Mei, she stood up, brushing off her hands. "I'll go find that foolish dog," she declared, striding away towards the sprawling camp. Left by the campfire were only Su Ran and Qing Mei. Unaware of Su Ran's ulterior motives, Qing Mei smiled and remarked, "See, I told you Yu Zhu isn't a bad person. She was just a bit fierce before because of those rumors about you." Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. The performance he had put on earlier that day seemed to have not only granted him system rewards, but also instigated other unforeseen changes. Of course, it was not entirely an act. Su Ran was indeed not that foolish ruler, and he saw no reason to accept the misdeeds attributed to him. With Qing Mei now gone, it was a fortuitous opportunity for Su Ran to embark on his treacherous endeavor. His first target would be the innocent and cheerful Qing Mei. With Yu Zhu present, he had felt constrained, but now the moment had arrived. The question remained, how to initiate the conversation. He took a bite of the grilled pepper, reflecting on his solitary existence for over 20 years, and wondered how to make his move. Qing Mei looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but neither spoke, creating a rather delicate atmosphere. In an attempt to break the silence, Su Ran remarked, "These grilled peppers by Yu Zhu are quite delightful." "Indeed," Qing Mei replied. After a moment's thought, Su Ran inquired, "Did the Empress mention how she plans to accommodate me upon my return to Yu City?" Qing Mei shook her head, then nodded thoughtfully. "After all, you are the Emperor of Daliang. Her Majesty wouldn't treat you harshly. She will likely provide you with a small courtyard, ensuring you live comfortably for the rest of your days. This is certainly far better than what most would receive, since you have no desire to reign. It may well be a blessing in disguise." She turned to look at Su Ran, her eyes reflecting pure innocence. It seems that Qing Mei is unaware that the Empress intends to sacrifice her to her sister. Su Ran let out a faint sigh in his heart. "Will you still be here then?" Qing Mei was momentarily taken aback, her face inexplicably flushing, and she softly replied, I suppose so. Do you wish for me to continue serving you?" It appeared that Qing Mei harbored some feelings for herself. Perhaps the lingering influence of the impure imperial aura from earlier was still at play. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words. He felt it was time to wield his imperial authority. This skill could be employed twice a day on a single target. As he was uncertain about the next step and feeling insufficient in his own abilities, he could only rely on this external advantage. After all, was his purpose not to test his capabilities? He needed to ascertain that this ability would remain undetected before seizing the opportunity to win over the Empress. If he could conquer the Empress on the journey to Moon City, what would he have to fear? Su Ran bit into a roasted green pepper with determination. Taking a deep breath, he understood that he must take this step. If he could not win over Qing Mei, how could he ever hope to influence an Empress? After all, Qing Mei had previously conspired with the Empress against him. Thus, his actions were not entirely unwarranted, as long as he kept it within limits. However, before Su Ran could employ his external advantage, he heard Qing Mei's soft voice, "Do you desire me?" At this utterance, Su Ran, who was deep in thought, nearly choked on the roasted pepper in his mouth. His carefully laid plans were thrown into disarray. Turning his head, he found Qing Mei with her gaze lowered, delicately nibbling on the roasted pepper, juices trickling down the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were cast down, long eyelashes fluttering, and there was an enigmatic light glimmering within them. Yet her voice remained soft and subdued, each word clear amidst the crackling of the fire as she gradually spoke. "What I told you yesterday was indeed the Empress's command. It was not a deception. Moreover, if you wish, I would not be unwilling." Chapter 13. A loss in the east, a gain in the west. Qing Mei's voice was somewhat soft, yet each word resonated clearly. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on her rosy cheeks, enhancing their vibrant allure. In that moment, what she uttered was sincere. Even Su Ran was taken aback by her boldness. Indeed, Although Chi Mei appeared pure and innocent, her character was audacious and spirited. Perhaps she truly harbored feelings. And coupled with the edict from the Empress, her words flowed forth quite naturally. To claim he was unmoved would be a falsehood. Yet Su Ran pressed his lips together and gently shook his head, suggesting, perhaps it is best to let this be. His intentions did not lie in that direction, and he was aware that he had employed a skill. It might be that Qing Mei, having been affected by his earlier whims, was still in a daze, speaking without thought. If he were to indulge in such folly, it would undoubtedly lead to a difficult resolution once her clarity returned. Qing Mei, upon hearing his words, gazed up at him, her eyes glistening with a watery allure that made one want to lean in for a kiss. However, before Su Ran could utter a word, a cold scoff echoed from behind them. Both Su Ran and Qing Mei were startled. They had been cautious of eavesdroppers. It had seemed someone had indeed arrived. Almost simultaneously, they turned to find Yuzhu, clutching her sword, her icy gaze fixed upon Su Ran. Qing Mei blurted out, "What are you doing here?" Yuzhu remained silent, her intense scrutiny directed at Su Ran as she spoke with palpable disdain. "I thought I may have been too harsh yesterday. Not only did you seduce my sister Qing Mei, but you also spurned her advances, playing with hearts as if they were mere toys. You are a foolish monarch. You are unworthy of my belongings." With that, she swiftly snatched the half-eaten roasted pepper from Su Ran's hand before he could comprehend her actions. Su Ran stood there, momentarily stunned. Yuzhu was a skilled fighter, and he and Qing Mei, being inexperienced, had been so engrossed in their conversation that they had failed to notice her arrival. It seemed she had overheard every word. At that moment, Qing Mei stood abruptly, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Yuzhu, why didn't you announce your presence? What do you mean by playing with hearts, you? Humph." With a flick of her sleeve, she stormed off in a huff. Yuzhu said nothing, casting one last cold glance at Su Ran before turning to follow Qing Mei. Su Ran was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly misstepped? Was the situation such that he should have acted more boldly? Now it seemed he had offended both young women. Feeling somewhat guilty, he remained seated for a while before rising, his mood clouded. What was Qing Mei truly thinking? And what about Yuzhu? 3 heartfelt words in a day seemed woefully insufficient. With a sigh, Su Ran felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Yet, if he wished to navigate this journey with ease, perhaps even find an opportunity to escape, he must avoid antagonizing either Qing Mei or Yuzhu, lest he lose his chance entirely. However, Su Ran was somewhat unsure whether the recent declaration from Qing Mei was influenced by her imperial skills or was genuinely heartfelt. Neither she nor Yuzhu seemed aware of their own abilities. Perhaps, during their next encounter with the Empress, they could test this hypothesis. Although the plan seemed audacious, if successful, wouldn't all these dilemmas be effortlessly resolved? Moreover, Su Ran had contemplated this notion. If the legendary Empress were to become his ally, as the night deepened, the chill of this world's evening surpassed that of Earth. Although Qing Mei and Yuzhu had vanished, the soldiers stationed around remained vigilant. Su Ran's range of movement was severely restricted, yet, instead of retreating to rest, he began to search his surroundings. The soldier's demeanor towards him had shifted, whatever he did. There was no longer anyone who openly opposed him, as long as he remained within the confines of his designated area. After a thorough search, Su Ran's eyes brightened as he stumbled upon the foolish dog that had just fled from him. The large northern wolfhound, which was nearly as tall as a person, had hidden beneath a cart, devouring a chicken leg that it had evidently pilfered, relishing it with gusto, its mouth dripping with grease. As Su Ran approached, the creature remained oblivious, until he exhaled gently towards it. The foolish dog immediately perked up, eagerly sniffing the air, and upon raising its head, found itself locked in Su Ran's gaze. Su Ran had anticipated this moment, ready to unleash his imperial intimidation. Before doing so, he had steadied his mindset, preparing for a truly formidable stare. The northern wolfhound instinctively shrank back, displaying its fearsome demeanor, and offered the half-eaten chicken leg to Su Ran as if to plead. "Take this, spare me." Although Su Ran possessed only a fade of power and would undoubtedly be no match for this fierce hound in combat, he found the scene amusing. Despite its fierce appearance, the northern wolfhound was, in truth, a timid and cunning creature, intelligent enough to feign ferocity in front of others, giving the illusion of having been successfully tamed. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran scanned the area for onlookers before extending his hand to gently stroke the dog's head. Contemplating, he retrieved a vial containing a foundational cultivation pill from his pocket, shaking it before the foolish dog. Instantly, the hound's eyes sparkled with excitement, its desire palpable. and the fear it once held towards Su Ran diminished significantly, instinctively inching closer. Yet, Su Ran swiftly concealed the pill, stating, "I know you can comprehend my words. I can offer you one of these, but you must follow me. I am the Emperor of DeLiang. Align with me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. However, should your loyalty falter, I trust you understand the consequences." Su Ran's gaze remained fixed on the foolish dog. Their standoff had persisted throughout the day, all for the purpose of recruiting this creature as his first subordinate. The dog, displaying a goofy grin and panting with its tongue out, seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, its attention solely fixated on the foundational cultivation pill. Upon witnessing this, Su Ran withdrew his hand further back. The foolish dog, unexpectedly displaying a semblance of humanity, nodded repeatedly, its tail wagging with enthusiasm. It indeed comprehended. A flicker of realization crossed Su Ran's eyes as he exhaled a sigh of relief. For in that very moment when the northern wolfdog nodded, a system notification resonated in his ears. "Esteemed host, congratulations, you have successfully acquired your first subordinate, bringing you one step closer to the restoration of your kingdom. Gaining one lottery attempt. You have obtained your first subordinate. Would you like to bind this subordinate with a contract?" A subordinate contract? Su Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he attempted to acquiesce to the system's prompt. Following the system's guidance, he bit his finger and offered a drop of blood to the wolf dog. The blood, upon touching the dog's head, emitted a strange radiance that fully permeated it. Subsequently, Su Ran faintly sensed a connection forming between himself and the creature. With a mere thought, he commanded the dog to sit, and astonishingly, the wolf dog complied. Through the bond established by blood, a wondrous connection had formed between him and his subordinate, allowing for a form of telepathy within a 20-meter radius. Any command Su Ran issued would be promptly received. Moreover, an inexplicable sense of intimacy arose between them. The foolish dog, seemingly unafraid of him now, bounded out from beneath the carriage, playfully nudging against Su Ran's side. In turn, Su Ran fulfilled his promise and, with a pained heart, gifted it a primordial cultivation pill. Upon swallowing it, the dog's face radiated pure joy, its gaze towards Su Ran warmer than that directed at a cherished companion. Although somewhat cunning, this dog reciprocated kindness with loyalty. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran cautioned, "Though you are mine, the situation is delicate. Refrain from displaying it openly." The dog, ecstatic from consuming the pill, joyfully circled around Su Ran. He found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. While others who traversed realms often commanded respect and admiration, his companion manifested as a cunning canine. Yet, it marked the beginning. Within this vast army of Tianqin, he now had an ally. Su Ran took another deep breath, assigning the dog its first task, to scout the circumstances surrounding the Tianqin army, so he could plan an escape route for the future. Returning to his carriage, Su Ran, brimming with anticipation, eagerly initiated his fifth lottery attempt. With no one around, he watched with rapt attention as the blind box animation unfolded before his eyes, fervently praying, "Grant me a cultivation technique, grant me a cultivation technique." Chapter 14, The Cultivation Technique. Earthly Fist. The system's lottery animation, visible only to Su Ran, gradually came to a close. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps due to the incantation of the divine art, he had indeed drawn a cultivation technique. On the screen appeared an ancient and elegant manual, and as Su Ran focused his attention, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Name: Earthly Fist. Level: First rank. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: This technique is a low-tier cultivation method. By employing this technique, one can awaken innate abilities, ultimately reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Would you like to load it? A cultivation technique. This is a set of cultivation methods. After 5 attempts, a miracle had finally emerged. Although it was a low-level technique, culminating merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was enough to excite Su Ran. For him, it marked a significant difference between having and not having. Moreover, ordinary dynasties and martial artists in this world had no access to such techniques. Even a foundational skill like the Earthly Fist could incite a fierce competition among the entire dynasty. The Empress would surely be envious. And if the practitioners who had sealed the path to cultivation in this world learned of it, they would surely come as well. This was merely the beginning, breaking the deadlock through martial prowess. Without hesitation, Su Ran chose to load it. This technique was not extracted in a tangible form, but rather loaded directly, with the system transmitting its entirety into Su Ran's mind, as if etched into his very bones. He could recall all its contents with clarity, with a mere thought. He could peruse the earthly fist as if flipping through a book. In the stillness of the night, with only patrolling soldiers nearby, Su Ran, a fallen emperor, found solitude within his carriage, allowing him to thoroughly examine the earthly fist in his mind. Strictly speaking, the earthly fist did not qualify as a genuine cultivation technique. It resembled more of a celestial skill. It comprised 9 levels, with the cultivation aspect being rudimentary and merely supplementary, primarily aimed at mastering the earthly fist itself. As the name suggests, practicing this technique enables one to draw strength from the earth. The first level of the earthly fist could harness a force of 1,000 pounds. The second level could wield 2,000 pounds, and it was said that the 9th level could cleave mountains and shatter stones, channeling the very power of the earth with a single punch. Who could rival such might? Of course, despite the grandiose claims of this technique, Su Ran understood that it peaked at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which might not be overly formidable. While he was unaware of the hierarchy of cultivation in this world, the description of the technique enlightened him. The path of cultivation begins with innate abilities, which are further divided into 3 minor realms of upper, middle, and lower, followed by the 9 levels of Qi refinement, the most basic tier in the cultivation hierarchy. The martial practitioners belong to a different realm altogether, completely incapable of rivaling the celestial path. Even the so-called proud daughter of heaven, the Empress, a 7th-tier martial artist, seems to correspond merely to the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi refining stage in terms of entry-level realms. The disparity between the two is evident. This earthly fist has ignited a flicker of hope within Su Ran. Even if he were to attain the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining, he would surpass the most formidable and rare 9th-tier martial artists of this continent, becoming invincible among thousands. At that point, could a mere Tianshan Empire possibly hinder him? Who would dare to siphon his essence? And who could usurp his fortune? Taking a deep breath, Su Ran sat upright within the carriage and swallowed a primordial nurturing pill, promptly commencing the cultivation of the earthly fist technique, embarking on his first journey into the realm of immortality. This time, guided by the cultivation method, Su Ran's experience was markedly different. Once the primordial nurturing pill entered his body, the vital energy it released was directed through him by the earthly fist, permeating every limb and bone, leaving him feeling invigorated beyond measure, the absorption effect vastly superior to his previous attempt. The primordial nurturing pill, enhanced by a first draw reward, was far more potent and precious than Su Ran realized. Even those esteemed cultivation sects in this world rarely afforded their disciples the opportunity to consume such a pill, except for their most exceptional students. Its effects were profound, significantly accelerating one's cultivation and deemed exceedingly valuable. Nevertheless, Su Ran felt a pang of regret when he recalled the primordial nurturing pill he had sacrificed to appease that foolish dog. However, this was not the moment for such musings. Su Ran dared not squander time and remained wholly dedicated to his training. Having consumed 1 pill the previous night to solidify his foundation, he now sought to successfully absorb the 2nd pill in conjunction with the cultivation method, ultimately manifesting a genuine stream of spiritual energy that belonged solely to him within his body. This spiritual energy, rich and earthy, embodied the very essence of the earthly fist. With it, Su Ran could execute a single strike of the earthly fist. Although he had yet to fully master the 1st level of the technique, he could still unleash a force equivalent to 100 pounds with a single punch, a feat comparable to that of a trained individual. Gradually, he began to consolidate his energy. Su Ran's physical essence became increasingly refined, yet he had not yet reached the innate stage. Based on his current progress, it was estimated that he would need to consume 2 more primordial nurturing pills and spend 2 days to attain the 1st level of the earthly fist and reach the innate realm. Once he achieved the innate stage, Su Ran would be able to consume multiple primordial nurturing pills in a single day. Moreover, even without the pills, upon successfully breaking through to the innate level, he could cultivate by breathing and transforming pure energy into spiritual energy, continuously circulating within his body, greatly enhancing his training speed. However, he had not yet entered the innate stage and could only be regarded as an ordinary person with a modicum of magical power, limited to consuming a maximum of 1 primordial nurturing pill per day. Any excess would overwhelm his system, potentially leading to self-harm. Calculating the time, Su Ran's gaze deepened. He knew he must swiftly elevate his strength. 2 plans, a dual approach. Otherwise, when the day arrives in the moon city of the Celestial Empire, I shall find myself irrevocably ensnared, akin to a bird in a cage, with little time left to act. As I embarked on my initial step of cultivation, A flicker of confidence ignited within me. At that moment, my ears perked up, detecting the sound of footsteps approaching my carriage. It was neither Chimei nor Yuju. The footsteps were heavy, yet they produced a remarkably soft sound, indicating that the individual was likely a martial artist. Had this occurred previously, I would have remained oblivious to such an approach, unless the person had made their presence known. Yuju was a prime example. They had come and gone, eavesdropping behind me and Chimei for an indeterminate length of time, both of us utterly unaware. A martial artist walks silently as a matter of instinct, the stronger the individual. The more elusive their presence becomes, rendering them undetectable to ordinary people. However, now, after my first day practicing the Earthmang Fist and assimilating the effects of the innate cultivation pill, I had taken the first step in my cultivation journey. Though I had yet to reach the innate stage, my body had undergone refinement, and my senses, along with physical strength, had significantly enhanced, allowing me to rival a first-tier martial artist and detect these practitioners in advance. Yet, it seemed that I could only hear them within a 5-meter radius. Swiftly, I altered my conspicuously cultivated posture, curling up in the corner of the carriage, feigning sleep. Just as I completed this act, the curtain of my carriage was abruptly yanked open from the outside. The intruder was a martial general clad in black armor, his face adorned with a multitude of scars. He was exceedingly impolite, casting a glance at me before sneering. "So, you're hiding here, you fallen emperor, weeping in the dead of night? Rise." The general's words were far from courteous, and his hands were equally unrefined. His robust figure squeezed into the carriage, causing it to sag slightly, and he reached out, intending to grasp the nape of my neck, as one might lift a chick. Chapter 15. Released the hound instinctively. Su Ran sought to evade. In the past, he lacked even this primal response, but now, having taken his first step into cultivation, his body's reflexes had begun to catch up. While martial artists attain their agility and perception through relentless training, cultivators are granted these abilities from the outset, revealing the profound disparity between the two paths. Yet, Su Ran still could not escape. The formidable warrior before him was evidently a master. By the time Su Ran's instinct emerged, the man's hand was already at his face. He could have retaliated, yet in a moment of contemplation, he restrained himself and allowed the man to lift him effortlessly. There remained a significant gap in their strengths. If he could break through the threshold of innate cultivation and officially embark on his path to immortality, perhaps he could have avoided that casual grasp entirely. He feigned sudden realization, exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you want?" The burly warrior, who identified himself as Wang De, laughed heartily at Su Ran's alarm, as if toying with a child. "Who am I? I am your grandfather, the emperor of the Great Liang. Stop your blubbering and come with me." This self-proclaimed Wang De showed Su Ran immense disrespect, lifting him as one might a mere chick, even arrogantly shaking him in the air. It was clear he treated Su Ran not as a living being, but as an object. Anger simmered within Su Ran. The man exhibited no caution, and he thought, if he were to strike now with a thunderous punch, even a rudimentary earth-shattering blow could surely break a couple of his ribs. It seemed Wang De caught a fleeting glint of ferocity in Su Ran's eyes, and he mocked, "What's wrong? Are you a deposed emperor who cannot accept your fate? I grant you the title of emperor out of respect, yet without it, you are less than a foolish dog." Su Ran clenched his teeth, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. No, he must not act. He had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He could not reveal himself. Yet, he could not allow this man to carry on with such arrogance. With a surge of thought, a fierce growl erupted from outside the carriage. The curtain was violently flung open, and a massive northern wolfhound, towering in stature, charged in with a ferocious roar. Su Ran, refraining from direct confrontation, could unleash the hound upon him. After all, this hound had been assigned to watch over him, and with an intruder breaching his space, unleashing it to attack was not unreasonable. Wang De was taken aback, instinctively lifting his foot. Yet, the foolish dog exhibited an unexpected ferocity, glancing at Su Ran, seemingly enraged. It refrained from biting and instead unleashed a barrage of barks, forcing Wang De to retreat repeatedly until he fell to the ground, dragging Su Ran down with him. Su Ran was astonished. This timid yet cunning dog proved to be remarkably formidable. No, that was not right. Through his bond with the northern wolfhound, Su Ran sensed that it had grown even stronger than before. Perhaps it was the effect of the innate cultivation pill that had enhanced the hound's prowess. Consequently, the northern wolfhound regarded Su Ran as one of its own, igniting in fury at the sight of him being bullied by Wang De. In the preceding moment, Wang De had been humiliating Su Ran, but now he found himself toppled to the ground by a fierce dog, his expression exceedingly grim. He instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Where did this wild dog come from? I'll make you pay." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a cool voice pierced through from outside the carriage. "This is a dog sent by His Majesty to oversee Su Ran. General Wang De, I suggest you refrain from making any sudden moves." The tone was undoubtedly that of Yu Zhu. Wang De's actions froze in place. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Qing Mei peered inside, taken aback by the disarray within. Yet, upon seeing the fierce dog poised to pounce on Wang De, she quickly interjected, calling the dog to heel. The dog cast a glance at Su Ran before turning away and burrowing into Qing Mei's embrace, rubbing its head against her chest in a display of affection, its eagerness quite striking. It still recalled the words Su Ran had shared, choosing not to reveal the unusual bond they shared in front of others. Su Ran began to comprehend why a seemingly defenseless girl like Qing Mei could command this cunning dog. Qing Mei offered some gentle reassurances, her gaze shifting back to Su Ran, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. Yet, this was soon overshadowed by an inexplicable irritation, prompting her to huff softly and divert her gaze towards Wang De. "General Wang De, we have been tasked with guarding the Emperor of DeLiang. What brings you here?" As Wang De rose from the ground, displeasure etched across his features, he retorted, "Am I not allowed to be here? This is His Majesty's arrangement for you to oversee this useless emperor. How does it dare to attack me? How have you trained it?" His tone was fierce, his eyes wide with rage, directing a furious glare at Qing Mei. The momentum of her earlier questioning was swiftly crushed, and she instinctively recoiled slightly. As a maid with no martial prowess, even being sent by the Empress, she dared not offend such a military leader. However, at that moment, Su Ran also stood up. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, unable to contain himself, he interjected, "You, a stranger, come here so brazenly. And you expect this dog not to bite you, but to bite me?" Qing Mei looked up in astonishment, taken aback that the typically meek Su Ran would speak up for her. The foolish dog continued to nuzzle against her, exhibiting an attitude that was completely detached from the earlier ferocity. "This is not your DeLiang. This general has not granted you permission to speak." Wang De thundered in fury. He afforded Qing Mei and the dog some measure of respect, but the Emperor of DeLiang was beneath his consideration, having just been humiliated. He was now consumed by anger, and in a fit of rage, he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Su Ran. The force behind his strike was palpable, and should it land, Su Ran would surely be knocked to the ground. Su Ran's countenance shifted dramatically. He recognized the motion of Wang De's strike and gauged its impending force. In the past, he would have been helpless against such an attack. Wang De, at the very least, was a second or third-tier martial artist, and a blow aimed at an ordinary person like him would have landed before he even realized it. Yet now, he could clearly perceive the impending attack. Instinctively, he sought to evade it. However, he soon realized that evasion was futile. Though he could perceive the impending danger, his body failed to respond in kind. His cultivation was merely in its infancy. He had yet to break through the innate barriers. Against these second and third-tier warriors, he was no match. He could only watch, utterly helpless to escape. Damn it, was he truly destined to be struck down by this brute? A surge of anger and indignation welled up within Su Ran. He had secluded himself here to cultivate, having neither provoked nor offended anyone. Yet this intruder barged in, hurling insults, and now sought to assault him. Was he to remain passive, unable even to evade the onslaught? Su Ran gritted his teeth. Move. His body must respond. Chapter 16. The court lady Yunji. After enduring countless hardships, Su Ran ultimately managed to shift aside merely half a step. This slight movement caused the opponent's palm to land upon his face a heartbeat later. Wang De himself was oblivious to this delay. He was merely consumed by anger, striking down with force. Yet, that was all there was to it. At present, Su Ran's prowess allowed him only this modest evasion. However, Wang De's hand never met Su Ran's face, for an unsheathed sword scabbard intruded from beyond the carriage curtain, firmly positioning itself between Su Ran's visage and Wang De's descending palm. Wang De's strike met the scabbard with a resounding impact, leaving it unyielding. While his hand trembled violently, his previously ferocious expression abruptly frozen in shock. Su Ran turned his head. The scabbard was gripped by a delicate arm, slender and exquisite, effortlessly thwarting the strike from someone of a completely different caliber. The voice from outside was calm and measured. "General Wang, arriving at this late hour, if you have business, state it. If not, Return to your rest, lest we all remain unsettled. It was Yuju. Neither Su Ran nor Wang De had noticed when she had approached. How she had intervened, nor the manner of her action. Her strength surpassed that of the ferocious martial general before them. She was at least a practitioner of the 4th tier or higher. In this world, though martial artists are classified into 9 tiers. Reaching the 7th tier is already a rarity, and those above the 4th tier are even more exceptional. Indeed, the Empress had sent someone to keep watch over him. Even though he was an inept emperor, dispatching an unarmed companion to handle trivial matters would necessitate the presence of a formidable expert. Su Ran, somewhat astonished, gazed at the elegant figure beyond the curtain, never expecting her to intervene on his behalf. He had assumed that Yuju, who seemed to hold disdain for him, would permit Wang De to overturn him with a single blow. Wang De's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and white. While he dared to be arrogant towards Su Ran and Qing Mei, the moment Yuju intervened, he comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths. No matter how furious he felt, he could not press on, lest he find himself in a predicament. Furthermore, this situation had originated from his own reckless actions. If it escalated, he would be the one left with no explanation. His tone finally softened. Miss Yuju speaks wisely. It is I, Wang, who failed to discern the priorities. I have come here on imperial business. His Majesty has requested that I invite the Emperor of Daliang to attend, and I ask for your cooperation. His Majesty's decree? Qing Mei's expression shifted subtly. Yuju gradually withdrew the scabbard. But Su Ran felt a surge of alarm within. At this hour, what could that formidable woman want with him? Surely, she had not changed her mind and intended to execute him tonight? No, that could not be. If her intent was to eliminate him, she would not have sent the brash Wang De. Rather, she would have dispatched Yuju to do so silently. What could this be about? He had no grounds for refusal. Despite his dissatisfaction with Wang De, he had no choice but to obediently disembark from the carriage, following closely behind Wang De. After some contemplation, Qing Mei followed suit, leading the wolf dog as she gazed at Su Ran. Yuju remained still, merely casting a glance, her beautiful eyes glinting with menace. Su Ran was quite curious about what thoughts occupied this young lady's mind at that moment. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his ability to discern her thoughts for the day. The capacity for discernment was not limited to a strict 24-hour cycle, but rather reset after each night's slumber. Su Ran had researched this matter over the past couple of days and realized that after each night of sleep, the ability to perceive the thoughts of others would renew upon waking. As he had yet to sleep that night, he was unable to hear her thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang De had become noticeably more subdued, the irritation on his face dissipating entirely. He politely clasped his hands in greeting to Yuju before leading Su Ran away, a congenial smile emerging on his face. Yet, Su Ran could detect the vile intentions lurking within Wang De's eyes. Damn it. These two little vixens better not give me grounds to report them to His Majesty. I'll have the Emperor reward me with them, and I shall let my entire battalion take their turn before tossing them to wild dogs. The next thought that followed was equally contemptible. This worthless Emperor will surely pay for it when the opportunity arises. With his gaze lowered, Su Ran reflected on the strict military governance of the Empress of Tianqin, whose reputation was formidable. Nevertheless, in such a vast empire and army, it was inevitable that various types of people would abound, and Wang De was certainly not one of noble character. However, for the duration of their journey, Wang De refrained from speaking or acting, likely out of fear of incurring the Empress's wrath should they waste time. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, and as they walked in silence, Su Ran could only glean repulsive thoughts from Wang De's mind. He contemplated the necessity of seizing an opportunity to eliminate Wang De first. Otherwise, this vengeful individual might turn against him. Along the way, Su Ran quietly inquired of Qing Mei. Actually, I have a question. What is the full name of your Empress? Qing Mei, still irked with Su Ran, had not spoken to him throughout their journey, silently traversing the extensive rows of Tianqin military tents. Upon hearing his question, her eyes widened in surprise, displaying her astonishment. You don't even know this? Her name is... Ugh, why should I tell you? You are truly a foolish ruler. Your nation has been obliterated by our Empress, and you don't even know her name. I want to tell you. Su Ran. She was still angry. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his ability to discern her thoughts as well. It seemed that he would need to enhance this skill next time. 3 insights per day were insufficient. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he remained silent, as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Wang De led Su Ran to their destination, the grand tent of the Empress of Tianqin. Though merely a temporary encampment for the night, the Empress had erected a significant tent, guarded by her soldiers both inside and out. Upon their arrival, Wang De was unable to even enter the tent, and Su Ran found himself delayed as a tall female official emerged from within. The female official was indeed a captivating figure, her tall stature accentuating a slender waist that hinted at an alluring silhouette, further enhanced by her prominent bosom, exuding an air of competence and intelligence. As she approached, she cast a glance at Qing Mei, who promptly bowed and retreated. Lady Yunji. A sense of reverence seemed to envelop Qing Mei in the presence of this Yunji official. She lowered her head, uttering not a word, and gradually faded into the darkness. The Yunji official paid no heed to her, instead scrutinizing Su Ran with a discerning gaze. With her lips slightly parted, she spoke, half smiling. It is said that the Emperor of Dalian possesses great beauty. Indeed, upon meeting you, it holds true. Her voice was melodious, inherently captivating, imbued with a mature, peach-like charm that stirred a subtle warmth in the heart, naturally fostering a sense of familiarity. Su Ran remained silent, for he was attuned to the unspoken thoughts of this woman. Truly a pretty boy, unaware of the dangers posed by the princess. One must not end up like those unfortunate souls before. The thought of the emperor's sister filled him with trepidation. What sort of enchantress was she? The imperial city was a place he must avoid at all costs. He needed to devise a plan to escape before it was too late. Otherwise, he would not only face death but a cruel demise at that. As a transmigrator, he could not allow himself to be drained of vitality, becoming a mere pawn for another's ambitions. However, the emperor he had reincarnated as, also named Su Ran, was indeed strikingly handsome. Over these past days, gazing into the mirror, even he had to admit that he possessed an extraordinary allure. This was, perhaps, the sole advantage he had inherited through his transmigration. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, he offered a slight bow and replied, "You flatter me. A deposed monarch's beauty is merely a source of mockery. I wonder what business Her Majesty seeks with me." The Yunji official seemed well aware of the Empress's intentions to bring him back as a gift for her sister, indicating her close ties with the Emperor. This was information that Qing Mei and Yuzhu were oblivious to. "You shall soon find out," the official chuckled softly, "but before we proceed, I must conduct a brief examination." "I trust you understand?" "Of course," he replied. Under the eaves of another, one must yield to their wishes. Fortunately, he had concealed the foundational elixir within the carriage. The Yunji official stepped forward, her delicate fingers gliding over him as she commenced her meticulous inspection from head to toe. As a hostage, he possessed nothing of value, not even the tools of his trade. He felt no anxiety, yet he was taken aback by the thoroughness of her examination. Her hands, soft and seemingly boneless, traversed his form through the fabric of his attire. Each touch was gentle yet firm, allowing him to distinctly sense the warmth of her palms. She spared no inch, meticulously exploring every contour, including the more sensitive areas. Su Ran's face flushed slightly, while the Yunji court lady merely smiled and pinched him playfully. Su Ran nearly lost his composure, a wave of heat rising in his lower abdomen, on the verge of embarrassment. The scene was undeniably provocative, testing his restraint. It was not until he glimpsed the second unspoken sentiment in her eyes that he felt a jolt of realization, how rather substantial. He wondered if he might borrow it for alchemy once the princess had finished using it. This woman. Su Ran felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The fleeting warmth and thrill evaporated instantly, leaving no trace of desire. A chill crept into his heart. The seemingly charming court lady before him was, in fact, quite formidable. No wonder Qing Mei held her in such regard. At that moment, the Yunji court lady concluded her inspection, confirming that Su Ran bore no dangerous items. She gracefully rose, dusted off her hands, and chuckled lightly. "Fear not, Your Majesty of the Great Liang. This is merely a routine procedure. The safety of our Empress must not be overlooked. Please, step inside. Another esteemed guest, whom our Empress wishes to meet, is arriving shortly." Her enchanting smile, shimmering eyes, and the graceful sway of her figure resembled that of a willow branch, exuding a captivating beauty that was both mature and intellectually alluring, stirring one's heart, yet seeming worlds apart from her inner thoughts. Su Ran dared not gaze at her any longer. Instead, he lowered his head and stepped into the tent. The Empress of Tianqin awaited him inside. Who could this esteemed guest be? And why had the Empress summoned him in the dead of night? Chapter 17. The Subjugated. The Emperor's machinations. The tent was illuminated by flickering candlelight. The Empress, clad in armor, sat regally in her elevated position, her expression inscrutable. Amidst the dim glow, there was an air of softness about her. Under the guidance of Yunji, Su Ran took a seat to one side. The Empress did not engage him in conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thus began the wait. However, Su Ran's thoughts drifted elsewhere as he prepared to test his imperial authority, contemplating how he might win the Empress's favor. A time traveler who does not aspire to conquer the Empress is certainly not a worthy one. Before he could act, sounds emanated from outside. Shortly thereafter, Yunji entered, accompanied by a tall man clad in plain garments. A mere glance revealed to Su Ran that this man was a soldier, an outsider like himself, not a soldier of Tianshun. The man's face bore an expression of trepidation. Upon entering the tent, his imposing figure seemed to shrink in the presence of the Empress and Su Ran. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to his knees in the center of the tent, exclaiming, "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." Before Su Ran could utter a word, the Empress's voice resonated with an icy authority, laced with superiority. "There are two sovereigns present. To whom do you pay your respects? Me, or your Emperor of Daliang?" The Empress, who had previously referred to herself as I in private conversations with Su Ran, now publicly proclaimed herself as I in this formal setting. The man visibly trembled at her words, responding, "Your servant is loyal to Tianqin, and thus I am but a subject of Tianqin." The corners of the Empress's mouth turned upward, seemingly pleased with this reply, as she turned to Su Ran and inquired, "Do you recognize him? Is he not a subjugated lord of Daliang?" Su Ran was at a loss. He had inherited none of the memories of the past. On the day he had arrived, surrounded by the cries of ministers and generals, he had not recognized a single one, let alone this man. Confused by the Empress's intentions, he hesitated, uncertain whether to claim familiarity or ignorance, ultimately choosing silence as he gazed intently at the man kneeling before him. At that moment, the subjugated lord raised his head, eyes pleading as he spoke. "Do you not remember me? I am Bian Manshan, the cavalry general of the Daliang border." Of course, Su Ran did not recall him, yet he felt he ought to remember. He continued to stare, mustering a response after a prolonged silence. No wonder Daliang fell so swiftly. "Nonetheless, it is for the greater good that your majesty unifies Daliang for the welfare of the populace," he thought internally, understanding the implications. With the border general having submitted, it was no surprise that the enemy forces advanced with such unstoppable momentum. Bian Manshan glanced at the Empress and then discreetly at Su Ran, choosing to remain silent. It was only when the Empress spoke again, a smile gracing her lips, that she said, "The Emperor of Daliang also cared for his people. I summoned you to meet your former lord, thinking perhaps you might have words to exchange." Her smile, imbued with the weight of imperial authority, suggested deeper meanings. Su Ran discerned her unspoken thoughts. "To facilitate your meeting, if you are perceptive, you should express your intentions directly. There is no desire for the restoration of the nation. Instead, let the news spread across these mountains, causing the traitorous officials of Daliang to lose all hope and serve my cause." How many have surrendered to Daliang over time? Su Ran couldn't help but curse inwardly. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Esteemed host, given the current circumstances, if one can endure this, it is better to rise and vocally scorn the traitorous officials before you, thereby demonstrating the dignity and spirit of an emperor. Success will yield." Su Ran indeed stood up, but he had no intention of following the system's suggestion. He moved his steps, not towards that mountain area, but directly in front of the Empress. In the corner, the blade-wielding maid leaned slightly forward, ready to strike should Su Ran make any rash movements. Su Ran sensed the Empress's thoughts and recognized her intention to extract every last bit of value from him, using him to win the hearts of the Daliang subjects, rendering them entirely subservient to her will. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Naturally, Su Ran could not refuse, yet he did not wish to remain passive. At that moment, all eyes in the room were upon him. The Empress also slightly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes radiating an air of superiority as they roamed over him. It was only when Su Ran stood firmly before her desk, meeting her gaze, that he spoke. "Your Majesty, I comprehend your intentions." The Empress arched her brow slightly and chuckled. "Oh, what do you believe my intentions to be?" Su Ran did not delve into her thoughts. He had 2 opportunities left to read her mind and could not afford to squander them. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he stood so close to the Empress. Previously, with a blade at his throat, he had not had the chance to truly observe her beauty. Now, up close, he recognized her as an exquisite beauty. Taking a slow breath, he continued, "I merely wish to convey that I am willing to relinquish Daliang to your Majesty. Should you wish to employ these officials, I can certainly assist in silencing any lingering ambitions they may harbor for the old regime. However, I must remind you that I was once the Emperor of Daliang. I am grateful that you have spared my life. Yet I seek clarity on how you intend to arrange my future in the Tianchun imperial capital. How shall I live from this point onward? My words may be blunt, but I hope you will not take offense. Just earlier, General Wang De sought to humiliate me. Though I am a hostage, I do not wish to contend with you, nor do I harbor any desire to reclaim my throne, but I must maintain my dignity. If your majesty wishes to humiliate me, it would be more merciful to simply end my life. Su Ran was well aware of what would become of him once the Empress transported him to the Tianchun imperial capital. Having gleaned this information from the thoughts of the Empress and Lady Yunji, yet they remained oblivious to his knowledge. Moreover, he lacked certainty about his ability to escape. Having just been escorted by Wang De to this location, he felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing the disciplined formation of the Tianchun army and the heightened patrols. Should he progress slowly in his cultivation, the prospect of escape would become increasingly arduous. Therefore, since the Empress seeks to utilize him to win back the hearts of the people of Daliang, he too must articulate his own demands by presenting them openly. Should the Empress acquiesce in public, once they arrive at the imperial capital of Tianchun, she would likely hesitate to dispose of him as she might her sister. This serves as a safeguard for Su Ran, a prudent effort to secure his interests. Though his words may appear audacious, they are measured, devoid of overt ambition, merely reflecting his concerns for his own circumstances, which is entirely reasonable. At most, it would only result in a calculated retaliation against Wang De. The directness with which Su Ran articulated his thoughts took the assembly by surprise. Even the Empress's enchanting eyes momentarily flickered with astonishment, while the court lady Yunji, standing respectfully to the side, raised her gaze, a spark of intrigue illuminating her expression. Their eyes met, and Su Ran discerned her unspoken sentiment. This foolish monarch is not entirely inept. He possesses considerable audacity, which I admire. I admire him. This Yunji is no ordinary woman. Quickly, Su Ran redirected his attention to the Empress, who had now regained her composure. The surprise in her eyes had faded, replaced by a demeanor that bore a hint of sternness as she rose slowly from behind the desk. A wave of guilt washed over Su Ran. He had spoken freely, his words well-founded and carefully avoiding the Empress's deepest anxieties. However, upon reflection, he realized he might have acted recklessly, given his precarious situation. Yet, with no option for retreat, Su Ran held his gaze steady, locking eyes with her. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Chapter 18. Tempting the Empress in the corner, the surrendered general. Bien Manshan hung his head low, afraid to utter a sound. The gaze of Lady Yunji flitted back and forth over Su Ran, imbued with a curious intensity, as if she wished to see through every aspect of him. Then, the Empress spoke. Her eyes locked onto Su Ran's, and she declared, "To humiliate you holds no significance for me. Should my subordinates act recklessly, I shall reprimand them. I assure you, from here to the capital of Tianchun, you shall be safe and secure. I shall treat you with the respect befitting an emperor. Upon your arrival in Tianchun, I will arrange a quiet residence for your recuperation. This assurance I can indeed provide." The Empress's words rang clear and powerful, yet her inner thoughts whispered, "This merely extends your life for another year or so." The vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable, and in the depths of the palace, who can foresee what lies ahead? Su Ran's heart skipped a beat. The Empress was indeed ruthless. She publicly guaranteed his safety while secretly contemplating betrayal. Had she not revealed her true thoughts, he might have believed her. However, without such extraordinary means, a mere woman could not ascend to such power. An empress who could personally lead troops into battle and conquer nations could hardly be tender-hearted. Nonetheless, Su Ran inhaled deeply, nodded, and replied, "With your Majesty's assurance, I feel at ease." Although he ultimately did not intend to preserve his own life, he had at least gained a measure of time. Otherwise, it was evident that she had wished for him to vanish upon reaching the capital. Time was precisely what he needed to grow. His efforts were not entirely in vain. He slowly turned to Bien Manshan and spoke. "The will of the people is paramount, and the tide of fate is clear. General Bien, what you have done is right. Were it not for your actions, the common folk of Daliang would face untold suffering. You may convey my words to the other surrendered officials or those unwilling to pledge allegiance to the Empress. I no longer wish to be the Emperor of Daliang. As long as it benefits the nation and the people, what difference does it make whether this country is called Daliang or Tianchun? To reignite conflict would only lead to further bloodshed. Thus, it is best this way. I shall accompany Her Majesty the Empress to settle in Yuecheng until my departure. I harbor no resentment. Bien Manshan stared blankly at Su Ran, speechless for a long while. Yet, Su Ran met his gaze and discerned the unspoken thoughts swirling within him. Our Emperor of Daliang truly is absurd. No wonder. No wonder after years of guarding the frontier and achieving great military feats, I have never had the chance to see him. Well, I need not feel guilty for his surrender. Daliang is truly finished. Su Ran's gaze fell slightly. From these 3 phrases, he perceived that although this general had surrendered, there remained a flicker of uncertainty in his heart. Individuals like him are not uncommon, for this is an ancient world where loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness are the ideals pursued by both generals and ministers. Even amidst the treachery that plagues the great Liang, there exist those who adhere to their principles. It was precisely this understanding that prompted Her Majesty the Empress to summon Su Ran, thereby extinguishing the wavering thoughts harbored by these individuals. Bien Manshan slowly lowered his hands in silence, and after a moment, softly uttered, "I understand. I hope Your Majesty will honor your promise and allow the bloodline of the great Liang royal family to fade into oblivion. That is only natural, General Bien, rest assured." The Empress replied with a faint smile, the corners of her lips curling into a captivating arc, her gaze imbued with a certain ambition to control all. After the Lady Yunji escorted Bien Manshan away, Su Ran turned to face the Empress and inquired, "Are you satisfied now, Your Majesty?" The Empress was gracefully seated, her delicate arms lifting a wine cup to her lips. She took a sip, the dark red wine staining the corner of her mouth, exuding an alluring danger. And as she raised her head, their eyes met. "Have a drink, Emperor of Great Liang." She was quite pleased with the current outcome. However, Su Ran remained motionless, seizing this opportunity to exert imperial authority, not in a deceptive manner. He began to recall the over 200 gigabytes of mysterious information he'd concealed on his computer, his blood surging with excitement. Yet, for reasons unknown, his thoughts drifted to the image of the Lady Yunji's youthful fingers gliding over him just before he entered the tent. The delicate and smooth sensation palpable even through his clothing. "I am willing to toast to Your Majesty. In truth, I have admired you for some time. I have heard much of your deeds in Tianshan, yet I never anticipated we would meet in this manner, nor establish this kind of relationship. Had you not wielded weapons, I might have considered bestowing this throne upon you during your visit to my great Liang capital." With that, Su Ran raised his cup, offering a distant salute to the Empress. Her brow furrowed slightly, an inexplicable flush gracing her cheeks, and in the piercing gaze she directed at Su Ran, a hint of confusion flickered. Nevertheless, she replied, "Really?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "I speak no falsehoods. What could be wrong with matters that benefit the nation and its people? We are all human, speaking the same language, possessing similar physical forms. The world would thrive in unity. As long as it nurtures the well-being of the state and its citizens, who governs matters not. I have no aptitude for statecraft. What is the harm in willingly yielding?" The Empress regarded Su Ran, momentarily taken aback. Listening to his words, she felt as though she were meeting him anew. Her heart stirred slightly, recognizing that despite his apparent cowardice, this Emperor of Great Liang possessed a certain distinctiveness. Such a thought, in this world rife with power struggles, is rare indeed. Even she found herself ensnared in the whirlpool of authority, unable to extricate herself, even becoming enamored with it. Su Ran perceived the unspoken sentiments behind her words. If the Emperor of Daliang is indeed as he claims, it appears that the matter is far more intriguing than it initially seems. At this moment, the tent flaps were drawn back, and the female official Yunji cast a glance at the gathering, then quietly stepped aside without uttering a word. However, this subtle sound caught the Empress's attention. She furrowed her brow slightly, as if sensing an anomaly. For reasons unknown, her typically unperturbed imperial demeanor was momentarily shaken. She glanced at the wine cup in her hand and, with a bold flourish, commanded, "Yunji, please escort the Emperor of Daliang away. Also, do assist me in discerning the nature of this wine. It piques my interest, and I find it delightful." Yunji nodded with a smile and gestured for Su Ran to step forward. Trembling and anxious, Su Ran made his exit. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had succeeded. He had daringly tested the formidable Tianshan Empress with the authority of an emperor and had triumphed. That fleeting whisper of his heart was the answer. However, it was evident that this tactic had a far lesser impact on the Empress than it did on Qimei. This trial had significantly bolstered Su Ran's confidence, revealing that even the Tianshan Empress, a 7th-tier warrior, was not entirely impervious to the skills bestowed by the system. This glimpse of opportunity invigorated Su Ran's resolve. With audacity, perhaps the Empress might grant herself a respite. If he could usurp the throne, why would he need to flee? It would be the pinnacle of his existence. Moreover, to claim that one could remain unaffected by such a poised and exquisite Empress would be utterly implausible. Nevertheless, this was merely the inception of a grand design. The endeavor required meticulous planning and strategic progression. At present, the most pressing issue was that within the military. Encountering the Empress was akin to scaling a daunting precipice. Regardless of his intentions, without the opportunity to meet her, he could not set his plans into motion. Patience and strategy were paramount. Chapter 19. The first level of innate power emerging from the Empress's tent. Su Ran's gaze was profound, his mind immersed in contemplation. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out from beside him, brushing against his arm. Turning his head, he discovered the lady official Yunji leaning closer, her demeanor earnest as she inquired, "Great Emperor of Daliang, would you care to join me in my tent for a while?" Her expression was sincere, as if inviting Su Ran to discuss matters of great importance. Yet her sultry glance hinted at something more, as she appraised him from head to toe, softly adding, "It is quite warm there." Previously, this lady official had merely intended to indulge herself in wine, yet now she seemed eager to ensnare a man. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, Yunji possessed a dignified elegance and a delicate grace, exuding an innate charm that hinted at maturity. Her proximity sent a shiver through him. After a brief reflection, Su Ran began to comprehend the shift in Yunji's attitude towards him. It appeared that his recent display before the Empress had piqued her interest, transforming her intentions from mere indulgence to a desire for intimate discourse. However, recalling the 3 words of her heart he had overheard, Su Ran's lips twitched as he replied earnestly, "It is rather late. Perhaps tomorrow would be more suitable. I wonder what matters the esteemed Yunji wishes to discuss with me?" He was wary of the implications of entering her tent. What if she harbored ulterior motives, seeking to ensnare him in her web? Yunji was momentarily taken aback, assuming Su Ran had misunderstood her intentions. Leaning in closer, her softness pressed against him like liquid. Her voice low and inviting, she whispered, "Great Emperor of Daliang, do you not grasp my meaning? I seek to discuss matters that can only be broached under the cover of night." The weight she placed on the word matters was palpable. Su Ran marveled inwardly at the allure of her softness, yet silently withdrew his arm from her embrace, mentally reciting prayers for composure. Extracting himself was no simple task. The temptation of such a rare beauty was formidable. Nevertheless, he maintained his resolve, stating, "There is no need for that. If there are indeed serious matters to discuss, we can do so during the day or even in the presence of Her Majesty. I am weary and shall retire for the night." With that, he offered a courteous bow and stepped into the embrace of the night. Yunji stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of indignation crossing her features as she spat onto the ground, to be so forward and yet rejected. "Humph, I shall soon make you mine. And I intend to see for myself just how invigorating you truly are with that." She turned and called 2 patrolling soldiers to follow Su Ran, instructing them to escort him back to Chimei Yuzhu. In truth, there was no need for Yunji to summon anyone. The area was heavily guarded, with sentries at every turn. Even without an escort, escape would be impossible. As he traversed the path, Su Ran's gaze flitted about, discreetly surveying his surroundings, finding nary a flaw in the security. To escape, one must first possess some strength and create a bit of chaos. Ideally, one would seize a horse and flee. However, "I cannot ride." Su Ran took a deep breath. Returning to his quarters, he sensed the discontent radiating from Qing Mei and Yuzhu, who chose not to engage with him. In contrast, the loyal dog approached quietly, offering a couple of affectionate nuzzles to his face. Though he had a tent, it was hardly satisfactory, yet Su Ran had long ceased to care about such matters. He settled in and gradually succumbed to sleep. The night passed in tranquility. The following day, as the troops assembled and prepared to advance, Su Ran stood atop the cart, gazing into the distance. He observed a contingent of soldiers separating from the main force of Tianshan, vanishing into the vast wilderness. He recognized the figure leading them as the border general. The slow march from yesterday had been to await him and his men. Su Ran inhaled deeply, seated in the cart, swaying gently as they moved forward. Yuzhu drove the carriage while Qing Mei, still harboring some inexplicable resentment, remained outside, clutching the foolish dog and sitting alongside Yuzhu. Occasionally, peculiar sounds echoed in the air. Has it grown larger? Am I imagining things? Qingmei noticed that the Mongolian wolfhound in her arms seemed slightly bigger than before. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. A wolf dog of such stature, now fully grown, could not possibly have grown overnight. That was simply implausible. However, Su Ran felt a stirring within. Only he understood that this may be attributed to the effects of the innate nurturing elixir. The foolish dog had consumed the elixir and gained enhancement. As the day passed peacefully, Su Ran consumed the third innate nurturing elixir that night, tirelessly cultivating his skills, striving to reach the first level of innate. He felt himself drawing closer to that goal. With a heightened perception, he sensed the emergence of a second stream of spiritual energy within his body. Two forces coiled like twin dragons within him, radiating warmth and coursing through various parts of him, even fortifying his physique to become as resilient as iron. Such an ability was typically reserved for martial artists at the third level or above, who had cultivated true qi. Yet Su Ran had manifested it even before reaching the first level of innate. The threshold of innate lay before him. Though the earthly fist was a rudimentary technique, it was better than having none at all. Notably, that night, the official Yun Ji made a special visit. Standing outside Su Ran's tent to inform him of the Empress's verdict regarding General Wang De, she stated, "His Majesty has imposed a punishment upon General Wang De, stripping him of his position, and has issued a decree to the three armies, ensuring they show you the respect you deserve. You may rest assured. The Emperor of Daliang stands with you." Remaining inside his simple tent, Su Ran replied, "Thank you, Lady Yunji," to which she responded with a light laugh. "I see no gratitude in your words. You didn't even step out to greet me. Do you not wish to see me? Am I not pleasing to the eye?" "Not at all. Lady Yunji is as beautiful as a celestial being. I am merely fatigued and weary. Perhaps a conversation with me might revive your spirits? I possess a technique that requires both a man and a woman to truly invigorate the mind." Su Ran remained silent. When suddenly, that foolish dog approached and barked wildly at Yunji. On one side, Qingmei and Yu Zhu stood with their hands by their sides, afraid to breathe. At that moment, Qingmei was startled and exclaimed, "Come back." Meanwhile, the official Yun Ji merely crouched down gently and stroked the fur of the northern wolfhound, causing the foolish dog to bristle and tuck its tail between its legs. Through the connection with this silly dog, Su Ran gleaned a startling revelation. This Yun Ji was immensely powerful. Her strength far surpassed that of Yu Zhu. Naturally, a confidant of the Empress could not be an ordinary woman. Observing Yun Ji caressing the northern wolfhound, Qingmei trembled slightly, her face betraying a look of fear. Yet, Yun Ji did nothing more than chuckle softly. "Do I seem so terrifying to you? Little Emperor of Daliang, should you wish for my assistance in loosening your muscles and bones, feel free to come anytime. I shall await your arrival." With that, she gracefully glided away, her slender waist swaying elegantly. Only then did Su Ran peek out, casting a glance at Yun Ji's retreating figure, feeling a sense of displeasure. He was merely wary of her formidable power. Should she turn her attention to him, he would have no means of resistance. Otherwise, with such a beautiful woman being so proactive, he was not a saint, and it would be difficult to maintain composure. Yet, he possessed enough rationality to discern priorities and make judgments, managing to control himself. In his heart, Su Ran resolutely thought, "Did you really think I fear you? Once I cultivate to your level, I shall engage in 300 rounds with you, allowing you to witness what a true man is like." Qingmei comforted the foolish dog and cast a glance at Su Ran, warning, "Do not provoke Yunji. Do not say, I did not warn you." Her inner voice was simple, filled with dread. "Yunji is still as fearsome as ever. She has done anything to my dog, has she? How did this foolish emperor manage to offend her? Who cares about this foolish emperor?" Su Ran furrowed his brow. Logically, the influence of imperial power should have dissipated by now. His previous misstep had left him unprepared to reinforce that influence. Could it be that Qingmei truly harbored feelings for him? Su Ran found it hard to believe. Turning to glance at Yu Zhu, he found her casting him a disapproving look. Yu Zhu's mind was rich with thoughts. Why is he looking at me? What is wrong with him? That foolish, incompetent emperor. She remained as unyielding as ever. Su Ran, having confirmed that his only subordinate, the foolish dog, was unharmed, finally felt at ease. He withdrew his head, avoiding the gaze of others, and immersed himself in relentless cultivation day and night. Until the third day, he consumed the fourth innate nurturing pill and, in a tranquil setting, practiced the Earth Reckless Fist, persistently assaulting the threshold of the innate first level. At long last, at a certain moment, he felt a thunderous sensation in his mind. followed by excruciating pain, then an unprecedented clarity. He had finally broken through, reaching the innate first level, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. Chapter 20. The emergence of malevolence at the first level of innate power. One can rival martial artists of the first and second tiers. This marks the initial step on the path of cultivation. Ordinarily, should Su Ran attain the third level of innate power, his prowess would be akin to that of 6th and 7th tier martial artists, positioning him among the pinnacle of warriors on this continent. He would even navigate the ranks of the Tianshan army with ease. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within Su Ran. As the night deepened, he seized the opportunity to assess his current condition. At the innate realm, the first sensation that enveloped him was an extraordinary clarity of the world around him. His 5 senses seemed to have been enhanced. He could perceive details that were previously invisible, hear sounds that had eluded him, and everything surrounding him appeared vividly clear. With every minutiae laid bare, elevating his observational and reflexive capabilities exponentially. Secondly, Su Ran discerned that his skin had become remarkably smoother. Of course, the reincarnated emperor of the Great Liang was already a delicate and fair-skinned youth, and while others may not notice the change, he could certainly perceive the newfound silkiness of his skin, which was as flawless as a woman's, evoking envy. His allure had seen a significant enhancement. However, the improvements did not cease there. Su Ran noted an increase in his body's resilience and impact resistance. He struck the ground with his arm, and astonishingly, he did not even flush. The 4 innate cultivation pills he consumed had been fully assimilated by his body during his breakthrough to the first level, transforming into an integral part of him, allowing his physique to undergo a metamorphosis and genuinely embark on the path of immortality. He need not engage in rigorous physical training. His body's strength and power naturally equated to that of a martial artist. This exemplifies the dimensional disparity between cultivators and martial practitioners. What you strive for over a lifetime is but a trivial beginning for me. Simultaneously, Su Ran sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within him had transitioned from 2 streams to 3, and their previously free-flowing state had undergone a transformation, gradually descending to form a small vortex at the Dantian, perpetually circulating and bestowing upon him an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Vibrant and invigorated, in his 2 lifetimes, Su Ran had never experienced such an optimal state of being. Yet the most pivotal revelation was that upon reaching the first level of innate power, his earthly fist had also ascended to its first realm, with a punch possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds. This was a staggering figure. Even among those rigorously trained on Earth, such force was unattainable. A punch of 1,000 pounds could easily obliterate an ordinary person. And this was the true essence of cultivation. This immense power did not stem from Su Ran himself, but rather from the manipulation of the spiritual energy coursing through his body, channeling the strength of the earth into his strikes. As long as Su Ran possessed sufficient spiritual energy and remained grounded, he could continually unleash this formidable technique. Su Ran took a deep breath, invoking the principles of the earthly reckoning fist. As his feet pressed against the ground, a faint, earthy yellow luminescence materialized upon his arms. Situated within the enemy camp, he refrained from directing his energy towards the earth or surrounding objects, opting instead to unleash it upon the air. With a single punch, the entire tent quivered, nearly causing the entrance flap to be swept aside by the force. This strike possessed not only immense power but also the turbulent might of Su Ran's spiritual energy. Startled, he was relieved to note that it was well past midnight, and although patrols were present outside, nobody seemed to notice the subtle disturbance, leaving him undisturbed. Having offended Qing Mei and Yuzhu in recent days, he found himself with ample opportunity to cultivate his skills. During this endeavor, Su Ran discovered that each use of the earthly reckoning fist required the consumption of an entire strand of his innate spiritual energy, indicating that he could perform the technique a maximum of 3 times in succession. Upon reaching the first stage of innate mastery, the 3 strands of spiritual energy within him began to circulate continuously, regenerating slowly even without his conscious guidance. This surge in strength instilled a sense of confidence in Su Ran. With the first stage of innate mastery already surpassed, how far could he be from the 3rd stage? He still had 5 innate cultivation pills left and needed to devise a method to procure more. That night, Su Ran enjoyed an unusually peaceful sleep. The following day, the army resumed its march, albeit at a sluggish pace. After more than 3 days, they had yet to exit the territory of the Great Liang. This was due to the Empress's return journey, during which she sought to strengthen her control over the Great Liang. resulting in a constant ebb and flow of individuals leaving and joining the ranks. The Empress's strategic prowess was remarkable, as she meticulously executed her plans for asserting dominance over the entire region during their march. Consequently, the army's progress was slow, characterized by frequent stops throughout the day. However, this suited Su Ran perfectly. The slower the pace, the more time he had to prepare. Yet, within this troop, there was a source of vexation for Su Ran. Despite the ongoing animosity with Chi Mei, he had inadvertently gleaned from eavesdropping on her thoughts that she appeared to harbor genuine feelings for him. While he could easily handle the pretentiousness of the female officer Yunji, navigating the complexities of sincere emotions proved to be a challenge. Unsure of how to proceed, Su Ran found himself at a loss. What he remained oblivious to was that, during these 2 days, a cold gaze had been fixated upon him within the ranks of the Tianjin army. It belonged to none other than Wang De. Having been demoted within the military for reasons unknown to him, he later learned that it was due to Su Ran's words spoken in the presence of the Empress, which had gradually festered into resentment in his heart. He hails from humble beginnings, striving tirelessly to attain both martial prowess and a position of authority. His journey to this point has been fraught with challenges, yet it is the words of Su Ran that have utterly disillusioned her imperial majesty, leading to the ruination of his prospects. Wang De, a man of questionable morality to begin with, finds himself unable to suppress the bitterness swelling within him. For days, he has refrained from acting recklessly, yet his gaze remains fixed on Su Ran and his companions as his hatred continues to fester. At this moment, a tall, lean aide at Wang De's side whispered, "General, this cannot continue. The Emperor of Daliang, a fallen monarch and prisoner, audaciously dares to plead his case before our sovereign. If we do not teach him a lesson, he may truly believe himself to be an emperor still." This sentiment resonated deeply with Wang De. Yet he furrowed his brow and shook his head, responding, "What can we do? He is a remnant of Her Majesty's will. And as long as she wishes him alive, we cannot simply dispose of him. Furthermore, if we act and she discovers it, I would be finished. Are you here to assist me or to lead me to ruin?" His aide shook his head in return, saying, "My lord, you may not be aware, but the rest of the army harbors discontent regarding Her Majesty's punishment. Many sympathize with you, having risked our lives for her, only to be penalized for the sake of this Daliang emperor. If we proceed with caution and eliminate him, the hearts of the people will align with us. And what can Her Majesty say? As long as she does not know we are behind it, we will not bear the blame. Moreover, that Daliang emperor is utterly defenseless. With proper planning, his demise would be no more troublesome than slaughtering a dog." Wang De felt a mix of fear and temptation at these words. He studied his aide, narrowing his eyes, and said, "You are even more ruthless than I. I merely seek to vent my frustrations, yet you contemplate murder?" The aide glanced around, leaned closer to Wang De, and coldly chuckled, "Naturally. One must ensure the dog is thoroughly dealt with, let alone a man. This Daliang emperor dares to accuse us and manipulate our sovereign. Our actions are, after all, for the future of Tianjin. What say you, General? I have several reliable individuals at hand. Should you resolve to act, I will." The aide raised his hand, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture as he regarded Wang De. Wang De spurred his horse forward without answering, his gaze shifting towards the carriage where Su Ran resided. A cruel and cold smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the general's decision was on the verge of being made. Chapter 21. Su Ran in action. Name, Su Ran. Identity, the third emperor of Daliang. Yunxia continent. Strength level, innate first stage. Reputation, 3. Imperial fortune, 2. Lottery chances, 0. Description, a rogue emperor who embarks on the path of immortality yet disrespects the sects of the immortals. His foolish governance leads to the downfall of his nation. Skill passive, Emperor's heart, level 1. Skill active, Emperor's might, level 1. Achievements, hidden knife and laughter, level 1. Unfazed in crisis, level 2. Joy with the people, level 1. Last Emperor, level 3. Note: achievements reaching level 3 can unlock corresponding special imperial skills. As night descended, Su Ran crouched within his modest tent, concluding his cultivation. He gazed at the panel before him. His imperial fortune had transformed into 2. A change he had discerned since entering the innate first stage. Yet, to this day, he remained oblivious to its significance. Nevertheless, it must hold some value. Otherwise, why would the Empress, that imperial princess, seek to absorb his luck? This night, he had consumed his 5th innate nurturing pill, leaving only 4 in his possession. His internal spiritual energy had reached 3 paths, nearing the realm of innate's second stage, though that goal still seemed distant. Continuing down this path was untenable. Without the innate nurturing pills, his cultivation speed would plummet. Even if he could not obtain more of the pills, securing something with a similar effect would suffice, even if it were slightly inferior. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ran set forth, determined to seek opportunities for achievement. Since no chances for accomplishment had presented themselves, he would endeavor to create his own. The evening was still relatively early. Yu Zhu and Qing Mei were gathered nearby, warming themselves by the fire, while the soldiers of Tianchun stood in a circle around them. Following Su Ran's previous actions, the soldiers now regarded him with greater courtesy. After a brief reflection, he approached the fire and seated himself between Qing Mei and Yu Zhu. The foolish dog, seizing the moment when the two maidens were distracted, playfully stuck out its tongue at him. Recently, its demeanor towards Su Ran had improved markedly, possibly due to the benefits it had reaped from him, resulting in a fondness for his company. Yu Zhu, possessing formidable martial prowess, suddenly sensed something and turned sharply. The dog, sensing her attention, promptly dove into Qing Mei's embrace, rubbing against her soft form. As a result, Yu Zhu's gaze met Su Ran's, and three thoughts flashed through their minds. What is he here for? Why is he staring at me? This fool. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Ran inquired, "Do you have anything to say to me?" He was intrigued by how Yu Zhu, despite her rapid internal monologue, maintained an outward demeanor of stoic silence. How did she manage to restrain herself? Yu Zhu furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Qing Mei also turned her head, her curiosity piqued, yet still harboring some irritation towards Su Ran. She refrained from questioning him and merely observed. Seeing Yu Zhu silent, Su Ran felt a twinge of awkwardness. He harbored a certain trepidation towards her. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to break the ice, inquiring, "You are also a warrior? What is your realm? The last time I saw General Wang De, he seemed quite fearful of you." Finally, Yu Zhu spoke, her gaze directed at Su Ran, icy and penetrating. "You inquire about my realm. Do you wish to gather intelligence and seek an opportunity to flee?" Taken aback by her serious retort, Su Ran nearly faltered, momentarily believing that his thoughts had been laid bare before her. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. "Isn't everything fine now?" He soon regretted initiating conversation with Yu Zhu. Her celestial beauty belied a disposition ill-suited for pleasant discourse. With a subtle shift, Su Ran redirected his attention to the innocent and pure Mei Qing beside him. "What I meant to say was, you should exercise caution. Wang De does not appear to be a benevolent character. The last time, he merely suffered a setback and sought to strike at me. Now that he has endured a significant defeat, he may take further action." Su Ran issued a solemn warning, hoping to unveil some semblance of strategic insight from her. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive. Upon hearing Su Ran's concern, Mei Qing initially intended to turn away, but his words sparked a flicker of light in her eyes. "It's fine. He wouldn't dare." Yet, recalling their previous quarrel, she quickly averted her gaze, her fingers entwined nervously. I'm not worried about you being afraid." Su Ran pondered her true sentiments. His past interactions with women had been limited. Yunji, the female officer, had been straightforward in her intentions, but Mei Qing's thoughts eluded him. Her deliberate evasion of eye contact obscured her inner feelings further. Meanwhile, Yu Zhu, still tending to the roasted peppers, coldly remarked, "If he dares to retaliate, I shall sever him." Su Ran, having gleaned no insights, decided to rise once more. Approaching the soldiers of Tianjin, offering them water and food in hopes of uncovering some merit for valuing their troops and honoring the worthy. Alas, the soldiers of Tianjin paid him no heed, rejecting his offerings outright. Disheartened, he returned empty-handed. In his mind, he beseeched the system, "Could you at least provide me with a list of achievements? Otherwise, my attempts feel akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." The system's irrelevant response echoed in his ears. "Dear host, given your current circumstances, these individuals are ungrateful. How dare they refuse water from the emperor? The system suggests you draw your sword and slay them all as an example. Success may yield one reputation and one lottery draw." Could such actions truly garner reputation? This task presented itself as an unexpected avenue to acquire a chance at a lottery. Given Su Ran's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to eliminate these celestial soldiers. However, he is acutely aware that if he dares to take a life here, the Empress would not hesitate to execute him. The most critical factor is, Su Ran has never killed anyone. Before his transmigration, he was an ordinary person. Upon arriving in this world, he found himself as a deposed emperor, living in constant trepidation, even with the capability to kill afforded by his innate abilities. His mental fortitude remains insufficient. Meanwhile, Qing Mei quietly observed Su Ran, who stood in the shadows, silent and contemplative. Unable to suppress her concern, she remarked, "What is he doing? He seems rather peculiar today, flitting about aimlessly. Do you think if we ignore him, he might go mad from boredom?" Yu Zhu regarded her expressionlessly and replied, "When have I ever acknowledged him?" At that moment, a sudden inspiration struck Su Ran. He hurried over and seated himself between the two, glancing left and right at the two exquisite beauties beside him. "Do you wish to hear a story? Allow me to regale you with a tale." Since his pursuit of achievements had met with failure, he decided it prudent to first mend the rapport with Qing Mei and Yu Zhu. Su Ran was pragmatic. As someone whose life hung by a thread and who was perpetually contemplating escape, he harbored two primary thoughts. Firstly, to enhance his strength, and secondly, to ameliorate his circumstances. Having previously offended both women, he realized that if the path to gaining achievements and lottery opportunities was closed off, it would be wiser to smooth over relations with them for future endeavors. Recalling the novels he had read about protagonists who traversed to ancient realms to woo women, which often involved spinning captivating tales to win the hearts of maidens, he thought this approach could serve to bridge the gap. Perhaps a poignant love story would prove effective. To his proposal, Yu Zhu remained silent, engrossed in roasting green peppers, deftly maneuvering the bamboo skewers with her fingers. However, Qing Mei quickly turned her head. "Who would want to hear your story?" After a brief silence, Qing Mei glanced back. "Why have you stopped speaking?" Their eyes met, and her inner thoughts surfaced. She was curious about what he intended to share, feeling a flicker of anticipation, though she resolved not to reveal her intrigue. Su Ran opened his mouth. It was not that he did not wish to speak. Rather, he found himself devoid of stories to tell, not to mention intricate tales. Even the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai was but a vague memory. To narrate it verbatim at this moment seemed utterly impossible. Caught in an awkward silence, he overheard Qing Mei's third inner thought. Wouldn't he be trying to toy with us? Would he? Su Ran's lips twitched, realizing he was in a precarious position. After a moment's contemplation, he simply began to recount a strange tale. While he had not read many love stories and could not recall them well, tales of the uncanny were indeed within his purview. Qing Mei would never have anticipated that after such prolonged anticipation, she would be treated to a bizarre story. Halfway through, her complexion paled, and she suddenly stood up, pulling that foolish dog away with her. Surprised, Su Ran turned to Yu Zhu, who remained motionless, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. After a pause, she suddenly asked, "Why have you stopped speaking?" Su Ran sensed that he might have chosen the wrong tale and tentatively inquired, "Shall I continue?" Yu Zhu fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent for a moment before consuming a roasted green pepper that had been cooked for quite some time. Then she turned and walked away. Su Ran stood there, momentarily stunned. It suddenly dawned on him why he had remained single for so long. Perhaps this was the answer. As night deepened, Su Ran's two attempts ended in failure, leaving him to return in disappointment to his solitary tent, where he gradually succumbed to sleep, gathering strength for the morrow. However, at the stroke of midnight, a shadow stealthily approached from the periphery of the camp. Clad in dark attire, the figure blended seamlessly with the surrounding night, moving with remarkable agility as it navigated through the shadows of the tents, evading numerous guards and patrols. This individual appeared well acquainted with the defensive arrangements in the area and possessed commendable martial skills, enabling them to deftly elude the vigilant sentinels. Silently traversing the corners of the Tianshan army camp, advancing with a nimble and concealed presence, the figure went unnoticed by anyone until arriving at Su Ran's tent. The atmosphere around Su Ran was notably desolate, with few people about during the night. The patrolling guards were stationed on the periphery, focused on preventing the escape of the great Liang Emperor and shielding him from external rescue attempts. Inside, particularly at this late hour, many of the guards had also gone on patrol, leaving only Su Ran, Yu Zhu, and Qing Mei to rest in this secluded area. Once the intruder surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that no one was present, they gently lifted the tent flap and slipped inside. At this moment, their footsteps were as light as a cat's, swift and soundless, akin to a specter that vanished in an instant into Su Ran's tent. The night remained still, the tent flap swaying slightly as if stirred by the wind. Yet, on the opposite side of the camp, Yu Zhu, who had been resting against the side of a cart, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 22. This is impossible, someone. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Ran's mind. Although he had succumbed to slumber, it was a light sleep. Or perhaps he had sensed an intruder encroaching upon his space. Upon entering his tent, a surge of instinct awakened him. He lay facing inward, with his back to the entrance drake. The fire outside had long extinguished, and the newcomer treaded with utmost caution, their footsteps barely discernible. Had Su-Ran remained an ordinary person, even in a state of alertness, he would have failed to hear the faint sound of approaching steps. Yet now, having attained the first level of innate strength, his prowess rivaled that of a first to second-tier warrior, and his heightened senses surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. Thus, the intruder's furtive movements in the darkness resonated with exceptional clarity in his perception. Their attempts at concealment were rendered nearly futile. Who could it be? What was their intent? Su-Ran could not ascertain their purpose, but reasoning with himself, the late hour and their proximity to him could not bode well. The thought struck him that they might very well be there to take his life. The mere idea sent a shiver through his heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Having arrived in this world only to find a blade at his throat on the very first day, though he had yet to claim a life. He had brushed against the precipice of death several times, and thus, he possessed a certain degree of calm. He controlled his breathing, awaiting the moment of the intruder's approach. The individual who had entered was indeed there to end Su-Ran's life. He was the vice officer of Wang De, a genuine second-tier warrior, whose capabilities far outstripped those of ordinary soldiers. After conferring with Wang De the previous day, he had resolved to undertake this task personally and discreetly. As men of the military, they were well acquainted with the nuances of patrolling, both overt and covert, and with the vice officer being a second-tier warrior himself, slipping in under the cover of night posed little challenge. After all, the prevailing concern among the ranks was the potential rescue of the fallen Emperor of Daliang by external forces. Few anticipated an assassin would infiltrate their midst. Contemplating this, a glint of cold light flickered in the vice officer's eyes, clothed in dark garb and masked. Wang De's demotion had ignited his ire, and his resentment towards Su-Ran was palpable, for his fate was irrevocably tied to Wang De's. With the downfall of his superior, his own prospects lay in ruins. All thanks to this detestable monarch, this Emperor of Daliang was doomed. What face could a mere deposed king hold while held as a hostage in another's ranks? To dare seek justice and defend them was tantamount to courting death. Though he harbored these fierce thoughts, he was acutely aware that this emperor was but an ordinary man. Yet the vice officer, seasoned in the military and having fought numerous fierce battles alongside Wang De, understood that vigilance must be paramount at such a time. Moreover, even if Su-Ran appeared mediocre, the formidable Yu Zhu outside was a true master, someone even General Wang De could not contend with. He must not alert her, otherwise escape would be impossible. Gradually, he drew closer. His footsteps grew increasingly languid, the sound barely perceptible as a twisted and cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Blood would spill at this very moment. He intended to silently slit the throat of the Emperor of the Great Liang and then retreat with composure. How audacious to dare report to His Majesty, truly believing himself to be the true emperor. That jade bamboo, no matter how formidable, what could it achieve? Was it not merely a naive girl, unaccustomed to the battlefield, who had lowered her guard? The officer exuded confidence. Within the dark confines of the tent, the figure of Su-Ran lay before him, nothing more than a vague silhouette. Yet, as he drew closer, he struck with precision. Years of military experience in killing had imbued him with the skill. A mere outline sufficed. He understood the posture and angle necessary to sever the throat, ensuring the target would die silently in their slumber. The most crucial factor was, this emperor was merely an ordinary man, incapable of evading his strike, especially as he slept like a log. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Officer Wang De's mouth. He held the utmost disdain for the Emperor of the Great Liang, who, even at death's door, remained ensconced in slumber. Let him perish in this grand dream of spring and autumn. He couldn't fathom why Her Majesty the Empress would spare such a useless life, even demoting General Wang De for him. Truly, the officer's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. The strike he deemed nearly certain had met with no tangible resistance. Instead, from the depths of darkness, something began to rise. Was it from the pillow? No, that was not right. The officer suddenly glanced down, only to witness a shadow spring forth from the bedding. It was none other than the Emperor of the Great Liang. The Emperor appeared startled, desperately attempting to flee. He awakened? Discovered me? The officer swiftly composed himself, momentarily shaken, yet his hands did not falter. One hand swiftly covered the Emperor's mouth, while the other turned the dagger once more, unhesitatingly aiming for Su-Ran's throat. The speed was astonishing. The strike of a second-tier martial artist exceeded the limits of an ordinary person. In the darkness, a cold glint of the blade flashed, This emperor, merely an ordinary man, had no chance of escape. As long as he remained silent, the officer could claim victory with a single stroke. The cold light in the officer's eyes was more piercing than the blade's reflection in his hand. He found it somewhat amusing to see that the emperor, in his haste, attempted to push him away. A second-tier martial artist against a powerless, ordinary man. Could he truly push me? The blade surged forward, his movements unwavering. Yet, once again, his strike met only air. A sudden pain struck his chest as he was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Su Ran. In that instant, the officer's expression froze. No. That was not a push, it was a punch. The most crucial aspect was that the punch was swifter than his blade. He had no time to react and was unceremoniously toppled to the ground, experiencing an acute pain in his chest as if he had been struck by a charging bull. Astonishment flickered in the eyes of the deputy. How could this be? The fallen emperor of the Great Liang, what prowess could he possibly possess to overpower me? Outpacing even my own strike. It was inconceivable. He appeared so frantic. Surely, it must have been mere luck, right? Sitting on the ground, the deputy wore a befuddled expression, having just missed the optimal opportunity. The emperor of Great Liang was shouting and rushing forth in a state of utter panic. From this angle, that shove could not have been intentional. Yet, a glimmer of alarm surfaced in his gaze. For he had failed. How could this emperor of Great Liang be so fortunate? What the deputy was unaware of was that Su Ran had indeed acted with intent. He had sensed the arrival of his adversary and had prepared accordingly. Despite being at the first level of innate strength, he was cautious about revealing his capabilities. Moreover, he had no need to expose himself while in this location. Pretending to be in a state of panic, he had discreetly delivered a punch and made his escape. Which was paramount. That punch was a form of earthly brash fist, albeit one infused with a modicum of spiritual energy, possessing merely 500 pounds of force. Su Ran was genuinely concerned that a single blow might send his opponent flying, potentially revealing his martial prowess. If the Empress were to discover his true strength, she would undoubtedly eliminate him to eradicate any future threats. The Empress had retained him precisely because she believed him incapable of martial ability. Yet, this was the Tianjin camp, where an attempt was made on his life in the dead of night, and should his identity be revealed, no one would escape unscathed. A discreet punch followed by a swift retreat was his strategy. The rest was to be left to others. Why rely solely on oneself when assistance could be sought from others? However, Su Ran was also contemplative. This place was guarded by numerous soldiers. And if the enemy had infiltrated so silently, they were likely from the military, perhaps even sent by Wang Di to exact revenge. Alas, he was no longer the powerless king of a fallen nation. A cold smirk played upon Su Ran's lips, yet he feigned a demeanor of panic as he dashed forward. His steps resolute and unrecognizing, shouting as if in sheer terror. Little did he anticipate that there stood another figure outside his tent, one whom Su Ran had completely overlooked. In his earnest act of fleeing, he collided directly into the other person's embrace. Strangely, the impact was not as jarring as expected. It felt almost soft, yielding. A faint, delicate fragrance reminiscent of a young maiden lingered in the air. Ah! Su Ran sensed something amiss and slowly lifted his head, somewhat stiffly. Just as he was gazing, Yuzhu was looking down coldly at himself, her gaze as piercing as a blade. He emerged suddenly, colliding directly into Yuzhu's embrace. Chapter 23. The Dilemma of Yuzhua. Su Ran's smile bore a hint of awkwardness, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had not even noticed when Yuzhu had arrived. However, Yuzhu said nothing. She merely drew her sword and advanced into the tent. In that moment, she struck with remarkable swiftness, her slender figure darting forth like a flash of lightning, only to swiftly retreat as a massive fireball erupted from within the tent. The officer had brought incendiary powder, and witnessing Su Ran slip away right under his nose, he unhesitatingly ignited it. Once his identity was confirmed, death was inevitable. In this act of self-immolation, he ensured his own demise while sparing Wang Di from blame, allowing the general to look after his family. The potency of the gunpowder was astonishing. It ignited with unprecedented speed, engulfing the entire tent in flames within the blink of an eye, rousing much of the camp as numerous individuals rushed over to investigate. Qingmei hurried over, tugging at the barking fool of a dog. Her expression filled with concern as she glanced in that direction. A formidable individual. Did you discern who it was? Yuzhu's gaze fell upon Su Ran. He appeared somewhat disheveled yet unharmed, merely shaking his head at that moment. Nonetheless, a suspicion brewed within him. His eyes swept past the soldiers rushing to extinguish the fire, and he caught sight of Wang Di standing in the corner. The expression on General Wang's face was a curious blend of sorrow and joy, almost devoid of emotion. As he stood there, his gaze shifting like that of a lifeless being. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he retreated into the crowd, vanishing from sight. A sense of certainty washed over Su Ran. It was him. It was indeed his man. Fixating on the direction where Wang De had disappeared, Su Ran's eyes gradually narrowed. It seemed the previous lesson had not sufficed. Perhaps Wang De should be made to vanish forever, denying him any further opportunity to strike. At that moment, the system notification arrived belatedly. Dear host, congratulations, you have achieved the Emperor's accomplishment. A blade hidden behind a smile, level 2, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. Dear host, congratulations, you have achieved the Emperor's accomplishment. Fearless in the face of danger, level 3, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. Yuju's gaze flickered over to Su Ran, her brow furrowed in confusion. Upon the arrival of that individual, she had sensed something amiss and rushed over. By her assessment, the newcomer was at least a second-tier martial artist, which had compelled her to hurry, for with the capabilities of the Emperor of Daliang, he could not possibly be a match. A moment's delay could have resulted in catastrophe. Yet, this Emperor of Daliang emerged unscathed, even coming out on his own. How had he managed that? Just then, Su Ran turned his head and, spotting Yuju, immediately smiled at her, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yuju. Were it not for your timely intervention, I might have met my end. Fortunately, I was unable to sleep and notice someone entering. Otherwise, I would have awaited your rescue in vain. Su Ran was not foolish. He could discern the suspicion in Yuju's gaze. It was evident that she harbored doubts about how he, an individual who had narrowly escaped the clutches of an assassin, a second-tier martial artist, could possibly evade such peril. Yuju's unwavering stare indicated her lingering skepticism, and to her, his explanation appeared somewhat implausible. Meanwhile, the notification from the system continued to resonate in his ears, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Although the assassination attempt had been perilous, it had granted him 2 precious opportunities for a draw. Moreover, his achievement of remaining unperturbed in the face of danger had reached level 3, signifying that he could now unlock an additional skill. Dear esteemed host, congratulations. Your achievement, unperturbed in the face of danger, has reached level 3. You have successfully unlocked the corresponding skill of the last Emperor, Heart Like Still Water, level 1. Heart Like Still Water, level 1. This skill is active. Utilizing it allows one to attain instant tranquility, temporarily clearing all thoughts. Like a calm, ancient well, one remains unperturbed by external influences, maintaining composure even in dire situations. Note, at level 1, this skill can be used 3 times daily. This is an active skill, though not particularly offensive. It serves as an excellent means of regaining composure in critical moments. Having 3 uses per day is certainly advantageous. Qing Mei anxiously observed Su Ran from the side, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Su Ran merely shook his head. The incident had caused quite a stir, drawing many soldiers of Tianshan closer. And even the Empress had dispatched Yunji to investigate. Unfortunately, by the time the fire was extinguished, the assassin's visage had been rendered unrecognizable, and no identifying features remained. Yunji remarked, he came prepared. If successful, he would prevail, but if not, he would perish, carrying no items that could confirm his identity. The Emperor of Daliang, you are indeed a coveted target. Yunji's demeanor today was markedly different, exceedingly serious as she inspected the charred remains, chastising the patrolling soldiers harshly. Turning to Yu Zhu and Qing Mei, she continued, the Empress entrusted you with the protection of the Daliang Emperor. If he were to perish on your watch, what would become of the Empress's prior assurances to safeguard him? Would it not invite ridicule upon Tianshan? Would it not mock our Empress? You are grossly neglecting your duties. Should he die, you shall accompany him to the grave. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her voice chillingly cold, and her gaze sharp as a blade. Both Yu Zhu and Qing Mei appeared genuinely intimidated by her presence, and upon hearing her words, they knelt down, bowing their heads in silence. Yunji, a close confidant of the Empress, possessed considerable strength and influence, embodying authority. With her eyes cast down, she did not permit them to rise, instead turning her focus to Su Ran, who stood nearby, and inquired, Daliang Emperor, who do you believe orchestrated tonight's events? Su Ran had maintained an appropriately fearful demeanor from the outset. Upon hearing Yunji's question, a sense of disbelief surged within him. It is evident to even the most naive that this is the work of someone from the Tianshan army. Why even ask me? Su Ran said, bewildered and terrified. I don't know. Yunji gazed at him and then broke into a gentle smile. just moments ago. Her demeanor had been so grave that it inspired fear. Now, with a sudden smile, the chilling aura that had felt lethal vanished in an instant. She cast a glance at the Tianqian soldiers surrounding them, who were murmuring amongst themselves. Leaning in closely to Su Ran, she whispered softly in his ear. It seems you have an inkling of who it is, but it would be prudent not to voice it publicly. The Emperor does not wish for your demise. Yet within the Tianqian army, there are many who would see you dead. Do you think this person could have so easily infiltrated here? Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. Su Ran understood the implications of her words, even if she had not articulated them. However, as he watched Yunji draw nearer, a thought crossed his mind. Did the Lady Yunji wish to assist him? He could hear her inner thoughts. If you were wise, then acquiesce to me, and I shall help you eliminate your troubles. He had intended to deal with Wang De decisively himself, even contemplating whether to take matters into his own hands. Yet, if he could leverage another's strength, it would be even more advantageous. He was unfamiliar with Wang De, and this entire ordeal had begun with Wang De's intention to humiliate him, now culminating in an attempt on his life. Thus, he had every right to be ruthless. Yunji extended her delicate hand, tracing circles on Su Ran's chest, and with a charming smile suggested, your tin has been lost, and you have suffered a fright. Why not spend the night with me? I possess some methods for inducing sleep that might soothe your troubled mind. In that moment, she even abandoned the formal title of emperor. Su Ran was taken aback internally, thinking how desperate she must be. However, he did not refuse this time, subtly stepping back to evade her wandering fingers, and cupping his hands in gratitude, replied, Thank you kindly. The nearby Qing Mei, having overheard, hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately refrained. A triumphant smile finally graced Yunji's face, as her inner voice echoed, If you continue to reject me, you will have no choice but to yield in the end. I shall test your capabilities. It will serve as a forecast for future endeavors. Su Ran felt a pang of frustration. How insatiable could Yunji be? Yet, he concealed his feelings beneath a composed exterior. He mused, You think that by enticing me, you can possess me? Do you truly believe that my 20 years of celibacy were for naught? Today, I shall show you what it means to be sold while still counting someone else's coins. Thus, a game of wits was poised to unfold. Chapter 24 Candlelit Conversations. At this hour, it was already midnight. However, the commotion caused by Su Ran rendered the night somewhat raucous. The lady official Yunji led the way, with Su Ran following closely behind. Those on either side, whether military officers or ordinary soldiers, greeted her with utmost respect, casting curious and somewhat sympathetic glances at Su Ran. This only reinforced Su Ran's conviction that, even though Yunji exuded an alluring charm, he must not allow her to make any inappropriate advances. Clearly, something was amiss. Yunji, on the other hand, felt a surge of delight. Perhaps she believed that she was on the verge of winning over the Emperor of Daliang. Moreover, she perceived that the Emperor was not as dreadful as rumors suggested. Trailing behind her, he appeared timid, reluctant to raise his gaze, and his expression was somewhat vacant. She mused to herself, could it be that the Emperor of Daliang has never known a woman? If so, I have struck gold. Little did she know that despite Su Ran's bowed head and dazed eyes, he was seizing the opportunity to summon his system while walking, engrossed in his own lottery draw. His eyes were indeed vacant, and he appeared submissive, as if lost in a reverie. This remarkable ability to multitask, engaging in one activity while simultaneously attending to another, had been perfected during his student days in the classroom. Dear host, would you like to draw a lottery? With 2 chances at his disposal, Su Ran promptly utilized them all at once. The system's notifications echoed in his ears, and the animation of unboxing appeared twice on a screen visible only to him. The first item was a ring. Upon catching sight of it, Su Ran's heart raced. The image depicted a small ring, and his initial thought was that it must be a vital artifact for cultivating immortality, a storage ring. Indeed, the system's description soon materialized. Name, storage ring, level, grade 1, affiliation, immortal path, description. This storage ring is a low-level storage artifact, capable of holding items within a cubic meter. Items can be stored or retrieved through mental command. If the ring is damaged, the space within will be destroyed, and the items will disperse into another dimension. Would you like to materialize it? The second item brought even greater joy to Su Ran, for it was yet another book. However, this one was relatively thin and not a manual for cultivation, but rather a recipe for a medicinal pill. Name, Sanyuan Pill, level, grade 0, affiliation, immortal path, description. This is a method for concocting the low-tier Sanyuan Pill. which effectively aids Qi refinement stage cultivators and innate practitioners in their training. It is simple to craft, with relatively low requirements for materials and alchemical furnaces, making it the preferred choice for mass production in cultivation sections. Would you like to load it? Besides the first level, there existed a 0 level. The innate Pei Yuan pill was a grade 1 medicinal aid, while this San Yuan pill was classified as grade 0. Since ancient times, it has been said that teaching a person to fish is superior to merely providing them with fish. To Su Ran, a bottle of primordial nurturing pill pales in comparison to the value of a single pill recipe. This signifies that he has mastered the art of alchemy. Furthermore, even the most rudimentary elixirs in this mundane world could be regarded as celestial pills. Su Ran is acutely aware that if he manages to concoct the San Yuan pill, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of eager buyers. However, as he journeys towards the tent of the Lady Yunji, he is unable to summon his storage ring and must temporarily set this thought aside, instead recording the recipe in his mind. A sudden rush of clarity envelopes him as the details of the San Yuan pill recipe vividly manifest within his consciousness, complete with instructions for crafting a makeshift alchemical furnace. Just as the system had indicated, the requirements for this concoction are relatively modest. Yet, given his current circumstances, creating a furnace and the necessary conditions for alchemy proves to be quite challenging. Su Ran is lost in contemplation. He wonders how Wang De would react if he knew that the very people he sent to assassinate him not only failed, but inadvertently bestowed upon him such great advantages. At that moment, Lady Yunji finally halted her steps, turning to face Su Ran with a radiant smile, announcing, "We have arrived." Though her temporary quarters may not rival those of the Empress, they surely surpass Su Ran's own accommodations. Stealing his resolve, he follows her inside. Lady Yunji dismisses her attendants, and the spacious tent is illuminated solely by a single candle flickering softly in the corner, casting a warm glow that accentuates her rosy cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. With an air of elegance, she gracefully takes a seat on the bed and gestures for Su Ran to join her, saying, "Mr. Su, please sit here." Su Ran remained silent and opted for a chair on the side, stating, "I can rest here. After all, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain their distance." However, "Lady Yunji, did you mean to imply that you are willing to assist me?" Upon hearing this, Lady Yunji paused briefly before bursting into laughter, her smile blooming like a flower. The contrast between her demeanor now and when she had reprimanded Qing Mei and Yu Zhu was stark, as if she were an entirely different person. With genuine curiosity, she regarded Su Ran. "I have heard quite a few outrageous tales about you, but you seem to defy the rumors. It appears that what you shared with the common folk in Daliang's imperial capital holds some truth. Surely, you have had some experience with women, Haven to you? Or perhaps you are uncertain of what to do. I could offer some guidance." As she spoke, she seemed to exude a certain warmth, deliberately loosening her clothing to reveal her smooth, fair shoulder, and she sensually licked her lips as she gracefully approached Su Ran. Observing this scene, Su Ran felt his heart race slightly. However, recalling the expressions of Qing Mei and the soldiers, he resolved not to let his desires cloud his judgment. Engaging with this woman could lead to unforeseen complications. This world is far removed from the one he once knew, rife with demonic arts and sinister sorcery. Who knows if this seemingly eager woman seeks to extract something from him? Moreover, his arrival alongside the esteemed Lady Yunji was not for trivial pursuits, rather. He intended to leverage her assistance to eliminate the vengeful Wang De, thus eradicating future threats to himself. Of course, he sought a means to have Lady Yunji act on his behalf without directly involving himself. This was a familiar ploy to Su Ran. He had often listened to grandiose promises in his previous life. With this thought, Su Ran quickly regained his composure, lowering his gaze. Today, he had but one heartfelt sentiment left to convey to Lady Yunji, which he planned to express at a critical moment. "I do not comprehend your words. Earlier, you mentioned your willingness to assist me. I can surmise who seeks my demise. I stand here as a hostage, having never provoked anyone. And I harbor no desire for imperial power, let alone the restoration of a fallen dynasty. Yet, I do not wish to meet my end. Lady Yunji, should you choose to aid me, I would gladly reciprocate. Though I may be of little significance, I am willing to do what I can. However, should you decline, I hold no resentment. I shall simply exercise greater caution." Su Ran's voice faltered slightly, for Lady Yunji had drawn closer. Despite his lengthy discourse, she had remained silent, approaching with the grace of a cat and unceremoniously settling onto his lap. She shifted atop him, as if sensing something, and a dreamy smile spread across her face. You are not entirely unresponsive. I understand your desire to survive. Wang De may be a mere low-ranking official among common soldiers, yet for me, extinguishing him is as simple as crushing an ant. I can assist you, but you must also aid me in return. Oh, Emperor of DeLiang. I feel quite warm. The fragrant breath of Lady Yunji enveloped him, stirring ripples of emotion within. Su Ran lifted his gaze to meet hers, overhearing her unspoken thoughts. This little fallen emperor is utterly charming. I must exercise some restraint and not drain him entirely. The vitality of this emperor may very well enhance my martial prowess. Hiki, what manner of enchantress is this? The emperor's constitution is remarkably nourishing. It rivals the legendary Tang Sung. Lady Yunji would not bring about his demise, yet this situation was not one to be taken lightly. Su Ran inhaled sharply, realizing her intentions were far from innocent. He must not be ensnared. However, his body seemed to respond uncontrollably. For some inexplicable reason, her proximity felt like a tranquil spring, drawing him in, igniting an instinctive yearning within him, enveloping him in an unbearable heat. Could it be that she has employed some form of enchantment upon me? In that fleeting moment, Lady Yunji's waist twisted like a serpent, her hand reaching toward his vulnerable spot. In an instant, Su Ran's thoughts crystallized, and he quietly invoked a state of tranquility within himself. Suddenly, the heat dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming calm, leaving him devoid of thought as his body obediently relaxed. Then, Lady Yunji's expression shifted to one of surprise. Oh, why have you suddenly ceased to respond? Su Ran smirked coldly. You are incapable. I, on the other hand, am engaging in an extraordinary display of resilience. Chapter 25. Yunji's wrist. The flickering candlelight cast a dreamlike ambience over the scene. The enchanting beauty, with her delicate shoulders partially exposed, perched upon Su Ran, her lithe form leaning intimately close, filling the air with a tantalizing scent of alluring hormones. Yet, Yunji's expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment, even a touch of shock. She had just subtly employed a unique technique from her sect, designed specifically to render men utterly entranced. Coupled with her inherent advantages, she had been brimming with confidence, believing she could easily ensnare the emperor of the Great Liang and indulge throughout the night. However, who could have anticipated that, just moments ago, the emperor had indeed reacted, yet in the blink of an eye, that response had vanished. She could sense nothing now. What was happening? This emperor of the Great Liang possessed such remarkable composure? Su Ran maintained a calm demeanor, internally reflecting on the effectiveness of his skill, heart like still water. While outwardly he questioned, Lady Yunji, what are you attempting to do? I understand your intentions, but surely this is not the appropriate time. We cannot proceed in this manner. Yunji's elegant brows furrowed, her striking visage revealing a determined expression, as though she were undeterred by the challenge. She pressed herself more forcefully against him, her waist twisting like a serpent, attempting to stir Su Ran's desires. Yet, Su Ran activated heart like still water once more. This skill, an active ability, could be employed 3 times a day. Yunji was truly taken aback. The martial arts she practiced were exceedingly unique, enhancing her cultivation through intimate encounters with men. Thus, despite her modest innate talent, she had achieved such a remarkable level at a young age, far surpassing even Yu Zhu. Furthermore, she possessed great advantages in her appearance, having relished her experiences over the years, confident in her methods to handle men. Yet she had never encountered a situation like this before. Seizing upon Yunji's moment of confusion, Su Ran swiftly extended his hand, pushing her aside and slipping from her grasp, stepping to the side with a pained expression. Lady Yunji, someone seeks to take my life. I feel as though I am walking on needles, overwhelmed with fear. Yunji's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. You are frightened? Frightened to the point of losing your composure? I thought you possessed extraordinary composure? Su Ran feigned an appropriately awkward demeanor, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. I hope Lady Yunji can assist me. This was, of course, an act. Yunji stood frozen, her charming appearance almost endearing. After a brief moment, she exhaled, her voice tinged with a sympathetic sigh as she remarked, Alas, you poor fellow, I shall help you regain your composure later. As for Wang De, what is he to me? If he no longer heeds the emperor's words, I shall ensure he vanishes by tomorrow. The first half of her statement maintained its usual tone, even softening somewhat, but the latter half turned sharply assertive, reverting to her public persona, imbued with evident displeasure. She gazed at Su Ran's handsome visage, biting her lip in frustration. How could such a strikingly beautiful emperor of the Great Liang fail? It infuriates me. With Yunji's assurance, Su Ran's heart leapt with hope. Success was within reach. Through Yunji's intervention, he could eliminate Wang De. Wang De harbored a grudge against him and would undoubtedly seek to eradicate him completely, ensuring no future threats remained. Su Ran immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Lady Yunji, I merely wish for a peaceful existence. How about you come by again tomorrow as a token of gratitude for my assistance? Yunji seemed unwilling to part ways just yet, desiring to arrange another meeting. Su Ran responded with a respectful gesture. If Lady Yunji assists me, I shall certainly comply, though I fear my intentions may exceed my capabilities. However, rest assured, I will definitely come tomorrow and cooperate fully. While he spoke thus outwardly, internally Su Ran mused, if I arrive but cannot achieve my aims, it will be regrettable. Tomorrow, I shall again employ my calm demeanor. This enchantress, Yunji, lacked genuine kindness. It would be unwise to divulge too much to her. Su Ran plotted in his mind, confident that with his calm resolve, he had little to fear from a return visit, for the outcome would mirror today's. If he refrained from raising arms, what could Yunji accomplish? No matter her efforts? Yunji studied him, then sighed. You are quite the intriguing individual, far superior to the foolish monarch portrayed in rumors. Alas, how unfortunate. She lamented thrice, ultimately dismissing Su Ran, allowing him to depart. He said nothing further and expressed his thanks repeatedly before leaving. Alone, Yunji remained seated on the bed, watching Su Ran's retreat, licking her lips, her eyes still holding a profound yearning. Su Ran returned alone. The fire at his encampment had extinguished, and without the tent, he could only find rest in the carriage. Qing Mei, anxious at his return, hurried over to inquire, her words betraying her true feelings. How did it go? Did the lady official treat you poorly? Why are you back so soon? Not that I am concerned for you, but if something were to happen, we would have a difficult time explaining ourselves to His Majesty. Su Ran regarded her, and even without the cunning of a monarch, he could discern Qing Mei's thoughts. He simply smiled and replied, what could she do to me? She merely soothed my emotions and assured me that such incidents would not recur, then sent me on my way. Only then did Qing Mei visibly relax, though she seemed to wish to conceal her relief. Quickly adopting a feigned huff, you must not perish. If you do, the Empress will hold us accountable, and we cannot bear that burden. Observing her demeanor, Su Ran felt a twinge of complexity within him. After a moment of silence, he ultimately said nothing, shaking his head and retreating into the carriage to rest. From the following day onward, he no longer encountered Wang De, nor did the soldiers who had accompanied him. Even Qing Mei grew curious and inquired several times about Wang De's whereabouts, as she suspected the assassins that night were likely sent by him. Her heart brimmed with resentment and concern for Wang De. Yet, he simply vanished. Su Ran was acutely aware that it was Yunji's machinations at play. As a confidant of the Empress, she possessed the uncanny ability to render anyone she wished to vanish into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. It was no wonder that people feared her so deeply. She was undeniably ruthless. Su Ran felt a chill of apprehension, fortunate he had not openly defied her. For had he done so, even if she chose not to erase him from existence, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. This incident further solidified Su Ran's realization of the predatory nature of the world he inhabited. The following evening, on the very night of Wang De's disappearance, Su Ran arrived punctually at the tent of the esteemed Yunji. This woman was a formidable ally, and this occasion showcased her prowess. While others trembled in her presence, Su Ran saw an opportunity. He sought to forge a connection with Yunji, ensuring his safety within the ranks of the Tianqin army. However, Yunji was evidently prepared this time, donning a gossamer garment that accentuated her allure, intent on engaging Su Ran in a battle of wits and wills. Regrettably for her, until the last flicker of the candle extinguished, Su Ran remained unfazed, his heart as tranquil as still water, ultimately besting Yunji with ease. Frustrated, she donned her attire and retreated to a corner, casting a piercing gaze at Su Ran, her inner thoughts swirling in a tumult of emotions. How can he be so inept? Such a handsome face wasted. Failure is not an option. I must find a way to make him succeed. The Emperor of Daliang. Once I deliver you to the princess, you shall be mine. Yunji, with her relentless spirit and tenacious personality, was not one to succumb easily to defeat. After 2 consecutive losses to Su Ran, her heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. As the saying goes, the grapes that cannot be reached are the sweetest. Su Ran, upon hearing her inner musings, could only exclaim in disbelief. Even after feigning incompetence, she still pursued him relentlessly. What an insatiable desire for victory she possessed. He could only watch as Yunji rummaged through her belongings, producing a palm-sized alchemical furnace and retrieving 6 dark pills from its vicinity, which she presented to Su Ran as remedies to fortify his vitality. She instructed him to consume one in her presence, twice a day. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. However, these were mere mortal elixirs, having embarked on the path of immortality. Su Ran knew he could easily suppress and refine their effects with his own spiritual energy. Yet, his gaze lingered on Yunji's small furnace, his heart racing with intrigue. Nonetheless, he quickly averted his gaze, complying obediently, only to be dismissed once more by Yunji. Chapter 26. The Innate Duality. You ventured forth for 2 consecutive nights. And yet, has the esteemed Lady Yunji truly not taken any action against you? It was yet another night, by the flickering flames. Qingmei was preparing rice soup for Su Ran, casting a skeptical glance in his direction. Their eyes met, and Qingmei's silent thoughts reverberated in Su Ran's mind. The Emperor of DeLiang appears quite healthy, his complexion radiant. He certainly does not seem to have been drained. What, pray tell, transpired during his time with Yunji? Su Ran could only manage a wry smile. After a pause, he finally uttered a couple of sentences. Yunji merely inquired about my well-being, nothing more. By the way, I have heard that we are nearing the borders of DeLiang. How many days remain until we reach the imperial capital of Tianqin? Witching? Qingmei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Su Ran from top to bottom, as if seeking any signs of exhaustion. Nonchalantly, she responded, it should take at least another 10 days. Tomorrow night, we should arrive at the border town of Shilin, which was once a bustling trade hub between DeLiang and our Tianqin. I have heard that we shall rest there before proceeding, seemingly awaiting a significant figure. 10 days. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. As for Shilin, a significant figure, with the Empress of Tianqin present, who could possibly warrant such attention from her and the entire Tianqin army? Could it be? Tell a story. Su Ran's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he turned to the young lady sitting beside him, Yuzhu. Yuzhu was meticulously roasting green peppers, not glancing back, and those 3 words nearly escaped Su Ran's notice as mere hallucination. Until she reiterated, tell a story, you have yet to finish the last one. Qingmei, however, wore a troubled expression. Perhaps not. Yuzhu, that story is rather frightening. Yuzhu remained silent, turning her head to fix her gaze upon Su Ran. Though she uttered no words, her eyes betrayed her eagerness. It is rather frightening. I am so curious about what happens next. You, the foolish monarch, hurry and finish it. Su Ran, how curious that this young lady possesses such an affinity for ghost stories. A blend of fear and intrigue. He stole a glance at Qingmei. While he could not hear her thoughts, her demeanor suggested that despite her verbal protestations of fright, she showed no inclination to leave. Indeed, the 2 young ladies seated beside him were both sent by the Empress. Yuzhu, without a doubt, was a formidable warrior, at least of the 3rd or 4th rank. A master in her own right. As for Qingmei, though not a martial artist, she was efficient and competent, having previously navigated their interactions with great care. These 2 young women, appearing delicate and enchanting, were far from harmless. That heart-rending tale of love they sought might not align with their true inclinations. Perhaps he had unwittingly struck a chord? If tasked with recounting a poignant love story, Su Ran might falter. Yet, when it comes to eerie and whimsical tales, he was brimming with them, ready to share with effortless ease. Before his journey through time, he harbored a profound fondness for tales of horror and the supernatural. Be they from the rich tapestry of Chinese folklore, the eerie narratives of Japan, or the chilling stories from Korea, he had indulged in countless such stories. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ran accepted the warm rice soup prepared by Qingmei, cleared his throat, and began to narrate with great eloquence. He recounted the tales from his previous storytelling session and seamlessly transitioned to a new beginning. These were horror stories from Earth, steeped in folklore, their absurdity and strangeness difficult to fathom in this isolated ancient world. Both Qingmei and Yuzhu were captivated by his narration. Qingmei, in her excitement, instinctively grasped Su Ran's arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. It wasn't until Su Ran concluded his tale that she realized her actions, her cheeks flushed. Yet her demeanor was no longer that of the irate individual from days prior. Su Ran found this transformation curious. He had not actively sought to mend their relationship, merely engaging in casual conversation, yet Qingmei had gradually shifted from anger to a state of calm. This led Su Ran to a clearer conclusion. Perhaps this girl genuinely harbored feelings for him. As for Yu Zhu, she remained her usual self. Yet she too was enraptured by the horror stories, unconsciously inching closer to Su Ran. When the narrative concluded, she suddenly drew her sword from her waist, startling Su Ran. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Fear not, Qing Mei, for if any malevolent spirits dare to approach, I shall vanquish them with a single stroke." Despite the bravado in her tone, her exaggerated reaction revealed her own fright. Su Ran and Qing Mei could only gaze at her in astonishment, oblivious to her own trepidation. Yu Zhu glanced at Su Ran and added, "I shall also protect you." Su Ran's lips twitched in response. As twilight descended, the group retired for the night. Su Ran returned to his newly constructed, modest tent, yet he did not truly rest. Instead, he diligently continued his training. This night, he prepared to consume the final innate cultivation pill. Within the dim confines of the tent, devoid of candlelight, a profound darkness enveloped him. With a subtle motion of his hand, a small porcelain vial containing the innate cultivation pill appeared in his palm, a testament to the capabilities of his storage ring. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary silver ring adorned his left index finger, its appearance betraying none of its true nature. Furthermore, without the infusion of spiritual energy, even a martial artist examining this storage ring would be unable to discern its peculiarities or uncover its genuine function, allowing Su Ran to wear it without concern. He had securely stored all his essential items within, easily accessible through mere thought. The dagger he had previously drawn but dared not manifest had also been transformed into a tangible form and stored within. In the enveloping darkness, Su Ran consumed the last innate cultivation pill, stowed away the vial, and began to circulate his spiritual energy according to the training method of the Earthroot Fist, striving to assimilate the medicinal potency of the pill. In this process, Su Ran had become quite adept. After ingesting the innate cultivation pill, a refreshing stream of energy swiftly coursed through his body, assisting his cultivation. He synchronized his internal and external breaths, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, advancing his cultivation level. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, beads of cold sweat gradually trickled down from his forehead. Moments later, his body swayed slightly, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson, a flush blooming upon his face. Within the energy reservoir of his dantian, spiritual energy surged like a tide, rapidly expanding from its original quantity to a full 7 streams. Furthermore, his meridians widened and his pores unprecedentedly opened, resulting in a nearly doubled absorption rate of the primordial energy from the cosmos. He had successfully breached the barrier. Su Ran took a deep breath. After several days of relentless cultivation, he had triumphantly advanced from the first level of innate cultivation to the second level. The second level of innate cultivation could rival martial artists of the 3rd to 4th tiers. For an ordinary person to reach the 3rd or 4th tier typically required 7 to 8 years, or even a decade. Those with lesser aptitude might never attain such levels, while the more gifted would need at least 1 or 2 years. Yet, Su Ran, following the path of immortality and aided by the innate cultivation pill, achieved his remarkable progress in less than 7 days, even with the most basic cultivation techniques. Indeed, the path of immortality is incomparable to that of ordinary martial arts. As Su Ran opened his eyes, he felt the exhilarating transformation of his body following his breakthrough to the second level of innate cultivation, his heart racing with excitement. Chapter 27. The Sage's Guidance. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Su Ran peered out from the carriage, his gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged heads of the Tianqian soldiers, eventually landing on the ancient city rising majestically from the earth in the distance. This was Shilin City, the frontier trade hub between Tianqian and the Great Liang. Its towering walls encircled the city, resembling a colossal giant lying in slumber upon the land. However, it no longer belonged to the Great Liang. It had long since become part of Tianqian. Through the murmurs of bystanders, Su Ran, though devoid of personal memories, gleaned an understanding of the situation here. Shilin City was among the first to be captured by the Tianqian army, and upon their arrival, the city lord had willingly opened the gates in surrender. Thus the city had largely escaped the ravages of war. Su Ran squinted slightly and inquired, "Shall we enter the city?" The driver, Yu Zhu, was startled and turned to glance at him. "When did you appear?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, having not realized the oversight. Although he was uncertain of Yu Zhu's true strength, he estimated it to be between the 3rd and 4th tiers. The last time, he had sensed Wang De's approach, yet he had failed to notice Yu Zhu's. Her awareness had always eluded him. But this time, as he emerged from the carriage and drew closer to Yu Zhu, she only then became aware of his presence. Yuzhu looked perplexed. Yet, Su Ran understood the reason behind it. Within him, 7 streams of spiritual energy flowed, imbuing his body with an unprecedented lightness. Should he unleash the earthly fist, the force of a single blow could reach 2,000 pounds, significantly narrowing the gap between his strength and that of Yuzhu. Naturally, she would not detect him. Taking a breath, Su Ran feigned innocence, saying, "I just came out. Did you not see me?" Yuzhu furrowed her brow, her thoughts reflecting. This Emperor of the Great Liang has been acting rather strangely, but what exactly is peculiar about him? Everyone knew Su Ran to be an ordinary individual, just days prior. She had chased him with a sword, making it difficult for her to conceive of his sudden surge in strength, for no martial artist could advance so rapidly. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Ran averted his gaze, contemplating that, given his current prowess, he ought to exercise greater caution. Nevertheless, the fact that his aura could elude Yuzhu filled him with a sense of intrigue, prompting another glance toward the distant Shilin city. If they could stay within the city tonight, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one was aware of his enhanced capabilities, and now, with Yuzhu unable to keep track of him, he could easily seize the chance to slip into the night and escape. After all, Shilin City had once been a borderland between the two nations. Meanwhile, Qi Mei remained blissfully unaware, chiming in with a smile, "Of course. I heard that tonight. Half of our Tianshan army will rest outside the city while the other half, along with the Empress, will enter. We should join them. This time you can finally sleep on a proper bed." Her fondness for Su Ran had diminished her vigilance. Yuzhu, however, wore a face of skepticism. After a brief silence, she turned her head and said, "Do not think you can wander freely in the city. Once we enter, you must remain in the designated area we allow. You cannot go elsewhere." Su Ran merely acknowledged her with a sound and withdrew his head. Yet, within his mind, a flurry of calculations began to unfold. The night offered the perfect opportunity. But what was the purpose of the Tianshan army's arrival here? What significant figure did the Empress wish to meet in this place? The answer to this question would unveil itself in 2 short hours. After marching for 2 hours, the city of Shilin, which had recently come into view, now loomed large before them. Upon reaching the city walls, the army came to a halt, and immediately, Qing Mei anxiously called out to Su Ran. Still perplexed, he soon heard a thunderous cheer emanating from the ranks of the Tianshan army. The voices were harmonious and respectful. "We humbly welcome the immortal." A cacophony of clashing armor resonated, presenting a breathtaking spectacle before Su Ran. Before his very eyes, the formidable and proud soldiers of the Tianshan army, whom he had observed over the past days, knelt down in unison, displaying reverence as if they were honoring a deity. Even Qing Mei and Yuzhu at his side knelt. Observing Su Ran standing in a daze, Qing Mei nervously tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "The immortal is coming. Quickly, kneel." What immortal? Was a celestial descending? Could he possibly seek aid from this divine being? However, given that they were here to find the Empress of Tianshan, it was likely that these cultivators were aligned with her. He could not act recklessly and needed to ascertain their stance and whether they might assist him. At that moment, while Su Ran was preoccupied with his own thoughts, he heard Qing Mei's urgent plea but remained motionless, unwilling to kneel. He desired to be seen. For if he knelt amidst the vast sea of Tianshan soldiers, who would notice him? Just then, at the horizon of the sky, a radiant beam of light descended like a rainbow. A man, appearing to be in his 40s and dressed as a Taoist priest, was performing hand seals and soaring through the air, accompanied by 2 young acolytes, all gracefully gliding above the kneeling soldiers of the Tianshan army, making their way toward the army's rear. This was undoubtedly the immortal that Qing Mei had spoken of. Floating above, his robe billowed, exuding an otherworldly aura. Su Ran, discreetly probing with his own cultivation energy, sensed an unfathomable depth to the immortal's power, beyond his comprehension. In contrast, the 2 acolytes, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, appeared to possess modest abilities merely at the second tier of the innate realm. As the immortal glided past, the soldiers beneath him seemed like mere blades of grass, receiving not even a glance. Yet, the 2 young acolytes behind him wore expressions of pride and superiority. Looking down with disdain at the ordinary kneeling populace, their demeanor more haughty than that of the emperors of mortal dynasties. The distance was too great, rendering Su Ran, the figure standing there, inconspicuous. He contemplated whether to seek the assistance of the celestial being, hesitating to speak up. However, among the 2 young acolytes accompanying the cultivator, one noticed Su Ran and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Who are you? Why do you not kneel?" This inquiry captured the attention of the esteemed cultivator. who responded with a slight exclamation, "I believe I recognize you." Su Ran was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that this cultivator knew him? Although he lacked the memories of the original inhabitant of this world, he quickly deduced that it was entirely plausible. While cultivators occupied a lofty position above mortals, they still relied on the mundane realm to furnish them with resources and spiritual sustenance for their cultivation. They maintained connections with the royal families of various nations. Thus, even if the emperor of the Great Liang was somewhat unscrupulous, he likely had acquaintance with cultivators. Therefore, if he recognized me, perhaps speaking up could yield favorable results. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator had already begun to turn in midair, gliding gracefully towards him. It appeared that he indeed recognized him. Chapter 28. Why are you still alive? Before him stood a middle-aged cultivator, his hands forming intricate seals as he soared through the air, casting glances towards Su Ran. The two young acolytes accompanying him possessed no power of flight. They were encased in his spiritual energy, enabling their ascent into the heavens. However, his approach exerted an even greater pressure on those around them. Su Ran noticed that the heads of the Tianxin people bowed even lower, their faces nearly touching the ground. Some of the more timid ones began to tremble. And even Yuzhu dared not utter a word, remaining still and silent. Yet, the usually timid Shi Mei was anxiously signaling Su Ran with her eyes. However, the first words that escaped the cultivator's lips extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited within Su Ran. "I believe I have seen you before. But who might you be?" Su Ran opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for an answer to this inquiry. It was then that a delicate acolyte by the cultivator's side piped up with a sharp voice. "Master, have you forgotten? This is that foolish Emperor Su Ran of the Daliang. Emperor of Daliang, Emperor of Daliang. Indeed, Chuanlu, how could you refer to a mortal sovereign in such a manner?" The acolyte, named Chuanlu, was chastised by his master, his expression falling as he clearly felt a sense of injustice, though he dared not speak further. Seizing the moment, Su Ran sought to rise above the triviality of the exchange and clasped his hands in salute. "It is quite all right. I am indeed Su Ran, the former emperor of Daliang." Former emperor. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged cultivator paused for a moment, and then, as if recalling something, he chuckled. "Ah yes. Daliang has been consumed by Tianxin. Look at me, coming here without understanding the situation fully. It seems Tianxin has spared your life." With the conversation naturally gravitating toward a pivotal point, Su Ran's heart stirred, and he stepped forward, eager to press on and seek assistance from this imposing figure before him, who commanded the respect of the masses. Now, under the eaves of fate, with his own power lacking, leveraging this connection seemed the wisest course of action. Just as he had previously utilized Yunji to deal with Wang De. Having formulated his plan, the words of persuasion began to rise in his mind. Su Ran intended to remain composed while subtly soliciting the cultivator's aid. However, as he took a step closer, locking eyes with the middle-aged cultivator across the distance, his foot halted abruptly, and the momentary excitement on his face turned to stone. Noticing this, the cultivator raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What troubles you? Your expression seems somewhat off. Are you unwell?" The rise and fall of dynasties is the natural order of history. Do not dwell on it too heavily, lest it affects your health. After all, to live is everything. I perceive that the Empress of Tianxin is a benevolent person. You should be safe in this matter and need not worry. A faint smile began to form on Su Ran's face as he endeavored to regain his composure in the shortest time possible. However, the words he had just prepared to utter became lodged in his throat, never to emerge. He merely bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, master." Seizing the moment, he lowered his head, striving to conceal the fear that flickered within his eyes. For in that fleeting instant when he locked gazes with the master, he unmistakably heard the true thoughts lurking behind the amiable words. "Why are you still alive? Damn it, it's not wise to act in such a public setting. I must find an opportunity to eliminate you." This cultivator harbored intentions to kill him. But why? He clearly did not even remember him. So why would he wish to end the life of the Emperor of Daliang upon realizing he still lived? Su Ran was at a loss. Yet, he was acutely aware that the middle-aged cultivator before him possessed immense, unfathomable strength. The ability to traverse the skies indicated at least a mastery of the 5th level of Qi refinement. This middle-aged practitioner could not only soar through the air, but also carry 2 young disciples with him, undoubtedly placing him above the 5th level. A practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement far surpassed the strongest martial artists of the mortal realm, whose pinnacle was merely the 9th tier. To him, the mightiest of mortals posed no threat whatsoever. This signified that if this cultivator wished to act, no one in the mortal world could stand against him. As a low-level cultivator who had just reached the second level of innate power and lacked practical combat experience, Su Ran was even less capable of opposing him. Whoever he wished to perish would surely meet their end. Su Ran realized that there must be aspects of this situation that he was unaware of, and that the previous life of the Emperor of DeLiang, whom he now inhabited, might have had pertinent knowledge. Perhaps this was the very reason the middle-aged cultivator sought to take his life. Regrettably, he had inherited none of the original owner's memories. Lowering his head, Su Ran activated his skill of Tranquil Mind, desperately concealing his aura as a cultivator. Fortunately, the middle-aged practitioner regarded him as an ordinary person, showing no inclination to test his strength. Instead, he merely smiled and remarked, "Very well, take care of yourself. I have matters to attend to and shall not engage in further conversation." His words, accompanied by a smiling gaze, appeared amiable, yet none could fathom that beneath this facade he harbored thoughts of slaughtering Su Ran. This was the essence of a dagger concealed beneath a smile. It was laughable that he had initially believed the middle-aged cultivator to be cordial, and that he could negotiate a way out of his predicament with his assistance. Thankfully, he had refrained from expressing those thoughts. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently sealed his own fate, perhaps not even understanding how he perished in the end. Navigating this world truly required one to tread carefully, for a single misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. Fortuitously, he possessed a system that allowed him to hear the innermost thoughts, otherwise. Meanwhile, having concluded his words, the middle-aged cultivator began to weave his spells. Accompanied by the two young disciples, making his way towards the Tianqian army to seek the Tianqian Empress, it seemed he had matters to discuss with her. Su Ran quietly lifted his gaze, striving to glean the third thought of this middle-aged Taoist. What a nuisance. Tonight, I shall seize an opportunity to discern his whereabouts and eliminate him quietly. This inner monologue caused a sudden heaviness within Su Ran's heart. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged cultivator rose into the air amidst the reverent prostration of the multitude, accompanied by two young acolytes as they advanced forward. The cultivator's visage exuded kindness. Appearing as an amiable individual, he continued onward without a glance back, seemingly having cast Su Ran aside, utterly oblivious to the murderous intent that lurked within him. However, the acolyte named Chun Lu discreetly turned his head to cast a glance in this direction. His gaze is frigid as though it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. That single glance sent a shiver down Su Ran's spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat and trembling in fear. Chapter 29. An overnight stay at Shilin City. The middle-aged cultivator, accompanied by two young disciples, vanished into the distance. Meeting the Celestial Empress beneath the walls of Shilin City, the soldiers and attendants, having received their orders, rose in unison, casting respectful glances towards the direction in which the immortal had departed. Nearby, several individuals discreetly observed Su Ran, who had just conversed with the celestial being, their eyes reflecting an indescribable mix of emotions. Even Yu Zhu's gaze held a peculiar quality. Meanwhile, Qing Mei was visibly anxious, her eyes darting nervously as she spoke to Su Ran, her face etched with concern. "Why do you look so pale? Are you all right? Why won't you listen? Even if you've met that immortal, they've long forgotten you. If you were to provoke them, you wouldn't even know how you perished." Oh dear. At that moment, she seemed to have forgotten her prior irritation with Su Ran, consumed instead by worry, her words flowing incessantly. Su Ran, regaining his composure, reflected on the fleeting moment of fear he had just experienced. Yet, having journeyed through numerous trials, he quickly regained his equanimity, though confusion lingered within him. He pondered why the other party would wish to end his life, especially when they could scarcely recall who he was. Recognizing him only to seek his demise raised unsettling questions about the actions of his body's former owner that could have offended even the most ordinary of cultivators, beings of formidable stature in the realm of mortals. Nevertheless, Su Ran harbored no regrets about revealing himself earlier. Had he chosen to remain hidden and later been discovered, he would have been oblivious to the imminent danger, which would have proved far more perilous. Faced with a cultivator of at least the 5th stage of qi refinement, an unprepared and unsuspecting Su Ran would surely meet his end, a fate even more certain than that decreed by the Empress herself. He thought to himself. Fortunate indeed was his decision to emerge, for otherwise he might have perished without understanding the cause. Yet, a resolute determination welled up within him. He must seize the opportunity to flee Shilin City, particularly tonight. Otherwise, with the strength of that middle-aged cultivator, should he linger, not only would he lack the means to defend himself, but even if the Empress wished for his survival, he would find no refuge. Turning his gaze towards Qing Mei, He considered the potential consequences of the cultivator's wrath. If he were to struggle and raise an alarm, it could provoke the annihilation of those nearby. Could Qingmei and Yuzhu survive such a fate? He must leave swiftly. Otherwise, Qingmei could be ensnared in the chaos. While Yuzhu's fate mattered little to him, he recognized Qingmei's genuine concern for his well-being and wished to shield her from harm. In response to Qingmei's anxious inquiries, Su Ran merely shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. I am fine. Look at you, so frightened. Are you no longer angry with me? Qingmei paused, as if recalling something, and huffed. You, my dear, are exceedingly disobedient. I ought to petition Her Majesty the Empress to restrict your movements, binding you securely, allowing me to merely feed you each day. Su Ran was taken aback by her words, while Yuzhu, standing nearby, chimed in. Indeed, that would be fitting. In the mortal realm, the status of cultivators was exceedingly high. The appearance of this middle-aged cultivator not only garnered reverence from the ranks of the Tianqian army, but according to circulating rumors, the Empress herself had personally come forth to greet him with utmost courtesy and respect. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran scanned the crowd for whispered thoughts, hoping to discern the purpose behind the middle-aged cultivator's audience with the Tianqian Empress. Unfortunately, those spreading the rumors were of lowly status and possessed little knowledge of crucial matters. However, Su Ran inadvertently overheard even more astonishing gossip. Several maidservants were indignant, claiming that the middle-aged cultivator was a lascivious old man who had audaciously touched the Empress's thigh. The normally formidable Empress, before this cultivator, dared not voice her discontent and was compelled to endure in silence. Though the celestial visitor was met with the populace kneeling in submission, humanity is inherently complex. Outwardly, they may appear fearful and reverent. Yet their true sentiments can be quite contrary. This moment encapsulated that reality, as many secretly harbored disdain for the middle-aged cultivator. Su Ran understood that this was a consequence of class disparity. Nevertheless, he gleaned some useful information, such as the fact that the Empress had invited the middle-aged cultivator to enter Shilin City with her, intending to share an evening feast featuring the city's local delicacies. This indicated that regardless of the middle-aged cultivator's intentions, he would likely refrain from acting against Su Ran until after the banquet. Thus, Su Ran resolved to escape before the evening concluded. Before long, the Tianqian army resumed its movements, half accompanied the Empress into Shilin City, while the remainder camped outside its gates. Su Ran's carriage followed suit. However, the Empress chose to accompany the middle-aged cultivator alone, showing no inclination for Su Ran, the deposed emperor, to join them. Instead, he was directed to stay at a northern inn in Shilin City, under the watchful eyes of Qingmei and Yuzhu. Su Ran sought an opportunity to venture out, but was halted by Qingmei. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "The celestial being is in the city, and your majesty must keep him company. Most shops in Shilin City have closed. There is little for you to see outside. You've traveled extensively, enduring hardships. Now that you have the chance to rest in an inn, allow me to prepare some warm water for your bath to ease your fatigue." Yuzhu leaned against the doorframe, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Ran, sensing something amiss about him, though she could not pinpoint the cause. Throughout the day, her gaze had repeatedly turned towards him. Resigned, Su Ran acquiesced for the moment, yet he did not forget his loyal subordinate. Dispatching the North Desert Wolfhound into Shilin City to gather intelligence and plan an escape route. However, the circumstances appeared rather bleak. As Qingmei remarked, the city of Shilin is currently under a state of martial law, with normal activities restricted only to the places visited by the Empress and the middle-aged cultivator. The ordinary citizens have long been driven away, leaving only merchants to cater to these prominent figures. Beyond this, the vast expanse of Shilin is heavily fortified, with soldiers of the Tianqian army patrolling relentlessly, creating an atmosphere of stringent vigilance that causes Su Ran to furrow his brow. In such circumstances, how could one escape amidst the chaos? Yet he quietly noted the location of an apothecary near his inn. Su Ran hastily took a hot shower, and soon after, dinner was delivered, a meal that finally resembled something substantial. Having satiated his hunger, he noticed the sky had darkened. Shilin City did not exhibit the rumored splendor in the night. Aside from the city center, darkness and silence enveloped the rest. Su Ran peered from the inner room to inquire about the movements of the Empress and the middle-aged cultivator. Qingmei, trusting him, replied with a smile, "The banquet should still be ongoing. You are also an emperor. That cultivator recognizes you. You must understand that these cultivators and their affiliated sects are not to be trifled with, and your majesty must handle them with care." However, it should be nearing its conclusion. Yuzhu, standing nearby, expressed her discontent with a cold voice, What is so impressive about them? If our majesty could cultivate like them, even that so-called immortal sect would be leveled by Tianqin. Qingmei, startled by Yuju's audacious words, quickly hushed her, cautioning, Yuju, such remarks should not be made lightly. If the immortals were to hear you, not even 10 lives would suffice for our demise. Yuju, upon hearing this, still wore a displeased expression but refrained from further comment. Clearly intimidated, Su Ran chose not to engage in the exchange between Qingmei and Yuju. Having obtained the information he sought, he retreated to his inner chamber, his gaze heavy. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. He understood that regardless of the opportunities that may arise, he must initiate action, otherwise, time would slip away irretrievably. The choices he made next would directly determine his fate. Chapter 30. The path of escape. The night was shrouded in darkness, as ominous clouds drifted from an unknown distance, obscuring the stars and moon above Shilin City. The sounds from the outer room gradually faded, as if the green plums and jade bamboos had succumbed to slumber. The streets outside grew even quieter. Gazing into the distance from the inn, only the central area of Shilin City remained ablaze with light. It seemed the banquet of the night had yet to conclude. For Su Ran, this presented an opportunity. Most of the prominent figures were preoccupied with ensuring the middle-aged cultivator's enjoyment, and although the city guards were formidable, a sliver of chance still existed. Su Ran quietly opened the window. He resided on the 3rd floor of the inn. If he were truly devoid of martial prowess, it would have been impossible for him to escape through such a height. However, he was no longer the same, now a practitioner of the 2nd layer of innate strength. His capabilities were comparable to those of 3rd or even 4th-tier warriors. This modest elevation posed no challenge for him. Having been confined in the inn during the day, he had meticulously planned his escape, and now he descended smoothly from the 3rd floor, albeit with a slight lack of coordination. Though Su Ran had attained the 2nd layer of innate strength, he had seldom utilized his abilities, as he sought to conceal his true power. Thus, making a silent descent from the 3rd floor to the ground was a novel experience for him. Upon landing, he instinctively checked his legs. Had this been Earth, he would have surely broken them. Fortunately, he managed to make no noise. He had observed the area thoroughly. The window of his room faced the inn's back alley, and the patrols of the Tianqin soldiers passed by only every 15 minutes. He had noted that the previous patrol had already departed, allowing him ample time. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran's heart raced with both anticipation and anxiety. If he could escape, it would be as if the vast ocean was open for fish to leap and the skies were free for birds to soar. In such an ancient society, finding someone was no simple task. Yet, if he failed to escape and his actions were discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. He feared not only the wrath of the middle-aged cultivator, but also the ruthless Tianqin empress, who would undoubtedly punish him for his intentions and secrets. Nevertheless, remaining here to await death was far more perilous. To be fully aware that the middle-aged cultivator intended to kill him and remain motionless would be sheer folly. With one last glance at the inn behind him, the fleeting image of the green plum flashed in his mind. He inhaled deeply and stepped into the shadows. From his vantage point on the 3rd floor, he could only discern the outlines of the nearby alleys, but his pace remained swift and unwavering, as if he were intimately familiar with his surroundings. This was due to his earlier reconnaissance, aided by the footsteps of that foolish subordinate. In the dark corner beside him, another stealthy figure accompanied him, the northern wolfhound. It was merely a dog, easily overlooked, capable of stealthily slipping away. Su Ran intended to depart, naturally taking along his sole subordinate. Previously, this dog had received Su Ran's innate cultivation elixir, seemingly gaining immense benefits from it, and now exhibited unwavering loyalty, eager to remain by Su Ran's side. However, what left Su Ran somewhat speechless was the stark contrast between the dog's fierce appearance, its fearsome name, and its rather sneaky demeanor when in motion. At that moment, trailing closely behind Su Ran, the dog was even more cautious than him, attempting to conceal its entire form within the shadows, advancing with the stealth of a cat. If one did not observe closely, they would hardly notice the presence of this companion. Most crucially, this creature was hiding behind Su Ran. Su Ran inwardly scoffed, distinctly sensing that after consuming the innate cultivation elixir, this foolish dog had not only grown in size and agility but also appeared to possess a sharper, more cunning intellect than before. At this point, Su Ran had swiftly turned off a couple of side streets, evading 2 pairs of patrolling Heavenly Dawn soldiers. Yet he paused at the back entrance of an apothecary. This was the first stop after leaving the inn. Beyond this apothecary lay a crossroads where several patrols of Heavenly Dawn soldiers would intersect. Every half hour, a gap would emerge, lasting approximately 3 to 5 minutes without any presence. By the clock, it was not yet time. Su Ran's plan was to take advantage of this moment to slip into the apothecary, searching for the materials to concoct the dispersing elixir while simultaneously hiding and waiting. At the same time, he intended to release the foolish dog to monitor the situation at the crossroads, ready to notify him through mental communication the instant the opportunity arose. With that, Su Ran gently set forth, entering the premises. Being at the second level of innate cultivation, he moved with such grace that he hardly made a sound, effortlessly slipping into the apothecary. In the stillness of the night, the shop was deserted. The proprietor did not reside there, leaving only a single assistant fast asleep in the back room, snoring thunderously. This assistant, being an ordinary person, remained oblivious to Su Ran's entrance, and thus could not possibly react. Su Ran sidestepped him, prowling through the apothecary's shelves. He had thoroughly memorized the materials and methods required for the dispersing elixir over the past few days, making the search relatively straightforward. Upon locating the ingredients, he swiftly stored them in his spatial pouch. In the path of cultivating immortality, the presence of elixirs significantly alters the experience. With their aid, one achieves twice the result with half the effort. Although the dispersing elixir may be a rank 0 potion, it is nonetheless an essential component of the cultivation journey, and Su Ran could not afford to overlook it. Furthermore, due to the lower rank of the dispersing elixir, its effects were far inferior to those of the innate cultivation elixir, making its concoction quite simple. The required materials were all commonplace, easily found within an ordinary apothecary in this mortal realm. Su Ran gathered the medicinal herbs he required, then gently placed a jade pendant by his side before quietly retreating, making no sound to disturb the slumbering companions within. At that moment, a thought struck him. It was the foolish dog ahead that had signaled the arrival of the window of opportunity. At the crossroads ahead, the last 2 patrols of the Tianshan army soldiers passed each other in a fleeting manner, and at that instant, there was not a single sentinel in that direction. Such an opportunity could only last a few minutes, and Su Ran understood the rarity of this chance. Thus, he swiftly advanced to the crossroads, observed his surroundings, and, alongside the dutifully hiding foolish dog, crossed over to the other side, entering the narrow alleys of the city, weaving between the towering walls. Just before entering the alley, he cast a glance towards the direction of Shilin City. The lights there still illuminated half of the sky. Although his view was not as clear as from the 3rd floor of the inn, he could still discern the scene. The banquet had yet to conclude. He could not fathom what the Empress and the middle-aged cultivator found to discuss. Yet, this was fortuitous. Fate was on his side. Moreover, it appeared that all was calm at his inn. Qing Mei and Yugua had indeed fallen asleep, unaware of his absence. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran hastened forward. He must leave this place before darkness fell. As long as he could escape the confines of Shilin City and evade the grasp of the Tianshan army, he could find a place to conceal himself for a time, awaiting the completion of his cultivation before plotting his next move. After several twists and turns, Su Ran had traversed a considerable distance, evading one patrol after another. However, at a certain moment, his steps abruptly halted. A sudden tightness gripped his heart. Someone was following him from behind. Chapter 31. Who are you? At that moment, Su Ran's breath faltered slightly. Who could it be? He feigned ignorance, pressing forward and hastening his pace into the labyrinth and alleys ahead, hoping to exploit the intricate terrain to evade his pursuer. His mind raced with thoughts. Fleeing was his intention, for a confrontation could stir up chaos, rendering his escape impossible, if he could just shake off his follower. However, Su Ran quickly realized that as he quickened his steps, so did the figure behind him, maintaining a consistent distance, pursuing him at a measured pace. Suddenly, he came to a halt. It dawned on him that he could not shake off his pursuer. Given this realization, he must address the predicament at hand. Otherwise, should he reach the city gates, his adversary could strike, potentially aided by the nearby Tianshan soldiers, sealing his fate. Currently, he found himself in the heart of the intricate alleys of Shilin City, surrounded by towering walls, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any patrolling Tianshan troops. It was indeed an opportune location. Since he could not escape, he had to find a way to resolve the issue discreetly. With his gaze lowered and trepidation gnawing at him, he steeled himself for a confrontation. Yet, having rarely engaged in fights throughout his life, let alone a life-and-death struggle, he realized that the very fact his pursuer had managed to track him so closely indicated that their strength was at least comparable to his own. Taking the initiative, Su Ran altered his voice, speaking softly. May I ask who you are? Is there any particular interest in following me? No sooner had his words fallen than a sharp, mocking voice followed from behind. Indeed, there is. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would find it hard to believe that the incompetent and feeble emperor of Daliang, known for his ineptitude, is also a martial artist. What rank do you hold? Third? Fourth? Truly remarkable. I imagine your maidens and that lady emperor of Tianshan are all dancing to your tune? At the sound of that voice, Su Ran's heart sank. He recognized it all too well. It belonged to the insolent young disciple who had trailed behind the middle-aged cultivator. Could it be him? Had his master arrived? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the foolish dog at his side froze in place, its fur bristling, revealing a fierce and terrified expression. In the dim alley, Su Ran took a deep breath and slowly turned around, striving to regain his composure. He quickly reached a clear conclusion. His master was likely not present. In the distant sky, the reflections of lights were still visible. Yet, at the end of his sight, at the shadowy edge of the alley, stood only a solitary figure. Given his master's prowess and the sentiments he had sensed when encountering this individual earlier, the other party would never engage in idle chatter. Had that individual arrived, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate by now. Therefore, there remains a glimmer of hope. Su Ran's eyes narrowed instantly as he uttered, "So it is you." The boy stood shrouded in shadows, his countenance exuding a chilling malevolence that instilled an unnerving sense of oppression. Without a discernible motion, he glided several meters forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "You seem surprisingly unperturbed. Do you believe that my master's absence renders you fearless? Huh? Are you truly unaware of the vast chasm that separates a martial artist from one of our kind? Even if our strengths were to align, should I desire your demise, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of my wrist." Su Ran remained silent, taking a half-step back. "I fail to comprehend. I am but an ordinary mortal. Even the emperor I once was is now a mere echo of the past. Reduced to a powerless, exiled sovereign, a hostage here, what tempest could I possibly stir? Why?" The boy merely scoffed, a disdainful retort escaping his lips. "If I wish to kill you, it is simply your fate. Do I need to elucidate further?" This frigid response ignited a surge of indignation within Su Ran. What manner of reply is this? Yet, he had achieved his intent, though the boy offered no verbal answer. Su Ran discerned the true implication in his eyes. "You have committed such acts. Is it not inevitable that you shall perish? What deeds have been committed?" A flicker of alarm coursed through Su Ran's heart. Was it the transgressions of the original owner of this body that haunted him? However, he had no time for contemplation, for the boy was already in motion. Su Ran barely witnessed the boy's actions before he raised a hand, his loose sleeve stirring a tempest. The wind held forth, akin to a gale of 8 on the Beaufort scale, its force escalating to a terrifying degree, sweeping the ground and sending debris flying. Su Ran's body trembled violently. This wind was peculiar, affecting only him in that moment, leaving the surrounding structures untouched. From the boy's eyes, Su Ran perceived the nature of this spell. Humph. Even if you are a 3rd or 4th tier martial artist, before my wind manipulation technique, you shall be cast away, disoriented, unable to recognize friend from foe. I shall then conjure a fire talisman to reduce you, the foolish emperor, to cinders." The boy exuded confidence as he unleashed his attack, barely sparing a glance. Deftly retrieving a talisman from his voluminous sleeves, forming incantations with his hands to launch the fire talisman. Indeed, as he had proclaimed, even when the prowess of cultivators and martial artists appeared comparable, the latter was no match for the former, akin to wielding cold steel against the might of firearms. This boy's arrogance stemmed from such a miscalculation. Yet, regrettably for him, he had misjudged Su Ran's capabilities. Su Ran was no mere martial artist. He was a cultivator. Though only a novice, his level of strength was comparable to that of the boy. At the moment the young Taoist made his move, Su Ran channeled his spiritual energy. Although he failed to evade the strike due to his lack of experience, he did not succumb to the fate the Taoist had anticipated, being sent flying. Such a concentrated gale could indeed overpower even martial artists of the 3rd or 4th rank, sending them sprawling to the ground, only to rise again and face the flames of a talisman. However, Su Ran was different. With his spiritual essence surging within him, he swiftly unleashed the earth-reckoning fist. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, the immense force surged from the earth into his being. In an instant, he felt as if he had taken root, becoming one with the very land beneath him. This mere gust of wind, capable of unsettling an ordinary person, could not disturb the earth itself. Not only did Su Ran remain steadfast, but he also boldly advanced against the wind. As the young Taoist withdrew a fire talisman, preparing to unleash it, he was incredulously astonished to see Su Ran, who should have been cast aside by his blow, charging towards him with great strides. On the verge of reaching him, the arrogance and confidence that once adorned the Taoist's face diminished significantly, and he blurted out, "What in the world are you?" Chapter 32. The power of earthly fist. In the desolate alley of Shilin City, a tempest raged fiercely. Su Ran advanced boldly against the wind, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. The young Taoist across from him displayed a look of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the unforeseen turn of events, and exclaimed in disbelief. In an instant, Su Ran's bloodline awakened, and he retorted with fervor, "What are you? I am your father." His words were scathing, yet his fist surged forward with lethal intent. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, filling his fist as he channeled his technique. Su Ran felt an inexhaustible force from the earth flow into his body, coalescing at the tip of his fist. This was the only technique he possessed, yet as a practitioner at the second level of the innate realm, he understood its potency. His earthly fist, without accounting for the auxiliary destructive force of spiritual energy, boasted a strength of 2,000 pounds. Such force could easily obliterate a fellow practitioner at the same level. Regrettably, before he could fully unleash his technique, it dissipated abruptly. The young Taoist, despite his shock, did not falter. As Su Ran charged forward, he swiftly hurled a fire talisman. The talisman ignited in the wind, forming a palm-sized fireball. Imbued with spiritual energy, a spell of flame that, if it struck, would engulf its target in flames, impossible to extinguish, resulting in a fiery demise. Both Su Ran and the Taoist were practitioners of the second level of the innate realm, the foundation of the cultivation path. Neither could withstand a spell unscathed. Thus, Su Ran instinctively withdrew, darting to the side as the fireball shot past him like a cannonball, creating an exaggerated crater upon impact. He thought to himself, had the Taoist unleashed the full power of the fire talisman, it would have been catastrophic. The Taoist, retreating in haste, regarded Su Ran with a fading arrogance, incredulously stating, "This is impossible. You are not a fourth-tier warrior. A fourth-tier warrior could never withstand my windstorm technique. Are you fifth-tier or sixth-tier? It cannot be. You, the so-called Emperor of Dalian, cannot be a fifth-tier warrior. If you were, how could you have been captured by the Empress of Tianqin? Who are you? What abilities do you possess?" "Guess," Su Ran replied with a cold smirk, his movements relentless. Having finally cornered his opponent, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. By channeling his earthly fist technique, he drew strength from the earth beneath him, his body becoming as weighty as a mountain, his punch carrying a force of 1,000 pounds. At that moment, Su Ran advanced with a heavy step, twisting his body to deliver a punch. To the Taoist, it appeared as if a mountain was hurtling towards him. In this proximity, he felt an unimaginable pressure emanating from the man he had previously dismissed, the foolish emperor of the mortal realm, and a terrifying sense of impending doom that made him tremble. It is inconceivable. He retreated swiftly, his mind swirling with disbelief. His master had summoned him, anticipating that this emperor of the Great Liang would be utterly incompetent, necessitating no personal intervention. One mere apprentice would suffice. Yet, how could this be? This emperor of the Great Liang not only managed to withstand his Gale technique, but was also capable of countering, inflicting upon him an overwhelming sense of pressure. The current situation starkly contrasted with the apprentice's earlier imaginings of toying with and slaying this emperor. However, his astonishment swiftly transformed into fury, and with a piercing voice he exclaimed, "You foolish mortal, what does it matter if you are a fifth-tier warrior?" Suddenly, a frenzied howl erupted from the darkness. The northern wolfhound, concealed in a corner, was roused and lunged at the apprentice with a ferocious bark, aiming to savage the apprentice's leg. The apprentice chuckled derisively, declaring, "A foolish dog, what can you possibly do to me?" With that, he raised his leg abruptly, and without a discernible motion. A faint golden light enveloped it before he delivered a powerful kick. This was evidently a form of magic, ferocious in its might, under normal circumstances. Such a blow would send even the most vicious of dogs flying, leaving it half dead, its innards obliterated. The apprentice held this belief firmly. However, Su Ran, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of alarm. Be careful. He feared that the dog might be killed outright by this apprentice's kick. Although the northern wolfhound was inherently timid, it was also fiercely loyal, being his first subordinate, and Su Ran could not bear to watch it perish. Yet, when the kick was unleashed, The foolish dog could not evade it, but contrary to both Su Ran and the apprentice's expectations, it did not get sent flying or suffer a fatal blow. Its body merely trembled, and with a gaping maw, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the apprentice's thigh. Indeed, this foolish dog had consumed a primordial nurturing pill. Refining its physique, while it may not be a celestial hound, it had certainly evolved into a spirit dog. What would have been a devastating blow to an ordinary dog had little effect on it. The apprentice could never have fathomed that not only was Su Ran a cultivator, but even the dog was extraordinary. The apprentice let out a chilling scream, his previously rapid movements thrown into disarray, his retreat suddenly faltering. And even the fire talisman in his hand slowed momentarily. Su Ran could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. He steadied his mind, quelling the discomfort and unease that surged within him at the thought of taking a life, and stepped forward with resolve, unleashing a thunderous strike with his Earth Maelstrom fist. In that fleeting moment, the expression on the young Taoist's face contorted in utter disbelief, as if he had been struck by a towering mountain. The unimaginable force of that single blow collided with his body, and more terrifying was the murky spiritual energy that surged forth, rampaging within him like a wild buffalo, ruthlessly ravaging his meridians. Instantly, his chest caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward, the fire talisman before him swiftly extinguishing, losing all semblance of threat. Su Ran stood in place, taken aback. Was this earth-shattering fist truly so formidable? Then, with a resounding thud, the young Taoist collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his body convulsing violently. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Su Ran, trembling as he managed to utter, This is impossible. You are also a cultivator. It cannot be. You are the emperor of the mortal realm, and that dog. It possesses spiritual energy too. Who are you? Cough, cough, cough. The young Taoist had completely shed his earlier arrogance, his face now a canvas of anguish and despair, overwhelmed by disbelief. He could not fathom that he would meet his demise here, at the hands of this seemingly inept and foolish monarch, and even more absurdly, with the assistance of a mere dog. This was nothing short of preposterous. Yet, the outcome had been irrevocably sealed. Chapter 33. Failure and Harvest. The young Taoist fell to the ground, his robes soaked in blood, his chest caved in, and his pallid face spewing blood, presenting a most terrifying sight. Yet, curiously, Su Ran felt almost no emotion in response. Perhaps it was due to the myriad experiences he had encountered since his arrival in this world, or perhaps the tranquility of his heart was still in effect. He did not experience the anticipated complex emotions. It was akin to crushing an ant underfoot. He was merely astonished by the potency of the earth-shattering fist. His first instinct was to check on the condition of his sole subordinate. The foolish dog, having just executed a strike, lay on the ground, appearing somewhat listless. It bore no visible wounds, evidently shaken internally by that kick. However, the injury did not seem particularly grave, as it extended its tongue to lick Su Ran, a goofy, anthropomorphized smile spreading across its canine face. Only then did Su Ran feel a slight sense of relief. No longer regretting his earlier decision to provide the foolish dog with a primordial nourishing pill. Without that pill, he might have just been incinerated by the Taoist's fire talisman. Survival was paramount, for this was his only subordinate. Su Ran gently patted its head, saying, Today, I gathered quite a few medicinal herbs. I shall refine something good for you later. Following me will surely bring you benefits. At this, the dog's listless gaze brightened instantly, and it wagged its tail in excitement. However, Su Ran soon raised his head, straining to listen. The distant sounds of the Tianjin army soldiers could be heard, their shouts growing closer. The commotion they had stirred was too loud, alarming the patrolling soldiers nearby. Damn it. Su Ran cursed under his breath, realizing that time was of the essence. He swiftly rose to his feet, advancing towards the dying Taoist sprawled on the ground. The light in the Taoist's eyes was fading, as he observed Su Ran's approach. He still attempted to extend his arm to grasp at him, murmuring incessantly, This is impossible. My future is bright, filled with brilliance. Cough. I cannot die here. What does your life or death have to do with me, a mere corpse? Su Ran retorted with a cold smirk. Answer me, what have I done to warrant your attempts on my life? Simultaneously, Su Ran's gaze remained fixed on the Taoist's eyes. He certainly did not expect to extract the answers he sought. The best strategy was to pose a leading question, guiding the other to ponder the information he desired, allowing him to listen to their innermost thoughts. There was still one final secret he could glean from this Taoist. Yet, to his disappointment, Su Ran discovered that the Taoist was on the brink of death, his mind a void, consumed solely by thoughts of killing him, devoid of any information he sought. In his final moments, the Taoist seemed to regain a flicker of strength, his twisted voice rasping, "You are doomed. You are doomed. Once your identity as a cultivator is revealed, you are finished. Even your master will not spare you, and you will not live much longer." Amidst the cacophony of laughter, he breathed his last, the light in his eyes fading away. Su Ran silently observed him, ensuring that no blood writings were left behind, before extending his hand to begin his search of the Taoist's lifeless form. He was, after all, examining a corpse. Was there any cultivation technique? Any essential elixirs? And what of that formidable fire talisman? Was it still intact? Sounds emanated from various directions, and the ground trembled slightly underfoot. The soldiers of the Tianqian army were approaching. Such a commotion, coinciding with the Empress's meeting with the cultivators, would undoubtedly rouse many. They were drawing nearer. Meanwhile, a feeble dog lifted its head, emitting a low, anxious whine, seemingly urging Su Ran to flee while he still could. Yet, Su Ran did not retract his hand. He continued to explore the remains before him, acutely aware that after creating such a disturbance, his chance to escape the city had vanished. He would not be able to flee tonight. His only option would be to return to the inn. Thus, he could not let this opportunity be in vain. While he did not find the tome corresponding to the cultivation technique, he did uncover a vial of medicine and several talismans. The delicate papers, as thin as a cicada's wings, felt more refined in his grasp than the industrially produced paper he had used on Earth. Unsure if it was paper or silk, he had no time to discern further, hastily stowing the items into his already brimming storage ring. He quickly rose and made his way down the street. The foolish dog, too, steadied itself, shaking its head before darting ahead to clear the path for Su Ran. Indeed, the streets were teeming with people drawn by the noise, including two formidable fifth-tier warriors, brazenly exuding their aura as they rapidly converged from two directions. Strictly speaking, the commotion caused by Su Ran's confrontation with the Taoist was not excessively loud. However, the atmosphere in Shilin City was currently too tranquil, and at such a sensitive juncture, even the slightest disturbance was magnified, awakening the entire city. The Empress was present. The esteemed celestial beings were here. At such a critical moment, who would dare incite chaos? Su Ran's heart raced as he nearly collided with a squad led by a fifth-tier warrior. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, stepping aside and veering onto another route just before the Tianqian soldiers could completely encircle the scene. Hiding in the crevices between the buildings, he watched a troop of soldiers rush past, overhearing snippets of their conversation. What had transpired? Who could say? Lowering his gaze, he allowed the soldiers to pass, hastening forward. Meanwhile, a system notification, discernible only to him, incessantly chimed in his ears. "Congratulations, esteemed host. You have achieved the milestone, First Blood, Level 1, and earned a chance to draw a reward. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have achieved the milestone A Smile Concealing a Blade, Level 3, and earned a chance for a lottery draw. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have also attained the achievement Fearless in the Face of Danger, Level 4, granting you another opportunity for a lottery draw. Esteemed host, congratulations on reaching Level 3 in the achievement A Smile Concealing a Blade. Successfully unlocking the corresponding Imperial skill, active, a smile concealing a blade, Level 1, description. When you activate this skill, a subtle smile will evoke an unsettling sensation in others, leaving them perplexed about the source of their discomfort. Simultaneously, it will shield you from any scrutiny directed at you. This state can be maintained as long as you continue to smile, lasting up to 15 minutes. This skill may be employed 3 times within a single day. 3 lottery opportunities. A brand new achievement skill. On this occasion, Su Ran's primary objective has failed. The interference of a certain Taoist rendered his plan to escape under the cover of night entirely thwarted, yet he inadvertently gained 3 new lottery chances and a fresh skill. This skill, a smile concealing a blade, appears rather mischievous, almost taunting. It seems to mock you with a sinister grin, provoking discomfort until it becomes unbearable. These Imperial achievement skills are indeed peculiar. Su Ran took a deep breath, feeling a tangle of emotions. After all, had it not been for the Taoist's unwelcome intervention, he might have already navigated through Shilin City, soaring freely like a bird. Now, however, the Tianqian army within and around Shilin City has been stirred, searching for him in every direction. The night is alive with lights and shadows, leaving no opportunity for escape. Conversely, One might argue that with the Taoist's demise and such a commotion ensuing, Su Ran should be safe for the night. He inhaled deeply and quickened his pace. He was aware that Qing Mei and Yu Zhu must have been roused by the disturbance. Their duty is to monitor and ensure his safety. Given the magnitude of the uproar, they would undoubtedly rush to check on him. Should they find him absent, it would spell immense trouble. In that event, he would struggle to explain his whereabouts, risking exposure and plunging into a genuine predicament within Shilin City. Ahead, the leading wolf dog seemed to sense the urgency of the situation, frequently glancing back and softly urging Su Ran to hasten his steps. In the darkness, Shilin City is now ablaze with lights, sparkling as brightly as day. Chapter 34. A duel unfolds here. Within the inn, Yu Zhu was the first to awaken. She had heard the sounds of troop movements and instantly opened her eyes, gazing outside in bewilderment. The entire city of Shilin had brightened as if an extraordinary event had transpired. In that moment, Yu Zhu was fully alert. Her immediate reaction was to glance at Qing Mei, who was hidden in the shadows, motionless. A sudden jolt of fear surged within her, prompting her to leap from her corner and rush to Qing Mei's side, shaking her gently. Only when Qing Mei lazily stretched, with a hint of annoyance, did she speak. "What is it?" "I was dreaming of eating salted duck." "Why did you wake me?" "Oh." Mid-sentence, Qing Mei finally registered the commotion outside, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she quickly sat up, her words trailing off as she focused on Yu Zhu. "What has happened?" Yu Zhu merely shook her head. However, Qing Mei's alarm grew. "Quick, check on the Emperor of Dali." With that, she hastily scrambled to her feet. Yet, Yu Zhu was already darting away. Her speed was remarkable, her martial training seemingly linked to agility, and before Qing Mei, a mere commoner, could fully rise from her bed, Yu Zhu had already reached the door of the inner room. Disregarding any potential awkwardness of intruding upon a man, she yanked the old, creaky door open. Yu Zhu was the first to leap inside, followed closely by Qing Mei. Both figures halted before the soft couch inside the room. Outside, the noise was chaotic, yet within, the Emperor of Dali lay in bed, seemingly just roused by Yu Zhu's entrance. With a dazed expression, he looked at them and asked, "What is the matter? Am I not dreaming? Are you both here to warm my bed?" Yu Zhu frowned, muttering, "Foolish monarch," before turning to investigate the disturbance outside. Meanwhile, Qing Mei breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Su Ran with a teasing tone. "What kind of spring dream were you having?" Su Ran, appearing as if he had just come to his senses, offered an awkward smile, his hand clinging to the covers, revealing only his head, as his garments remained unchanged. His peripheral vision discreetly darted towards the window, which had been left ajar, but it seemed he had narrowly escaped notice. Elsewhere, in a dim alley, Shun Haoqian silently observed the lifeless body of the Taoist disciple at his feet. As a fifth-tier martial artist and a general commanding thousands within the Tianqin army, he understood the gravity of the scene before him. Tonight's circumstances were unique, for Her Majesty the Empress was in conference with celestial beings, and even the slightest misstep was intolerable. Thus, unlike his usual practice of foregoing night watch, he had remained vigilant this night. Upon hearing the commotion and sensing something amiss, he had rushed over at once. Yet, despite his haste, he had arrived too late. Here lies nothing but a cold corpse. Beyond this, there is naught. In truth, on the way here, Shun Haoqian had believed that nothing significant would occur, at most, minor conflicts or disputes among the folk of Shilin City. It was only due to the peculiar circumstances of this night that he had chosen to come personally. Yet, he could never have anticipated the scene that awaited him. On this fateful night, it mattered not who had perished. Even if it were Shun Haoqian himself, it would have been inconsequential. However, it was precisely the death of a celestial being that rendered this situation so dire. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shun Haoqian's brow. The chasm between the mortal dynasty and the sects of cultivation was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The demise of a celestial being here posed an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire Tianqin. And now, this calamity had unfolded before him. Shun Haoqian could already foresee the wrath that the celestial sects would unleash in response, a fury that all of Tianqin would struggle to endure. He inhaled deeply, issuing commands to seal the scene immediately, dispatching personnel to spread out and hunt for potential perpetrators, while he remained silently vigilant, awaiting the arrival of the Empress and the middle-aged cultivator. This did not take long. The news reached them swiftly, particularly stirring the middle-aged cultivator. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind his disciple's actions. His astonishment was profound. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, disregarding the Empress. hurrying to the scene. Upon spotting the lifeless body below, a look of profound sorrow crossed his face as he cried out, Chuanlu. Chuanlu. With that, he descended rapidly to assess the situation. Shen Haoqian dared not utter a word until the Empress arrived on horseback, casting him a glance. Only then did he take a deep breath and begin to relay the circumstances. However, before he could say more than a few words, the middle-aged cultivator coldly turned to him and said, I did not permit you to speak. What do you have to say? His words and gaze were imbued with an otherworldly essence that struck terror into hearts. Despite being a fifth-tier martial artist and a general of Tianqin who had emerged from the depths of bloodshed, Shen Haoqian found himself momentarily paralyzed, instinctively retreating a step. The middle-aged cultivator's countenance was devoid of any semblance of mirth, and with a casual reprimand directed at Shen Haoqian, he turned back to the Empress, stating, Control your people's tongues, or you shall know the consequences. Shen Haoqian swallowed hard, not daring to utter a single word. Though he held a measure of respect within his own ranks, and even bore a fearsome reputation, here, before the middle-aged cultivator, he felt as docile as a lamb. Receiving scorn without daring to retort, the soldiers surrounding them all lowered their heads in silence. The Empress's expression turned frigid, yet a flicker of apprehension flashed in her eyes. After a moment, she spoke, Celestial, observe closely. We shall ascertain the truth of this matter. My Tianqian Empire will provide you and the Huanyang sect with an explanation. The Huanyang sect was the celestial sect behind the middle-aged cultivator. However, upon hearing these words, the middle-aged practitioner merely shook his head. Having completed his examination of the body of the young apprentice, Chuanlu, he stood with his back to the crowd and remarked, You are unlikely to provide an explanation. Though my apprentice may lack my prowess, he is still a legitimate practitioner. In the realm of mortals, no warrior below the 6th or 7th tier could hope to slay him. Shen Haoqian discerned the underlying implication and exhibited a fleeting expression of relief as he cautiously inquired, Are you suggesting that this is not a matter pertaining to our mortal realm? Indeed, there are those engaged in combat here. The middle-aged practitioner slowly turned his head, his gaze darting about in a frenzy. Yet, a profound terror flickered deep within his eyes, for the scene before him exceeded his wildest imaginings. This was the primary site of the incident, and the unmistakable remnants of a duel were evident. His apprentice, Chuanlu, had employed multiple techniques. Yet the traces left by the opponent were remarkably faint. After a prolonged examination, he discerned the marks of the adversary's spell solely upon his own apprentice. The force was overwhelming and brutal, nearly shattering Chuanlu's very organs. What the opponent wielded was evidently not mere martial techniques, but rather authentic sorcery. Moreover, the implication suggested that the opponent's strength might far surpass that of his apprentice, for while his apprentice had exhausted all means, the adversary had dispatched him with a single lethal strike. Most chilling of all, the middle-aged practitioner noted a bite mark on his apprentice's leg, one that could not possibly be inflicted by human hands. Coupled with the ruthless spell work, a harrowing thought emerged. Was there a demonic cultivator within this city? Instantly, a chill crept into his heart. He was uncertain of the opponent's capabilities, but a demonic cultivator capable of so cleanly and efficiently dispatching his apprentice with a single spell was likely on par with himself. If such a being were to turn its attention toward him, though his expression remained unchanged, a tempest surged within him. Despite his displays of bravado, he was merely at the 5th tier of chi refinement. Against ordinary mortals, even the mightiest warriors meant little to him. Yet if the adversary was indeed a demonic cultivator, the stakes were drastically heightened. In that moment, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Damn it, it must be that Chuanlu disobeyed me. I instructed him to assassinate that Emperor of Dali, yet he has wandered here instead, and there is indeed a demonic cultivator in this city. This cannot stand. Who is this person? Why did they slay my apprentice? Are they truly a demonic cultivator? Will they come for me? If Su Ran were to comprehend the thoughts of this celestial being, he would likely find himself in utter exasperation. It was not that he did not wish to engage in a battle of spells with the apprentice Chuanlu, but alas, he possessed only the earthly maelstrom fist, and could not unleash any other sorcery. Yet at this moment, the middle-aged practitioner was already in a state of utter panic. Chapter 35, Triple Draw. The middle-aged cultivator stood amidst a storm of thoughts. The Empress and Shen Haoqian exchanged a glance, each feeling a sense of reassurance. If a mortal were responsible for the death of the celestial being, they would face dire consequences. However, if the death resulted from a duel between cultivators, the matter would scarcely concern them. The Empress remained silent, but it was Shen Haoqian who spoke, Esteemed immortal, is this truly the case? Are there other celestial beings residing in Shilin City? Despite feeling a measure of calm, his face betrayed a facade of surprise and anxiety. The middle-aged cultivator, already feeling unsettled, cast a cold glance at Shen Haoqian upon hearing his words. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and replied, "As it stands, yes. My disciple met his end in a duel, yet I remain unaware of the opponent's intentions or goals. I must return promptly to report this matter to my sect." It was evident that the middle-aged cultivator was eager to escape. He was confident in his assessment, increasingly convinced that this was the work of a demon cultivator. The enmity between demon and human cultivators is well known, and an encounter in a human city, culminating in a duel, is far from extraordinary and requires no justification. Fighting a demon cultivator necessitates no reason. If a demon seeks to kill, they require no explanation. Given the circumstances at the scene, the middle-aged cultivator could not ascertain the strength of the demon and began to reconsider his position, contemplating a hasty retreat to his sect. After all, his earlier commotion in the skies had likely alerted the demon to his presence. He was the known entity, while the demon remained hidden, a perilous situation indeed. As for the passing of his close disciple, a dead companion does not impede a living Taoist. What does it matter? The Empress and Shen Haoqian exchanged another glance. After a moment, the Empress clasped her hands and addressed him. "Esteemed Wu, my army of the Tianqian Empire encircles Shilin City, leaving no avenue for escape. Should you require it, I can issue an order to search the entire city, surely leading us to the perpetrator and providing an explanation for you in the Huanyang sect." The middle-aged cultivator, upon hearing this, returned the gesture and said, "There is no need, Your Majesty. I appreciate your kindness, but this matter is of great significance and pertains to my sect alone. It would be best not to involve you. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Please prepare accordingly in a few days. I will come to your imperial capital accompanied by my senior brother, and we hope to receive a satisfactory resolution." With that, he took to the skies, gracefully departing to retrieve his other disciple, intent on making a swift exit. Both the Empress and Shen Haoqian, along with their soldiers, respectfully bid him farewell. It was not until he vanished from sight that Shen Haoqian stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. It seems there are indeed formidable figures in Shilin City. Even Wu is fearful. The onlookers were not naive. Though Wu Xinjia did not explicitly articulate his intentions, his demeanor spoke volumes about his desire to make a hasty exit. It was merely unacknowledged by others. The Empress lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in contemplation of Wu Xinjia's recent remarks, her expression darkening as she momentarily lost herself in thought in response to Shen Haoqian's inquiry. It was not until Shen Haoqian tentatively addressed her again, "Your Majesty," that she turned her head, her alluring countenance reflecting a tumult of emotions. "Let everyone withdraw," she commanded. "Since this matter pertains to the cultivators, it is of no concern to us." However, as she spoke, she beckoned Shen Haoqian closer, whispering, "I need you to discreetly investigate, and if possible, locate the other cultivator." Shen Haoqian's face clouded with confusion as he replied softly, "Your Majesty, that cultivator has slain members of the Huanyang sect. We cannot afford to hang our hopes on a single tree." The Empress's gaze followed Wu Xinjia's departing figure, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, a stark contrast to the warmth she had previously displayed. She spoke again with renewed authority, "You shall do as I command. This cultivator may be a rogue, yet the fear exhibited by Wu Xinjia indicates significant strength, surely beyond the limits of our worldly martial arts. If we could recruit such a person and dedicate the might of our nation to their service, becoming a hidden force in my Tianqian, then would not my realm be more secure?" Only then did Shen Haoqian retreat 2 steps, bowing his head in deference. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. But remember, no one else must know what you seek." With that, the Empress turned and mounted her war horse, her armored form accentuating her perfect physique, each stride exuding an indescribable, fierce beauty. Shen Haoqian cast a furtive glance, momentarily entranced, before struggling to swallow and averting his gaze. The Empress galloped away from the narrow alley. Outside, Lady Yunji awaited with her entourage, hastening to meet the Empress as she emerged. The Empress did not linger, casting a brief glance before instructing, "Go check on what has transpired with the Emperor of Daliang." Lady Yunji momentarily hesitated but quickly complied, turning towards Su Ran's inn. Upon arrival at the inn, Su Ran remained quietly within. The night ultimately proved restless. The news of the middle-aged cultivator's attendant's untimely demise could not be contained. By dawn, It had already spread, even reaching Su Ran. Outside, Qing Mei whispered conspiratorially, "It must be true. I have confirmed it." That attendant, Chun Lu, met a gruesome end. But the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown. No wonder such a ruckus ensued. TSK, Yuzhu, who do you think is responsible? This is truly remarkable. That individual is a cultivator. Even if he is merely an acolyte, he is still superior to the mundane. The voice of Yuzhu rang coldly. I know not how others met their demise, but heed my warning. If you continue to spread idle gossip, neither of us will escape unscathed. Qing Mei, terrified by her words, fell silent. Inside the room, Su Ran rested, his mind filled with discontent. The news spread far too swiftly. How much time had passed? Yet, this was to be expected. The commotion had been immense, and with so many soldiers arriving, it was impossible to contain the information. Nevertheless, Su Ran had not slept a wink. Consumed with anxiety over the possibility of revealing his true self or that the middle-aged cultivator might return to strike him down. Fortunately, none of these fears materialized. With the confirmation that it was a celestial duel, his suspicions were swiftly dismissed. No one could fathom that he was involved. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator was himself terrified, hastily fleeing without a second thought for slaying a mere mortal emperor whom he deemed beneath him. However, Su Ran remained unaware of these developments. As dawn broke and news spread further, he learned of the cultivator's departure and felt a profound sense of relief, realizing he had weathered this storm. At that moment, Su Ran's gaze shifted to his side, where the wolf dog lay nearby. This was a precaution taken by Qing Mei, who, fearing for Su Ran's safety, insisted that the northern wolfhound remain in his quarters to protect him. Yet, only Su Ran understood that the foolish creature was also injured and required rest. Now, curled up in the corner, it lacked the usual vitality, quietly sleeping without a sound. Su Ran had no healing elixirs left. He had exhausted his supply of innate cultivation pills and was left in a state of anxious uncertainty. The only consolation was that although the wolf dog bore serious wounds, it was not fatal and seemed to be safe. As daylight broke, the Tianqian army showed no intention of advancing. Su Ran learned from Qing Mei that the entire military operation had come to a standstill, requiring them to remain at the inn for another couple of days. This outcome was precisely what Su Ran desired. With nothing to occupy his time during the day and unable to venture outside, he decided to examine his spoils of war. The first item he inspected was the ceramic vial he had seized from the acolyte. He wished to ascertain whether it contained any medicinal pills. However, lacking knowledge of elixirs, he discovered only 3 pills within the vial, exuding a fragrant aura, yet he could not discern their specific effects. The only certainty was that they were not toxic. After some contemplation, he resolved to give one of the pills to the foolish dog. If the innate cultivation pill could be consumed, then surely other elixirs would pose no issue. Having something to offer was better than having nothing at all. The lethargic wolf dog swallowed the pill without hesitation. And though it managed to lick Su Ran affectionately, it soon fell back into a deep slumber. Su Ran observed the creature with a mix of emotions. Had it not been for this foolish dog, he could only wonder how the outcome of his confrontation with the acolyte might have unfolded. It is possible that the unfortunate soul discovered in that narrow alley is none other than the misguided emperor of this grand dynasty. On this night, he became increasingly aware of the terror that permeates the world around him. A single misstep could lead to an inescapable demise. He must exercise utmost caution and cultivate a more formidable strength, suppressing the unease within. Su Ran took advantage of the absence of Qing Mei and Yuzhu to examine the talismans once more. From the Taoist boy, Su Ran had acquired a total of 3 talismans. Judging by their appearance, they seemed akin to the fire talismans previously wielded by the boy. The intricate designs upon them were entirely foreign to Su Ran. He held them in his grasp, uncertain of their application. The boy had employed a complex series of gestures, far too intricate for Su Ran to memorize, let alone replicate. Tentatively, he probed his own spiritual energy to discern the nature of the talismans, sensing within them a volatile force. Even if he lacked the knowledge of the corresponding incantations, he could potentially ignite them with his own energy, albeit with results that may not match the efficacy of a proper invocation. Yet, in the absence of other options, this remained a viable choice. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran carefully stowed the items away, though he was unaware of the nature of the elixir. The allure of the fire talismans was undeniable. They could undoubtedly enhance his arsenal, granting him the ability for ranged assaults. Afterward, Su Ran shifted his focus and summoned the system. Despite the unsuccessful attempt to escape during his nocturnal venture, fortune had smiled upon him. bestowing a new skill and 3 opportunities for a reward draw. Time was of the essence. Without delay, Su Ran called upon the system, eager to engage in a round of 3 consecutive draws, intent on utilizing all 3 opportunities at once. Chapter 36. A Modest Trial. Name: Low-Level Spirit Stone 1. Grade: Level 1. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: This is a conventional low-tier spirit stone, containing a modest amount of spiritual energy. The user can draw upon this energy for cultivation or temporarily replenish lost spiritual power. The density of the energy within the stone is typically greater than that of the outside world and is exceptionally pure, aiding practitioners in their training more effectively and swiftly. Will it materialize? With a thought, Su Ran conjured a palm-sized spirit stone into his hand. Though tangible, it felt as ethereal as a wisp of mist. Delving into his own spiritual energy, he sensed the accumulation of energy within, sufficient to restore at least 3 strands of spiritual power for a brief period. Combined with the 7 strands he already possessed, this meant Su Ran could unleash his earth-shattering fist up to 10 times in a single confrontation. Soon after, the result of the second draw materialized. Upon glimpsing the item, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with evident delight, for it appeared he had unlocked a new tome. Name: Technique: Earth Escape Technique. Grade: Level 1. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: This is a singular technique manual, documenting the capabilities of the Earth Escape Technique. By employing this technique, one can merge with the earth and traverse underground. The depth one can reach varies with strength, and the duration of the technique's maintenance correlates with the user's spiritual energy. Will it be recorded? Without hesitation, Su Ran declared, "Recorded." This represented a new spell, which would undoubtedly bestow immense enhancement upon him, who was only proficient in the earth-shattering fist. He immediately envisioned the possibility of escaping the city entirely through the earth, evading the watch of the Tiantian army. At that moment, even if the Tiantian army had legions on the surface, their defenses would be futile. Mortal warriors lacked the capability of earth traversal. If he moved beneath the ground, none could hinder him. Su Ran felt a surge of exhilaration as he glimpsed another avenue of escape. However, he quickly regained his composure, aware that although he had acquired the Earth Escape Technique, mastery required diligent practice. Without proper training, it would mean nothing. The third draw, however, proved rather unremarkable, yielding a short-handled axe. Name: Unremarkable Short-Handled Axe. Grade: Level 0. Affiliation: Common. Description: This is merely an ordinary short axe. Will it materialize? Su Ran's lips twitched in disappointment. This item was inferior even to the dagger he had previously possessed. After weighing it briefly in his hand, he promptly discarded it into his storage ring. A lottery is not destined to yield treasures every time. Having received a spirit stone and a new spell from 3 draws was already a substantial return on investment for Su Ran. The surroundings were eerily quiet, prompting him to settle in his room and diligently commence his training in the newly acquired Earth Escape Technique. He possessed a natural affinity for duality, allowing him to cultivate this new technique with remarkable ease. The Earth Escape Technique was not particularly advanced, proving to be less challenging than anticipated. By the end of the day, Su Ran had grasped the rudiments and was eager to test his abilities. In his room, Su Ran opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. Before he could make a move, he heard a sudden bark, just as the wolf dog leapt towards him. After a day's effort and a medicinal pill consumed, it had surprisingly recovered from its lethargy of the previous night. Brimming with excitement and showering Su Ran with enthusiastic licks, through their tenuous bond, Su Ran could sense that the medicinal pill had indeed served its purpose in healing, and the foolish dog had absorbed it remarkably well, nearly restored to full vigor. Su Ran found himself pondering the peculiarities of these cultivation pills. Without the corresponding techniques, he struggled to assimilate them himself, yet this foolish dog seemed to digest them effortlessly. Regrettably, this question lingered unanswered, for even the dog was oblivious, consumed by its exuberance and showering Su Ran with affection and gratitude. With a smile, Su Ran sent the dog outside to keep an eye on Qingmei and Yuju's whereabouts. While he prepared to experiment with the Earth Escape Technique, the dog relayed information that only Qingmei was outside, busy preparing dinner, while Yuju's whereabouts remained unknown. Instantly elated, Su Ran recognized this as the perfect opportunity. The sky had dimmed, nearing twilight, and although the search in the city was ongoing, the area behind the inn where he resided remained tranquil. Without hesitation, Su Ran replicated his earlier actions, slipping out through the window. The Earth Escape Technique, he mused, required a grounded approach. He realized that both of the spells seemed to be intricately linked to the earth. A wry thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this connection stemmed from his previous life, where he had often tasted the soil. Taking a deep breath, he stood in the deserted alley behind the inn, grounded by the earth beneath his feet, channeled his spiritual energy, initiated the technique, and stomped on the ground. Earth escape technique. He remained utterly still. A sense of embarrassment washed over Su Ran. Unfamiliar with this new spell, he attempted it twice before finally succeeding in burrowing underground. The sensation was peculiar. It felt as though he had transformed into a wisp of smoke, seamlessly diving beneath the surface. Then there was darkness. Su Ran discovered that he could indeed traverse through the earth, though he struggled to orient himself. Even with the discernment methods outlined in the technique, he felt disoriented. Clearly, reading the manual did not guarantee proficiency. Experience remained the sole arbiter of truth, and he would have to explore gradually. Beneath the surface, he encountered a plethora of peculiarities, unfamiliar insects, buried remnants of unknown origin, and sizable boulders. The large stones were insurmountable barriers, compelling him to navigate through the soil and gravel instead. Moreover, he was not relying on sight, but rather on sensing with his spiritual energy, leading to a faster depletion of his reserves than he had anticipated. Though he was uncertain of the precise distance he had traversed, he could roughly ascertain that he had not burrowed too far beneath the earth. With such a depleting expenditure of spiritual energy, it was evidently unrealistic for him to escape from Shilin City solely through the art of earth escape. Su Ran took a deep breath. Within a mere few minutes of employing the earth escape technique, he had already consumed 3 out of the 7 strands of spiritual energy within him. He recognized that he could proceed no further. To do so would leave him devoid of even enough energy to return underground. The defenses of Shilin City had grown significantly more formidable than before. Without the earth escape technique, it would be virtually impossible for him to slip back undetected. And that would certainly lead to trouble. Taking another deep breath, Su Ran sensed that there appeared to be no one above him. He prepared to ascend and ascertain just how far he had ventured before turning back. With that thought in mind, he resumed the earth escape technique, and his body immediately began to rise from the ground. Still, he felt no tangible sensation, as though he were but a wisp of vapor. Curiously, however, as he ascended, he noticed the soil above him felt somewhat damp. Suddenly, he burst forth. Su Ran was met with a rush of moisture, inhaling a refreshing fragrance, accompanied by the sound of cascading water. Then, he beheld a semi-transparent screen. Behind it stood a graceful figure, her perfect curves and harmonious form, tall and statuesque, appeared without any adornment, exuding an elegant poise that swayed proudly with her movements, stirring a fervor within him that left him momentarily entranced by this captivating sight. Su Ran was no exception, as he instinctively gasped in surprise. "Who is that?" A chilling voice sliced through the air from behind the screen, sharp as a blade, seemingly penetrating Su Ran's chest, pinning him to the ground with nothing but its formidable presence. The inner strength emanating from that voice was astonishing. In an instant, Su Ran regained his composure. "Damn it, how did I end up in the Empress' bathing chamber?" Chapter 37. What happened to Her Majesty the Empress? Su Ran suddenly realized, his mind in a state of shock. He was aware that the Empress's residence was not far from his inn. Yet he could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such a critical situation. The Empress's voice was laced with authority, and as soon as she spoke, the voice of Lady Yunji, her attendant, echoed from outside the expansive bathing chamber. "Your Majesty, what is amiss?" However, the Empress remained silent, a woman of formidable resolve. Without hesitation, she extended her hand, summoning a large towel with her powerful internal energy. Yet, she appeared somewhat bashful upon noticing the presence of others. She promptly submerged most of her body into the water-filled tub below. The cacophony of splashes ensued, creating a scene of utter chaos. Su Ran stood there, somewhat dazed. But a thought struck him. With the screen between them, the Empress could not discern his identity. Remembering her previous ruthless tactics against him, he boldly altered his tone, adopting a sharp and piercing voice. "So, you are the Celestial Empress, quite the sight to behold." Upon hearing a man's voice from within, Lady Yunji and the others outside were taken aback, unable to remain passive any longer. With a loud bang, they flung open the door and rushed in. Yet, where was Su Ran? His earth escape technique, a form of magic, allowed him to vanish without a trace, transcending all martial arts. Even the Empress, a 7th-tier warrior, could not capture him. In that moment, he executed the earth escape technique and disappeared underground, leaving the occupants of the room in stunned silence. Behind the screen, the Empress sat, most of her body submerged in the wooden tub, her gaze flickering with uncertainty but devoid of panic, focused instead on contemplation. Suddenly, the last remnants of her irritation vanished, and seated in the tub, she spoke up. Since a celestial being has graced us with their presence, why hastily depart? If you find me pleasing to behold, why not engage in a candid conversation? The Empress was indeed a remarkable figure, despite nearly being caught off guard. She remained poised and made a clear judgment in an instant. The attendants, including Lady Yunxi, were left dumbfounded. Someone had intruded upon the Empress's bathing chamber, an act punishable by death. This individual boldly commented on the Empress's physique before making their escape, and yet, astonishingly, the Empress did not erupt in fury. Instead, she invited him to stay, her tone surprisingly cordial. Was this truly the Empress they knew? The maids and female guards exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes. Your Majesty, what has happened to her? Lady Yunji reacted quickly, being a trusted confidant of the Empress. Understanding her thoughts and intentions, she perceptively noted the Empress's use of the term celestial being. Coupled with the recent events, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Normally alluring and captivating, she did not dare to be careless in the presence of such a being. Immediately, she commanded the others, everyone, leave at once. Lady Yunji's authority was not to be underestimated. The others exchanged glances, yet they respectfully withdrew at once, hesitant to speak, their hearts brimming with profound confusion and bewilderment. They could not fathom what had transpired with their typically domineering sovereign. In a fleeting moment, only Lady Yunji and the Empress behind the screen remained. After a moment of contemplation, Lady Yunji reached out to remove one side of the Empress's robe and armor, presenting them with utmost reverence, Your Majesty. However, the Empress did not take them. Within the bath chamber, a faint blush graced her cheeks, revealing a childlike demeanor that contrasted sharply with her usual cold and authoritative presence. Her gaze drifted, still motionless, as she inquired, Do you think he is still here? Lady Yunji bowed her head and softly replied, I do not know. The Empress seemed to converse with Yunji yet also appeared to be murmuring to herself, pondering aloud, Do you think he might be a solitary cultivator? If he is indeed a recluse, then how fortuitous. Lady Yunji gently remarked, Such solitary practitioners, unbound by sect constraints, are the easiest to persuade. Should we manage to win him over to become a vassal of Tianchun, even if he, like the previous vassals, refrains from imparting cultivation techniques to us. Simply having him as our protector would ensure our legacy for generations. However, most of these recluses possess limited strength. It remains uncertain. Pausing momentarily, she continued. Of course, if this individual is indeed the same as the one who acted a few days prior, that would be ideal. Indeed, one capable of scaring off Wu Xianjia must be a formidable figure. The Empress's eyes flickered as she pondered, but what could his intentions be in coming to see me? Stealing a glance at the Empress, Lady Yunji's lips curled into a playful smile as she teased, Your Majesty, I dare to speculate that perhaps he has taken a liking to you. If he is a high-ranking cultivator, you two would be a perfect match. What nonsense is this? The Empress, uncharacteristically flustered, splashed a bit of water. Lady Yunji took 2 steps back, lowering her head and falling silent. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress huffed, her tone growing colder as she declared, Regardless of who he is, though separated by a screen, he has seen me. When the time comes, we shall present him with 2 choices, either serve me or disclose his whereabouts to the Huanyang sect. I doubt he will continue to act so arrogantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ran had returned to his own room. Yu Zhu had yet to return, and Qing Mei was still occupied with her tasks. Su Ran's brief absence, spanning no more than a few minutes, had not stirred any commotion nor caused any significant changes. Yet, he sat there in a daze, lost in thought. Setting aside other concerns, it was evident that relying on Earth escape techniques for flight was decidedly unfeasible. He had just calculated that the location of the Empress seemed to be less than a mile from his inn. Yet, that seemingly trivial distance had already drained him of 3 units of spiritual energy. At this rate, he would be unable to escape, ultimately exhausting his powers and being forced to emerge from the ground, where, devoid of energy, he would be vulnerable to discovery, a most perilous situation. Even with spirit stones to sustain him, it would not suffice. With the vast numbers of the Tianjin army, his attempt to flee would be tantamount to courting death. However, perhaps the Earth escape technique could serve another purpose. Although Su Ran had found the herbs necessary for refining the San Yuan pill, he had long been hindered by the lack of an alchemical furnace and a suitable environment for pill concoction. With this Earth escape technique, perhaps these obstacles could be surmounted. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ran felt a stirring within, perceiving greater possibilities. Yet, inexplicably, his thoughts drifted back to the enchanting scene he had just witnessed. Even someone as seasoned as he had never encountered such a graceful figure. Through the screen, he could still sense her breathtaking allure. The flawless silhouette paired with the Empress's extraordinary visage and her cold, proud demeanor was truly captivating. To claim that he was unmoved would be an outright lie. Even now, as he reminisced, he felt his heart race and a warmth rise within him. He recalled the ambition that had surfaced in his mind long ago. With enough courage, the Empress would be on leave. He murmured, "System, tell me, if I were to cease my escape and truly capture the Empress, what would happen?" In response to such a proposition, the system's reaction was astonishingly swift. No sooner had his words left his lips than an alert chimed in. "Dear host, this is an excellent choice. To conquer the Empress of the Empire, you will have the opportunity to execute a coup d'etat, achieving the restoration of the kingdom without bloodshed. If successful, you may receive, the Empress bearing you numerous offspring. The system can provide 1,260 advantageous positions and techniques for childbirth, which you may access free of charge. 1,260. This. Following the system's words, Su Ran envisioned some indescribable scenes and quickly steeled his mind, regaining his composure. Indeed, it was wise to heed the system's advice sparingly. Chapter 38. The alchemical furnace. Acquired. The incident of someone intruding upon Her Majesty the Empress's bathing chamber had not spread widely. However, Su Ran observed that the personnel covertly searching Westland City had increased significantly. The Empress had determined that a formidable expert resided within Westland City, and she sought to uncover their identity, hoping to entice them into her camp. Watching the unfolding situation, Su Ran felt a profound sense of unease. Although the middle-aged cultivator had departed, it seemed the Empress, perhaps in a bid to curry favor with that celestial being, was also assisting in the search. In this era, the cultivation sex held a uniquely pivotal position. Even the demise of a mere Taoist apprentice could spark considerable turmoil. Thus, Su Ran resolved to adopt a more prudent approach. He temporarily relinquished any thoughts of fleeing and dedicated himself to diligent practice during his time in Westland City, aspiring to swiftly attain the third level of the innate realm. To expedite his cultivation, the immediate priority was to concoct the San Yuan Dan. In recent days, Su Ran had acutely felt the stark contrast between possessing elixirs and lacking them. With elixirs, his cultivation progressed swiftly. Without them, it was akin to trudging forward at a snail's pace. Furthermore, as his cultivation level ascended, he sensed an increasing resistance to his efforts. Hence, the formulation of the San Yuan Dan became imperative. Yet, Su Ran soon found himself confronted with another dilemma. Although he had procured the necessary medicinal materials, he lacked an alchemical furnace and an appropriate environment for pill refinement. The previous establishment, despite its plethora of elixirs, was merely a commonplace apothecary, focused on brewing traditional medicines, devoid of any genuine alchemical apparatus. After much contemplation, Su Ran resolved to approach Yunji's alchemical furnace, as it was the only one he was aware of. However, the mere thought of Yunji evoked an inexplicable awkwardness within him. Nevertheless, that day he set forth, expressing his desire to meet with Lady Official Yunji. Qing Mei and Yu Zhu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. Qing Mei, both anxious and inexplicably bashful, queried, "What do you need to see Lady Official Yunji for? She hasn't sought you out. You should consider yourself fortunate. Could it be? Have you? You mustn't become addicted." Qing Mei's unspoken thoughts left Su Ran utterly bewildered. Had he truly engaged in an intimate liaison with Lady Official Yunji? This seemed implausible, as he had returned so swiftly those days. Could it be that he was woefully inadequate in that regard? Su Ran was at a loss for words, yet he remained resolute in his intention to discuss matters with Lady Official Yunji. Although Qing Mei harbored concerns, she could not refuse him, ultimately acquiescing with a reluctant nod. Thus, she and Yu Zhu accompanied Su Ran to seek out Lady Official Yunji. Yu Zhu remained silent, observing Su Ran with a gaze full of suspicion. As for her unvoiced musings, they were as straightforward as ever. What business does this foolish monarch have with that wretched woman, Yunji? When will he return to regale me with more ghost stories? Surely, Qing Mei has genuinely developed feelings for him. Yu Zhu was thoroughly engrossed in Su Ran's peculiar tales. To Su Ran's surprise, as they walked along the road, Qing Mei hesitated for a while before saying, "Well, you should return early. We still want to hear more of your stories." Yu Haven finished telling us about that old corpse in the mountain village. Su Ran was somewhat taken aback. He glanced back, and Qing Mei's third unspoken thought surfaced. "You belong to me. You cannot be entangled with that Yunji, who is certainly not a good person." practicing the art of Yuan Gong. Yuan Gong. This was the first time Su Ran clearly understood the nature of Yunji's martial arts. Indeed, it was a sinister form of cultivation. However, Qing Mei's thoughts still stirred something within Su Ran. Throughout their journey, Qing Mei had been rather quiet, appearing somewhat despondent. Su Ran's pace slightly faltered. Qing Mei, who had been lost in thought, almost bumped into him, raising her head in confusion. Huh? Su Ran looked at her earnestly. Rest assured, nothing has transpired between me and the lady official Yunji. It did not happen before. Nor will it happen in the future. The reason I sought her out was indeed for a serious matter. Standing too close. Qing Mei had to lift her chin slightly to meet Su Ran's bright eyes and his handsome face. As she listened to his words, a hint of joy flickered across her face, but she quickly realized something and lowered her head again, saying, "What should I be at ease about? Why should I feel reassured? Your matters with the lady official Yunji are yours alone. You need not share them with me. You should hurry along." By this time, they were nearly there. Regardless of how Qing Mei and Yu Zhu privately assessed the lady official Yunji, they both harbored a certain fear of her. They preferred to avoid a direct encounter, opting instead to wait nearby for Su Ran to approach her alone. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran moved forward. Once Su Ran's figure vanished around the corner, Yu Zhu softly remarked, "Qing Mei, do not forget our purpose." Qing Mei looked up at her, momentarily stunned, biting her lip, and fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already knocked on Yunji's door. Dressed impeccably, Yunji was preparing to step out when she saw Su Ran. She was somewhat surprised, scrutinizing him up and down, and then her eyes brightened as she said, "What is this? Has the elixir I gave you truly taken effect? But alas, I cannot engage now. His Majesty has summoned me, and I have no time unless you can resolve this in 3 minutes, which seems unlikely. How about this? Come find me tonight, and I shall grant you the pleasure of transcending to blissful realms." In stark contrast to the bashful Qing Mei, Yunji was shockingly bold. Su Ran felt a bit dizzy listening to her, but he did not forget his purpose. Shaking his head, he replied, "That doesn't seem feasible. Dream on. I could never spend an entire night with you, especially now that I am fully aware of your true nature." Upon hearing this, disappointment was evident on Yunji's face, and her warmth swiftly faded, her demeanor growing noticeably colder, even frowning as she asked, "Then what do you seek me for?" "I am quite busy and have no time for idle chatter," Su Ran remarked. "I recall during my time as the Emperor of DeLiang, when idle, I perused an ancient tome on alchemy. Within its pages, I discovered a particular elixir that may prove effective against my current ailment. However, I lack the necessary materials for concocting this potion. Last I saw, Lady Yunji, you possess an alchemical furnace. Might I inquire if I could borrow it for my endeavor? Should I succeed in crafting the miraculous elixir, I would be most obliged to repay you for your assistance in eliminating Wangda." Su Ran's words were delivered with a palpable sincerity, albeit they were premeditated lines he had long rehearsed. Given that Yunji had been made to feel inadequate, he seized the opportunity to assert that her elixir was ineffective, while he possessed knowledge of a different remedy he could create himself. Predictably, upon hearing his proposition, Yunji's eyes sparkled with interest. She scrutinized Su Ran from head to toe. Undeniably, she was captivated by his appearance. Swallowing hard, she inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Su Ran affirmed, "Indeed. It is true. I do not wish for this predicament either." Her demeanor shifted, the furrow in her brow relaxed, and a smile graced her face as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I see. You are quite thoughtful. My efforts to aid you in ridding yourself of Wang Da were not in vain. Very well, you may borrow the furnace. As for the necessary herbs, I shall instruct Yu Zhu and Qing Mei to procure them for you. I am quite occupied at present and cannot spare the time. Once you have healed yourself, I shall invite you to experience the bliss of ascendance." A flicker of discomfort crossed Su Ran's lips. He discerned her underlying thoughts. This Emperor of DeLiang might be speaking fancifully, yet as a mere mortal, devoid of martial prowess. She believed he could hardly produce anything of significance even with the furnace. Furthermore, the Emperor was currently searching for the reclusive cultivator hidden in Shilin, leaving her with little time to indulge. How remarkably handsome this Emperor is, yet he remains just a sigh. I shall lend him the furnace and later investigate the validity of his elixir. I must seize this opportunity to relish the company of this Emperor before we return to the capital. This inner monologue left Su Ran feeling quite vexed. Yet he maintained a facade of gratitude, smiling and clasping his hands in appreciation. "I am truly grateful, Lady Yunji." Yunji had pressing matters to attend to. Summoned by the Empress, though she yearned to examine Su Ran's elixir, time was against her. She entrusted the furnace to him and left hastily after issuing a command to Yu Zhu and Qing Mei. As she departed, Qing Mei's gaze fell upon Su Ran. Her expression one of confusion, while Yu Zhu's eyes bore a hint of suspicion. She sensed something amiss with the Emperor of DeLiang in recent days. This suspicion had first emerged during the assassination attempt on Su Ran and had only deepened with the passage of time. At that moment, Su Ran glanced back, locking eyes with her, his heart racing with a newfound wariness. Chapter 39. The first alchemical refinement. Yu Zhu was engulfed in self-doubt. Without needing to hear her thoughts, Su Ran could discern her uncertainty. Yet, he chose to remain silent, merely offering a smile before turning to retrace his steps. Yu Zhu's gaze followed him intently, while Qing Mei, unsuspecting, hastened to catch up from behind, her curiosity piqued by the alchemical furnace cradled in Su Ran's arms. Are you seeking the Lady Yunji for this? Do you truly intend to concoct a potion? Can you indeed refine elixirs? What ingredients do you require? She inquired, a blend of intrigue and astonishment evident in her tone. She had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate and naive young emperor could engage in the intricate art of alchemy, a feat not easily accomplished in such an era. Su Ran merely smiled, unable to disclose his intention of crafting a transcendent elixir or to clarify that he sought ingredients for a more mature concoction. Instead, he could only muster an awkward chuckle. Nevertheless, his mind was racing with calculations. Although Lady Yunji had not directly requested his formula, it was impossible for her to dismiss this matter. Once she found the time, she would undoubtedly seek him out, and even if she did not, she would inquire with Qing Mei, Yu Zhu, and others regarding the materials he had procured. This was an obstacle he could not circumvent. He needed to fabricate a credible alchemical formula, which would require considerable mental effort. However, on the whole, Su Ran's heart brimmed with joy. He had successfully established a rapport with Lady Yunji this time. He could openly practice alchemy. Who could possibly fathom what he was truly concocting? Seizing this opportunity, he could commence his alchemical work and produce more Sanyuan pills. With the aid of these elixirs, his progress in the cultivation of immortality would undoubtedly accelerate, allowing him to break through to the pinnacle of the innate realm before departing from Shilin City, an outcome that seemed imminent. Upon returning to his residence, Su Ran prepared to take immediate action. Yet, he found himself stymied by the formula for the vitality-enhancing elixir, lacking any pertinent knowledge. He could recall only a few terms from vague advertisements he had seen in his previous life on Earth, but none were sufficient to jog his memory now. Sitting at his desk, clutching his pen, Su Ran's movements suddenly froze, the pen hesitating to touch the paper. An awkward silence enveloped the room. To his surprise, just as he was engulfed in confusion, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Dear host, in light of your current predicament, the system recommends utilizing the alchemical formula it provides. Documenting this formula and successfully refining and consuming the potion will unlock a new achievement, concealing the truth, granting you 1 imperial fortune and 1 lottery opportunity. Without waiting for Su Ran to decline, the system continued its exposition. A formula for a vitality-boosting elixir, gifted by the system, materialized before him. Su Ran had not anticipated such a feature from the system, but upon reflection, considering the previous instance where the system had presented him with over 1,000 postures, this miraculous functionality was not so surprising after all. This was indeed a rare and significantly useful turn of events for the system. Without hesitation, Su Ran promptly recorded the formula as instructed, releasing a long sigh of relief. The task at hand is not particularly arduous, comprising merely 3 steps: inscribing the formula, concocting the elixir, and subsequently consuming it. This will culminate in the successful completion of the task, bestowing upon one a unit of imperial vitality and a rare opportunity for a lottery draw. Consumption? Huh? Su Ran's expression inexplicably fell. Yet, this matter is of little consequence for the moment. He inhaled deeply and entrusted the formula to Qing Mei and Yu Zhu for the procurement of the necessary herbs. Qing Mei, entirely unfamiliar with such matters, set off in high spirits, but returned with an odd demeanor, as if she had encountered something unusual at the apothecary. With a peculiar expression, she inquired of Su Ran, Great Emperor of Daliang, what sort of elixir do you intend to concoct? Su Ran offered an awkward yet courteous smile. I am unsure. It was entrusted to me by Lady Yunji. Hush. Qing Mei continued to regard him with her wide, questioning eyes, unable to withstand her curiosity any longer. Su Ran hastily declared his intention to commence alchemy, ushering her out. Though the ingredients for the potent elixir had been gathered, Su Ran opted to start with the simpler Sanyuan pill. The recipe for the invigorating elixir was merely a ruse to placate Yunji. What he truly desired was the Sanyuan pill, The method of its concoction was firmly etched in Su Ran's memory, as vivid as turning the pages of a book, scrutinizing each word with clarity. Therefore, he proceeded with meticulous care, step by step, to set up the alchemical furnace within the confines of his room. The Sanyuan pill, being the most rudimentary of cultivation assistance elixirs, pales in comparison to the innate Peiyuan pill, yet possesses its own merits. Its requirements for the furnace, temperature, environment, and herbs are not particularly stringent. Thus, Su Ran, even with a mundane furnace, could find a suitable place to concoct the elixir within the inn, utilizing common flames for the process. However, perhaps due to it being Su Ran's inaugural attempt at alchemy or the simplicity of his materials, he labored through half the night without rest, producing 3 batches of elixirs, of which only one was successful. This batch yielded 20 pills, of which 13 had turned to char. The remaining 7 appeared somewhat dull and did not quite resemble the Sanyuan pill as described in the formula. Nevertheless, these 7 could be deemed a success, albeit inferior to the authentic Sanyuan pill in efficacy. Buoyed by this small triumph, Su Ran promptly resumed his alchemical endeavors. After all, the Sanyuan pill is such that a single batch can yield 20 pills from a handful of ingredients. Having procured a substantial quantity of herbs from the apothecary, he was well equipped to continue his relentless work. The foolish dog had approached, observing as Su Ran produced the 4th batch. This batch resulted in pills as black as charcoal, emitting a foul stench, which prompted the dog to bark in disgust before scampering away with its tail tucked between its legs. Su Ran, he too felt lightheaded from the noxious fumes. Neither he nor Qing Mei and Yuzhu took any respite. Occasionally, they would check in on him. Qing Mei, peering quietly from the corner, blinked and murmured, "I never anticipated he possessed such a serious side. He truly is a reliable man." Yuzhu cast her gaze at her with a cold demeanor, retorting sharply, "Do not forget, he is concocting elixirs meant to enhance virility." Qing Mei's expression faltered, and after a prolonged silence, a rare fierce look emerged on her face as she exclaimed, "Is it possible that the esteemed Lady Yunji has truly taken a liking to him? This cannot be allowed. Even if he is lacking in that regard, I would be indifferent, but that Yunji is hardly a virtuous woman. I cannot permit the Emperor of DeLiang to fall under her influence." Yuzhu regarded her with a hint of disbelief, and after a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "However, judging by the circumstances, it appears he is not proficient in alchemy at all. How many times has he failed?" Qing Mei shook her head, saying for a deposed emperor, "It would be rather peculiar if he were to succeed in his first attempt at alchemy. This is merely the reality of the situation." With that, Yuzhu turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Qing Mei called, but Yuzhu did not look back and replied, "There is nothing more to say." "What kind of statement is that?" Qing Mei hurried to catch up. Yuzhu, with a hint of sarcasm, taunted, "Since you are so worried that Lady Yunji will devour your precious emperor, why not take the initiative yourself?" Having uttered that, she was startled by the absence of any reply and turned, only to find Qing Mei standing still, lost in thought. "Qing Mei, you cannot possibly be taking my words to heart?" Observing Qing Mei's contemplative expression, Yuzhu felt a pang of anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Ran was wholly engrossed in his alchemical pursuits. Being a second-tier innate practitioner, he could not be oblivious to the arrival of Qing Mei and Yuzhu. Yet he paid no heed to their conversation, assuming it of little consequence. Thus, he devoted himself entirely to his craft. After a night of diligent work, he had exhausted all the elixirs in his storage ring, achieving 2 major successes and several minor ones. In total, he had produced 52 scatter yuan pills, among which 43 were of superior quality, while 9 were slightly inferior. This filled Su Ran with elation. With the elixirs successfully crafted, the attainment of the 3rd tier of innate cultivation was now within his grasp. Chapter 40. The innate triple. Though the esteemed Yunji was indeed occupied, the allure of desire lingered in her heart, particularly towards Su Ran, whose presence ignited a fervor within her that was all too evident to Qing Mei and Yuzhu. The following day, she managed to extricate herself from her numerous duties to visit him. Su Ran, however, was well prepared for her arrival. He immediately presented a collection of previously concocted failed elixirs, his expression one of deep sorrow. "Alas, they have failed." The discarded pills were dark and unappealing, emitting a peculiar odor that rendered it impossible to discern their intended purpose. Yunji's brow furrowed as she examined the dismal sight, her displeasure evident. "You, the Emperor of DeLiang, it is no wonder the nation falters. If you cannot even refine a proper elixir, what else can you accomplish?" Beside her, Qing Mei's face betrayed a flicker of indignation, ready to voice her thoughts, but thankfully, Yuzhu restrained her. Su Ran appeared sheepish, overtaken by a sense of embarrassment. Yet, only he understood the truth. Did she truly think him a fool? If he had successfully crafted an elixir, would she not drain him of his essence? Soon, Yunji expressed her desire to review the formulation of Su Ran's esteemed elixir. Upon glancing at it, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Remarkable, truly worthy of royal lineage. The selection of ingredients and their proportions, could it be reminiscent of the Rui Jingu Bang? This formulation is exceptional, alas. I have been quite busy these past few days and have had no time. But, dear Emperor of Daliang, you must strive to excel. While gazing at the recipe, Yunji's eyes shimmered with excitement, even as she seductively licked her crimson lips, lost in thought. Su Ran gleaned her unspoken thoughts. She was still diligently assisting the Empress in the quest for the elusive cultivator from Shilin City, a task that demanded significant effort. He could not help but smile inwardly. Little did she know that the very individual they sought was standing right before her. However, Su Ran had no intention of revealing this truth. After bidding Yunji farewell, he returned to his alchemical chamber to resume his work. This time, he earnestly embarked on the creation of the potent elixir provided by the system. While Yunji praised the previous elixirs, they were merely mundane creations of the mortal realm, far inferior to the San Yuan Dan he had previously concocted. Armed with the experience gained from a night of crafting San Yuan Dan, Su Ran navigated this new endeavor with ease. Moreover, the creation of this ordinary elixir did not require the infusion of his spiritual energy, simplifying the process considerably. In less than half an hour, he successfully produced a batch of 5 golden pills, exuding a fragrant aroma that stirred the heart and evoked subtle impulses. Yet, as Su Ran had already attained the second level of innate mastery, the effects of such mundane elixirs were negligible for him. He cast a careful glance at the pills before storing them away with caution. With the Empress unable to locate the individual she sought, the Tianqin army remained stationed in Shilin City, which proved to be a fortuitous circumstance for Su Ran, granting him ample time to pursue his endeavors. Although the patrols and searches in the city of Shilin have become increasingly stringent, Su Ran has resolved to remain, seizing this opportunity to diligently cultivate his skills. Over the next 2 days, he continues to utilize the nighttime hours for training, waiting until Yu Zhu and Qing may have fallen asleep before practicing relentlessly. Simultaneously, he consumes San Yuan Dan to aid his cultivation. While the efficacy of San Yuan Dan is indeed inferior to that of the innate Pei Yuan Dan by a considerable margin, Su Ran is fortunate to have an ample supply. Given its reduced potency, he simply decides to consume more. He ingests around 12 or 13 pills each night, which elevates his progress significantly. The foolish dog occasionally wanders over, and Su Ran generously offers him a pill as well. Observing that the dog's fur grows increasingly radiant and its spirit rejuvenated, it appears that its previous injuries have nearly healed. Having reaped the benefits of Su Ran's kindness, the dog is exuberantly fond of him, wagging its tail and frolicking around his feet. Thus, after 2 days, the spiritual energy within Su Ran's Qi Si and Dantian becomes abundant. During this period, he has ingested a total of 30 San Yuan Dan, and the medicinal force within him surges forth, filling him with spiritual energy. With a muffled grunt, his Qi Si and Dantian erupt expansively, akin to an entire world suddenly unveiling itself. Su Ran senses the spiritual energy from every corner of his body converging towards his Dantian, coalescing into a mightier vortex of spiritual energy as he channels the earthly mound fist technique in a circular motion. This energy gradually manifests a murky, golden hue, transforming from a cloud-like mist into a significantly more formidable vortex. 10 strands of spiritual power. Reaching the 3rd level of innate cultivation signifies that Su Ran's realm has ascended to rival that of 5th and 6th tier warriors. A further advancement, breaking through from the innate realm to the Qi refining stage, would place him on par with 7th or even 8th tier warriors. Within the Tianqin army, none would be able to obstruct him, not even the Empress herself. A single punch from him could bring her to her knees. Concurrently, Su Ran's earthly mound fist has also reached a new echelon. At this moment, he can draw upon a tremendous force of 3,500 pounds from the earth itself, coupled with the spiritual power unleashed by the earthly mound fist. Any adversary of equal rank struck by his fist would be instantly vanquished. Although the earthly mound fist is a low-tier technique, its ferocity and tenacity make it a formidable means of attack. 10 strands of spiritual power imply that in a single engagement, Su Ran can unleash up to 10 earthly mound fists. With the aid of spirit stones, he could further augment his assaults by 3 additional strikes. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran gradually returns to a state of tranquility. The following morning, as he steps outside, he notices that Yu Zhu and Qing Mei are regarding him with peculiar expressions, as if something strange has marred his countenance. Perplexed, Su Ran glances around and inquires, "What is it? Why are you both staring at me?" Qing Mei blushes and averts her gaze, stammering, "What would you like to eat this morning? I can prepare something for you." After a moment, Su Ran discerns the source of their intrigue in the depths of Yu Zhu's eyes. Today, the Emperor Liang exudes an unexpectedly refreshing aura, evoking a curious sense of intimacy. It is strange to feel such closeness to this tyrant. Su Ran momentarily paused, then realized that this might be attributed to his recent breakthrough into the 3rd level of innate cultivation. This level brings one perilously close to the Qi refinement stage, enhancing his physical form and infusing it with abundant spiritual energy, which naturally emanates an extraordinary presence. Such an aura instinctively draws people near. A cultivator among a crowd invariably radiates vitality, fostering an innate sense of connection, and this is precisely the source of that feeling. Upon this realization, Su Ran's heart stirred, prompting him to consciously temper his own aura to avoid arousing suspicion. Fortunately, although his spiritual energy had increased manifold since achieving the 3rd level, it was not particularly challenging to contain it. Soon, Su Ran successfully subdued his aura, blending back into the ordinary. On this day, the Tianqian army of Shilin City appeared to remain stationary. The Empress seemed adamant in her search for the elusive cultivator. As dusk approached, a streak of sword light flashed across the sky, heralding the arrival of another cultivator who soared at an astonishing speed, traversing the heavens en route to the Empress's residence. Su Ran sensed a presence and instinctively approached the window, witnessing the radiant light cutting through the air. News quickly spread that the newcomer hailed from the same sect as the previous celestial visitor, the Huanyang sect, and was rumored to possess even greater prowess, seemingly arriving to address the recent death of a young acolyte in Shilin City. The demise of a celestial being, even one as minor as an acolyte, was no trifling matter. Within the city, a palpable unease began to take root among the populace, and Su Ran found himself inexplicably anxious, as if to affirm his trepidation. It was not long after that the sword-wielding cultivator arrived at the inn where Su Ran was lodging, hovering in the air without touching the ground. Basking in the glow of the setting sun, he called out, "Where is Su Ran? Come forth." Upon hearing this summons, Su Ran's heart raced. Could it be that they had discovered his involvement in the acolyte's death? Or perhaps, like the previous cultivator, this individual harbored ulterior motives for seeking his life? Yet, would he dare to confront him in such a public manner? Chapter 41. Unwelcome visitors. The sun's rays slanted downward, casting a crimson hue over the entire city of Shilin, enveloping it in an atmosphere of impending doom. The soldiers of the Tianqian army were roused, converging from all directions to encircle the critical intersections, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yet, none dared approach the celestial being at the center of it all. An expanse lay beneath their feet, where no one dared tread. Yu Zhu rose immediately, her eyes betraying her fear. The practitioner was unreservedly emanating his aura, an invisible force that suffocated the entire inn, leaving her, a 4th-tier martial artist, trembling in his presence. Qi Mei whispered, "What does the celestial being intend to do?" At that moment, Su Ran emerged from within, uncertain of the practitioner's aggressive motives. He recognized the necessity of confronting the situation head-on. Hiding within was futile. A turtle that withdraws its head does not thrive for long. Nevertheless, his mind raced. Contemplating the visitor's intent, he sensed the formidable aura emanating from the practitioner, profound and far beyond his own. It seemed that following the incident with the previous Wu practitioner, who had been frightened away, the Huanyang sect had dispatched yet another formidable figure. Qi Mei watched him with growing anxiety, but Su Ran merely nodded, stepping out of the inn and into the glow of the setting sun, gazing up at the practitioner. The practitioner's age appeared similar to that of the previous visitor, yet his square face was adorned with a beard, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He stood aloft, his feet resting upon a flying sword. Surveying Su Ran from above and inquired, "Are you the emperor of the Great Liang?" In his heart, he mused, Wu Daoist was correct. This accursed emperor of Great Liang has indeed survived. As he spoke, he unleashed an invisible aura, surging towards Su Ran. This was not an attack, but rather an examination, probing into Su Ran's physical condition, whether he practiced martial arts or possessed spiritual energy. Su Ran's heart raced. While he could conceal his cultivation from ordinary people and even deceive martial artists regarding his realm, facing another practitioner of such formidable strength who could brazenly investigate would undoubtedly reveal his secrets. From the probing thoughts he had just gleaned, it was evident that this practitioner, like the previous Wu, hailed from the same school and shared a unified disdain for him, wishing for his demise. In such a scenario, if he were to expose his innate third tier, a chill coursed through Su Ran. Yet, his thoughts spun rapidly, and he remained composed, swiftly activating his skill, smiling with a hidden blade. This was a vital ability he had acquired after achieving the third tier of the skill during his last encounter. According to the skill's description, it could evoke discomforting laughter in others and, more importantly, shield him from all forms of scrutiny. At this moment, it was indeed the most effective response. Thus, a peculiar, almost mocking smile surfaced on Su Ran's face. The scrutiny of the middle-aged cultivator was instantly rendered inconsequential, dissolving into nothingness. The cultivator let out a soft exclamation before lowering his gaze, only to encounter Su Ran's smiling visage. The corners of his mouth curved upward slightly, and the edges of his eyes formed a gentle arc. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable, enigmatic smile. However, the middle-aged cultivator soon furrowed his brow, as he felt an overwhelming discomfort emanating from the smile before him. What an odd smile. How I wish to slap him. The face of this bearded cultivator began to twist unnaturally. Such was the power of a smile concealing a dagger. For a full 15 minutes of this eerie grin, one would feel an unsettling numbness coursing through their body, all the while being utterly oblivious to the source of their discomfort. Yet, Su Ran showed no inclination to retract this ability. The other's strength far surpassed his own. A single lapse in vigilance could betray his innate triple-layered prowess. Since the smile concealing a dagger proved effective, he would maintain it. After all, he could employ it thrice a day for a duration of 15 minutes each time, totaling 45 minutes. Ample time indeed. In the face of the cultivator's dominance, Su Ran remained neither humble nor arrogant. He clasped his hands towards the heavens and declared, "I am Su Ran, honored to meet a celestial being. May I inquire as to your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit?" At that moment, Qing Mei and Yu Zhu emerged from behind, standing a short distance behind Su Ran. The bearded cultivator's lips twitched as he replied, "I am Zhang Cheng of the Huanyang sect, a Taoist of the Daliang Empire. I did not expect you to still be alive. My inquiry is straightforward. On the day that my disciple Chuanlu met her demise, where were you?" Su Ran raised his gaze to meet his, their eyes locked, and Zhang Cheng's thoughts echoed within Su Ran's mind. Daoist Wu stated that he sent Chuanlu to kill you that night. You survived, yet Chuanlu perished. While it may seem unrelated, I sense an undeniable connection between you and this matter. Upon hearing this mental communication, Su Ran steadied himself. At least this individual was not intent on indiscriminately attacking him. Indeed, these cultivators had their reservations, and while each harbored an inexplicable desire for the downfall of this deposed monarch, none dared to act in such a public setting. Yet, Zhang Cheng's words ignited a surge of indignation within Su Ran. You possess no evidence, relying solely on intuition, and yet you dare to confront me thus? Though anger simmered within him, Su Ran's expression remained unchanged, even adopting a contemplative demeanor. After a moment of silence, he replied, "As for Chuanlu, I am unaware of her fate. I have been searching for individuals these past days. Did she truly fall victim to foul play? My heavens! A being from the celestial realm has met her end here. I, Su Ran, am willing to assist in uncovering the true culprit." Zhang Qing fixed his gaze upon Su Ran, his voice cold as ice. "Do not feign ignorance with me. I ask you directly, what is your connection to this incident? I did not summon you to search for any so-called true culprit. Do not presume that, as an emperor of this mortal realm, you possess the right to dismiss me. Kneel before me and speak." With that, he unleashed a tremendous force, and Su Ran could only perceive an overwhelming aura roaring towards him. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own, and this force struck him with a resounding impact. Su Ran wished to evade it, yet ultimately found himself unable to do so. In the open, he was merely an ordinary man, incapable of escaping such a formidable force. Thus, before this power, Su Ran faltered and was forcefully brought to his knees. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, locking eyes with his adversary. The opponent's control over his strength was lacking, being at the third stage of innate power. Su Ran could withstand this blow. Had he truly been an ordinary person, a single knee to the ground would have shattered his joints. The assailant acted without restraint. Zhang Cheng's third inner thought surfaced in Su Ran's mind. Though I cannot slay you, you deserve to perish. I shall cripple you and see if you dare speak again." Upon hearing this thought, a fierce anger ignited within Su Ran. A trace of ruthlessness emerged, and the hidden energies beneath his smile began to stir. If this individual truly aimed to ruin him, there was no need for him to conceal his strength. Even if his opponent surpassed him, he would fight with all his might. Compliance had been for the sake of survival. Yet if you tread upon my dignity, I would no longer hold back. If death were to come, let it be a noble demise. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Behind him, Qing Mei rushed forward, disregarding the pleas of Yu Zhu, and shouted at the cultivator Zhang Qing, "What are you doing? He is just an ordinary person. What capability does he possess to threaten you cultivators? If this continues, he will be crippled." Su Ran was taken aback, feeling a surge of unexpected gratitude at her intervention. In that instant, no one else spoke on his behalf. Faced with a cultivator, fear gripped everyone. To them, these mortals were akin to deities, and who would dare oppose a deity? Yet Qing Mei stepped forth, her anger and urgency entirely genuine. However, a weight settled in Su Ran's heart. He understood that Zhang Cheng was even more arrogant than the previous Taoist Wu, and Qing Mei's courage would inevitably provoke his wrath. Indeed, Zhang Cheng turned his gaze toward Qing Mei, coldly declaring, "And what are you, worthless creature? Kneel before me as well." In an instant, he directed his force toward her, applying the same oppressive strength. Qing Mei lacked Su Ran's resilience. Should she be struck, her legs would be irrevocably damaged, leaving her unable to walk for the rest of her life. Witnessing this scene, Su Ran gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crimson, a cold glint flashing within them. He was ready to act. Chapter 42. This is my person. Qing Mei stepped forward, perhaps even unaware of her own motivations. How audacious she was to confront this celestial being. Perhaps it was the bond forged over the past days that led her to genuinely believe that this emperor of the Great Liang was, at heart, a commendable individual. Or perhaps she felt that such a person should not endure such humiliation. In a moment of fervor, she emerged, disregarding any potential repercussions. She had no martial prowess. Nor was she a cultivator. She was merely an ordinary person, yet she remained oblivious to Zhang Qing's earlier assault. Yu Zhu, behind her, sensed an unease in the atmosphere but could not pinpoint its source. Yet, Qing Mei had already dashed forward. Though typically fearless, she found herself trembling before the true celestial presence. Her limbs stiffened, rendering her incapable of rushing to Qing Mei's side. It was fear, undeniably fear, the kind that mortals harbor towards immortals. How could a mere mortal dare to oppose a divine being? Yet, what unfolded next was utterly unforeseen. In that critical moment, Su Ran emitted a furious roar and, against all odds, broke free from his kneeling position, leaping to shield Qing Mei beneath him. Yu Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment, and Qing Mei stood frozen in disbelief. Above, the cultivator Zhang Cheng uttered a soft gasp, clearly taken aback that the emperor of the Great Liang could escape his grip. Was his earlier power insufficient? His gaze hardened. Although the crowd hailed him as a celestial being, he was no benevolent figure. Renowned among his peers for his fierce temperament, he would not tolerate any affront to his authority. You wish to protect that maid? She speaks on your behalf? Very well, I shall render you both powerless. Zhang Cheng's eyes glinted with malice as he intensified his power output, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. Little did he know, his prior force was already formidable enough. This subsequent surge of invisible spiritual pressure could easily crush an ordinary person. On the ground, Su Ran had enveloped Qing Mei with his body, absorbing the brunt of Zhang Cheng's initial attack. The disparity in their strengths was painfully evident to Su Ran. The opponent's cultivation level far surpassed that of the previous Wu cultivator, likely reaching the 7th stage of Qi refinement. In contrast, Su Ran was merely at the 3rd stage of innate cultivation. The gulf in power was staggering. Engaging in combat would surely lead to his demise. Yet, Su Ran resolved not to endure this indignity any longer. The adversary harbored ill intentions. If he continued to acquiesce, even if the foe refrained from overtly ending his life, he would undoubtedly seek to render him incapacitated. Qing Mei, who had spoken on his behalf, would not escape unscathed either. Thus, he declared, "Let there be battle." Su Ran felt the 3rd wave of energy rush towards him, instinctively shielding Qing Mei beneath him. A rare ferocity and madness flickered across his expression, and he reached into his robe, clutching the fire talisman tightly. Although Su Ran was determined to fight back, he was not naive enough to confront his opponent head-on. If he were to engage, it would be for the sake of victory. His greatest advantage lay in the fact that his adversary was unaware of his own status as a cultivator, having attained the third level of the innate realm. As long as he concealed himself well and seized the opportunity, with the fire talisman clearing the way, he could approach swiftly, unleashing a flurry of 13 earth-shattering punches that might just allow him to beat Zhang Qing to death. However, Su Ran lacked the ability to fly. Even though Zhang Qing's current height while wielding his sword was not significant, he feared that his innate third-level physique might not allow him to leap that high. Yet, at this moment, there was no time for hesitation. With his mind made up, the fierce light in Su Ran's eyes sharpened as he prepared to feign severe injury from the impending attack, waiting for the right moment to strike. Nearby, Qi Mei stared at Su Ran in a daze. Having known him for several days, this was the first time she had witnessed such a fierce expression on his face, causing her heart to race. From the once seemingly gentle and timid exiled emperor, she suddenly perceived an unprecedented dominance and ferocity, a reckless abandon. Yet, her emotions were more complex. He had just thrown himself to shield her from some mysterious technique of the immortal faction. Qing Mei was merely an ordinary person. Her reactions were not swift, and she could not comprehend Su Ran's intentions at that moment, nor could she fathom what might transpire next. She simply gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. Meanwhile, Su Ran was channeling his spiritual energy, bracing himself for the impending impact. However, the anticipated strike did not land. A tremendous crash echoed behind him. Qi Mei exclaimed in delight, "Your Majesty." Su Ran turned in surprise, witnessing a graceful figure clad in black armor appear on the scene, wielding a 3-foot blue blade, who had boldly intercepted Zhang Qing's attack. Yet, the Empress staggered back several meters before regaining her footing. Zhang Qing's casual strike had even forced the 7th-tier warrior Empress to struggle. Su Ran was taken aback. He had not expected her to appear at this moment and come to his aid. Upon her arrival, the soldiers of the Tianqian army, who had been too frightened to act, finally sprang into motion, kneeling in mass and chanting "Your Majesty." In unison, their voices resounding with fervor. The Empress, however, paid little attention to the crowd, nor did she regard Qi Mei and Su Ran. Standing tall, her sword resting at her back, she slowly raised her head, her long neck framing a visage that exuded both valor and coldness as she gazed skyward. Zhang Qing, too, directed his eyes towards her, his voice cold as he inquired, "Chu Yutong, what do you mean by this?" His voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of anger, seemed to call her by name directly. In this realm of Tianqian and the Grand Liang, it appeared that only those exalted beings, the celestial immortals, dared to utter the name of this empress. Yet, the empress's name was Chu Yutong. After traversing through time and enduring the humiliation of being taken as a hostage after her kingdom was obliterated, Su Ran finally learned the name of his captor. As the celestial being's ire surged, all those present trembled in fear, including Qing Mei and Yuzhu, whose expressions mirrored sheer terror. However, as the situation shifted, Su Ran discreetly tightened his grip on the fire talisman but refrained from revealing it, altering his internal strategy to observe the unfolding events with patience. In the gathering, while Su Ran lurked in the shadows, the Empress Chu Yutong stood tall, exhibiting no signs of panic. In response to the provocation, she replied with a regal yet frigid authority, "What I mean is, this emperor of the Grand Liang belongs to me." Zhang Qing's inquiry was laden with coldness and dominance, and the empress's retort echoed the same icy resolve. There was no elaborate explanation, merely that one statement. Yet, the implication was abundantly clear. "This is my person. If you wish to harm him, you must first seek my consent, even if you are a so-called celestial being." Her realm may not rival that of Zhang Qing, but her presence was equally formidable. She was the sovereign of the mortal world, the supreme ruler. Chapter 43. A hidden blade behind a smile. The voice of the Empress resonated with a chilling authority, devoid of excessive explanation, exuding a confrontational aura that starkly contrasted with the trepidation exhibited by those around her in the presence of Zhang Qing. Su Ran could not help but glance at her. Despite his previous discontent towards the Empress, he could not deny that in this moment, she radiated an undeniable brilliance, embodying the essence of a sovereign in his heart. Most significantly, from the gaze of Empress Chu Yutong, Su Ran perceived her true thoughts, which aligned perfectly with her spoken words. This was not mere pretense, but her genuine sentiment, albeit imbued with a touch more fervor than her exterior suggested. "This is my territory and my people. Do you dare to threaten him without my consent? If I were capable of defeating you, I would strike you down from the heavens with a single sword." However, Su Ran had not anticipated that she would intervene on his behalf, nor that she would dare to provoke Zhang Qing in such a manner. Yet, It was evident that Zhang Qing's expression swiftly morphed into one of profound displeasure. Having been publicly humiliated, his voice grew increasingly frigid as he retorted, "Chu Yutong, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" This was an overt threat. Zhang Qing, brimming with arrogance and bolstered by his formidable prowess, possessed the backing of the celestial sect, Huanyang sect, which wielded overwhelming power over the mortal realm. He had every reason to be audacious. He held a deep-seated disdain for this mortal emperor, and he could not tolerate the affront to his pride. Yet, the empress remained unyielding, asserting, "What consequences? I am unaware of any, nor do I believe there are any. I know this is my dynasty. And the emperor of Daliang is my hostage, my subject. He is utterly incapable and a worthless emperor. You come to my domain to pursue a murderer. And while I may cooperate, if you resort to indiscriminate killings and threaten my people, I shall intervene. Furthermore, I wish to inquire of your sect's leader. Does the agreement between your sect and my Tianqin still hold? Do you intend to set a precedent by eliminating the entirety of my Tianqin royal family?" If Zhang Qing's earlier words were laced with an icy menace, the Empress Chu Yotong's retort was equally threatening, her voice resonating with the force of thunder, each word striking like a hammer. Despite her femininity, her voice was powerful and deafening, reverberating through the streets, commanding the attention of all. This was an act few dared to undertake in the mortal world. Around her, the soldiers of the Tianqin army displayed expressions of excitement, yet they remained silent, bowing deeply to their sovereign in a gesture of utmost respect. At that moment, Su Ran continued to observe the empress. Her heartfelt declaration was clear and filled with fervor. "If you dare to threaten me, I shall not hesitate to threaten you in return. I refuse to believe you would truly dare to kill me." The character of the empress. Su Ran opened his mouth, yet he could not help but express that, in this moment, the empress exuded an air of elegance and valor that commanded deep admiration. However, Su Ran gleaned a wealth of information from her words. In this realm, although cultivators reign supreme over the mortal world, it is evident that there exists some form of agreement or cooperative relationship between them. In essence, a certain restraint prevails, which seemingly curtails the cultivator's ability to meddle excessively in mortal affairs or act with impunity. This may well be the reason the empress dared to chastise Zhang Qing in this manner. Behind her audacity lies not only her formidable courage, but also her substantial confidence. This empress is not one to act impulsively. Her willingness to confront Zhang Qing must be underpinned by a firm assurance. Su Ran's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head. He understood that there was no need for him to intervene today. It seemed Zhang Qing was destined to return empty-handed. Although Zhang Qing was a formidable cultivator, none among the ranks of the Tianqin army in Shilin City, including the empress herself, could match him. Yet, his temperament and capabilities were evidently inferior to those of the empress. The disparity lay solely in their respective worlds. Even if Zhang Qing were at the 7th level of qi refinement, free to act as he pleased in the mortal realm, he could hardly be considered a master among cultivators. In contrast, the empress was a paragon among her peers, a sovereign of a nation, whose path to cultivation had been severed due to her humble origins. When it came to innate ability and character, she surpassed Zhang Qing by numerous tiers. The moment she chose to act, it was clear that Zhang Qing would gain nothing. As expected, upon the Empress Chu Yotong's words, Zhang Qing's previously arrogant demeanor faltered, his expression shifting as if lost in contemplation. Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Ran could no longer discern his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Qing finally gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, it appears I have acted rashly. The death of my fellow disciples from Huanyang sect here has left me somewhat anxious. I beseech the Empress not to hold it against me. Huanyang sect has no intention of breaching our agreement or overstepping our bounds. There is no need for you to trouble your elders or sect master. Let this matter rest. And I urge the Empress to assist us in apprehending the villain responsible for the demise of my Huanyang sect brethren, bringing them to justice, thus providing an explanation to both my sect and the Tianqin Empire." With this statement, Zhang Qing had taken a step back, his tone markedly softened, revealing an unmistakable sense of trepidation, though his expression still bore a hint of distortion, indicating his underlying dissatisfaction. Witnessing this scene, Su Ran felt a surge of satisfaction. The Empress then responded, "This is only natural, and it is indeed our duty in the Tianqin Empire. However, I believe that since the Spring Dew disciple perished under sorcery, Master Zhang should prioritize seeking out other cultivators. I fully understand." Zhang Qing's gaze flickered once more, settling upon Su Ran and Qing Mei, who stood on the ground. At this moment, Qingmei had already risen to her feet, while Su Ran remained seated on the ground, clutching his leg and furrowing his brow, seemingly unable to stand. Of course, he could rise. The pressure attack from Zhang Cheng was perilous for an ordinary person, but for Su Ran, who possessed innate strength at the 3rd level, it had little impact. Yet, he felt compelled to feign weakness to avoid revealing any inconsistencies in these details. After all, he had no need to act at this juncture. Sensing Zhang Cheng's gaze, Su Ran raised his eyes to meet his. Their gazes locked. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Ran's mouth, appearing to express terror, while in truth, he had quietly activated his concealed blade within a smile. Zhang Cheng, you shall be the first I eliminate once my cultivation ascends. Though Zhang Cheng could hardly take further action now, the incident involving Wang De served as a stark reminder for Su Ran. Evil must be eradicated. Once enmity is established, one must seek the opportunity to eliminate the foe. Moreover, both Zhang Cheng and that Wu cultivator had inexplicably desired his demise, rendering Su Ran all the more resolute in his determination to show no mercy. Currently, he lacked the strength to confront Zhang Cheng directly. Yet, with the system at his disposal, he firmly believed that he would eventually surpass Zhang Cheng and bring him down. Given the chance, he would ensure that all these threats were eradicated one by one. As he activated his concealed blade within a smile, Zhang Cheng suddenly felt an overwhelming discomfort. His gaze fixated on Su Ran as he coldly remarked, "However, Your Majesty, the Empress, I have one more question. You just claimed that the Emperor of the Great Liang is merely an ordinary person, yet under my suppression, he was able to move and protect others. Is he truly just an ordinary person?" His words instantly captured the Empress's attention, her sharp gaze now directed at Su Ran. Indeed, Su Ran had inadvertently revealed a hint of his capabilities while protecting Qingmei. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran feigned terror, exclaiming, I am uncertain how I managed that. Perhaps your techniques lack precision? I bear no grudge against you, Zhang Xinjia. Why must you act in such a manner? This time, both the Empress and Zhang Cheng fell silent. Zhang Cheng cast another probing glance, while the Empress floated forward, delicately grasping Su Ran's wrist to sense his aura. Su Ran felt a jolt of alarm and immediately exerted himself to fully activate his concealed blade within a smile. Under the veiled aura of this technique, both their inquiries returned empty-handed. The Empress glanced at the strange smile on Su Ran's face, instinctively furrowing her brow, before turning to Zhang Cheng in the sky and calmly inquiring, Indeed, there is not a trace of inner strength. What have you discerned? Zhang Cheng's expression darkened. He too had found nothing. After probing twice, yielding no results, he began to suspect that perhaps his power was insufficient, having rarely engaged with mortals, thereby allowing Su Ran to slip away. After a moment, Zhang Cheng declared, It appears he is not the one. I shall continue my search. As a member of the Huanyang sect, even a mere acolyte must not perish here in vain. The Empress raised her head and said, Rest assured, my people shall fully cooperate with you in this matter. However, it does pertain to cultivators, a realm beyond the grasp of mere mortals. I fear it will require your utmost diligence, Taoist Zhang. Zhang Cheng nodded while his gaze fell upon Su Ran. Observing the peculiar smile on Su Ran's face, he felt increasingly uneasy. After a moment, he could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Su Ran, he exclaimed, What is wrong with you? Do you fear or rejoice? Can you not smile? Upon hearing this, Su Ran appeared genuinely alarmed and forced a nervous smile, saying, I am not. I. Is it wrong for me to smile? Zhang Cheng, disturbed by his disquieting grin, felt an inexplicable discomfort. After a brief pause, he huffed in irritation and, with a flick of his sleeve, took to the skies on his sword. The ability to conceal a blade within a smile is indeed a most unpleasant skill. Even as this transpired, Su Ran's ears were met with a system notification. Dear host, congratulations. Your skill of concealing a blade within a smile has reached an unparalleled level, achieving Level 4 Concealment, granting you an additional lottery draw. Chapter 44. The attitude of Yuzhu. As the sun descended in the west, the light of day gradually dimmed. Ahead, the Empress turned her head and cast a glance at Su Ran, her elegantly shaped brows furrowing slightly, clearly unsettled by his enigmatic smile. After a moment's hesitation, she uttered, What exactly is that expression of yours? Huh. Su Ran's face stiffened for a moment before he finally retracted his peculiar skill. The abilities of these sovereigns were indeed peculiar, yet undeniably effective. With Zhang Cheng's departure, a palpable sense of relief washed over the crowd. The Empress merely waved her hand, prompting the Tianshan soldiers to retreat. However, Qing Mei knelt before the Empress, expressing her profound gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Observing this, Su Ran feigned an inability to rise and clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks, saying, "I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty." The Empress did not respond to Qing Mei but glanced at Su Ran and remarked, "I have promised you, I would not allow you to perish so easily." Su Ran discreetly raised his gaze to meet the Empress's eyes and discerned her unvoiced thoughts with clarity. "Not only because I vowed to protect you from death, but I must also deliver you to my sister. I cannot permit that cultivator to slay you indiscriminately." The corners of Su Ran's mouth twitched. The Empress seemed disinclined to elaborate further, preparing to take her leave. Yet, just as she was about to step away, she paused, turned back to Su Ran, and said, "You were able to leap to the rescue of a maid. I have underestimated you. You are not as incapable as the rumors suggest. Rest assured, from this moment forth, within my palace and throughout Tianshan, you shall receive the respect you deserve. Should you encounter any troubles, you may seek me out. I grant you this privilege." As she spoke, she returned her sword to its sheath, turned her back, and departed. Su Ran stood there momentarily, somewhat dazed. He had never expected such words to emerge from the lips of the Empress before him. Regrettably, he had already exhausted his 3 heartfelt expressions for the day, leaving him unable to discern her true feelings. Nonetheless, a complex expression clouded Su Ran's features. This was a markedly different attitude from before. Previously, the Empress had merely indicated her intention to accord him, the deposed monarch, sufficient respect, yet had failed to substantiate it significantly. At most, she had assisted him in reprimanding Wang De. The matter of Wang De's removal had ultimately been orchestrated by Su Ran himself, leveraging the influence of the lady official Yunji. Now, however, the Empress's commitment bore greater weight. She had directly afforded Su Ran a channel for assistance. Should any issues arise, he could approach her directly. Such were the Empress's words, as solid as a promise can be. To have access to someone who could genuinely help him resolve his problems was invaluable. Su Ran watched her retreating figure, pondering the recent exchange, his heart stirred by an ineffable sentiment. Although the Empress harbored ulterior motives, intent on delivering him to her sister who practiced dark arts, her willingness to extend such kindness was, in itself, commendable. It was indeed more than he could have anticipated. It appears that the relationship between the dynasty and the cultivation sect is far more intricate than one might initially presume. The subtlety of this connection is evident from the demeanor of the Empress towards Zhang Qing. Su Ran inhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting as he suddenly realized that having the privilege to meet the Empress directly meant that he could seek her out whenever he wished. Thus, the plan to integrate the Empress into his inner circle ignited a flurry of imaginative possibilities within him. However, his reverie was swiftly interrupted by the sight of Qing Mei, her face resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain. She was reaching out with her slender hands, exploring his form, particularly his legs, from the calves to the upper thighs. Her voice tinged with a sob. "Your Majesty of Daliang, are you unharmed? You won't become a cripple, will you? Why were you so foolish to come rescue me when you are not even a warrior? I had previously conspired against you with His Majesty. Why did you save me? What if you become a cripple?" Su Ran snapped back to reality. Gazing at Qing Mei, he remained silent for a moment before gently ruffling her hair. In his heart, he mused that for her sincere concern, his earlier act of shielding her from harm was not in vain. Yet, despite his thoughts, he ultimately chose not to voice them. The calculating and fierce glint in his eyes softened at that moment. Meanwhile, Yuzhu stood by, and after a brief pause, she and Qing Mei worked together to carry Su Ran back to the inn. Su Ran, of course, was unscathed. His leg bore only a minor scrape, far from any disability. The soldiers along the way parted to make way for him. Despite being the Emperor of Daliang, a former adversary of the Tianshan Empire and now a hostage, his recent actions had earned the respect of those around him. The admiration or resentment of these ordinary soldiers and common folk was refreshingly simple and pure. Upon returning to the inn and placing Su Ran on the bed, Qing Mei hurriedly dashed out to summon a doctor. Yuzhu, however, remained, standing at the edge of Su Ran's bed with her sword in hand, gazing intently at him. Su Ran felt uneasy under her scrutiny, questioning whether she harbored suspicions about him once more. He contemplated employing his usual facade to frighten her away, but before he could act, Yuzhu reached into her robe and produced a small porcelain vial, placing it in his hands. "This is a secret healing ointment from my sect. It may prove beneficial to you," she said. Su Ran, taken aback, grasped the vial and looked at Yuzhu. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, "Thank you. Thank you for saving Chimei. You are stronger than I am. I didn't dare to move at all." This statement marked the most amiable exchange Su Ran had experienced with her in the days they had known each other. Yet the latter part of her words resonated with profound disappointment and self-reproach. Without awaiting a response from Su Ran, Yuzhu turned and walked towards the exit, seemingly intent on departing. Su Ran was taken aback, only then realizing what thoughts might be swirling in Yuzhu's mind. Having spent considerable time with her, he had a rough understanding of her character. Although she had merely uttered those 2 sentences, countless thoughts were likely churning within her. As he watched her retreating figure, which appeared to be hunched, it starkly contrasted with her usual proud and aloof demeanor. A sense of unease inexplicably welled up within Su Ran. He called out after her, "You need not blame yourself. Everyone has their first time. When that empress held a sword to my throat that day, I was utterly stunned, even more so than you. But next time, I shall perform better, and so can you. We are all human. As long as we act rightly, there is nothing to fear from any so-called immortals. The worst that could happen is merely being killed." Upon hearing his words, Yuzhu paused momentarily, then lowered her head further as she continued her exit. After a while, her voice drifted back from outside, "Thank you." After Yuzhu departed, Su Ran slowly averted his gaze. With no one around, he pondered for a moment before summoning his system interface. Following the recent events, he had achieved the level 4 accomplishment of a blade hidden behind a smile, granting him an opportunity for a lottery draw. Seizing the moment, he decided to partake in a round of drawing. Chapter 45. No cultivation tonight. Only the delight of sour plums upon summoning the system interface. Su Ran first glanced at his current status, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that both his reputation and imperial fortune had increased. Name: Su Ran. Identity: the 3rd Emperor of the Great Liang of the Cloudy Xian Continent. Power level: innate 3rd stage. Reputation: 5. Imperial fortune: 3. Lottery chances: 1. Description: a rogue emperor who began cultivating yet shows disdain for the immortal sex. His foolish rule led to the demise of his nation. Skill: passive, Emperor's Heart, level 1. Skill: active, Emperor's Might, level 1. Skill: active, Calm as still water, level 1. Skill: active, a blade hidden in a smile, level 1. Achievements: a blade hidden in a smile, level 4. Unfazed in danger, level 4. Sharing joy with the people, level 1. Last Emperor, level 3. First Blood, level 1. Note: achievements reaching level 3 can unlock corresponding special imperial skills. A flicker of thought crossed Su Ran's mind. The rise in imperial fortune and reputation might indeed be linked to his confrontation with Zhang Qing earlier today. Yet, even now, Su Ran remained unaware of the true significance of these 2 metrics. Although he had inquired about it from the system, his rather unreliable system offered no clear or direct answers, merely informing him that these 2 metrics would only take effect once they reached a higher threshold, and their specific functions would only be revealed after Su Ran achieved certain milestones. Could it be that, much like achievements, reaching a certain level would unlock special imperial skills? While Su Ran's 4 imperial skills did not directly enhance his combat capabilities, they had served as a source of soft power, providing him with numerous opportunities to navigate perilous situations. He found himself somewhat eager to discover what enhancements reputation and imperial fortune might bestow upon him. Cultivation revolves around the mastery of techniques and scriptures. However, these attributes were unique advantages of his status as emperor, powers that even cultivators could not possess. In fact, Su Ran had already tested this today. Even a first-level skill was insurmountable for a 7th-stage Qi refinement cultivator. This instilled him with great confidence in these imperial skills. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran summoned the system and utilized the lottery chance he had painstakingly acquired through perilous endeavors. Having participated in numerous lotteries, Su Ran was now well-versed in the process, and the blind box quickly opened. The system's notification resonated in Su Ran's ears. "Dear host, congratulations. You have won Upgrade Point 1 in this lottery. Using the upgrade point allows you to elevate any of your achievements or imperial skills, active or passive, by 1 level. Not a tangible reward, but rather an opportunity to enhance his skills." Taking a deep breath, Su Ran immediately decided to allocate this skill point to his first acquired skill, Emperor's Heart. The other 3 skills were temporarily sufficient. However, Su Ran felt that the skill of Imperial Heart technique had become somewhat inadequate. Being able to hear only 3 phrases from a person each day felt rather limiting. Therefore, Su Ran decisively allocated his skill points to enhance the Imperial Heart technique, upgrading it to level 2. Congratulations, esteemed host. Your Imperial Heart technique has been successfully upgraded. Skill passive, Imperial Heart technique, level 2. By gazing into the eyes of the current being, you can hear 6 of their innermost thoughts. This skill can only be used on a single target once every 24 hours. With the second level Imperial Heart technique, the number of thoughts he could hear in a day doubled to a total of 6. The system's prompt softly chimed in. Esteemed host, considering your current situation, the system suggests that you utilize your present abilities and the goodwill of the Empress to directly confront her, overpower your enemies, capture the heart of Empress Chu Yaodong, and successfully usurp the throne, thereby taking the Empress as your queen. Before the system could finish its audacious plan, footsteps echoed from outside. It was Qing Mei, hastily accompanied by a physician. She appeared somewhat anxious, urging him along. The military doctor from the Tianjin army, though not young, was brought in by Qing Mei to examine Su Ran closely. Upon observing, the doctor furrowed his brow. This doesn't seem to be anything serious, does it? He glanced at Qing Mei standing behind him. Although she was a maid, her status was notably special, making her someone he could not afford to offend. After a moment's contemplation, the doctor said, I suspect that while there doesn't appear to be any significant external injury, there may be internal damage. After all, this is the work of a celestial being. Thus, I shall prescribe a few remedies for you to use. Su Ran feigned concern, well aware that he was unscathed. Noticing the doctor's unease, he merely said, Thank you, Qing Mei. There is no need for you to worry too much. I know my own body well enough. Let him return. The doctor, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily departed. At that moment, the skies outside had completely darkened. Yet the city of Shilin remained aglow with lights, where soldiers patrolled the streets, collaborating with Zhang Cheng of the Huanyang sect to search for the perpetrator. Su Ran glanced outside, a cold smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. What are you searching for? You'd be fortunate to find anything. You can't even imagine that I am the one you seek. He quickly shifted his gaze away, for the Lady Yunji had also come to visit him. As usual, she entered without regard for Su Ran's injuries, her delicate hand roaming over him as she muttered, that detestable celestial being, truly lacking in discretion. Do take care not to harm yourself. Su Ran felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly thinking that feigning an injury only served to further absolve him of suspicion. Others would never think of him as the culprit and would not attribute any misdeeds to him. Yunji did not linger long before taking her leave. However, Qing Mei remained steadfastly by his side, as the night deepened and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Su Ran initially intended to practice through the night, yet found himself at an impasse, ultimately urging Qing Mei to take her rest. However, Qing Mei remained steadfastly by his side. Having recently upgraded his Imperial Heart technique, Su Ran could now perceive Qing Mei's innermost thoughts. She pondered, Tonight, I shall not leave. Instead, I will guard him here. Su Ran was at a loss for words. He decided to temporarily cease his cultivation and prepare for a proper rest, though he remained vigilant, fearing that Zhang Qing, unable to act during the day, might harbor malevolent intentions under the cover of night. Fortunately, it seemed the Empress Chu Yaotong had instilled some trepidation in Zhang Cheng, resulting in an uneasy quietness. Eventually, Su Ran succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered the candles in the room had extinguished. As he lowered his gaze, he was met by a pair of luminous eyes, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window. Qing Mei sat at the edge of his bed, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. The dim light cast a silvery sheen upon her figure, accentuating her graceful curves, while her eyes sparkled with reflected moonlight, captivating Su Ran's senses. She continued to watch him, her gaze unyielding even when their eyes met. Her neckline was slightly loose, and from Su Ran's vantage point, he could glimpse the creamy whiteness beneath. Those 2 delicate plums were hidden just out of sight. Silence enveloped them, neither spoke. Yet, the resonance of her thoughts echoed in Su Ran's ears. You are truly beautiful. This marked the 5th thought he had discerned. Without forethought, Su Ran leaned forward and embraced Qing Mei. She was taken aback but did not resist or utter a word. As Su Ran's hands roamed, she instinctively adjusted her posture, and her garments seemed to vanish like magic. The quiet room gradually filled with heavy breaths. Su Ran remained mindful of his purpose. He retrieved a divine pill crafted according to the system's formula and consumed it. The system's notification chimed, granting him another opportunity for a draw. Yet, at that moment, his focus was solely on indulging in the plums. This night, there would be no cultivation, only the enjoyment of the plums. However, as the crucial moment approached, Qingmei's sixth thought resonated within Saran's mind. What could possibly be wrong? This is rather intense. Saran pondered. Have I played my role too convincingly? This misunderstanding seems rather profound. In the outer room, Yuju awoke, sitting in a daze. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. After a while, she quietly slipped away, seemingly unable to bear the tension, seeking solace in the night air. The long night stretched on, and the moonlight appeared to grow increasingly gentle. Chapter 46. The binding spell. The night over Shilin City was illuminated by the flickering glow of torches. Zhang Qing stood aloft, gazing coldly down upon the city beneath him, his expression akin to that of a child contemplating a fragile toy that could be easily crushed. The Tianqian army was still busily scouring the ground, digging with fervor to uncover the murderer of the Huanyang sect's disciple. Yet, at this juncture, Zhang Qin was acutely aware, regardless of whether the perpetrator hailed from another sect or was a malevolent demon, that would likely remain elusive. Hence, his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. The space around him was shrouded in darkness. Those valiant soldiers of Tianqian were aware of the celestial figure's presence and dared not encroach upon his vicinity, no matter how fervently they searched. Moreover, with Zhang Qing's formidable prowess, there was no one within Shilin City capable of eluding his perceptive grasp. Thus, this place remained eerily silent. Moments later, a slender and ethereal shadow materialized behind him. It appeared to be a tall woman, completely enveloped from head to toe. Gliding gracefully as she approached Zhang Qing, yet halted at a respectful distance, bowing slightly and intoning, "I pay my respects to Master Zhang." Zhang Qing cast a sidelong glance at her from his elevated stance, without turning fully, and replied tersely, "You are late." The woman trembled slightly. However, before she could articulate a response, Zhang Qing interrupted, "There is no need for explanations. It is superfluous. I summoned you for a singular purpose. So listen closely." His voice softened, as he employed a technique of sound transmission, crafting his words into a slender thread that reached her ear, audible only to them. As the woman absorbed his words, her pupils dilated imperceptibly, and she murmured, "But the Emperor of Dali is presently a hostage in the hands of the Tianqian Empress." Before she could finish, Zhang Qing interjected. Standing tall, he stated coolly, "You must understand, even if I were to divulge this matter to you, I need not rely on you mortals or your sex to handle it. I fear soiling my hands, yet there are many willing to act on our behalf." The woman lowered her gaze, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Zhang Qing let out a cold laugh, saying, I nearly forgot to inform you. This is not my affair, but that of the Huanyang sect. Do you comprehend?" A flicker of shock passed through the woman's eyes, but she quickly bowed her head more deeply, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I understand, Master. We shall not fail in our mission. Before the Tianqian army returns to Tianqian Royal City, we will behead the Emperor of Dali and present his head to you." "Excellent. Rest assured, should this come to fruition, you shall reap the rewards," Zhang Qing concluded before gracefully ascending from the rooftop, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. The woman remained seated until he had long departed, then dared to rise, casting a glance around before retreating into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The surrounding stillness pulsed with an almost sentient energy, as shadows writhed like living entities. The following day, Su Ran awoke early to the news that the Tianqian army was preparing to depart. It seemed that the Celestial Master had left, halting the search, thus rendering our continued presence unnecessary. Qingmei brought breakfast to Su Ran from outside, the spread more sumptuous than ever, and a peculiar blush adorned her cheeks, making her appear invigorated. The only slight oddity was her somewhat awkward gait. Su Ran sensed this as well. It appeared that the ascension process for cultivators differed significantly from that of ordinary folk. The longer one persevered, the more intense the experience became, yet afterwards, it seemed increasingly comfortable. His gaze shifted, and Su Ran inexplicably thought of that slippery plum. Truly, it was a slender branch bearing robust fruit. Moreover, the physique of cultivators seemed inherently enhanced. Even without the divine elixir, their combat prowess was formidable, and with the elixir, it was simply. An end was not easily attained. At that moment, Yuju entered, immediately noticing Qingmei's unusual walk, and with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Qingmei, what is wrong? Is your leg injured?" A sudden flush crept over Qingmei's face as she stammered, "No, not at all." Yuju scrutinized Qingmei, then turned her gaze to Su Ran. Su Ran discerned her unspoken thoughts. Could it be that she had a fierce encounter with the Emperor of Dali last night? Is he truly that formidable? Should we inform His Majesty of this? Forget it. It is rare for Chimei to be fond of someone. And this Emperor of Dali does not seem to be a villain. Why is he looking at me? I certainly did not eavesdrop last night. Humph, what a foolish monarch. Yuju's inner musings were still exaggerated. 6 sentences of thought raced through Su Ran's ears like a speeding train. Listening to Yuju's thoughts, Su Ran couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet, he distinctly sensed a shift in Yuju's attitude towards him. For instance, her comment about him not being a bad person was something he had never heard from her before. Furthermore, as this was her innermost thought, she had not voiced it aloud, signifying her genuine feelings. Moreover, today, under Su Ran's gaze, Yuju did not immediately avert her eyes or shoot him a glare. Instead, she quietly regarded him. After a moment, both unconsciously turned their gazes away. Suddenly, Su Ran had a thought and hurriedly called Chimei over. Chimei, with her pure and straightforward nature, was unreserved in this private setting. When Su Ran beckoned her and gently pulled her closer, she effortlessly twisted her body and sat in his lap, playfully asking, "What's the matter?" Yesterday's incident must not reach Lady Yunza's ears. With Yuju still present, Su Ran was not as carefree as Chimei. He leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. He realized that if Lady Yunza's discovered not only his pretense, but also the exceptional efficacy of the divine elixir, she would undoubtedly come knocking. Although Su Ran has now reached the 3rd level of innate strength, comparable to a 5th or 6th tier warrior, it is best to avoid unnecessary troubles. Chimei, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded vigorously. Observing this scene, Yushu, who was standing in the room, felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat before voluntarily stepping outside. Chimei's gaze flickered for a moment, and she promptly followed. Leaving behind a remark, "I will go remind Yuju." The room fell silent once more. Outside the window, the daylight brightened, and the sun cast a gentle warmth within. The Tianqian army was about to set forth. For the citizens of Shilin City, this was undoubtedly a positive development. Su Ran had just heard from Chimei that the cultivator Zhang Cheng seemed to have departed, appearing to have lost hope in finding the culprit here. Has he abandoned the intention to kill me? Or has the Huanyang sect given up? A sense of unease crept into Su Ran's mind. During dinner, he decided to utilize the lottery opportunity he had just acquired. The lottery interface materialized, and after the blind box animation concluded, 2 thin talismans emerged from within. Su Ran's eyes brightened. Name, Binding Talismans 2. Level, Grade 1. Affiliation, Celestial Path. Description: this is a binding talisman of the innate realm. The user can immobilize any target at the innate level or below for 30 minutes, rendering the target completely stiff, with only their eyes and mouth able to move. Would you like to manifest and integrate the usage incantation? This time, he had drawn a talisman item, 2 binding talismans, no less. 30 minutes of immobility. If used on another, it would grant him the freedom to act as he pleased. Su Ran inexplicably thought of the charming and enchanting Empress. He then cleared his throat and, having etched the incantation for the binding talisman into his mind, stored the 2 talismans within his storage ring. A flash of light in his palm, and they vanished from sight. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement. He had been troubled by a lack of celestial means. And now 2 talismans had come his way. Regrettably, the opportunities for the lottery remained all too scarce. Chapter 47. The advancing Su Ran. The Tianqian army continued its march. The lengthy procession departing from Shilin City. Perhaps due to previous delays, their pace had significantly quickened, traversing the former border between Tianqian and Daliang within a day. They arrived at a crucial military stronghold on the Tianqian frontier, where they rested for the night before setting off once more. The relationship between Su Ran and Chimei, as well as Yuju, had grown somewhat delicate. This development yielded direct benefits for him, particularly in his cultivation practices, which had become increasingly convenient. Utilizing the refined San Yuan Dan, he diligently trained, occasionally sharing a couple of pills with the foolish dog that had come to him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dog's capacity for absorbing the medicinal essence was nearly on par with his own cultivation efforts. After consuming both the Xiantian Pei Yuan Dan and the San Yuan Dan, the dog's fur became increasingly lustrous, and its physique expanded, rendering it far more formidable than before. Even Chimei noted the anomaly, though she misinterpreted its cause, murmuring to the foolish dog, "I haven't given you much to eat lately. How have you grown so plump?" The cunning creature took advantage of this moment, burrowing into Chimei's bosom for affection. Previously, this had not bothered Su Ran. But now he found himself unable to remain passive, clearing his throat with a sharp cough and casting a fierce glance to deter the foolish dog. That was his cherished Lulu Mei. He could not allow this crafty creature to invade its space. As they journeyed on, Su Ran continued to devote himself to his cultivation, consuming the San Yuan Dan as if they were mere candies. His progress remained unceasing. Following recent events, he had grown more composed, deciding against departing for the time being. The situation had evidently shifted. The Huanyang sect sought his demise, and under such circumstances, remaining within the ranks of the Tianshan army was undoubtedly advantageous. Although he did not fully grasp the underlying reasons, he was not naive. He could discern that while those cultivators were reckless, they were also constrained from acting with abandon in the presence of too many witnesses. In this context, Su Ran's proximity to the Empress served as a natural shield. The most pivotal factor influencing Su Ran's change in mindset was his burgeoning strength. Having reached the third level of the Xiantian realm, he was now comparable to martial artists of the 5th or 6th rank, a status that marked him as a top-tier expert in the mortal realm. Within the Tianshan army, the most formidable warrior was none other than the Empress herself, a 7th-rank martial artist. In this scenario, Su Ran needed only to advance further to attain the first level of the Qi refinement stage, thus surpassing the Empress. As a cultivator, he would no longer be confined by the Tianshan army. Even upon reaching the imperial capital of Yu City, he would possess the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Conversely, the threat posed by the celestial beings had gradually intensified, becoming a crucial consideration for Su Ran. However, after achieving the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm, his progress in cultivation had noticeably slowed. He perceived the threshold separating the Xiantian realm from the Qi refinement stage, yet found himself barred from entry, lingering at the threshold without passage. This breakthrough to a higher realm was neither simple nor smooth, and merely consuming more San Yuan Dan would not suffice. For cultivators, even those of the lower tiers possess strength that far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists, not to mention the myriad of peculiar techniques they command. However, the path of cultivation is not devoid of challenges. Each major realm represents a formidable threshold. Indeed, merely transitioning from a commoner to an innate cultivator can deter many. Those lacking the aptitude for cultivation may never attain the innate realm in their lifetime. Similarly, many who, despite entering the innate stage, may struggle in vain to transcend into the Qi refinement period due to their limited potential. Presently, Su Ran finds himself ensnared at this very threshold. Without a master, he possesses only a rudimentary manual on earthly fist techniques, and despite his efforts, he remains unable to discover a means to surpass this barrier. Faced with this predicament, Su Ran resolves to intensify his training while simultaneously exploring alternative avenues. For instance, he contemplates seeking a heart-to-heart conversation with the Empress. Su Ran's modest ambition is to persuade the Empress to grant a maternity leave, following the incident outside the inn. The Empress's attitude towards Su Ran has undergone a subtle transformation, even granting him an audience. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ran eagerly crosses the border between Tianshan and the former Great Liang. With nothing to lose, he takes the initiative to engage the Empress in conversation. Admittedly, he lacks finesse in such matters, yet he is adept at fabricating reasons, claiming concern for the citizens of Great Liang and inquiring about the Empress's plans for their welfare. The Empress, Chu Yutong, is unperturbed, exuding an imposing presence as she sits within her tent, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, your Great Liang has now been incorporated into my realm. Thus, it is my territory and my subjects. The treatment afforded to the citizens of Tianshan will equally apply to those of Great Liang. There shall be no favoritism." Her response is notably formal. Since the last incident, her inherent disdain for Su Ran has diminished considerably. Previously, in her eyes, Su Ran was an incompetent and foolish ruler, and as a wise sovereign, she naturally held him in contempt. Had it not been for her sister, she would have swiftly dispatched him during her visit to the Great Liang Imperial Palace. However, over the course of time, Su Ran's various actions have indeed prompted her to reassess her perception of him. After departing from the capital of Great Liang, Su Ran's expressions of gratitude to the populace and his display of courage outside the inn have subtly altered Chu Yodong's attitude and judgment regarding him. She begins to entertain the notion that perhaps this emperor of Great Liang is not as depraved as the rumors suggest, but rather a figure ensnared by treachery, who has committed no heinous acts himself. Not a tyrant, merely inept. Consequently, her demeanor towards Su Ran has shifted markedly. When he approaches her, she does not rebuff him. Instead, she earnestly explains her forthcoming selections for officials in Great Liang and her governance strategies, occasionally posing questions to Su Ran. Regrettably, Su Ran has inherited no memories of his original self, leaving him unable to respond to her inquiries. The Empress cast a skeptical glance, her eyes unmistakably conveying the sentiment. Even if you are a foolish monarch, you cannot possibly be entirely oblivious, can you? Su Ran could only respond with a wry smile, explaining, to be candid, I have been completely sidelined. I am utterly unaware of my nation's affairs. I know neither the identities of many of the generals nor their positions or natures. What a truly unfortunate emperor. Perhaps you wish to make an impact, yet find yourself devoid of opportunity. The Empress's inner thoughts surprised Su Ran with their unexpected gentleness. Chu Yutong remarked, it is quite reasonable. You ascended to the throne before reaching the age of 10, surrounded by unreliable individuals. By the time you mature and grasp the situation, it will be too late. You will have already been marginalized. Su Ran was taken aback. The change in demeanor between them was stark. Now, merely fabricating a lie. The Empress had gracefully assisted him in recovering his stance. Had this been before, not only would such a situation have been impossible, but even the prospect of sitting here in calm conversation would have been unthinkable. Su Ran felt a tinge of embarrassment, and just as he prepared to speak, he heard a voice from outside. It was the Lady Yunji, who seemed to bear urgent news. Chapter 48. The malevolent spirit, the lady-in-waiting, Yunji, appeared to be a delicate beauty, yet in the presence of the Empress, she was a formidable character. At this moment, however, her countenance bore an unusual hint of panic. Upon entering, she hastily approached the Empress, only to pause and realize that Su Ran was seated nearby. The words that had nearly escaped her lips were swallowed back down. Her gaze fixated solely on Su Ran. The Empress, Chu Yutong, slightly shifted her attention towards Su Ran and remarked, it is getting late. You should retire for the evening. Should any matters arise, we can discuss them at a later time. This was her unspoken sentiment. Why is Yunji so flustered? It would be prudent to avoid alarming the Emperor of Daliang. Though the Empress's demeanor towards Su Ran had softened, he remained an outsider in the realm of Tianshun. Her intentions for Su Ran had not wavered. She still intended to take him to the imperial capital and hand him over to her sister. However, her improved perception of him had granted him a modicum of favor. Su Ran, even without the ability to hear her thoughts, perceived this underlying truth. While he had devised a plan to grant this arrogant empress a reprieve, he understood that such endeavors required careful deliberation. One could not hope to conquer the empress overnight. There was ample time ahead, and as his own strength grew, he could approach matters with patience. Yet, Su Ran's curiosity was piqued. What calamity had transpired? Thus, while he acquiesced to depart, he could not resist inquiring, might I ask, Your Majesty and Lady Yunji, has something occurred? If it pertains to Daliang, I am at your service and ready to assist. Yunji cast him a fleeting glance, but remained silent. The Empress offered no further response, merely nodding towards Su Ran, signaling him to exit. Nevertheless, Su Ran gleaned some valuable information. As their eyes met, he discerned Yunji's thoughts, which were frantic and devoid of her usual charm, infused with an unprecedented urgency. It is a malevolent spirit. What can a mere ordinary person like you possibly do? It would be a miracle if you were not frightened to death. But where has this malevolent spirit emerged from? Surely, it cannot be targeting the Empress? What should be done? What should be done? I must quickly confer with the Empress. A malevolent spirit? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Ran's mind. However, his steps did not falter as he retreated slowly. Having spent some time in this world, he had diligently sought information and had gained a fair understanding of its circumstances. According to the lore of this realm, a malevolent spirit seemed akin to the phantoms and demons of folklore. Typically, such entities seldom manifested in populous areas, particularly not daring to disturb the mortal empires. Such disturbances would inevitably draw the attention of genuine cultivators. While these spirits might terrorize ordinary individuals, they would meet dire consequences if they caught the eye of a cultivator. So, how did the vast Tianqian army come to provoke a malevolent spirit? However, it appears that this matter is not without substance. Upon Su Ran's return, within half a day, he heard numerous rumors from various directions. It was said that a sinister force was at work, causing several individuals in the army to succumb to hysteria in the dead of night, leading to their untimely and frenzied deaths. Undoubtedly the result of some dark sorcery. As a cultivator, Su Ran possessed his own magical prowess, and having previously vanquished a Taoist disciple, he felt little fear towards such malevolence. Yet, he could not help but speculate whether this was some underhanded tactic employed by Zhang Chong, who was unwilling to concede defeat. prompting him to adopt a more cautious demeanor, nothing more than that. In stark contrast, the ordinary soldiers of the Tianshan army were mere mortals, lacking the fortitude that Su Ran possessed. Particularly, once rumors began to circulate, it was inevitable that a wave of panic would ensue. Even the valiant soldiers, who were unafraid of battle, found themselves gripped by fear of the unseen and intangible. While the daylight offered some reprieve, once night fell, a sense of dread enveloped everyone, including Qingmei, who began to feel an inkling of fear herself. In the dead of night, as Su Ran diligently practiced his cultivation within his modest tent, he heard furtive whispers from outside. Intrigued, he quickly adjusted his posture. Sure enough, moments later, Qingmei slipped into the tent, quietly inquiring, "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" It turned out that she had come in the middle of the night out of concern for Su Ran, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. Following their previous encounter amidst the clouds and rain of Wushan, Qingmei's demeanor towards Su Ran had shifted, as if she were beginning to regard him as her husband. Hidden beneath the covers, Su Ran remained silent, causing Qingmei to startle. She, too, was frightened and gently called out again. Observing his lack of response, she summoned her courage and cautiously approached. However, as she drew near, a large hand emerged from the bedding, pulling her into the warm embrace. Whereupon it began to explore with familiarity, lifting her garments to indulge in the sweetness of Lulumiai. Qingmei was taken aback, realizing it was Su Ran teasing her, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. After a brief moment, she suddenly remembered something and gasped, "Wait, Yuzhu came with me." At that, Su Ran was rendered speechless. Emerging from the covers, he glanced up to see, illuminated by the flickering flames outside his tent, a slender figure, none other than Yuzhu. Yet, something seemed amiss. She appeared to be trembling in the cool night air. Moments later, she tossed her head and fled with remarkable speed, resembling a little girl who had witnessed something she ought not to have seen. Su Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, particularly as he considered the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Yuzhu's mind. His initial enthusiasm was swiftly diminished, while others trembled at the thought of the malevolent spirit. Su Ran remained vigilant, and upon discovering Qingmei's presence, he seized the opportunity to playfully tease her, intent on savoring another helping of Lulumiai. However, the footsteps of Qingmei and Yuzhu intertwined, causing him to overlook Yuzhu. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Would you like to go see her?" Su Ran attempted to salvage the situation. Qingmei shook her head, revealing her disheveled attire, and retorted, "How could I possibly go to see her like this?" Su Ran found himself somewhat perplexed by her words. Yet, Qingmei had already pushed him back onto the bed, turning over to sit atop him, her form pressing closely against him. In a soft whisper, her breath like orchids in his ear, she murmured, "Tomorrow." Qingmei was not one to shy away. As she took the initiative, her alluring gaze and swaying body overwhelmed Su Ran, leaving him unable to resist. Instantly, he felt a warmth rise to his ears, and a flush spread throughout his entire being. Chapter 49. An atmosphere of dread. Su Ran was unable to enjoy his brief moment of warmth. It was not due to a lack of combat prowess, but rather a sudden upheaval outside. In the dead of night, as he began his second round of indulging in the sweet plums, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the air from the Tianshan Army's camp. A sound so chilling it resonated throughout the entire encampment. Most alarmingly, the anguish cries continued unabated, echoing ominously. Something terrible had occurred. Both Su Ran and Qingmei lost all interest in their earlier pursuits. Qingmei, visibly frightened, instinctively sought refuge in Su Ran's embrace. They paused to tidy their garments, preparing to venture out and investigate. While Qingmei was engulfed in fear, Su Ran's curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover the nature of the malevolent force at play. As a cultivator, he understood that what was deemed demonic could simply be different practitioners, mere distinctions between humans, monsters, or phantoms. Once they had adjusted their attire, Su Ran and Qingmei exited the tent, only to find the outside ablaze with light. Soldiers of the Tianshan army were rushing about, shouting fervently, as the entire camp was illuminated as if it were midday by the flickering flames. Yuzhu stood nearby, gazing into the distance. Su Ran wished to join her in discovering the source of the commotion, yet his unique status confined him to this spot. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the grim tidings. A soldier from the Tianshan Imperial Guard had met a gruesome fate. Though he had been resting peacefully, he suddenly ignited in flames, burning for over 2 minutes before being consumed entirely. The fire was said to be strange, impervious to water, and it was from this horrific scene that the unending screams emanated. Qing Mei, trembling with trepidation, inquired cautiously and relayed the rumors. Witnesses claimed that as the soldier ignited, a massive shadow had leapt from the ground, swiftly disappearing into the night. It was said that a malevolent spirit had snatched away the soldier's soul, igniting a wildfire that reduced his body to ashes. Truly, there was a malevolent force at work. By this time, it was well into the night. Yet no one could find solace in sleep. A bonfire had been lit outside Su Ran's tent, where he, Yu Zhu, and a third companion gathered closely. The surrounding soldiers were on edge, whispering among themselves. These warriors of the Tianqian army, known for their bravery in the face of enemies and even death, found themselves gripped by fear at this otherworldly occurrence. Previous rumors had been mere whispers, suppressed by the Empress, but this incident had been witnessed by many, instilling a profound sense of panic and dread. The fear of the unknown quietly spread through the Tianqian camp. Su Ran mused that if the Tianqian army were to advance upon the Great Liang in such a state, even if the realm were decayed from within, it might remain unbreached. He turned to glance at Yu Zhu, only to find her lost in thought, staring intently at the fire. Her expression remained as frigid as ever, seemingly unaffected by the terrifying events, yet her inner turmoil betrayed her composure. Is it truly terrifying? Is it some sort of malevolence? Will it come to harm me? Should I perhaps sit closer to the fire? That emperor of the Great Liang is watching me. What could he possibly want? I must not let him perceive my fear. Yu Zhu's incessant chatter was as relentless as ever, causing Su Ran's lips to twitch in irritation. However, Qing Mei seemed oblivious to the tension, moving closer to Yu Zhu and softly reassured. Do not fear. The emperor of the Great Liang, Yu Zhu, is a fourth-tier warrior and will protect both you and me, won't you? Yu Zhu? Yu Zhu, wearing a stern expression that conveyed strength, nodded silently. Qing Mei's demeanor softened with relief. Su Ran inwardly scoffed. Yu Zhu is in a state of panic. Relying on her is far less prudent than depending on me, a genuine practitioner. Yet, Su Ran's gaze subtly shifted, narrowing as he suddenly began to recount a horror tale. Qing Mei trembled. Why are you telling such stories again now? This is merely a case of combating poison with poison, Su Ran asserted with conviction, continuing his narrative. Moments later, while Qing Mei remained unperturbed, Yu Zhu abruptly stood from her seat and vanished into the darkness. However, moments later, for reasons unknown, she returned, taking a seat on the opposite side of the fire, far from Su Ran, casting him a sidelong glance that was less than friendly. Qing Mei, momentarily taken aback, slowly pieced together the situation, approached Yu Zhu, and gently patted her back, casting a reproachful look at Su Ran. At this juncture, Su Ran ceased his commentary, aware of Yu Zhu's unease and acknowledging his intentional provocation. After all, Yu Zhu often boasted around him, and he felt it necessary to offer a lesson. Nevertheless, Su Ran was careful to temper his actions, recognizing that Yu Zhu was not inherently malevolent. He had no desire to overly antagonize a young lady. Observing her demeanor, his feelings of irritation were quickly overshadowed by amusement. The stark contrast of Yu Zhu's internal turmoil and external bravado piqued Su Ran's curiosity to tease her further. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. Sitting before the fire, he abruptly turned to glance over his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a chilling gaze directed at him from the shadows behind. However, upon turning, he found only darkness, with distant silhouettes of the Tianqian army patrolling in the gloom. Was it merely a trick of the imagination? Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from the Tianqian army encampment, atop a grassy knoll, a corpulent man set down a peculiar cylindrical object. A flicker of unease crossing his face. Why do I feel as though that foolish emperor of the Great Liang has noticed my scrutiny? How is that even possible? Retorted his companion. You are observing him from 4 miles away, employing the 1,000-mile eye bestowed upon us by the Huanyang sect. What capabilities does that inept emperor possess to detect your presence? A languid female voice drifted from behind him, as a captivating woman reclined beneath a tree not far from the rotund man. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that she was indeed the very individual who had clandestinely conferred with Zhang Qing, tasked with eliminating Su Ran. Yet, she was not alone. Several shadowy figures lingered in the vicinity. The so-called fat man nodded, seemingly attempting to mask his earlier discomposure, and remarked, Indeed, perhaps I'm merely frightened myself. That emperor of the Great Liang is but a trifling waste. Why should I fear him? Yet, that assistant sent by Master Zhang is truly formidable, manipulating the Tianqian army into a state of chaos, leaving everyone in disarray. Still, Lu Yin, I find myself puzzled as to why he or his associates do not take action themselves, choosing instead to utilize us. Concerning matters of the immortal, it is best to ask no questions. We shall simply execute what we are instructed to do, Lu Yin, the woman beneath the tree, replied softly. All we need to understand is that by assisting Master Zhang in this endeavor, our Luya gang can rise from being a third-rate faction to prominence. In due time, we shall all enjoy the fruits of our labor. In the shadows, the other figures emitted sinister laughter, seemingly reveling in the prospects of such a future. Chapter 50. Assassination and Counter-Assassination. The following night, Lu Yin gazed skyward for the third time. Heavy clouds drifted in from the west, obscuring the celestial bodies above. The world was thus shrouded in darkness. In the distance, the campfires of the Tianqian army gradually flickered out, leaving only a handful of patrolling soldiers moving about with lanterns. Marking the onset of the quietest moment of the day within the Tianqian camp, she gently lowered her eyelids. Behind her, members of the Liuya gang lurked in the shadows. Someone behind her, unable to contain their anxiety, whispered, Lu Yin, when will that friend of the Xian family make their move? Lu Yin replied coldly, just wait. There is no need to rush after all these days. Despite being a woman, she stood as the leader among this group, for she was the most formidable expert of the younger generation in the Liuya gang, already a fourth-tier warrior at a tender age. With her words, the subtle unrest behind her ceased. The group fell silent, awaiting the moment. In truth, only Lu Yin understood the urgency that churned within her heart. In recent days, the Tianqian army had been disturbed by that malevolent force, hastening their march during the day. Furthermore, having exited the territory of the Great Liang and returned to the realm of Tianqian, the Empress had little more to arrange along the way. The speed of the army's advance increased day by day. What initially required 5 or 6 days to reach the imperial capital of Moon City now seemed to condense to merely 2 or 3 days at most. Once they entered the capital, amidst the throngs of people, it would indeed be easier to assassinate the great Liang Emperor, yet their escape would not be so straightforward. Lu Yin was not willing to meet her demise. She undertook tasks for the Xian family to elevate herself and the Liuya gang to greatness. Should she perish, all would be lost. Thus, this night presented the most opportune moment for their actions. During the day, she had received word from the Xian family that the friend they had summoned would create a disturbance this very night, generating far greater chaos than before, thereby providing them with an opportunity to kill and flee. Now, all she needed to do was wait. Amidst the quiet anticipation and concealment, Lu Yin's thoughts drifted aimlessly. The Liuya gang was established by her father and uncle. Years ago, it was a respectable organization, aspiring to rise through their own merits and become a preeminent sect in the world. However, reality taught them otherwise. Her father, having offended someone during a conflict, was ambushed and killed. Her uncle sought revenge, but nearly led to the complete annihilation of the Liuya gang while attempting to seek justice from other factions, all of whom sided with the oppressor. At that tender age, she grasped, through the lens of hatred, that in this world, adhering to reason and righteousness was futile. Power equated to influence. Subsequently, the Liuya gang ventured far and re-established itself elsewhere, but this time, they delved into shadowy dealings. At the very least, there was food to eat, ensuring survival. Thus, within her organization, the Liuya gang, she gathered a group of fierce individuals, those who stood behind her. Perhaps, when compared to the renowned sects of martial arts, they were deemed inconsequential, yet when it came to assassination, they were unparalleled professionals. As for her acquaintance with Master Zhang, it was merely a matter of serendipity. Who was unaware of the formidable prowess of the immortal clan? Lu Yin recalled the first time she encountered Master Zhang. She had been eager to offer herself, yearning for his assistance in restoring the Liuya gang. For this, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Driven not only by aspirations of grandeur, but also by a profound hatred, she longed to annihilate the sect that had murdered her father and expelled her gang. Unfortunately, despite her commendable beauty and poise among mortals, Master Zhang was not swayed by her charms. She believed she had lost her chance, yet unexpectedly, Master Zhang sought her out again. On that fateful day, the fearsome reputation of the Empress of Chun, Chu Yaotong, was universally acknowledged among martial arts sects and feudal lords. Who dared to oppose her? Let alone those who would seek her life. While others trembled, Lu Yin was undeterred. For the sake of this opportunity, she was prepared to undertake any endeavor. After an interminable wait, the chaos they anticipated finally erupted. From a distance, the patrolling lights of the Qin army extinguished one by one, plunging the vast camp into darkness. Suddenly, amidst this obscurity, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted, leaving everyone bewildered. Swiftly followed by utter pandemonium. Shadows of figures dashed about, horses neighed in panic, all mingled with frantic cries. Observing from afar, a chill crept into Lu Yan's heart. Truly, as a friend of the Immortal Clan, one individual could wreak such havoc upon the formidable Qin army. Yet, she understood that their opportunity had arrived. With a whispered command, they launched their assault, clad in dark attire, each a martial artist of no lesser rank than the first tier, a formidable lineup. They surged forward through the night, closing in on the Qin army. In times past, even the most skilled among them would have been detected by the army, but now, amid the chaos within the Qin ranks, they infiltrated with minimal resistance. Any soldiers who noticed them were swiftly and silently dispatched. Even the moonlight was obscured. Darkness served as their greatest ally. They had already pinpointed the location of the great Liang Emperor, allowing them to reach the fringes of the enemy camp in record time. A sudden exclamation pierced the darkness. It was one of the guards assigned to the great Liang Emperor by the Empress of Qin. Lu Yan and her companions were well prepared. The stout man, accompanied by two others, engaged the guard directly, entangling him. Meanwhile, they stealthily advanced like lightning, with Lu Yan leading the charge. Ready to lift the tent flap and storm into the camp. An unarmed great Liang Emperor could be swiftly decapitated with a single strike, providing ample time for their escape. At the very moment this thought flitted through Lu Yan's mind, her actions abruptly halted. For in that fleeting instant, her perception as a fourth-tier martial artist was overwhelmed by an intense dread and forewarning of imminent death. Instinctively, she took a half-step back. It was just this half-step that allowed her to evade a powerful fist that surged forth from the tent. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting out from the imperial tent of the great Liang Emperor. The speed of the figure was such that even she, a fourth-tier martial artist, could barely register its presence, and she instinctively exclaimed, "What just flashed by?" However, as she instinctively turned her head, she was confronted with a sight that sent chills down her spine. The shadow swept past her and then swiftly glided by another third-tier martial artist from the Luya gang, who was closely trailing her. In the blink of an eye, the figure had vanished, yet the third-tier martial artist following her was left gushing blood from a severed throat. Just a mere misstep had cost him his life. A formidable third-tier martial artist, caught completely off guard, had been slain in an instant. Lu Yan's heart raced as she realized, "Be cautious. There is an extraordinary master among us." Chapter 51. Am I an exceptional master? At this moment, a tempest of turmoil surged within Lu Yan's heart. The individual she had just encountered moved with such swiftness that even she, a fourth-tier martial artist, could scarcely discern their form. Moreover, this figure had effortlessly dispatched her third-tier companion with a single strike, indicating they must be at least a sixth-tier martial artist. In the realm of mortals, a sixth-tier martial artist was synonymous with an extraordinary master. She was incredulous. How could such a formidable presence be concealed within the very tent of the Emperor of Dalian? Had their actions been discovered? Her exclamation drew the attention of all those cloaked in darkness around her. The members of the Luya gang turned pale, fully aware of Lu Yan's prowess. To be deemed an exceptional master by her, what caliber of warrior would that entail? With such a presence among them, their assassination plan today would surely be thwarted. Yu Ju, besieged by two adversaries, was equally astonished. What exceptional master? From whence did such a master emerge? Meanwhile, Qing Mei had already fled in a panic, calling out in all directions, "Help! Help! Assassins! Assassins!" She was the sole individual oblivious to Lu Yan's warning, for as an ordinary person, she lacked the capability to discern her surroundings amidst the chaos. All she understood was that she was powerless in martial arts, and these individuals were likely targeting the Emperor of Dalian. The most prudent course of action was to summon assistance to eliminate the assassins. Otherwise, her emperor's fate would be in grave peril. In that moment, Qing Mei was on the verge of tears, yet she still clung to a modicum of rationality, which was her strength. Otherwise, the Empress Chu Yutong would not have relied on her. However, the events of the night were peculiarly unsettling. The entire Tianqin army encampment was shrouded in darkness. Whenever anyone attempted to ignite a torch or a firebrand, it was extinguished instantaneously. Many were shrieking in terror within the gloom. Even if someone heard a sound, the turmoil rendered it impossible to discern the source, let alone provide assistance. Nearby, Lu Yan's heart raced with urgency. In that moment, she even forgot her original purpose. She was convinced this was a trap, they had been discovered, and the Emperor of Dalian was not within the tent, but rather an unparalleled master. Under such circumstances, she stood outside the emperor's tent, gripping her weapon tightly, her chest heaving with intensity, yet she dared not move, focusing all her senses to ascertain the situation around her, striving to detect the location of that exceptional master. For her, this was undoubtedly a trap, and the adversary would not let them escape unscathed. The darkness served as their greatest cover, but also that of their opponent. Yet, in the profound obscurity, Lu Yin remained motionless for quite some time, encountering no assaults whatsoever. The only sounds emanated from the ongoing conflict between Yu Zhu and the portly man. Yu Zhu was ferocious, single-handedly contending against two foes, and it seemed only a matter of time before the battle would conclude. However, Yu Zhu was indeed perplexed. The two individuals she faced were formidable. Just moments ago, one of the most fierce and robust men inexplicably stumbled, allowing her to seize the opportunity and gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was too consumed by her own thoughts to consider such matters. Her heart raced relentlessly. Where could that unparalleled master have gone? The surrounding darkness was oppressive. She only glimpsed the shadow darting from the tent, taking one of their own before vanishing into the night. Could it be that they were toying with me, purposefully refraining from striking? As this notion crossed her mind, cold sweat trickled down, and beneath the veil of black, her already pale complexion grew even more ashen, her beautiful eyes betraying a tremor of terror. She understood that their Luya gang was likely doomed. Yet, tragically, Lu Yin was entirely mistaken. That shadow was none other than her intended target, Su Ran himself. Amidst the chaos of the demonic disturbance, as darkness enveloped the army, Su Ran sensed something amiss. However, at that moment, Lu Yin and her associates had yet to arrive. He merely detected a peculiar surge of spiritual energy sweeping across the entire Tianqian army's encampment, heading towards the front lines where the Empress of Tianqian, Chu Yaodong, resided. This kind of spiritual fluctuation could only be perceived by true cultivators within the Tianqian army. Only Su Ran could sense it, while others, including the 7th-tier warrior Empress Chu Yaodong, remained oblivious. Having spent considerable time in this world, Su Ran had developed a certain acuity and was astonished to realize that the recent demonic turmoil was likely aimed at the Empress of Tianqian. Who could it be? Who seeks to harm the Empress of Tianqian? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ran felt a surge of determination amidst the prevailing chaos of darkness. He took a piece of cloth to cover his face, preparing to stealthily follow and investigate. Although he had yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage, he had already reached the pinnacle of the innate 3rd level, his realm comparable to the peak of 6th-tier warriors, and in terms of strength, he was nearly on par with 7th-tier warriors. To be frank, the Tianqian army could no longer impede him. He was undoubtedly more intrigued by the Empress, which was the very reason he remained here, masquerading as a fool among the strong. Given this situation, he decided to follow along and see where it led. Perhaps he could even carry the Empress away. Yet, Su Ran had not anticipated that amidst his pursuit, there would also be assassins targeting him. This bewildered him even further. One wave of demons surged towards the Empress, and now another wave of ordinary individuals was converging upon him. Were these two factions allied? Su Ran was uncertain, but he could discern that the assailants aimed at him were entirely distinct from the demons. Whatever the nature of the demons, they possessed formidable magical powers, employing treacherous methods that plunged the entire Tianqian army into utter darkness, rendering any light impossible to ignite. In contrast, those sent to assassinate him lacked such capabilities. They were merely ordinary warriors, belonging to the realm of mortals. Indeed, it is quite natural. The Empress, with her unique status and being a 7th-tier martial artist, embodies the pinnacle of power in the mortal realm. Naturally, it requires formidable individuals to confront her. However, the rumors surrounding the Emperor of Dali portray him merely as a feeble and incompetent ruler, incapable of summoning any competent assistance. Yet, Su Ran harbored an unsettling suspicion that these two factions might indeed be intertwined. Otherwise, how could their actions be so coincidentally aligned? Nevertheless, he had no time to engage in trivial skirmishes with these ordinary warriors. Thus, he swiftly cut through the chaos, avoiding entanglement with Lu Yin and others, and deftly maneuvered past Lu Yin, stealthily delivering a kick to the rotund adversary entangled with Yu Zhu, ensuring the safety of Yu Zhu and Qing Mei before vanishing into the shadows. He navigated through the tumultuous encampment of the Tianqian army, racing toward the Empress's tent. However, a peculiar blend of amusement and exasperation welled up within him. He had heard Lu Yan's words. Was it truly the case that his innate strength at the third level made him a peerless master? In the enveloping darkness of the Tianqian army, only Su Ran could perceive the unsettling accumulation of spiritual energy converging toward its target, the very tent of the Tianqian Empress. The malevolent force was indeed aimed at her. Even Zhang Cheng of the Huanyang sect dared not recklessly act against a sovereign of the mortal realm. What audacity did this malevolent entity possess to strike so boldly? At that moment, within the Empress's tent, she had already risen, sword in hand, her gaze fierce and vigilant, scanning her surroundings with icy resolve. Chapter 52. This fire talisman is certainly not meant to be used this way in the depths of her slumber. Chu Yutong sensed an anomaly and quietly opened her eyes. Although she was not a cultivator, she was a prodigious young talent, having ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier warrior at such a tender age. Thus, she too was acutely aware of the unsettling aura that surrounded her. Without hesitation, she rolled off her bed. However, she was clad not in the tight armor of daylight, but rather in a loose-fitting golden nightgown, exquisitely crafted with unparalleled materials and artistry. Faced with imminent danger, she felt an unprecedented threat and had no time to don any armor. Her garment hung half open, revealing a glimpse of her impressive figure in the dim light. Where the silhouette of an enormous white rabbit could be faintly discerned, its size was indeed remarkable. Coupled with her tall stature and perfect form, she embodied a golden proportion that captivated the gaze of anyone who beheld her, despite the icy demeanor upon her face and the murderous glint in her eyes. She gripped her longsword firmly. Outside, there was an unsettling silence, suggesting that the guards stationed beyond her tent had all perished. Chaos reigned within the ranks of the Tianqian army. At that moment, a wave of anxiety surged within Chu Yutong, for she had come to realize that the visitor was likely no friend but a cultivator. The series of strange occurrences over the past few days could only be explained by the presence of such a being. While she would have feared no ordinary assassin, the prospect of facing a cultivator filled her with dread. Within the Tianqian army, there would be no one to aid her in such a confrontation. She was left to rely solely on herself. Her heartbeat slowed as she pondered the inevitable truth. Any cultivator intent on harming a mortal had a history of success. Yet, her countenance remained unchanged, betraying not a hint of panic. As the Empress of Tianqian, she would rather fight to the death than succumb to fear and flee. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. In that fleeting moment, the shadows beneath her feet surged to life, an overwhelming chill enveloping her from all directions. On the ground, Chu Yutong's inner strength surged forth, and the longsword in her grasp emanated a subtle glimmer of frost. With a swift, lightning-like motion, she thrust it downward, crashing it into the earth below. Though merely a warrior, as a 7th-tier fighter, the force of her strike was unfathomable. The ground crumbled as if made of paper, and the encroaching darkness that had swiftly approached was instantaneously shattered. A chilling and sinister voice echoed within the tent. Heh. The Empress of Tianqian truly possesses remarkable prowess. Yet, alas, no matter how gifted you are as a mortal, if I desire your demise, you shall not escape. Within the tent, the shadows writhed as if they were sentient beings. The unseen speaker remained concealed, but dark tendrils, resembling serpents, twisted along the ground, rapidly rising from all directions to pounce upon the Empress of Tianqian. Chu Yutong's form retreated step by step, her countenance pale, yet her movements remained remarkably steady and precise. The long sword in her grasp shimmered with a faint phosphorescence as she cleaved through the encroaching shadows with one strike after another. Her voice, cold and resolute, echoed, "Esteemed immortal, have I wronged you in any way? Should you have any demands, do voice them. Should you take my life here, the sect behind me shall not let you go unscathed. Spare me your pretenses. Your imperial proclamations are but a jest. I desire your demise, and thus you shall perish." The chilling voice reverberated from all directions, imbued with an air of superiority. To these practitioners, the Emperor of the mortal realm held no significance. As the words faded, the clusters of shadows on the ground suddenly converged, leaping forth like wild beasts toward the nearby Chu Yutong. This strike exceeded the limits of her defensive capabilities. Consequently, although she managed to parry at the first instance, a muffled groan escaped her lips as she was forcefully sent flying, crashing heavily onto the bed behind her, shattering it to splinters. Her exquisitely beautiful visage turned a shade of ashen white, and her grip on the sword trembled slightly. A closer inspection would reveal faint traces of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. With just that one blow, she was repelled. She could faintly sense that her adversary was not an exceptionally powerful practitioner. However, The disparity between their paths was insurmountable. The methods employed by the opponent utterly overwhelmed her as a mortal warrior. Even a 7th-tier expert, a paragon in the realm of mortals, was rendered utterly helpless before the might of a practitioner. Thus, the voice from the shadows grew increasingly audacious, mocking her in the darkness. I expected you to be formidable. The legendary young empress, a prodigious warrior. How pitiful you mortals truly are. This 7th-tier warrior is nothing but worthless trash. Ha ha. The derisive laughter echoed ominously around her. Empress Chu Yutong inhaled deeply, striving to regulate her breath, her expression contorted with distress. For the words of her foe rang true. This malevolent chaos had persisted for days, and despite her efforts, she found herself utterly powerless. Even if she wished to set up defenses in advance, it was futile, as the opponent's capabilities were beyond the reach of mere mortals, making preemptive caution a distant dream. Having sustained a grievous blow, she found herself momentarily speechless, her chest heaving with fury as she endeavored to restore her internal energy, hoping to regain her mobility as swiftly as possible. Yet, it seemed that time was not on her side. Accompanied by the sinister laughter, the surrounding shadows coalesced once more, this time forming a black dagger in midair, hurtling forward with alarming speed. Having just been thrown to the ground, her internal organs still reeling from the impact, she realized that had she not been a 7th-tier warrior, she would have already succumbed to the previous strike. Now, faced with this imminent assault, evasion was utterly impossible. This singular thrust could pierce through her entirely, nailing her to the earth. In Chu Yodong's eyes, an unprecedented despair emerged, and instinctively, she grasped her longsword, attempting to shield herself. Yet, in that very moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A thunderous explosion resonated from the side, as a burst of flames erupted from outside, piercing through the tent and striking the shadowy blade mid-flight, shattering it into fragments in the air. Chu Yutong gazed in astonishment toward the source of the fire. Who could it be? The surrounding shadows recoiled rapidly, and the previously arrogant voice now bore an expression of deep horror, exclaiming, "How is this possible? I had cast the dark veil. How could you wield fire? Wait. Are you also a practitioner? Who are you? Who are you?" Outside the tent, beyond the flames, another figure clad in black surged in, propelled by the fire. Chu Yutong was utterly astonished. At this moment, there was indeed another practitioner present. The newcomer seemed oblivious to the chilling voice's words, entering while muttering to himself in frustration. It wasn't he supposed to be like this? Damn it, this fire talisman is definitely not meant to be used this way. Chapter 53. Who might you be? Your Excellency? In order to avoid being recognized, Su Ran donned a complete set of night attire, thoroughly concealing his figure and features, which caused him to take some extra time. However, the situation here unfolded as he had anticipated. The malevolent force was targeting the Empress of Tianqin. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran took action to assist her. He recalled his plans for the restoration of his fallen kingdom, which could also be described as the Empress's maternity leave initiative. In the past, Su Ran had been powerless, serving as a hostage within the Tianqin army, living in constant peril. Yet, the circumstances were now different. His strength had significantly increased. Should a confrontation arise, the Empress, Chu Yutong, would hardly pose a challenge to him. Consequently, Su Ran's thoughts and aspirations underwent a transformation. Achieving the ultimate objective of usurping the throne was not an endeavor he would shy away from. Thus, he could not allow the Empress to perish without a fight. Upon his arrival, he observed the Empress ensnared in a dire predicament, prompting him to act with magnanimity. His initial move involved employing a fire talisman he had acquired. Nevertheless, Su Ran was not foolish. He had sensed the capabilities of the individual battling the Empress within the confines of the building. This adversary appeared to be at a level beneath his own, at most a 2nd or early 3rd tier in cultivation. However, their myriad of cunning techniques and elusive nature rendered them seemingly formidable. This was not unexpected. If they were indeed a formidable high-level cultivator, there would be no need for such a commotion to eliminate a single target. The greater the uproar, the more it indicated the inadequacy of the individual's strength. However, the fire talisman Su Ran had procured would not serve him. He could only forcibly detonate it using his own spiritual energy, as the flames were a manifestation of spellcraft. The protective spells employed by the malevolent force to obscure and extinguish the light would naturally prove ineffective. Due to his improper usage, Su Ran nearly ignited himself. Thus, the earlier dramatic scene unfolded. Yet, he was aware of his embarrassing predicament, while both Chu Yutong and the hidden malevolent cultivator were evidently oblivious. In their eyes, This figure clad in black was remarkable, bursting forth like thunder, a fiery spell piercing through the darkness, creating a sense of awe that made the rescued Chu Yudong's heart tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the concealed malevolent cultivator was rendered aghast, for he had failed to detect the arrival of this individual. This indicated that the opponent's strength was at least comparable to his own. How could this be? How could there be another cultivator here? The once assured and mocking voice of the hidden malevolent cultivator turned sharp and alarmed in that instant, bullying the ordinary. He exuded an air of pride, yet upon witnessing another cultivator charging in with a thunderous presence, a flicker of panic crossed his features. He was acutely aware of his own limited strength, relying solely on spells that ordinary people could not withstand to create chaos, even subduing the 7th-tier martial artist, the Celestial Empress. However, should a true cultivator arrive, he feared the worst. The most critical element was that this unexpected intruder's initial act was to rescue that Chu Yutong, leading him to naturally associate them as allies. In truth, Chu Yutong was equally taken aback and astonished. She was well aware of her own circumstances and had no idea where this savior had emerged from or what their intentions were. With her beautiful eyes darting about, she remained silent, her gaze flitting over the elusive Su Ran, feeling as though she had encountered him before. But at that moment, a new twist unfolded in the arena. As the concealed malevolent cultivator spoke with a shrill voice, he unleashed a thunderous assault. Shadows surged from the ground like a tidal wave, coalescing into an attack reminiscent of earlier. This strike, infused with spiritual energy, far surpassed martial prowess. For the 7th-tier martial artist, Chu Yutong, it was akin to a dimensional strike, even if her cultivation level corresponded to a higher tier than this malevolent cultivator. The enhancement of spells made her utterly defenseless. Yet at this instant, the target of this attack was no longer the ordinary empress, but rather the cultivator Su Ran. His strength surpassed that of his adversary, and he immediately discerned that this was a peculiar technique driven by spiritual power. Unfazed by the impending strike, he boldly advanced, extending his fist forward. Chu Yutong, having just been incapacitated by a similar assault, felt a surge of anxiety as she observed Su Ran's calm demeanor. Be careful. His spells are peculiar, she warned urgently. However, what transpired next left the Empress in awe. In the face of the attack that had so effortlessly sent her flying, Su Ran strode forward with determination, not flinching nor retreating, and delivered a powerful punch. His fist radiated a soft, earthy glow. With a resounding impact, that formidable shadow was instantly shattered, while Chu Yudong witnessed the shadows disintegrating. Su Ran perceived that he had dispersed the opponent's gathered spiritual energy with a single blow, having reached the pinnacle of the innate threefold realm. His abundant spiritual energy combined with the mastery of the earthly fist, which he had already perfected to its 3rd level, granted him immense strength of 3,000 pounds. As he activated the earthly fist technique, he decisively countered and dismantled the adversary's magic. Without relent, Su Ran pressed the attack, his figure darting like lightning, having assessed the situation. He confirmed his earlier judgment. His cultivation level was indeed superior to that of his opponent, bolstering his confidence even further. Among the cultivators, each possesses a unique spiritual power. Even though Su Ran may not possess as many techniques as his opponent, he relies on his earth fist and the enhancement of spiritual energy to overpower his adversary with brute force. Those techniques may intimidate ordinary mortals and martial artists, but against him, they are futile. Su Ran sneered. Guided by his spiritual perception, he had located his opponent's true form, which seemed to be concealed underground by some secret method. Thus, he pressed the attack, intent on defeating his foe decisively. Having gained experience from his previous encounter with the Taoist disciple, Su Ran now acted with ruthless determination, free from hesitation or psychological burden. Before the wide-eyed Chu Yutong, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The sudden arrival of the cloaked figure was fearsome. He advanced with unrestrained ferocity, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches imbued with a warm, earthy glow upon the ground. Chu Yutong felt the ground tremble beneath her as it fractured under the force of his blows. Shadows surged and receded chaotically upon the surface. Realizing the truth, Chu Yutong understood that the newcomer was indeed hidden below the earth. Previously oblivious, she now stood with her sword drawn, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment at the display of power. This individual was extraordinarily formidable, relentlessly pummeling the malevolent cultivator. Though the sinister figure was concealed underground, he writhed in agony under Su Ran's relentless assault, howling in desperation. Who are you? How dare you thwart my plans? Just wait. I will ensure you meet a grim fate. Amidst his frantic cries, Su Ran sensed the malevolent cultivator hastening his escape. Employing a technique akin to Earth escape to flee in terror. Clearly, he had chosen flight over confrontation. As the adversary began to retreat, battered and unable to maintain his spells, flames ignited all around, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. The voice of the court Lady Yunji echoed in the distance. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. They had taken note of the commotion, astonished by the Empress's ambush and rushing towards the scene with urgency. Yet, Empress Chu Yudong seemed oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. She stepped forward, fixated on the silhouette of the cloaked figure who had saved her life, and bowed respectfully. I am Chu Yutong, and I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Her voice quivered with a blend of reverence and curiosity. She was uncertain of who he was, why he had come to her aid, and why he seemed vaguely familiar. As the Empress of Tianqin, she felt a rare humility and deference in the presence of this enigmatic savior, for she understood that his strength and status might well surpass her own. Su Ran's footsteps momentarily faltered, yet he remained silent, feigning the demeanor of a reclusive sage as he chuckled softly. With a slight swaying of his body, he vanished into the earth, pursuing the figure ahead. Although his expression remained calm, his heart raced with urgency. He could not afford to let the other escape. It was imperative that he catch up swiftly, for with the return of illumination, Yu Zhu and Qing Mei would soon realize the absence of their emperor, which would spell trouble. Meanwhile, the Empress Chu Yutong, observing Su Ran's earthbound departure, displayed a peculiar and enigmatic expression upon her face. Chapter 54. It might be him. The spell that obscured the light had lost its efficacy, and within the ranks of the Tianqin army, torches were soon ignited. Amidst the recent turmoil and unrest, panic engulfed the surroundings, with shouts and flames illuminating the night, casting brightness that nearly dispelled the deep, starless sky. Many were hastily rushing towards the Empress's tent. The Empress's tent, half collapsed during the battle, appeared quite disheveled from the outside. When Su Ran had stormed in, a fire attack, compounded by his frantic assaults on the ground, had been the principal cause of this disarray. However, the soldiers of the Tianqin army remained oblivious to these details. They only knew that the night was beset by malevolent forces, and they watched in alarm as the Empress's tent twisted and contorted, changing in hue. Lady Yunji, along with other commanders such as Shun Haoqian, rushed to the scene without a moment's hesitation, panic etched on their faces as they called out for the Empress. Fearing for her safety, being the closest, Yunji was the first to burst into the Empress's tent, only to find her standing there seemingly unscathed, albeit slightly injured. In a flurry, she recalled her indiscretion and immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I, Yunji, acted impulsively and entered without permission. It is of no consequence. Chu Yutong shook her head, her expression a mixture of complexity and disorientation, still pondering the identity of the one who had saved her moments ago. She issued several commands, instructing Yunji to inform the other commanders that she was unharmed and to calm the troops. Yet, as Yunji raised her gaze to the chaotic state of the tent, a mixture of fear and excitement surged within her as she asked, Your Majesty, did you repel the malevolent being that troubled our forces? Upon hearing this, Chu Yodong's demeanor grew even more peculiar. She remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Responding, it was another cloaked cultivator who intervened. Otherwise, I might have perished. Yunji's body trembled at this revelation. Another cultivator? Your Majesty. Who is this individual, and what of that malevolent force? Could it be that we have offended Zhang Qing? Do not jump to conclusions. The Empress's voice bore a sharp edge. Instantly, Yunji flinched, lowering her head and tremblingly replying, I understand, Your Majesty. I should not speculate. I dare not. Chu Yutong's tone softened somewhat, though still laced with confusion, as she said, I know what you wish to inquire about, yet I, too, am at a loss. However, I suspect that the one who saved me might be connected to the person who intruded upon my bath on that day. Huh? Yunji's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that that lecherous cultivator saved you? Her tone conveyed a sense of absurdity and disbelief. I am merely speculating. Chu Yutong shook her head slowly. Nevertheless, despite her words, her conviction in this notion grew stronger. For the figure loomed ever more familiar in her mind, as if she had encountered them somewhere before. Due to the recently observed posture of the individual, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain day in the bathing quarters of Shilin City. Although separated by a screen, the likeness was undeniable. That fellow had gazed upon himself, then rushed forth to offer assistance. What could his intentions be? Had he been trailing me from Shilin to Tianjin? Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? Furthermore, this person employed a certain fist-style technique. Could he possibly be connected to the demise of Chuanlu, the disciple of Huanyang's sect? Qi Yutong gently bit her lip, a rare look of inner turmoil gracing her features. After a moment, she recalled that the lady official Yunji remained prostrate on the ground. She quickly cleared her throat, suppressing her unusual unease, and spoke coolly. Do not divulge any of this to anyone, including matters pertaining to Shilin City. No one must know, or else, even you shall not escape my wrath. Yunji lowered her head, repeatedly affirming her understanding. Following this, the Empress Qi Yutong continued in a measured tone, outwardly. Let it be proclaimed that I repelled this malevolent entity. You may disseminate the information that this threat has been vanquished. In her heart, Qi Yutong mused. The malevolent cultivator had failed in his assassination attempt and was pursued by that unknown cultivator. It was unlikely he would return. Yunji nodded. Yunji comprehends. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Meanwhile, Su Ran was fervently utilizing Earth escape techniques. He was aware that time was of the essence and he must eradicate the threat swiftly. Yet, the adversary seemed to possess a peculiar secret art, enabling them to conceal themselves within the earth while advancing, consuming less energy than Su Ran. After several bouts of combat today, having unleashed multiple Earth Fist techniques and employed Earth Escape, Su Ran felt his spiritual energy dwindling. However, while the opponent's method of Earth Escape was durable, it lacked the swiftness of Su Ran's. Desperately urging his technique, he finally caught up just before his energy was depleted, emerging from the ground and seizing the opponent. At that moment, they had traversed several hundred meters away from the Empress's encampment, arriving in a thicket on a nearby hill not far from the Tianjin army. Su Ran yanked the opponent from the earth. It was his first experience bringing someone out of the ground, and his angle was poorly adjusted. Both of them tumbled to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap. The so-called malevolent entity was, in fact, a frail old man, his hair mottled gray, appearing to be over 60, with a hunched back yet agile in movement. Su Ran, having fallen awkwardly, looked up to find the old man already scrambling away several meters on all fours. This cultivator's strength was inferior to Su Ran's. After causing havoc for so long and being pursued by Su Ran for half a mile, his internal energy had been entirely expended. Though he had spoken fiercely moments ago, he now lacked the capacity to engage Su Ran in combat, desperately attempting to flee, yet unable to muster even a single decent spell. In this regard, Su Ran certainly surpassed him, as his strength was indeed greater. This perhaps illustrates the awkwardness of low-level cultivators, with limited spiritual energy and slow replenishment. They often find themselves depleted in the midst of combat. Nonetheless, despite this limitation, cultivators inherently possess a certain physical prowess. This particular cultivator, over 60 years of age, was nonetheless swift on his feet, escaping with remarkable speed. Su Ran, observing from behind, was left utterly astounded. He had not anticipated the adversary's remarkable speed, nor did he expect that this so-called malevolent spirit was indeed a person. Even more surprising was the fact that this cultivator, despite being at the second level of innate cultivation, had reached such an advanced age. However, astonishment aside, Su Ran's actions were resolute. He immediately pursued the fleeing figure, retrieving a second fire talisman from his pocket as he coldly declared, "If you continue to flee, do you believe I won't send you to the afterlife with this fire talisman?" Su Ran had discerned that the opponent was entirely out of spiritual energy and could no longer engage him in battle. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Ran's voice, the old man abruptly halted, no longer daring to advance. Having witnessed the power of Su Ran's fire talisman, he recognized that without spiritual protection, a single strike could very well lead to his demise. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender, his tone significantly less aggressive than before, pleading, "Friend, could you spare an old man this time? My previous words were harsh and unkind." The old man's change of demeanor was swift. Su Ran approached cautiously, maintaining vigilance as he wielded the fire talisman in one hand and a blade obtained through the system in the other, coldly demanding, "Speak. Who are you? Why did you attempt to kill Qi Yutong, and what other intentions do you harbor?" Chapter 55. Spare me, fellow Taoist. The heavens were shrouded in darkness, with the stars and moon obscured by ominous clouds. The light in the small grove was dim, illuminated only by the flickering flames of the Tianjin army at the foot of Su Ran, which faintly cast a glow in this secluded corner. Amidst the intertwining shadows of the forest, a figure clad in black, his face veiled, approached the elderly man before him step by step. Time was of the essence. Yet Su Ran felt compelled to pose his questions. Otherwise, even if he were to slay this man, it would be a senseless act. The old man appeared rather disheveled. As he listened to Su Ran's inquiries, his gaze fixated on the only visible pair of eyes, trembling as he spoke. If I tell you, will you spare my life? This old man was a far cry from his earlier self, when the tide of fortune was in his favor. He had been brash and arrogant. Now, with the winds of fate turned against him, he became subservient and fearful, devoid of the malevolence that had previously characterized him. That depends on how well you answer, Su Ran replied, his gaze lowered slightly. One hand clutched a fire talisman, while the other gripped a dagger drawn from his system's lottery rewards. Notifications from the system rang repeatedly in his ears. This night had brought him numerous achievements. Among the updates, his status as the last emperor had risen to level 4, and his fearless upgrade had reached level 5, granting him 2 lottery chances. However, this was not the time for such frivolities. The elderly cultivator, observing the weapon in Su Ran's hand, swallowed hard and said, "Yes. It was Zhang Cheng. He sent me to eliminate the Tianqian Empress." Zhang Cheng. This aligned with the thoughts in Su Ran's mind. Yet it still sent a shiver down his spine. Zhang Cheng was indeed a vengeful individual, having suffered a setback at the hands of the Empress. He could not act himself and resorted to enlisting others for his dark designs. His thoughts raced. Su Ran's expression remained unchanged as he coldly retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Cheng is a disciple of the Huanyang sect. Why would he seek to kill the Tianqian Empress? If the Huanyang sect desired her demise, they would have myriad ways to accomplish it. Do not tell me that you too are affiliated with the Huanyang sect. I am no simpleton. I am not easily deceived." With that, Su Ran advanced a step, his murderous intent pressing forward. The old man quivered noticeably, seemingly stunned by Su Ran's earlier strike, now thoroughly intimidated. He hastily waved his hands and pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, I do not dare deceive you. This is the truth. The Huanyang sect has no intention of orchestrating a coup against the Tianqian Empire. It appears that the Tianqian Empress offended Zhang Cheng, which is why he wishes to take action. However, bound by the so-called rules of the righteous sects, he cannot intervene directly in the affairs of the dynasty and has compelled me to act on his behalf. I am not from the Huanyang sect." Though the old man was nearly thrice Su Ran's age, he displayed a palpable panic in the face of impending death. This, in turn, made Su Ran somewhat wary. Nevertheless, the old man's words did not sound insincere. Indeed, it seemed that Zhang Cheng was unable to swallow his pride after his previous defeat and sought trouble anew. It appears that there are indeed regulations among the sects of cultivation prohibiting excessive interference in the affairs of dynasties. So, Zhang Cheng's apprehension stems from this. "And who might you be?" I am merely a wandering cultivator." The old man wore an expression of deep concern and said, "We wandering cultivators are the ones relegated to doing the dirty work, the tasks that those righteous cultivators dare not undertake, and thus they seek us out. You claim to be a wandering cultivator. Should I simply take your word for it?" This. The old man displayed a hint of surprise and replied, "At my age and with my level of cultivation, even if I were not a wandering cultivator, I would have long been expelled from any sect." I. "How can you expect me to prove myself, my friend?" Su Ran coldly inquired, "Do you have anything further to add?" The old man struggled to swallow and said, Yes. I have heard that Zhang Cheng seems to have enlisted some individuals from the martial world to assassinate the Emperor of Daliang, who has been captured by the Empress Tianqian. They are acting alongside me, but they are merely mortals, and I have little desire to involve myself with them." Su Ran felt a stir of realization within. It seemed his suspicions were indeed correct. Both factions were summoned by Zhang Cheng. For a figure as formidable as the Empress Tianqian, she resorted to hiring a wandering cultivator for assassination, while for the utterly powerless Daliang Emperor, she relied on those from the martial world. The two parties appeared to be entirely unconnected, and should an investigation arise later, there would be no traces to uncover. Zhang Cheng truly bore a grudge. As Su Ran contemplated, the old man continued to plead frantically for mercy, evidently terrified of Su Ran, repeatedly exclaiming, "My friend, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. I do not know of your connection with the Empress Tianqian, but I implore you not to take offense. I hope you might spare my life. As a wandering cultivator, I lack a proper avenue for cultivation, making my progress painfully slow, compounded by my mediocre talent. After a lifetime of effort, I have only barely reached the second level of qi refinement. For the sake of this, I beg you for mercy." The old man wore a face of despair and dread, pleading incessantly with Su Ran, appearing utterly pathetic. The arrogance he displayed before the Empress was entirely stripped away in the presence of the more formidable Su Ran. Su Ran furrowed his brow slightly. His understanding of the world of cultivation was even less than that of the mortal dynasties. The so-called wandering cultivators mentioned by the old man were something he had never previously encountered, and he had little clarity regarding their classification. Just as he was about to inquire further, his gaze suddenly turned icy. His spiritual energy acutely sensed that the old man seemed to be secretly preparing some kind of spell. During this exchange, both parties had taken moments to rest, and the old man's depleted spiritual energy appeared to have recovered significantly. He feigned an expression of utter terror to lower Su Ran's guard, all the while secretly preparing other methods, intending to seize Su Ran when he was off his guard. Unfortunately, Su Ran was already on high alert against such treachery. At such an advanced age, one would expect even a fool to possess some wisdom. How could he dare to engage in trickery to assassinate the Empress Tianqin, Chu Yaodong, yet now display a panic surpassing that of an ordinary person as the situation turns against him? Indeed, it was a deception. Without hesitation, Su Ran stepped forward with the swiftness of lightning, directing the blade in his hand straight ahead. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, realizing his ploy had been uncovered. He hastily prepared to strike back. Unfortunately, his power was already inferior to Su Ran's. Any attempt to retaliate was futile. Su Ran seized the initiative, and in an instant, the blade pierced through to the elder's heart. Blood gushed forth, and the elder's movements abruptly ceased. The small amount of spiritual energy he had just gathered, intended for a counterattack, dissipated into nothingness. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something, but all that escaped was a spray of blood. In his final moments, the elder no longer feigned composure. The panic in his eyes faded, leaving only a look of resentment, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ran. The malice in his eyes sent a shiver down Su Ran's spine, yet it only strengthened his resolve. Indeed, when facing an adversary, one must eradicate evil without hesitation. If one has the means to eliminate the foe, mercy should never be afforded. Chapter 56. The Emperor of the Great Beam has disappeared. The old cultivator, who disguised himself as a malevolent spirit, lay lifeless in the woods, utterly motionless. In the darkness, one could hardly discern his presence without careful scrutiny. Su Ran approached deliberately, extending his hand to explore the figure in search of any valuable items. However, it appeared that the old man was indeed a solitary practitioner, devoid of any substantial possessions. Not even a single talisman could be found. After rummaging through his belongings, Su Ran managed to uncover 2 spirit stones, one of which had already been partially consumed. It seemed that the old man's rapid restoration of spiritual energy was facilitated by the power of the spirit stones. Having practiced for over 60 years, the old man possessed far less than a mere acolyte. Of course, this could be attributed to his intent to assassinate, likely leaving his treasures behind. Such solitary practitioners, lacking items like spatial bags or storage rings, found it challenging to carry their valuables. Nevertheless, the 2 spirit stones were a significant boon for Su Ran, as he was in dire need of items related to cultivation. After collecting his findings and stowing the spirit stones along with his night attire into his storage ring, Su Ran examined himself for any traces of blood. Once assured of his cleanliness, he rose to return. This encounter led him to perceive that remaining within the Tianqin army, close to the Empress, offered a form of protection. Although assassination attempts could still occur, the major sects, like the Huanyang sect, would refrain from overt actions due to their agreements in the nature of the Tianqin mortal dynasty. The real threat stemmed not from these solitary practitioners or acolytes but from the formidable figures within the cultivation sections. Concealing his prowess and gradually developing within the Tianqin might prove to be the wisest course of action, as long as his true strength remained unknown. The assailants would not be of significant caliber. However, Su Ran remained perplexed as to how the original owner of this body, an incompetent monarch, had offended the esteemed Huanyang sect to the extent that they sought his demise. Reflecting on this, Su Ran turned to glance back. The Tianqin army below had emerged from the darkness, now illuminated with bright lights that made the sky appear as bright as day. He wondered if they had realized his absence. As the long night wore on, the Tianqin army, having stabilized from the recent chaos, implemented the series of commands issued by the Empress. The rumors circulating among the ranks proclaimed that the Empress had vanquished the malevolent spirit, effectively resolving the crisis, which invigorated the soldiers of the Tianqin army. Excitement radiated from every face. The malevolent spirit, associated with demonic cultivators, was overcome by their sovereign, a mortal who triumphed over such evil. How could this not evoke profound respect and awe among the soldiers of the Tianqin? Thus, morale soared, and the earlier minor turmoil faded into oblivion. Within the camp, however, war horses galloped fiercely. The elegant and poised Lady Yunji rode forth. Her lithe figure perfectly outlined upon the steed, as the rhythmic motion of the horse accentuated her ample bosom, creating a captivating spectacle that, were it not for her tightly fitted attire, might have caused undue concern. Such natural softness is beyond the reach of any silicone or artificial means. Yet, her demeanor was strikingly grave as she sped towards the tent where Su Ran was located. The scene was one of chaos. Several bodies of black-clad assassins lay strewn about, blood pooling on the ground. Yu Zhu, having sustained minor wounds, stood in the midst, her expression as dark as the stormy sea. Meanwhile, Qing Mei anxiously called out Su Ran's name. As Yunji approached, they drew closer. Qing Mei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Lady Yunji. Su Ran, the Emperor of Daliang. He is missing. We were ambushed by assassins, and Yu Zhu was entangled in the fray. I attempted to summon help, but amidst the chaos, I could hardly rally anyone. By the time order was restored, the Emperor, I should not have called for help. I should have stayed with him." Her voice trailed off, her eyes reddening with distress. Her anxiety was palpable. The latter part of her statement transcended mere recounting. It was a manifestation of her guilt. Yet, her earlier decision had indeed been the wisest choice. "Calm yourself. Look at how flustered you are. His Majesty has even praised your composure. Are you perhaps bewitched by that Emperor's handsome visage?" Yunji surveyed the disarray around her, her dissatisfaction brewing within. "You were entrusted with the care of the Emperor, and now he has vanished. How will I explain this to His Majesty? Moreover, I have yet to enjoy the company of that Emperor." At Yunji's words, Qing Mei shuddered slightly, instinctively wanting to respond. Typically composed and intelligent, her bond with Su Ran was anything but ordinary. Concern had clouded her judgment, rendering her unable to make sound decisions in this tumultuous moment. It was then that Yu Zhu, standing nearby, gently pulled her forward, stepping ahead with a cold voice. "At least 7 or 8 assassins have infiltrated. While a few lie dead here, others may have escaped. We have yet to locate Su Ran's body. He might have been taken amidst the chaos." Dismounting her horse, Yunji scanned the surroundings, her assessment mirroring Yu Zhu's. Turning to her, she inquired, "In the past, these assassins would not have dared to abduct anyone, let alone infiltrate my Tianxin army. Yu Zhu, did you see which direction they fled?" Taking a deep breath, Yu Zhu nodded and gestured towards the southeastern mountains. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "They likely headed that way, but tonight as events carry an air of peculiarity." "What peculiarity?" "Speak quickly," Yunji urged, her impatience evident. "When the assassins arrived, I seemed to hear one of them shout in panic about a top-notch expert. After that, the group of assassins became disoriented and swiftly retreated." Yu Zhu hesitated slightly in her response, for she herself could not be certain. It was all too strange. With only them present, where could such a formidable expert emerge from? Yunji furrowed her brow, and after a moment, she declared, "Enough of this. It is not the time for such contemplations. Yu Zhu, I shall assign you a team. You must immediately rescue the Emperor of the Great Liang and bring him back to me, alive if possible, dead if necessary. And those assassins must be captured as well, so we can ascertain what they shouted and who orchestrated this." Yu Zhu's expression turned serious as she took a step back. "Yu Zhu understands. I shall go at once." Qing Mei anxiously watched her, remaining silent, but her intent was unmistakable. Yu Zhu discerned her dear sister's thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Yu Zhu, Yunji, and Qing Mei, the Emperor they sought was, at that very moment, both far away and right beneath their feet. Su Ran had stealthily returned using earth evasion techniques, hiding underground and listening to the conversation above. He felt a twinge of emotion at Qing Mei's sincerity, yet he understood that he had indeed delayed for too long. He had returned late. Now, he had unwittingly become a missing person. Su Ran clutched the spirit stone he had seized from the reclusive elder, a frown crossing his face. What now? As a missing person, how could he return so brazenly? Chapter 57. I offer you a chance at life. The dense clouds that had lingered throughout the night finally parted to reveal a sliver of moonlight cascading down from the zenith, casting a silvery hue over the forest, imbuing the atmosphere with an added layer of tranquility and serenity. In this world devoid of industrialization, the wilderness beyond the city is predominantly genuine primeval forest. When one escapes from the city and plunges into the woods, finding one's way becomes exceedingly arduous. Lu Yin is a clever individual, though she is willing to dance on the edge of a blade for profit, should she sense something amiss. She would not hesitate to prioritize her own safety above all else. Thus, during the earlier assassination attempt, amidst the enveloping darkness, as she perceived the situation turning dire. Particularly upon entering the grand tent of the Emperor of DeLiang and realizing their target was not present, Lu Yin increasingly felt it was a trap. Consequently, she forsook the lives of several of her brothers from the Luya gang and fled at the first opportunity. The ensuing events validated her choice. Having led her companions into the forest, they soon spotted flickering flames within the ranks of the Tianqin army, accompanied by shouts proclaiming that the Tianqin Empress had orchestrated the capture of the vile intruder. This revelation sent cold sweat cascading down their backs. The events of the night were evidently a celestial scheme, with the assistance of cultivators, and the Tianqin Empress, renowned for her ruthless reputation, had even turned the tables on those summoned by the immortals. Such a formidable woman instilled in Lu Yin a mixture of terror and a hint of admiration. As a fellow woman, who would not aspire to emulate the likes of Empress Chu Yutong, the remaining brothers of the Luya gang admired her decisiveness. For had they hesitated even for a moment, they would now find themselves ensnared by the brightly illuminated Tianqin army, their spirits soaring. They would undoubtedly have lost their chance to escape and become mere fish in a barrel, destined to meet their end there. Lu Yin was filled with both fear and regret. Observing the current signs, it seemed that their movements had long been anticipated by the Tianqin Empress, and the absence of the Emperor of DeLiang among them was likely a result of her cunning. Logically, having successfully salvaged her life, she should feel grateful. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yin was beset by frustration. The panic still flickering across her delicate features was soon overshadowed by a veil of gloom. For all around them, the forest was teeming with Tianqin soldiers searching for them, calling out as they scoured the area. "Where are the thieves? You have abducted the Emperor of DeLiang. Swiftly return him, and His Majesty promises not to harm you. Where are the brigands? Come forth at once." Beneath the shadow of a colossal tree, wide enough for 3 men to embrace, Lu Yin's expression twisted in distress. Most of her capable companions had perished. A lean, shrewd-looking man from the Luya gang whispered, "What is happening? We have not even caught sight of the Emperor of DeLiang. How can they claim that we have abducted him? This is utterly unjust. And even if we were to surrender, we have no one to offer." On the other side, another member of the Luya gang stealthily returned, his face a mask of panic as he exclaimed, "Deputy Leader Lu, the mountains are swarming with people. The Empress of Tianqin is resolutely determined to capture us. Convinced that we abducted the Emperor of the Great Liang. All escape routes are blocked. What shall we do?" Lu Yin, incensed by his helplessness, kicked the gang member to the ground and rose to her feet, declaring, "You come to me for answers, but how could I possibly know the situation? How could I foresee that the celestial being would desire the Emperor of the Great Liang dead, and that the Empress of Tianqin would intervene? Enough of this. We have no other option but to choose a direction and fight our way out. Otherwise, when the Tianqin army intensifies their search, our chances of escape will dwindle to nothing. Indeed, they could not surrender the Emperor of the Great Liang, and should the enemy find them, they would undoubtedly face death. It was better to act now, while the search was still in its infancy and the encirclement was not yet tight." The astute, slender man quickly spoke up, his voice urgent and anxious. Yet, in the next moment, he and the others around him held their breath, their voices abruptly silenced, gazing in terror at what lay behind Lu Yin. Startled by their expressions, Lu Yin turned to see nothing but the great tree behind her. What could possibly frighten them so? Before she could investigate further, she felt a frigid hand reach from behind her, clutching her throat with a grip so powerful that, despite being a 4th-tier warrior, she found herself unable to resist. More terrifying still, she had been standing there the entire time, completely unaware of the presence behind her. How had this person approached so stealthily? The members of the Luya gang were horrified, for in their eyes, a spectral figure had suddenly materialized from the previously empty space behind Lu Yin, appearing as if conjured from the shadows, and in the dim light of the forest. It was nothing short of terrifying as it seized her throat. The timid messenger, witnessing this scene, let out a scream and fled in terror. However, the astute and lean man remained loyal, drawing his sword at once and tremblingly asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Yin managed to regain her composure. A striking beauty, yet a seasoned figure in the martial world, she was surprised but quickly calmed herself, as the grip on her neck, though firm, did not seem intent on ending her life immediately. If her assailant did not wish to kill her, there was room for negotiation. She promptly asked, "Might I inquire as to your identity? I am unaware of having offended you. I beg for your mercy." To claim ignorance of having offended him was easy to say, yet she ought to consider her current predicament and the actions she had just undertaken. Behind Lu Yin stood none other than Su Ran, now clad in dark attire, having approached through the earth itself. Having become accustomed to operating in the shadows, it was remarkably easy for him to locate individuals. The underground environment was far less convoluted than the surface world, allowing him to find this group before the Tianqian army did. Although he had only glimpsed them previously, he discerned that they were not cultivators, but rather ordinary figures from the martial world. As he approached, Su Ran was surprised to discover that the leader of this group was an exceptionally beautiful woman, exuding an unusual calmness. Su Ran sought them out of necessity. He wished to remain within the Tianqian army, relying on the Empress and her forces as a protective shield. Thus, it was imperative that the Empress's people did not apprehend this group. Otherwise, the conjecture that Su Ran had been abducted by assassins would be rendered invalid, making it difficult for him to maintain his guise. Nevertheless, he felt a stir of gratitude. Even though the Empress intended to take him back to the palace to present him to her sister, the effort she expended to find him was indeed remarkable. However, he could not allow the Empress to discover these assassins. Yet, Su Ran had no intention of eliminating them all. Instead, he stealthily revealed himself, harboring other intentions. Lu Yin, on the other hand, remained oblivious, her heart racing with trepidation. Are you one of the Tianqian Empress's people? No, that cannot be right. If you were, why would you come here personally? Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential, he retorted. What I wish to inquire about is whether your visit is under the directive of Zhang Cheng from the Huanyang sect to assassinate the Empress and the Emperor of Daliang. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Lu Yin and her companions were drenched in cold sweat. The unexpected visitor had struck at the heart of the matter with chilling precision. Yet, Lu Yin, fearful of this cloaked figure as well as of Zhang Cheng from the Huanyang sect, dared not admit the truth and gritted her teeth, declaring, that is untrue. What unsettled her even more was the implication of the assassination of the Empress. This was not a mission assigned to them by Zhang Cheng from the Huanyang sect. Could it be? Lu Yin, not foolish, quickly grasped the underlying connections, her heart sinking as her expression darkened. This was precisely the reaction Su Ran sought. He had suspected that these individuals were unaware that their sinister plot was aimed at the Empress. With a cold smirk, he continued, do you still wish to protect your Huanyang sect? They have drawn you into the assassination of the Empress without any intention of allowing you to survive. Even if you manage to kill the Emperor of Daliang, the Empress will perish alongside him. The Emperor of Daliang is already a fallen monarch. No one cares. However, the Empress's demise will surely provoke scrutiny from the celestial realm. I wonder what Zhongqing promised you. Do you truly believe him? Lu Yan's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and despair, her face revealing a trace of indignation. She finally realized that Zhang Cheng considered them expendable. Yet, they were celestial beings. She still dared not voice her thoughts. At this moment, Su Ran spoke. I understand your concerns, yet you find yourselves at a dead end. You have incurred the wrath of the Empress Tianqian. Empress Chu Yutong desires your lives. Zhang Qing is well aware of your failure and will not spare you. Even if you manage to flee today, death awaits you. Even if you evade the Empress Tianqian, do you possess the means to survive against the celestial beings? Lu Yin bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, unsure whether it was due to Zhang Qing's predicament or her own lamentable fate. She murmured softly, what purpose do you serve by saying this? Is it to humiliate our foolishness? No, Su Ran replied with a chilling, altered tone, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I aim to offer you a chance at survival. Lu Yan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Behind her, a profound glint of coldness emerged in Su Ran's eyes. Chapter 58. Sudden wealth as dawn broke. A resounding explosion echoed through the corners of the forest. Shen Haoqian, tasked with scouring the woods, immediately became alert and hastened towards the source of the sound, accompanied by his subordinates. As a fifth-tier martial artist, he navigated the complex terrain with ease, quickly arriving at the scene. There, several Tianqian soldiers lay dazed, and a large crater marred the ground. The earth turned over violently. On one side of the crater lay a figure, bound and in disarray. Upon closer inspection, Shen Haoqian recognized the unfortunate individual as none other than the missing Emperor of Daliang, now rendered unconscious and discarded. The Emperor appeared quite disheveled, his garments tattered, mouth gagged, and left on the ground in a pitiable state. Shen Haoqian approached cautiously, examining the situation, and exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, what a fortunate escape. Just then, his aide arrived, surveying the scene and analyzing the surroundings. It seems the assassins who abducted the Emperor have fled in fear, abandoning him in their haste. The poor Emperor is indeed unfortunate. A deposed ruler, now bound like this. What a disgrace. However, Shun Haoqian had little interest in idle chatter. He cast a cold glance at his aide, who immediately understood the implicit warning and fell silent. Subsequently, Shun Haoqian, along with Su Ran, made their way back, dispatching several teams to pursue the fleeing assailants. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ran was not truly unconscious. He merely feigned it. Given his current level of cultivation, he knew that Shun Haoqian, a fifth-tier martial artist, would not perceive his ruse. Although Shun Haoqian exerted considerable effort to locate Su Ran, he harbored no particular fondness for the Daliang Emperor, nor did he deem the Empress's mobilization of forces to find this enemy ruler a judicious course of action. Consequently, while transporting the supposedly unconscious Su Ran, he remained indifferent, causing Su Ran to endure the discomforts of the journey, wishing he could leap up and slap the man for his negligence. Fortunately, they were not far from the Tianqian military camp. Shun Haoqian fulfilled his duties diligently, and Su Ran eventually met with the Empress. To Su Ran's surprise, she expressed genuine concern, inquiring about his well-being. Shun Haoqian reported candidly, "It appears that the villains took advantage of our incomplete encirclement to escape into the intricate geography of the forest, leaving the Emperor behind as a burden to secure their own safety. They likely hoped that once we found him, we would abandon the pursuit. Given the current circumstances, their escape route leads deeper into the mountains, making it exceedingly difficult for our forces to locate them." In response, the Empress's voice was crisp and resolute. "We must pursue them relentlessly, regardless of the odds. It is imperative that everyone knows the Tianqian army is not one to be trifled with." Shun Haoqian bowed his head in acknowledgement. Soon after, the Empress summoned a military doctor to examine Su Ran. Su Ran feigned unconsciousness, and the doctor, unable to discern any issues, merely furrowed his brow and concluded that it was likely just a fainting spell, assuring that he would awaken in due time. Consequently, the Empress arranged for Su Ran to be returned to his original position, instructing Qing Mei and Yu Zhu to watch over him. At that moment, Su Ran truly comprehended the meaning of camaraderie, the essence of genuine affection in times of adversity. The foolish dog, unable to contain itself, stealthily licked him several times upon seeing him unconscious. Meanwhile, Qing Mei busied herself at his side, preparing herbal remedies and assisting him with changing clothes. Despite the doctor's reassurances that Su Ran was not gravely injured, her face remained etched with worry, her eyes reddened, repeatedly inquiring of Yu Zhu when Su Ran would awaken. Unfortunately, her desperation for answers was misplaced. Yu Zhu was a warrior, not a physician, and could offer no insight. She stood silently by with her sword, her expression grim. Lost in her own thoughts, seizing an opportune moment, Su Ran gradually stirred back to consciousness, much to Qing Mei's delight. By this time, daylight had fully broken, and the army was shakily breaking camp, embarking on their journey anew. Yun Ji, having heard the news, paid him a visit, cautioning, "Emperor of Daliang, you must take care of yourself. Our matters remain unresolved." The audacity of Yun Ji was akin to squeezing juice from him. Su Ran's lips twitched into a dry smile. Yet Yun Ji continued, "You need not disclose last night's events to anyone. This evening, the Empress herself will inquire." At her words, Su Ran's heart stirred. The Empress, Chu Yutong, likely harbored more questions than he did. Upon his return, he had also learned of her public declaration, claiming to have orchestrated the slaying of the malevolent forces for the sake of her people. This revelation surprised Su Ran, yet upon reflection, it was not difficult to grasp the Empress's intentions. Given the current circumstances, she might have surmised that the assassins who abducted him were likely connected to these so-called malevolent forces and feared that Su Ran might inadvertently expose her deceit, prompting Yun Ji's timely warning. Understanding this, Su Ran resolved to adapt accordingly. He could use the daylight hours to refine the fabricated narrative he would present. Outside the carriage, the Tianqian army marched steadily along the official road, the sky bright and the sun glaring, though the temperature remained mild. Inside the carriage, it was not particularly warm. Qing Mei, having spent the night in trepidation, finally relaxed upon seeing that Su Ran was unharmed, curling up in a corner and dozing off. Her appearance adorably endearing. Su Ran reached out and gently pinched her cheek. He realized that, among the humans, she was the only one sincerely concerned for his well-being. As Qing Mei slept, Su Ran remained alert, invigorated by the gains he had made the previous night. Last night, he made a series of bold moves, skillfully navigating through various factions, achieving numerous accomplishments. Most of these were merely upgrades of his previous feats. Yet he also attained two entirely new achievements: concealed depths and masterful strategy. Softly calling to himself, the system interface instantly materialized before him. Name: Su Ran. Title: the Third Emperor of the Great Liang of the Cloudy Mist Continent. Power level: innate third stage. Reputation: 8. Emperor's fortune: 4. Lottery chances: 4. Description: this is a rogue emperor who begins his journey of cultivation, yet holds disdain for the immortal sections. His foolish reign led to the downfall of his nation, but now he has undergone a slight transformation. Passive skill: Emperor's Heart, level 1. Active skill: Emperor's Might, level 1. Active skill: Serenity of Heart, level 1. Active skill: Hidden Blade, level 1. Achievements: Hidden Blade, level 4. Unfazed in Crisis, level 5. Joy with the People, level 1. Last Emperor, level 4. First Blood, level 1. Concealed Depths, level 1. Masterful Strategy, level 1. Note: achievements reaching level 3 will unlock corresponding special Emperor skills. For lottery chances and 2 brand new achievements, indeed, a night of unexpected fortune. Su Ran's personal interface was becoming increasingly elaborate, no longer resembling the rudimentary state he had upon his arrival, signifying his rising power. Moreover, Su Ran keenly observed a subtle shift in his personal description. However, much like his reputation and Emperor's fortune, which had yet to reveal their utility, he was uncertain of what this change in description would entail. Nonetheless, that was not the foremost concern at present. His gaze shifted, quickly landing on the lottery chances. He now possessed 4 opportunities for the draw. Su Ran excitedly rubbed his hands together, eager for the impending quadruple draw. Chapter 59. Chi Refinement Pill. The carriage swayed as it traversed the bumpy road. Outside, the sun shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the world with its radiant light. Yet, in this season, the surrounding temperature was pleasantly mild, creating an inviting atmosphere. Inside the carriage, Chimei remained in a deep slumber, her youthful fragrance enveloping the entire space. Su Ran withdrew his gaze, seizing the opportunity while Chimei slept. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly commencing his series of 4 consecutive draws. With 4 chances to draw, he used them all in one go. Su Ran felt a twinge of anticipation, wondering what treasures might await him this time. The familiar lottery interface gradually materialized. For the first draw, the blind box opened, revealing a spirit stone. Su Ran felt a pang of disappointment. A spirit stone was a rather mundane prize, though not entirely without value. It contained pure spiritual energy, which could swiftly replenish his resources and aid in his cultivation. With this new spirit stone, he now possessed 3 in total. Having previously exhausted the energy from a used spirit stone he had seized from an elderly cultivator while pursuing Lu Yin and her companions. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran immediately began his second draw. This time, however, the outcome brought him unexpected delight. The blind box opened, and a system notification appeared. Name: Chi Refinement Pill. Grade: Level 1. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: this is a Chi Refinement Pill, suitable for cultivators at the innate stage. Only those at the 3rd level of the innate stage or above may consume it. Upon ingestion, it aids in breaking through barriers and elevating one's cultivation level. Would you like to materialize it? Seeing the description of this item, Su Ran's heart skipped a beat. The Chi Refinement Pill. It could facilitate a breakthrough. This was precisely what he had been seeking. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, aided by elixirs and buoyed by his unexpectedly promising aptitude upon traversing into this unfortunate realm, his strength had steadily ascended from that of an ordinary person to the present 3rd level of the innate stage. However, he had recently found himself stagnating at the pinnacle of the 3rd level, struggling to break through the barrier, and now, with this Chi Refinement Pill, he might just be able to surpass his current threshold and become a cultivator of the Chi Refinement stage. According to the introduction of the Earthly Reckless Fist and Su Ran's own understanding, only cultivators of the Chi Refinement stage could truly be regarded as practitioners of immortal cultivation. The 3rd level of the innate stage was merely akin to an infant taking its first steps. Should he reach the Chi Refinement stage, no martial artist in the mortal realm would be able to contend with him. Not even those elusive and formidable 8th or 9th tier warriors, who were said to be the strongest in the mortal world, would pose a threat. Whether it be the Tianshan army or the Tianshan palace, they would become Su Ran's playground, granting him the freedom to go wherever he wished and do as he pleased. Moreover, Achieving the Qi refinement stage would significantly enhance his chances of survival when facing adversaries like Zhang Cheng or the previous Taoist Wu. As he contemplated this, the excitement on Su Ran's face gradually faded. He recalled certain information he had heard from Lu Yan. Lu Yan had been sent by Zhang Cheng to eliminate him, and according to her, it seemed that the Huanyang sect sought his demise due to something the Emperor of Daliang had done. What exactly was the Huanyang sect, and how formidable was its power? Lu Yan was unaware of the answers, nor did she comprehend the true reason behind their intent to kill Su Ran. However, Su Ran increasingly sensed the looming danger. He needed to uncover the truth behind this situation. With such a vast cultivation sect targeting him, if he did not clarify matters soon and resolve the crisis, remaining idle would equate to awaiting his own demise, merely biding time for his adversaries to strike. Su Ran was not one to passively await his fate. Taking a deep breath, he manifested a Qi refining pill, carefully storing it in his storage ring, preparing to find the right moment to consume it and advance his cultivation. First, he aimed to reach the Qi refinement stage, and only then would he seek the truth. Su Ran believed that within the Grand Tianqian army, there was perhaps one person who might possess some knowledge. Empress Chu Yaoding. Today presented an opportunity. Perhaps he could extract some information from the Empress when she inquired about him. Having traversed this world for a considerable time and experienced several life-and-death situations, coupled with his own strength's enhancement, he was no longer the fearful worker from Earth he once was. At this moment, his gaze was sharp and his mind was composed. He felt little trepidation towards the Empress. Given his current strength, even within the Tianqian army, he could leave unimpeded if he so desired. The Empress was certainly no match for him, and thus, he had little to fear. Soon after, Su Ran proceeded with his third lottery draw. This time, fortune did not favor him as much. He drew an unusual item. Name: Earth Fire Jade Pendant. Level: 1st grade. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: this is an unremarkable jade pendant, sourced from the depths of the Earth's core. After refinement, wearing it allows one to feel a pure warmth, capable of dispelling coldness and invigorating yang energy. Would you like to manifest it? The pendant appeared in his palm, its quality exceptional. As he held it, a wave of warmth enveloped him. It was indeed not the typical coldness one would expect from jade, but rather a comforting warmth, akin to sitting by a fire on a frigid winter's day. Although Su Ran was not particularly knowledgeable about jade, just by observing this item's quality, texture, and feel, he estimated it could fetch several hundred to millions on Earth. While it might not serve a significant purpose, in this world, it could likely be exchanged for a fair amount of currency. Su Ran rubbed it in his hands and stored it away. At this point, he had but one lottery opportunity remaining. Just moments ago, he felt he had ample chances. Yet, as he began to draw, it seemed insufficient. Indeed, participating in lotteries was quite addictive. Su Ran took a deep breath and began the 4th round of the lottery. Utilizing his final chance, the system's lottery animation unfolded, revealing the blind box, and gradually, the item from this last draw materialized before his eyes. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Su Ran's gaze. It was a manual. Name: Earth Method of Sword Control. Level: 1. Affiliation: Celestial Path. Description: this is a sword control manual suitable for those in the Qi refinement stage. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to soar through the skies and attack opponents within 100 meters. Special note: to successfully utilize this technique, one must possess a flying sword artifact, even if it is of the most basic level. Would you like to load it? In this final lottery, he had drawn a spell manual, and not just any spell, but the art of sword control. Su Ran vividly recalled the impressive display of Qing and the Taoist Wu soaring through the air. Although he had witnessed such feats in various fantasy films and novels on Earth, it was only upon witnessing it in reality that he could truly appreciate the might of flying with a sword. He longed for such power. Furthermore, upon mastery, he could wield a sword to vanquish foes. Without hesitation, he chose to load the manual. However, upon reading the special note, he found himself momentarily bewildered. The flying sword artifact. To employ this sword control technique, it was indisputable that a sword was required. Yet, even the finest iron sword forged by mere mortals would be inadequate, as ordinary weapons, lacking spiritual energy, could not withstand the force of the Qi refinement stage's sword control. Without a proper artifact, the sword would shatter before he could even strike. Only a flying sword artifact could harness the powers of this technique. Su Ran was instantly taken aback. He currently resided in the realm of mortals, unaware of where to find a marketplace for cultivators or procure such a flying sword artifact. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he could only exhale in resignation. Mastering the sword control technique would require careful strategizing. He needed to find a way to acquire a flying sword artifact. Nevertheless, as he had not yet attained the chi refinement stage, it was prudent not to dwell too much on this matter for now. He could wait until he reached that stage to pursue the flying sword artifact, while simultaneously cultivating the sword control technique. Given the current pace of the Tianqian army, it would not be long before he arrived at the capital of Tianqian. Su Ran remained unconvinced that in the vast expanse of the Tianqian capital, he would be unable to locate a single flying sword artifact. If necessary, he could always explore the imperial treasury of Chu Yutong. After all, once he reached the chi refinement stage, he could conceal his presence and traverse the capital at will, making it relatively easy to procure a flying sword. With this thought, Su Ran's resolve was strengthened, and he began to envision the moment he would master the sword control technique. Though it was the earth method, it was, nonetheless, a genuine pathway to soaring through the heavens. What man has not harbored dreams of flying with a sword? Catching a glimpse of Qing Mei's serene slumber, Su Ran chuckled to himself, imagining the joy of one day bringing her along to witness the skies once his power was no longer concealed. Chapter 60. The Empress's inquiry. As twilight descended, the Tianqian army gradually came to a halt. That night, they encamped outside a grand city, where the city lord personally emerged to welcome the Empress, hoping to invite her into the city for rest. However, it was declined by Chu Yutong, as she wished to avoid any delays and set off early the following day. The marching speed of the Tianqian army had noticeably increased. According to Su Ran's information gleaned from Qing Mei, if this pace continued, they would reach the imperial capital, Yu City, within 2 days, faster than Su Ran had initially estimated. As night fell and the troops settled in, Yunji approached, requesting Su Ran to meet with the Empress, Chu Yutong. She instructed Qing Mei and Yu Zhu to remain behind, taking only 2 maidservants with her as she escorted Su Ran to the Empress's main tent. Along the way, Yunji displayed a rather playful demeanor, her delicate hands exploring Su Ran's person, her expression transforming from the previous day's alarmed seriousness into one of charming mirth. It seemed she had not sustained any injuries from the previous night, but had merely been frightened, and she appeared keen to ensure that such fears did not affect her mental and physical faculties. Su Ran felt a slight twitch in his expression. Yunji was indeed capable and formidable, and her unwavering loyalty earned her the Empress's favor. Despite the gravity of the events from last night, she acted as if nothing had transpired. However, her eagerness, bordering on aggression, left Su Ran feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially as she unabashedly sought out hidden corners to probe. In an effort to maintain composure, Su Ran adopted a serene demeanor, responding calmly, "I was indeed quite frightened yesterday. Thank you, Lady Yunji, for your concern. The elixir I mentioned has been successfully concocted, and I am currently taking it. I would appreciate your guidance." Su Ran had honed his acting skills. Though internally vexed, his countenance remained impassive, feigning the demeanor of the innocent and harmless emperor of the Great Liang. Yunji merely smiled, "Rest assured, Your Majesty will certainly seek justice for you. When you meet her, answer her questions honestly. If you do not, even my fondness for you will be of no help." Though Yunji was impatient, she had pressing matters at hand, and thus her words turned to the matter of importance. Su Ran could surmise the inquiries the Empress would pose and maintained his composure, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yunji then inquired, "Do you remember my instructions? You haven't mentioned last night's events to anyone, have you?" "No," Su Ran replied truthfully, nodding. He had indeed refrained from discussing it with anyone. Yunji had personally conveyed the Empress's orders, and whether it was Qing Mei, Yu Zhu, or anyone else, they were too curious yet wary to pry further. In such circumstances, Su Ran had no opportunity to speak even if he had wished to. In that moment, they arrived at the entrance to the Empress's tent, where they halted. Yunji and the maidservants did not enter, allowing only Su Ran to proceed within. Today's circumstances are evidently peculiar. Within the grand tent, there are no others present, only the Empress, seated regally in the center, adorned in a flowing robe of gold and crimson that drags upon the ground, exuding an air of languor and nobility that starkly contrasts with her usual commanding presence. As Su Ran entered, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. It was clear that the Empress intended to inquire about matters pertaining to himself, discussions not meant for the ears of others. However, upon stepping inside, his immediate sensation was one of oppressive heat. Su Ran, at the pinnacle of his innate third stage, felt the surrounding temperature was excessively high. The warmth within the Empress's tent was rather overwhelming. His gaze swept across the space, noting the numerous braziers lining the tent's perimeter. Despite it being spring, a season of moderate temperatures, these braziers seemed unnecessary, especially for a seventh-tier martial artist like the Empress, who was impervious to both chill and heat. A thought stirred within Su Ran as he observed the Empress, Chu Yutong, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, revealing a rare fragility compared to her usual vigor. Su Ran approached respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that you vanquished a malevolent spirit last night. Might it be that you have been affected by its machinations?" Chu Yutong shook her head, her voice maintaining its characteristic chill. "It is of no concern. Come, take a seat. I have several inquiries for you." With no one else present, the Empress dispensed with the formal title of Your Majesty, opting instead for a more personal address. There was indeed a place beside her. Yet the heat was stifling. Su Ran grimaced slightly but complied and sat down. He could surmise the nature of the questions Chu Yutong would pose, likely concerning the events of the previous night. Prepared, he recounted his experience. "Last night, I was uncertain of the circumstances as a group of assailants burst in and bound me. During the ordeal, I sensed their trepidation, as if they were fearful of something. In my struggle for survival, I was ultimately rendered unconscious. Those individuals were undoubtedly martial artists. I was powerless to resist them after losing consciousness. I recall little else." Su Ran's account was somewhat vague, but that was to be expected from an ordinary person who had been struck unconscious. Remembering even these details was commendable. His aim was to align the key details accurately so that even someone as formidable as Chu Yutong could discern no anomaly. As he spoke, Chu Yutong coughed a few times, took a sip of tea, and a peculiar flush crept across her otherwise composed features, lending her an unexpectedly endearing quality. It was likely the residual energy from the assailant's attack had inflicted harm upon the Empress. Su Ran, having encountered that elder himself, recognized the chilling nature of the assailant's magic and suspected it might be a form of cold poison. Despite being a seventh-tier martial artist, Chu Yutong lacked spiritual energy, and even with the elder now deceased, the lingering energy within her would be challenging to assimilate, necessitating time for her to recuperate. The disparity in strength between the cultivator and the martial artist is strikingly evident. It is noteworthy that the old man's prowess merely reaches the pinnacle of the second stage of innate strength, barely brushing against the threshold of the third stage. His overall capabilities fall short of a seventh-tier martial artist, yet he nearly succeeded in slaying Chu Yutong through sheer will and bizarre sorcery. The gap between them is thus unmistakable. After sipping some tea, Chu Yutong regained a semblance of composure. Although her demeanor appeared slightly languid, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes remained sharp as she fixed her gaze upon Su Ran and inquired, "Have you perceived or observed anything further? Perhaps the appearances of those individuals, their origins, or any other pertinent details?" As their eyes met, her unspoken thoughts resonated within Su Ran's mind. For an ordinary person who has just been rendered unconscious, recalling such details is commendable. It would be prudent to inquire further. "I wonder if those who attacked me are connected with those who assailed him. I have also investigated the formidable figure who appeared near the Emperor of Dalian. They are not among the ranks of my Tianqin army. Could it be that mysterious cultivator who rescued me? But why would he also come to the aid of the Emperor of Dalian?" Chu Yutong evidently believed Su Ran's words, oblivious to the fact that the person seated before her was, in truth, the very individual who had saved him the previous day. The Empress's capabilities are indeed formidable. Within the span of a single day, she has gathered all the information she could from the previous night. Yet the remaining details are beyond her grasp and that of her fellow Tianqin soldiers. Upon hearing her words, Su Ran displayed a contemplative expression, as if striving to recall details in order to respond to the Empress, Chu Yutong's inquiry. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered, "I vaguely recall hearing those who abducted me mention something about a celestial being wanting to take my life. Is that true?" Chapter 61. The Night Raid on the Empress's Tent. Su Ran's words were clearly a probing inquiry directed towards the Empress, Chu Yutong, as he sought to discern whether she was aware of the reasons for his offense against the Huanyang sect. This matter had long left Su Ran in a state of confusion, as he could not fathom what had provoked such relentless animosity from the sect. Without clarity on this issue, he found himself at an impasse. Annihilating the entire Huanyang sect was not a feasible solution. Hence, The most prudent course of action was to unravel the mystery at hand and explore any conventional means of resolution. Although Su Ran harbored considerable resentment towards Zhang Cheng and Wu Daoshi, who were quick to resort to lethal measures against him, he was compelled to accept the harsh reality. The Huanyang sect was currently far superior in strength. A gentleman avenges himself a decade later. This was not the opportune moment for retaliation. The wisest approach was to temporarily note down the grievances against them, seek to transform enmity into goodwill, and bide his time for retribution. Thus, as Su Ran engaged in conversation, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Yotong's eyes, eager to glean her innermost thoughts and obtain the most genuine information. The Empress appeared to know something, for upon hearing Su Ran's inquiry, her expression underwent a subtle yet noticeable shift. However, she quickly composed herself, shaking her head and responding, "Immortal? Which immortal? Have you offended some immortal? No, that cannot be. If an immortal wished to kill you, there would certainly be a justifiable reason. If there were such grounds, would it not be easy to eliminate you? Why resort to hiring a rogue from the martial world? Did you perhaps mishear?" Chu Yotong's response was unusually verbose, filled with several rhetorical questions, spoken with a sincerity that suggested she was genuinely unaware of the circumstances. Yet, Su Ran, fixated on her eyes, sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. At that moment, the Empress's thoughts seemed to whisper, "An immortal? Could it be that the Huanyang sect indeed harbors intentions to eliminate you? But why?" A flicker of realization struck Su Ran. What rumors? What matters? Evidently, the Empress possessed knowledge of certain truths. In the realm of mortals, the only individuals capable of interacting with these cultivators were royalty and revered figures from the martial world. If anyone were to possess insight into these matters, it would surely be the Empress. Indeed, she seemed to be privy to some information. However, Chu Yutong was reluctant to divulge anything. Her words were mere evasions, and she treaded carefully when discussing the topic of immortals. Even if she suspected that the Huanyang sect might be plotting against her, she dared not reveal it, nor could she afford to vocalize such fears. As Su Ran reflected on the Empress's earlier statement, he fell into a momentary silence. If an immortal wishes to kill you, there must be a justifiable reason. If there is a justifiable reason, is it not easy to do so? Could it be that the original owner of this body had engaged in some disreputable actions in the eyes of the Huanyang sect, prompting them to covertly seek his demise? But what could that possibly entail? Su Ran felt a sense of frustration wash over him. The original owner of this body, even if he were a foolish monarch, could be forgiven. However, his reckless actions have led him to offend the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world, the celestial being. If he does not perish, who will? At this moment, Su Ran regained his composure and nodded to the Empress, saying, "Indeed, your Majesty speaks wisely. Perhaps I was muddled and misheard. A celestial being wishing for my demise would not require such convoluted means." Alas, he feigned a sigh, presenting himself as utterly fatigued. Chu Yutong cast a glance at him, a trace of pity flickering in her eyes. She was indeed privy to certain truths. Yet to her, the actions attributed to this Emperor of Daliang seemed inconsistent with the person standing before her. For he was a stark contrast to the foolish monarch described in tales. Such deeds were beyond his capacity. It was likely a misunderstanding. It seemed imperative to return swiftly, allowing her sister to drain him, thus avoiding potential calamity. It was a pity, though, that this Emperor of Daliang was not truly a villain. Su Ran, however, was oblivious to these inner thoughts, as he was engrossed in his own contemplation, not paying heed to the Empress's sentiments. He needed to unravel the truth of the matter, for it concerned life and death. Being enveloped in ambiguity felt like a reckless gamble with his existence. Nevertheless, the Empress, Chu Yutong, showed no inclination to continue the conversation and soon waved her hand, signaling for Su Ran to take his leave. He rose, offering a respectful salute to the Empress, reminding her to take care of her health before exiting. As darkness descended, following that day, although the Empress publicly proclaimed the extermination of the malevolent entity, the patrolling forces of the Tianqin army at night had evidently increased in number and illumination. However, for Su Ran, the pressing matter was no longer about fleeing. The quantity of patrols held little significance for him. Upon returning to his modest tent, he maintained his usual demeanor. As night fell, Qing Mei attempted to snuggle into his bedding, but Su Ran concocted an excuse to send her away. After waiting a while, until both Qing Mei and Yu Zhu had succumbed to slumber, he rose quietly, retrieving his night attire from his storage ring. Lowering his stature, he activated his spiritual energy to perform the Earth Escape technique, vanishing silently from the tent. By day's end, Su Ran had replenished nearly half of the spiritual energy he had expended. The short-distance Earth Escape was sustainable. He had no intention of venturing too far, his destination being the Empress's tent. Given his identity as the Emperor of Daliang, direct inquiries were ill-advised, so he resolved to don his original guise to investigate. The Empress must possess knowledge of the situation. Previously, Su Ran lacked the capability to approach her, his access contingent on her mood, but times had changed. His strength had surged, allowing him to traverse directly through the earth. The Empress's tent, the largest, was easily located underground, and it appeared she had already retired for the night, as there were no others within, only guards stationed outside. Su Ran made no sound and emerged directly inside the Empress's tent. The tent was still well lit. Several braziers remained alight, keeping the atmosphere quite warm. The atmosphere here has grown increasingly tranquil since Su Ran's previous arrival. The Empress lies upon her bed, exhibiting a demeanor markedly different from what is typically observed. Her form is curled beneath the heavy blankets, seemingly shivering in profound cold, evoking a sense of sympathy. Su Ran approaches slowly, without deliberately muffling his footsteps. Even at the third level of innate ability, he traverses the earth unnoticed by the Empress, demonstrating the undeniable superiority of cultivators over martial artists. To invade the Empress's chamber at night is a feat few in the entire Tianxin would dare undertake. However, such endeavors are often beyond the reach of others. Yet, Chu Yutong possesses remarkable alertness. As Su Ran intentionally refrains from softening his steps, she instantly opens her eyes. Initially, she remains motionless, waiting for him to draw near. At which moment she swiftly retrieves a dagger from beneath her pillow, striking silently like a venomous serpent towards Su Ran, who has approached her bedside. Clearly, she perceives him as yet another assassin. Unfortunately for her, her attack fails utterly as Su Ran seizes her wrist effortlessly. Her slender wrist, smooth and fair as mutton fat, possesses an unexpected strength, yielding an astonishing tactile experience. Despite her considerable power, Su Ran, bolstered by spiritual energy and the earth-style fist, wields a force in the thousands of pounds. Thus, even as a seventh-tier martial artist, Chu Yutong is compelled to submit to his control. This exemplifies the chasm between cultivators and martial artists. The once formidable Empress of Tianxin, who Su Ran could not hope to confront, has now become wholly outmatched. Chu Yutong, having failed her strike and finding her wrist firmly grasped, struggles to break free, her frustration evident. In a moment of desperation, she leans partially off the bed, reminiscent of the previous day when she had slumbered inappropriately attired. With this sudden movement, her garments slip down her shoulder, revealing her smooth, delicate skin. Yet, despite her vigorous attempts to escape, she remains ensnared, Su Ran's grip unyielding as iron. Observing her futile struggles, a sense of amusement wells within him. It was she who once held a sword to her neck, helpless, and now the tides have turned. Chapter 62. If one does not seek death, one shall not die as at you. In the flickering shadows cast by the fireplace, the Empress leaned slightly, having recognized the visitor. Her struggling movements became somewhat subdued. She had evidently identified Su Ran, not as the Emperor of Daliang, but as the figure cloaked in black. This individual was the mysterious cultivator who had rescued her from the clutches of the malevolent spirit the previous night. It was apparent that he was the same cultivator she had encountered in Shilin City, the one who had boldly intruded into her bathing chamber and left with such audacity. Reflecting on this, Chu Yutong took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart. I am aiding you. If I were to publicly declare that you were the one who vanquished that malevolent spirit, it would certainly invite trouble upon you. You must comprehend that the malevolent spirit is not to be trifled with, correct? In conversing with Su Ran at this moment, Chu Yutong's demeanor was markedly different from her interactions with the Emperor of Daliang. There was an air of vigilance and a hint of reverence in her tone. She understood that the being before her was a cultivator, not a malevolent spirit, but a friend of Zhang Cheng. Su Ran remained composed. Just hours prior, he and the Empress had been engaged in a game of mutual probing, where neither spoke the truth. Yet now, as he approached with a semblance of concealment, both their attitudes shifted dramatically. Chu Yutong perceived Su Ran as an exalted cultivator, and given his earlier display of power, she felt there was little he could not say. Conversely, Su Ran, now feigning the guise of a cultivator, found himself unburdened by any reservations. Taking a breath, Chu Yutong inquired, "So it is he. Did that person from last night perish? Could you release me for a moment?" Su Ran, intending to tease her, noted her rare display of vulnerability. "I cannot. I rather enjoy holding on to others while conversing." A sharp intake of breath escaped Chu Yutong, her eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness, yet she restrained herself. She still required information from Su Ran. "Who exactly are you? Why have you come to my aid? Were you the one who killed Chun Lu in Shilin City?" This was her foremost perplexity. She could not recall ever having met such a cultivator. Who was he? From which sect did he hail? Did he harbor enmity with the Huanyang sect? Could he pose a threat to her and her empire? These were questions she needed clarity on. From a young age, Chu Yutong had understood that no act of kindness was without its motives. When someone generously offers assistance, one must be wary of the potential cost. Su Ran simply shook his head, replying, "You ought to inquire whether the person in the Shilin City bathhouse was indeed me." Chu Yutong faltered, a flush instinctively coloring her cheeks. "You?" Su Ran interjected. "Very well, you have exhausted your inquiries. Now it is my turn to question you. Why did the Huanyang sect seek to eliminate you?" "I do not know," Chu Yutong replied, shaking her head. Su Ran quickly followed up. "Then let me rephrase. Why would the Huanyang sect wish to kill you, and resort to employing others to do so?" Chu Yutong gazed into Su Ran's eyes, as if pondering something deeply. After a moment, she responded, "Perhaps it is a matter of personal vendetta. I had crossed paths with Zhang Cheng in Shilin City. I am the Celestial Empress, backed by the Radiant Sun sect, which demands that I, Celestial, annually offer them rare treasures and resources. Zhang Cheng harbors a personal vendetta against me and seeks to take my life. Yet he dares not let his sect know of his intentions. Though our mortal dynasty pales in comparison to those celestial sects, they too adhere to a set of agreements, regarding us mortals as their foundation. They have established rules, asserting that it is neither commonplace nor permissible to easily disrupt a dynasty, let alone assassinate an emperor. While Zhang Cheng may flaunt his power here, in the realm of cultivators, he is but a mere pawn, inferior even to one of my city lords or generals. How could he dare to violate such sacred conventions?" She spoke at length, providing clarity to Su Ran's inquiries. The information she shared aligned closely with his own speculations. Yet receiving a definitive answer from Chu Yutong allowed him to solidify his understanding. The vast disparity between the mortal and cultivator worlds, while maintaining a semblance of peace and distinction, is evidently upheld by these established conventions, an accord forged by powerful sections. A person like Zhang Cheng would not dare to act recklessly. He could only seek assistance from rogue cultivators. Thus, it appears that the assassination of the Empress is indeed of Zhang Cheng's own making. He is truly a vengeful soul. Reflecting on this, Su Ran felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Zhang Cheng's propensity for revenge has reached such extremes that following this failure, he would not rest easily. He would merely bide his time before returning. However, he concealed his emotions and remarked, "Ah, are you warning me not to harm you?" "Indeed, but also not," Chu Yutong replied with a calm demeanor. One of her hands was grasped by Su Ran, while the other finally remembered to adjust her clothing, covering a considerable expanse of snow-white skin. "I am merely a martial artist. Should a cultivator take my life, it would be done so cleanly that even if someone sought to investigate, they may not find you." She continued, "What I wish to propose is this. Would you consider joining my Celestial? I can provide you with the cultivation resources you desire, which would also be beneficial to the Radiant Sun sect. However, the prerequisite is that you must reveal your identity to me. What is your true purpose? Why did you save me?" The initial part of her statement stirred Su Ran's heart, yet the latter half grounded him in reality. Now was not the time for him to disclose his identity. The Empress was no fool. Without revealing his true self, her promises would remain unfulfilled. Thus, Su Ran merely chuckled softly, his voice altered, and said, "Rest assured, I do not intend to harm you. You are an intriguing individual. I have merely come to pose a few questions. So, the foolish ruler of the Great Liang is also Zhang Cheng's target? Why does the Radiant Sun sect wish to eliminate him? Is your aim directed at the Radiant Sun sect?" Chu Yutong perceptively responded, though she did not directly answer Su Ran's questions. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the response Su Ran had sought to elicit. For within her innermost thoughts, she had inadvertently provided him with the answers he desired. Today, Su Ran had listened to 4 of the Empress's unvoiced thoughts, leaving him with 2 opportunities remaining. And he awaited this very moment. When one is posed a question, even if they are unable or unwilling to respond, It is human nature to ponder the inquiry in one's heart. If Chu Yutong were to fathom the truth behind this, she would undoubtedly discern hints within her thoughts. Indeed, at this moment, the Empress Chu Yutong's inner voice echoed. Whoever this cultivator may be, it is clear they are here concerning matters related to the Huanyang sect. Could it possibly pertain to the scandal surrounding the Emperor of the Great Liang? Yet, the Emperor of the Great Liang in his current state does not resemble the infamous figure who sullied the sect's holy maiden, as the rumors suggested. These two thoughts left Su Ran momentarily dumbfounded, for the implications were profound. It appeared that the Empress had merely heard whispers of certain events. However, even just these hearsay accounts were enough to send a shiver down Su Ran's spine. What in the world was this? The original owner of this body had once engaged in such reckless deeds? To have sullied the holy maiden of the Huanyang sect. But how could he have accomplished such a feat? The foolish monarch he had traversed into was but an ordinary person, utterly incapable of any formidable exploits. If it were a matter of a sect's holy maiden, it might be more comprehensible, yet the Huanyang sect was a revered institution of cultivation. The Empress's confusion stemmed from her belief that Su Ran did not resemble such a character. Yet, Su Ran understood the truth. He was no longer the foolish monarch of yore, and what that monarch could achieve remained uncertain. Why, oh why, did I not arrive during a battle with the holy maiden? Ahem. Su Ran steadied his mind, and the more he contemplated, the more he found Chu Yutong's revelations likely held merit. If such a foolish and incompetent monarch truly existed, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to have committed such acts. The only enigma lay in how he had managed it. However, if this scandal were to be true, it would explain why the Huanyang sect would seek his demise. Their desire to eliminate him through such covert means became comprehensible. The holy maiden of their sect being sullied by a mere mortal monarch. Such a disgrace would be exceedingly humiliating for a prestigious sect, and the fewer who knew of it, the better. To eliminate him quietly, without revealing the involvement of the Huanyang sect, was a course of action Su Ran himself would consider. No wonder. Curse it, this foolish monarch. If one does not court disaster, they shall not perish. At last, Su Ran had unraveled the answer, yet he could not help but curse inwardly. He had missed the opportunity for glory, and now he was left to shoulder the blame. Not only had he ruined his own kingdom, but he had also managed to offend celestial figures. If he did not meet his end, who would? Chapter 63, The Power of the Binding Charm. For a moment, Su Ran remained silent, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Yet, in the eyes of the Empress Chu Yutong, the scene unfolded quite differently. She believed her earlier conjecture to be accurate. This person's aim was none other than the Huanyang sect. Otherwise, why would he remain so quiet for so long? Chu Yutong was no ordinary individual. Although she harbored a sense of reverence for cultivators, it was mostly superficial. Seizing the moment, she extended her other hand, determined to unmask the enigmatic figure before her while he was momentarily dazed. For reasons she could not fathom, he seemed vaguely familiar, particularly those striking eyes, as if she had encountered them somewhere before. Thus, her desire to uncover the identity of this cloaked cultivator intensified. This demonstrated the Empress's audacity. Few in the mortal realm would dare to act so boldly. The position she found herself in was somewhat awkward. One of her hands was still clasped within Su Ran's grasp, while she strained to reach out with the other to remove his mask. This required her to maneuver her entire body, twisting elegantly as her slender waist undulated like a serpent, her form half propped upon the bed. Beneath her loose robe, the contours of her figure were subtly revealed. Yet, with lightning speed, her hand darted forward, a flicker of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. I must ascertain your identity. Even if you are a formidable cultivator, as long as you are human, there will be moments of distraction and hesitation. Chu Yutong brimmed with confidence. As the revered Empress of Tianshan, she was accustomed to the adoration of the populace. The moment she decided to act, even in the presence of a cultivator, she exhibited neither hesitation nor trepidation. She was certain that her initiative would succeed, allowing her to uncover the true identity of this mysterious figure who had appeared before her on multiple occasions. With such knowledge, she would possess leverage in her dealings with him, ensuring he would regard her with greater caution. However, what? As Chu Yutong's thoughts raced, she suddenly found herself immobilized. Her outstretched arm froze mid-air, and her entire body became still, even her exclamation of surprise lingering as her final utterance. It seemed as though an unseen force had affixed a talisman to her forehead, rendering her motionless from head to toe, save for the movement of her enchanting eyes. Dumbfounded, She thought, has he finally reacted? What is happening? What kind of sorcery is this? Why can't I move? Chu Yutong, in a strikingly provocative and alluring pose, lay across the bed, her hands reaching forward, appearing both comical and charming, with an undeniable allure woven into her demeanor. It must be said that the beauty of this empress surpasses even the AI-generated artworks that Su Ran had encountered in his previous life. Her delicate, fair shoulders, the subtly revealed contours of her waist, and her astonishingly captivating figure, combined with the exquisite features of her face and her commanding presence, evoke a profound sense of admiration that resonates deeply within, leaving even Su Ran no exception. However, Su Ran also felt a twinge of apprehension. He had indeed lost focus for a moment, and the Empress, Chu Yutong, nearly seized the opportunity. Fortunately, Su Ran did not evade. There was no need to escape. He simply withdrew a binding talisman from his storage ring, chanted the incantation, and affixed it to the Empress's forehead. Instantly, all her movements came to a halt. This binding talisman was not akin to a fire talisman. It was an item he had drawn from a lottery, and the technique to wield it had become second nature to him. He possessed 2 such talismans, and this was his inaugural use of one, yielding remarkably satisfactory results. With just 1 talisman, the formidable and audacious Empress of Tianxin, a 7th-tier martial artist, was transformed into a statue, unable to speak or move, her eyes darting around, revealing a hint of fear that was seldom seen in her usual demeanor. As she found herself immobilized, her mind raced with thoughts she had never considered before. For instance, would this person before her do something to her? As the Empress of Tianxin, renowned for her fierce reputation and commanding presence across the seas, she was nonetheless a woman who had maintained her purity since childhood, having never interacted with men. The previous incident in Shilin City had been sufficiently outrageous for her. But now with this individual at that moment, a rare flicker of panic surfaced in her eyes, which Su Ran astutely perceived. In the days since his arrival in this new world, aside from enhancing his own powers, Su Ran's greatest growth had been in his ability to navigate interpersonal dynamics. His skills in reading expressions and acting had reached an exceptional level, allowing him to instantly discern the Empress's thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned before a wave of amusement washed over him. He had not anticipated that the Tianxin Empress could also experience such panic. Seizing the moment, he feigned a grin and said, "Your Majesty, what does this posture signify? Are you perhaps attempting to entice me?" Chu Yutong, upon hearing this, bristled with irritation, her eyes widening as she endeavored to mask her inner turmoil. Simultaneously, the internal energy of her 7th-tier martial artist essence surged within her, striving to break free from this embarrassing predicament. Unfortunately, as merely a martial artist, she was unable to counteract the effects of the binding talisman activated by Su Ran's innate peak power. Unless he willingly removed the talisman, she would have to remain in this state for half an hour until its potency naturally dissipated. Chu Yutong clenched her teeth, unable to utter a word. Yet, she realized that she could not afford to be defiant at this moment. The fierce gaze she had just directed at Su Ran quickly softened. Her eyes now filled with a blend of curiosity and yearning, as if to convey, "I mean no offense, I implore you to swiftly break this spell." In her current predicament, unable to move, she had no choice but to yield, fearing that the dark-clad cultivator before her might engage in untoward actions. Su Ran found the situation somewhat amusing. The once proud Empress now resembled a frightened kitten. The more she appeared vulnerable, the more he felt inclined to tease her. Had she not been so arrogant before? Could she still maintain her bravado now? Nevertheless, Su Ran had no intention of crossing any lines, despite her intentions towards him. She had shown kindness in the past, and he merely wished to provoke her a little. With a sly smile, he leaned in closer to the Empress. As his presence drew near, a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes, accompanied by an involuntary blush on her cheeks. Then she felt his hand grasping her waist. Su Ran mused, "Indeed, her skin is as smooth as jade, delightfully supple." Chu Yutong was momentarily stunned. He pinched me. No one has ever dared to touch me like that. The sensation was peculiar. Although it was merely a fleeting contact, it was both ticklish and oddly pleasant, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger within her, yet she remained unable to voice her thoughts. Fear began to creep in. Could this man truly act with malice? Being a cultivator, she felt utterly powerless against him. If he truly intended to do something, who among her Heavenly Dawn army could come to her aid? What could she possibly do? As the Empress of Heavenly Dawn, Chu Yutong was typically decisive and ruthless, yet in this moment, she felt like a bewildered girl. overwhelmed and anxious, her gaze becoming distant and unfocused. Her mind raced with numerous thoughts and emotions, leaving her utterly disoriented. Soon enough, a deep crimson hue spread across her face, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, stunningly beautiful. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, barely managing to maintain his composure as he centered himself, striving for calmness. However, his intent was not lecherous. He extended his spiritual energy to probe the Empress's condition. Indeed, he discovered that her body harbored the lingering essence of the Elder disguised as a sinister entity, a chilling energy that was difficult for her, a mere mortal warrior, to contend with, resulting in her slow recovery. Externally, this manifested as an all-consuming chill, necessitating constant warmth to stave off the cold. Su Ran withdrew his arm, steadied his mind, and after a moment of silence, he retrieved the jade pendant from his bosom and placed it gently into the unmoving palm of the Empress. "I have just conducted a brief examination," he remarked. "The residual spiritual energy of the cultivator from yesterday lingers within you, which is why you are feeling an unusual chill. However, I have already dispatched that cultivator, and this lingering energy should pose no significant threat. It will dissipate on its own in a few days. This pendant is for you. It may aid in your swifter recovery." Uncertain of how to assist in dispelling another's spiritual energy from within someone else's body, and fearing that well-intentioned efforts might inadvertently complicate matters, Su Ran decided to hand over the jade pendant he had won in a lottery to the Empress, as it possessed the ability to ward off cold, thus providing potential relief for the Empress, Chu Yutong. Chapter 64. Breakthrough. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. The jade pendant in hand. Though Chu Yutong remained immobile, she could still perceive the gentle warmth emanating from the jade pendant. This warmth was distinct from the oppressive heat of the surrounding furnace. It was an authentic sensation, akin to the caress of a spring breeze and the gentle embrace of sunlight. Merely holding it in her hand, she felt the warmth flow through the pendant, coursing into her limbs and revitalizing her spirit, dispelling the lingering chill that had plagued her since the fierce battle the previous night. In that moment, the pendant proved to be far more effective than any combined heat of the furnaces. Chu Yutong was not foolish. It dawned on her that the earlier grasp on her wrist was merely a ruse. The individual before her had detected her unusual state and aimed to assess her condition, offering her assistance. A complex expression crossed her face as she gazed at the cloaked figure. She yearned to inquire why he opposed the Huanyang sect and what motivated him to aid her. Regrettably, her current condition rendered her speechless, trapped in a state of immobility. Yet, she felt a sense of calm, for she recognized that since he had not harmed her previously, he likely had no intentions of doing so now. That brief moment of contact appeared to be merely a minor act of retribution, a reflection of her own petty suspicions. This individual, after all, seemed to possess a benevolent heart. He had aided her yesterday and was now extending his assistance again. Though his strength surpassed hers, he had refrained from committing any egregious acts. However, soon enough, the Empress Chu Yutong found herself at a loss once more. After bestowing the jade pendant upon her, the cloaked figure took a step back. Just as she was about to question his intentions, he vanished into the ground beneath her feet, leaving only a parting remark: "I will consider your invitation. Should you require anything, I shall seek you out." Chu Yutong's eyes widened in shock as she struggled to comprehend the situation. He would return? He had left. Wait, he had departed? What would she do now? When would she regain her ability to move? Who exactly was this enigmatic, cloaked figure? In the empty tent, the Empress maintained an alluring posture, her body frozen, her eyes darting about in a state of despair. Meanwhile, Su Ran had swiftly utilized the Earth Escape technique to depart. He had no intention of releasing the immobilization spell on the Empress. She could remain there, dutifully ensnared. This was a minor lesson he intended to impart to Chu Yutong. As for the jade pendant, it held little value for him. Giving it to her would allow him to seek her out again in the future. Within the confines of his subterranean retreat, Su Ran was met once more with a system notification echoing in his ears. "Dear host, congratulations. You have achieved the Hidden Depths Level 2 and have earned a chance for a lottery draw." Hidden Depths. This achievement was likely a result of his cunning and the concealment of his true capabilities. Yesterday, he ascended to the first level, and today, having deceived the Empress, he reached the second level, skillfully concealing his true capabilities. No one could fathom that within a mere 2 days, the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, traversing the ranks of the Tianjin army, was none other than the despised sovereign of the fallen Great Liang. With thoughts racing, Su Ran swiftly returned to his tent. At the pinnacle of the third stage of innate power, he traversed the earth with ease, eluding even the Empress's keen senses, rendering her no match for him. Consequently, he stirred no alarm among the others in the Tianqian army, and Yu Zhu remained blissfully unaware. Thus, Su Ran maneuvered effortlessly. By this time, the hour had grown late. An unbidden thought of the Empress's alluring figure surged within him, stirring a primal excitement. However, Su Ran was not one to exploit the vulnerable. Even if he were to act, the Empress would remain oblivious to his identity and likely unable to pursue him, nor would she dare to reveal his transgressions. Yet, he was not that sort of person, incapable of such moral degradation. A mere binding talisman to toy with would suffice. Moreover, he intended to leverage his guise as a black-clad cultivator to glean some advantage from the Empress. After all, it seemed apparent that despite her affiliation with the Huanyang sect, the Empress and the Tianqian Empire were not entirely united, particularly following recent events. Her overture to Su Ran signified her desire for alternative protection, lest the Huanyang sect turn against her, leaving her with no escape but death. In seeking to cultivate an alliance with Su Ran, she unwittingly provided him an opportunity to gain further benefits. There was no necessity to sever ties or act with cruelty. Contemplating his course of action, Su Ran utilized his recently acquired chance for a draw once more. This time, however, he did not procure anything of great worth, merely another spirit stone. Altogether, he had amassed 4 standard spirit stones, all securely stored within his dimensional ring. While these stones may not confer considerable enhancement, they were indispensable to cultivation and undeniably useful. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran refrained from practicing that night, instead opting for a tranquil slumber. The following day, the Tianqian army mobilized anew, with Empress Chu Yutong positioned at the forefront. Observing no irregularities, the events of the previous night remained a secret, as Chu Yutong could not share them with anyone, as if they had never transpired. Su Ran learned that the Empress had removed the fire pits from her tent, indicating that the jade pendant he had given her had indeed proven effective, rendering the extravagant array of fire pits unnecessary. In truth, the Empress appeared more vibrant than the day before, although she had been momentarily immobilized by Su Ran for half an hour. The portable jade pendant had liberated her from the torment of the chilling spiritual energy, restoring her to her usual demeanor. On the second night, Su Ran began to prepare for his breakthrough into the qi refining stage. As the night deepened, and both Qing Mei and Yu Zhu had succumbed to slumber, Su Ran resolutely ingested the qi refining pill he had acquired from the system lottery, swallowing it down into his abdomen and utilizing his own spiritual energy to catalyze its refinement. In an instant, a resounding boom echoed within his body as the pill unleashed an unending stream of extraordinary spiritual energy, intertwining with Su Ran's innate power, surging and expanding in all directions within him. The threshold of the qi refining stage, which had eluded him for so long, finally revealed a glimmer of looseness at this moment. Ecstasy surged within his heart. The opportunity to transcend into the qi refining stage had arrived. Only upon reaching this stage could he truly be considered a cultivator, unlocking the gateway to the realm of immortality. Filled with excitement, Su Ran immediately activated his earthly fist cultivation technique to guide his breakthrough. After days of arduous effort and consuming numerous pills, he had reached the pinnacle of the innate third layer, just needing the final push from this qi refining pill to propel him forward to success. However, the process of breaking through was undeniably lengthy. Although the threshold was now visible, the journey to truly crossing it remained a slow and arduous endeavor. An hour passed. Then 2. Su Ran was drenched in sweat. Finally, the tumultuous spiritual energies within him began to settle, coalescing in the Dantian into a faint stardust, with myriad energy swirling around it, creating an ethereal spectacle. Su Ran abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light igniting within his pupils. He had successfully broken through. He was now at the first level of qi refining. Chapter 65, The Great Battle of 300 Rounds. The night outside was serene, and Su Ran found himself slightly breathless. The breakthrough to the qi refinement stage proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. The path of a cultivator was not as simple as it appeared. The eccentric, enigmatic rogue elder served as a clear testament to this. Despite being over 60 years old, he remained merely at the second level of innate cultivation, relying on his age for a wealth of experience and cunning. In every field, there exist prodigies who advance rapidly, while others may devote their entire lives to mediocrity, treading water without progress. In this regard, Su Ran considered himself fortunate, for he possessed a system and the aid of elixirs, facilitating his swift advancement. The Qi refinement stage was the first significant threshold he encountered in his cultivation journey. Yet he managed to traverse it with relative ease. Although he faced some challenges, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Taking a moment to regulate his internal energy and calm his mind, Su Ran began to perceive the transformations within himself. Upon reaching the Qi refinement stage, a speck of stardust appeared in his dantian, minuscule yet serving as his newly established source of spiritual power. The multitude of spiritual energy within him swirled around this speck, flowing gently like the rhythm of breath. Su Ran sensed that he had amassed 20 distinct streams of spiritual energy, a remarkable quantity, and their purity had elevated to a new level. The remaining energies exhibited a muddy yellow hue, a testament to the effects of the Earth-style fist technique. At this moment, Su Ran had successfully attained the 4th level of the Earth-style fist. With a single punch, he could unleash a formidable force of 5,000 pounds, a potency amplified by his spiritual energy. Moreover, Su Ran's physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. His skin was now smoother than ever, akin to that of a newborn. However, the body he inhabited had originally been a delicate, fair-skinned youth, making the transformation less conspicuous at first glance. Nevertheless, while his skin appeared more refined and supple, its resilience had significantly increased. Common weapons of mere mortals would struggle to pierce his flesh, leaving only superficial wounds at most. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran found himself enveloped in a peculiar sensation. Although he felt fatigued from the recent breakthrough, his body radiated vitality and strength. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and practiced the Earth-style fist, discovering that he had not only mastered its 4th level but also expanded its capabilities and applications. He realized that the technique could be harnessed not just through his fists, but also concentrated in his feet and other parts of his body. A single stomp could resonate through the earth, delivering the force of 5,000 pounds crashing down. However, Su Ran refrained from testing this newfound power at that late hour. Such an action could very well disturb the tranquility of the night. In addition, having reached the Qi refining stage, Su Ran could now cultivate the sword technique he had acquired earlier. Although he lacked a flying sword, his obsession with mastering the art of sword control was formidable. Thus, in the latter part of the night, he devoted himself to studying this technique. However, the path of cultivation is rarely swift. The higher one aspires, the more arduous the journey becomes. Whether it was advancing to the 2nd level of Qi refining or perfecting the sword technique, both were slow processes. Moreover, he had nearly exhausted the elixirs he had previously crafted, and upon arriving at the imperial capital of Tianqin, he would need to devise a way to concoct another batch. The herbs he had purchased in Shilin City were all used up. After all, his storage ring had limited space. Even if he wished to stockpile resources for the long term, he could not carry much, and he had long run out. Along the way, there had been no opportunities to procure more herbs, and without replenishment, Su Ran found himself unable to refine any more elixirs. He would have to wait until he reached the imperial capital of Tianqin to consider that. The disparity between cultivating with the aid of elixirs and without is substantial. Yet, it puzzled Su Ran to recall that he had found a few elixirs on the Taoist youth Chun Lu, despite the elder being destitute and devoid of possessions. Could this be the distinction between rogue cultivators and those of the orthodox path? Su Ran's understanding of the world of cultivators remained limited, and he could only speculate based on the scant information he possessed. That night, engrossed in his cultivation, Su Ran scarcely slept. Yet he awoke the next day brimming with vitality. This was due to his recent attainment of the 1st level of Qi refining and his exceptional constitution. A day or two without sleep posed no detriment to him. During the day, he overheard Qing Mei mention that they would arrive at the imperial capital of Tianqin in just one more day. Previously apprehensive about reaching this destination, he now found himself eager for their arrival. Following the recent events, the Tianqin army had remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of further disturbances. However, perhaps due to their imminent arrival, the female official Yunji visited several times throughout the day, even whisking Su Ran away at night. Qing Mei, feeling uneasy, worried that Yunji might take Su Ran away entirely. Su Ran reassured her, saying, "Do not fret, I will return shortly. The official has helped me multiple times and harbors no ill intent." Yunji, indeed, had no intention of harming Su Ran. Her interest lay in his physical form. After a turbulent period, she had lacked the inclination or time for leisure, but with recent events calming down and the Empress Chu Yutong requiring less of her attention, she began to entertain various notions. Pulling Su Ran into her tent, she exclaimed, I've heard that you have successfully refined that divine elixir. Upon entering her quarters, Yunji was even more eager than a boisterous warrior, diving straight into the topic. With delicate fingers, she ignited a pink incense, which seemed to contain some rare herb, instantly filling the air with an enchanting and dreamlike aroma. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered seductively, and she leaned closer, her fair thighs extending from beneath her garments as she settled onto Su Ran's lap, soft and inviting, creating a sense of intimacy. Su Ran felt a stir within, feigning composure as he activated his tranquil heart and cast a glance at Yunji. Previously, he had feared her due to his inferior strength and ignorance of the peculiar cultivation method she practiced, which might drain him completely. However, circumstances had changed. He had ascended to the first level of Qi refinement, surpassing the capabilities of 7th and 8th tier warriors in the mortal realm. He was now a force to be reckoned with, capable of ruling over the ordinary world. In comparison, Yunji's strength paled next to that of Chu Yutong, and thus, Su Ran found no reason to be intimidated. Regardless of her abilities or enigmatic inner force, they were inconsequential to his own spiritual energy and foundational level of cultivation. Yet, appearances must be maintained, and Su Ran was prepared to extend a favor to Yunji, feeling no apprehension in doing so. At that moment, he theatrically retrieved the divine elixir from his bosom and consumed it in front of the female official, Yunji. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with excitement, for she sensed a remarkable transformation in the Emperor of the Great Liang before her. Unable to resist, she licked her lips, captivated by the striking countenance of the man so close at hand. It was hard to overlook his extraordinary beauty, with skin that felt even more exquisite than her own. This was to be expected. Su Ran had reached the first level of Qi refinement, a genuine cultivator, and his physique naturally surpassed Yunji's. Coupled with his inherent good looks, he appeared all the more handsome and radiant. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran followed her lead and unleashed the unique power of the earthly fist. During this process, he felt the strange inner force she employed coursing through his body. However, he was well prepared for such an encounter. He channeled his spiritual energy and effortlessly dispelled her influence. His strength was far superior to that of Yunji, and after neutralizing her efforts, she remained oblivious, puzzled as to why her technique had failed. Su Ran estimated Yunji's prowess to be roughly that of a 5th-tier warrior, which was formidable in the mortal realm. As an attendant to the Empress, such strength was not surprising, yet it was significantly inferior when compared to Su Ran, a cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement. Although she had not succeeded, Su Ran, being a cultivator, only stood to gain from the encounter. Feeling invigorated, Su Ran noted that Yunji had lost some of her earlier brilliance and appeared somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, her beauty was undeniable, even now. She licked her lips and gazed at him with a seductive allure, her eyes sparkling like silk. She exhaled softly, "Your Majesty, truly courageous." Su Ran was tempted to caution her that calling someone else Your Majesty in the presence of the Empress might lead to dire consequences. Yet, Yunji seemed unconcerned and grasped his hand, saying, "Emperor of the Great Liang, should you ever require assistance or face any injustice, do not hesitate to inform me. Though I am not a person of great stature, I possess some connections that could ease your burdens." Su Ran was somewhat taken aback, recognizing the sincerity in her words, for he had heard the genuine sentiments of Yunji. The Emperor, despite his shortcomings, is surprisingly considerate, a man of his word. He has accompanied me in taking medicine. Yet alas, he is destined to meet his end. Very well, before you depart from this world, I shall extend my assistance, allowing you a more comfortable existence. In response, Su Ran found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel touched or to offer a wry smile. Ultimately, he merely nodded with a faint smile. Strictly speaking, Yunji is not truly a malevolent individual. However, what he did not anticipate was, moments later, Yunji lunged at him once more. Su Ran was taken aback. This is rather intense, is it not? Chapter 66, Shadows. The following day, Su Ran returned to his carriage, where Qingmei was gazing intently at him, her expression somewhat unfriendly. Su Ran, however, gleaned the answers from her thoughts. As for what those answers entailed, he cleared his throat and murmured, regarding Lady Yunji, "I am powerless in this matter and can only comply with her wishes. I harbor no particular feelings for her." Qingmei's face flushed with irritation, yet she believed Su Ran's words. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained inexplicably odd. Su Ran then sensed another gaze upon him. Turning his head, he discovered Yu Zhu also staring intently at him. Their eyes met, and Yu Zhu's thoughts cascaded into Su Ran's mind like a rapid-fire barrage. he returned from Lady Yunji's side. Yet he bears neither a weary gait nor a pallid complexion. Is he merely an ordinary person, yet so courageous? Is it the effect of that peculiar elixir he concocted? What am I even contemplating? Why is he staring at me? Truly a foolish monarch. As was her custom, Yuju's 6 thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant. This time, however, it was not Su Ran who shyly averted his gaze. Rather, for reasons unknown, a blush crept onto Yuju's cheeks, prompting her to turn her head away. Unfortunately, her thoughts had been heard by Su Ran in their entirety, leaving him puzzled about her musings. In a hurry, he retreated into his carriage, preparing for departure. This day marked a momentous occasion for the entire Tianqian army. As they were on the cusp of reaching their destination, the imperial capital of Yu City, the troops assembled for the campaign against the Great Liang had been drawn from various counties within Tianqian, yet on their return journey, the Empress had chosen not to send them back immediately. Instead, she intended to return to Yu City with them, to publicly reward their merits and celebrate the army's achievements. Such news had long circulated among the ranks, filling everyone with excitement and elation. Each soldier of the Tianqian army wore a smile that radiated joy. Returning home was a cause for celebration for all. Yet, seated within his carriage, Su Ran absent-mindedly stroked the head of his foolish dog, feeling a sense of melancholy. He understood that he could never return to his own home. After wandering alongside the Tianqian army for so long, he was uncertain where his true home lay. As the lengthy procession advanced, the Empress, Chu Yutong, having dispelled the chill of winter, appeared invigorated, leading the entire Tianqian army with sword in hand. Ahead, the outlines of her capital began to materialize. In the streets of the Tianqian Empire, a festive atmosphere permeated the air. Word spread that the Empress was returning. Streets were adorned with lanterns and decorations, all prepared to welcome back their triumphant sovereign. Throughout Yu City, an ambience of jubilation prevailed. Under the governance of the Empress, the Tianqian Empire flourished splendidly. Not only did the military possess formidable combat prowess, but the citizens also enjoyed a life of abundance and well-being. Consequently, from the common folk to the soldiers, all rallied in support of Chu Yaotong, particularly upon learning of her resounding victory over the Daliang and the capture of its inept emperor. The people of Tianqian Empire felt an immense sense of pride, as if they themselves had accomplished these feats. Each face radiated with an expression of honor and dignity, such as the visage of a powerful nation. In stark contrast, the decline of Daliang was readily apparent. However, shadows loomed within the Moon City. In a secluded courtyard at the northeastern corner, Lu Yin cautiously stepped inside. She had been in Moon City for 2 days, remaining hidden until she received a message from the Zhang family. They sought to meet her. The members of Lu Ye gang had been successfully evading capture since their last escape, remaining unknown to the Tianqian army, which made it exceedingly difficult to locate or apprehend them. Yet, the Zhang family had managed to find them, sending a letter urging Lu Yin to come forth. This revelation sent a shiver down her spine. Such was the prowess of the Zhang family. It seemed they could track anyone, regardless of where they hid. Lu Yin had failed in her attempt to assassinate the Daliang emperor, and now, as she approached this meeting, her heart raced with trepidation. Yet, her anxiety was compounded by the recollections of that day. The mysterious figure in black and the cryptic words exchanged still echoed in her mind. As she entered the dilapidated courtyard, a voice resonated from the depths, seemingly from nowhere. "Come in." It was a sound transmission, audible only to Lu Yin. She hastily stepped forward, proceeding into the main room of the courtyard. The space was modest, but the interior was in disarray, filled with dust and cobwebs, with the bright sunlight and celebratory atmosphere failing to penetrate. In the shadows of the room stood a figure, incongruous with the surroundings, clad in a pristine Taoist robe. It was none other than Zhang Cheng of the Huanyang sect, with hands clasped behind his back. He was gazing intently at a painting left by the original owner of the house. Only upon Lu Yin's entrance did he speak. "I am aware of everything." Again, it was a sound transmission. A jolt of fear surged through Lu Yin, and she dared not speak impulsively. Instead, she knelt on the ground, trembling as she uttered, "Master, it is our fault. We failed to execute the task you entrusted to us." Before she could finish her plea, Zhang Cheng's voice echoed in her ears once more, devoid of any discernible emotion. "I have said, I know everything. I do not blame you. The ally I procured proved ineffectual. I instructed him to sow confusion, yet he dared to mock the Empress, engaging in theatrics, only to be countered by her. She had long been vigilant, laying a web of traps within her army, and the Daliang Emperor surely had his protectors. Your failure was to be expected. Lu Yin bowed her head deeply, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed one. Yet, a flicker of doubt passed through her pupils, though she did not reveal it. I harbor no intention of understanding you. In my eyes, you are merely a pack of dogs. Your failures stem from your own incompetence, not from me, Zhang Cheng remarked coldly, still employing the voice transmission technique. His tone utterly unrefined. In this world, everyone makes mistakes, even a dog can misbite. The opportunity one grant you is merely a stroke of fortune. If you can seize it, you may ascend to greatness, becoming the king among dogs. However, should you fail to grasp it, you know what fate awaits you. His words were exceedingly brusque, bordering on derogatory, yet Lu Yin dared not retort, nor display her dissatisfaction. She merely clenched her teeth quietly, her heart growing more aligned with the sentiments expressed by the cloaked figure earlier. Nevertheless, outwardly, she maintained her humility, bowing her head deeply once more, saying, "We are willing to atone for our mistakes and hope you will grant us another chance. This is your final opportunity. You need not take action yourselves. Simply follow the Emperor of Daliang closely. Once he enters the city, ascertain which palace he resides in, the number of guards present, and gather all pertinent information. I will act in due course. Should you fail even in this task of reconnaissance, your journey ends here." Lu Yan's body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, responding, "I understand." Yet, uncertainty lingered within her heart. Why was Zhang Cheng, who had previously been targeted for assassination by both the Empress and the Daliang Emperor, still intent on the latter's demise? What merit did the Daliang Emperor possess to warrant such scrutiny from this celestial being? However, she dared not voice her doubts, remaining prostrate on the ground. After a moment, she raised her head only to discover that Zhang Cheng had vanished without a trace. Exhaling deeply, she stood up, a profound resentment etched across her features. Zhang Cheng's words were sweetly spoken, promising opportunities, yet in truth, he regarded them merely as pawns. No, they were nothing more than dogs to him. Offered a semblance of reward while he intended to cast them aside once the matter was resolved. Lu Yin mused to herself, how foolish I was to have considered Zhang Cheng a chance. I almost. Fortunately, another path lay before them. With her head bowed, she silently withdrew, soon disappearing from sight. Chapter 67. Arrival at the imperial capital of Tianshan. As dusk descended, Su Ran finally beheld the towering walls of the Moon City, the capital of Tianshan, standing majestically at the horizon. Rising over 20 meters high, the newly renovated fortifications and grand gates, alongside the welcoming soldiers and officials, epitomized the grandeur and profound heritage of this dynasty. Even before entering the city, the cacophony of voices from within was palpable, a stark contrast to the dilapidated Daliang. The reality surpassed any portrayal Su Ran had witnessed in various films and dramas, delivering a more vivid and impactful experience. The towering walls, impressive in their own right, were formidable enough to thwart the majority of mortal siege forces. As for cultivators, there was little need for such defenses. Su Ran, a hostage of Daliang, was not the focus of the welcoming throngs. Rather, it was the Empress ahead, receiving accolades from the crowd, rendering his presence somewhat solitary. Accompanied solely by Qing Mei and Yu Zhu, both of whom appeared quite elated. Qing Mei exclaimed, "We are home. Finally, we are home." Su Ran, "Rest assured. Once we reach the capital, you will be safe. No assassin could cause chaos here, and once we arrive, you will no longer face the discomfort of travel. His Majesty will surely arrange a pleasant abode for you, and apart from the constraint of not easily leaving Moon City, your every need will be taken care of. You can spend your life in peace here." Yu Zhu interjected, "Of course, while your needs will be met. It may not compare to the comforts you had in Daliang, so be prepared for that." Su Ran nodded thoughtfully. Having crossed over when Daliang had fallen and lacking the memories of his former self, he had no inkling of the privileges of being an emperor. To him, regardless of the accommodations arranged by Chu Yutong, they would surely surpass the meager existence he had known on Earth, consisting of a cramped rental and instant noodles. At the very least, the presence of the two stunning maidservants, Qing Mei and Yu Zhu, was a dream he never thought possible. Qing Mei smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry." Her optimism was evident, oblivious to the fact that the Empress intended to present Su Ran to her sister, the Imperial Princess. Su Ran chose not to disclose this information, understanding Qing Mei's desire to comfort him, and merely smiled, clasping her hand. A flush crept across Qing Mei's face, and upon glancing at Yu Zhu, she quickly withdrew her hand. The remainder of their journey proceeded normally, with Su Ran remaining unnoticed amidst the throng as the Empress commanded the spotlight. The citizens lined the streets, celebrating her presence, and the popularity of Empress Chu Yutong was unmistakable. The city's vibrancy outshone that of Shilin City, a testament to the prosperity of the empire, with an abundance of street vendors and elegant pavilions. From his carriage, Su Ran marveled at the sights, feeling overwhelmed by the authentic atmosphere of ancient times, so distinct from modernity. Empress Chu Yutong decreed that the armies would rest this night, with a nationwide celebration planned for the following day, rewarding the troops while hosting a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate with the dignitaries of the Tianshan Empire. Even Su Ran was included in the festivities. The esteemed Lady Yunji personally made the journey to deliver an invitation, requesting Su Ran's presence the following day. With a flirtatious glance, she assured him, "Do not worry, Your Majesty harbors no intentions of humiliation. It is merely to showcase you." Following that night of gentle breezes, Lady Yunji exhibited a palpable warmth towards Su Ran, engaging him in conversation and instructing Qing Mei and Yu Zhu. "Qing Mei, Yu Zhu, His Majesty has decreed that your service to the Emperor of Daliang has been commendable. Henceforth, you shall accompany him." Both Qing Mei and Yu Zhu nodded in agreement. Su Ran accepted the invitation, fully aware of the implications behind it. Her desire for him to attend was not solely to commemorate her triumph, but also bore significant political undertones. She aimed to convey to the entirety of Tianchun and Daliang that the Emperor of Daliang had become a hostage of Tianchun, devoid of any aspirations for restoration, thereby quashing the ambitions of certain factions within Daliang. Although Su Ran sought restoration, after all, it was a mandate from the system. He had no intention of using force to reclaim the throne. His goal was to persuade the Empress to grant her a respite from her duties. Thus, attending such a political gathering was advantageous, allowing him to grant the Empress a semblance of ease and lower her guard. Clutching the invitation, Su Ran rubbed his chin, contemplating. "It seems I should seek an opportunity to disguise myself as a cloaked figure and engage the Empress in conversation, subtly advancing my agenda." Shortly thereafter, he was escorted to his quarters. Qing Mei had initially presumed that he would be housed in a residence outside the palace. However, to her surprise, they were led deep within the royal grounds. The Empress, Chu Yutong, had arranged a courtyard for him, aptly named the Starlight Pavilion. Chu Yutong's demeanor towards Su Ran had shifted. She had provided him with accommodations of considerable stature, a spacious courtyard with several rooms, all impeccably clean and orderly, attended by guards and eunuchs, both to serve and to oversee him. Such lodgings, if situated on earth, would be beyond Su Ran's means for a lifetime. Residing there now felt rather peculiar to him. Qing Mei busied herself, even taking the initiative to procure a variety of local delicacies for Su Ran's enjoyment. She set a lavish spread before him and, standing to the side with a smile, remarked, "These are all renowned snacks from our moon city. Treats we typically indulge in only during our errands. Do savor them while I prepare your bed." Her genuine care touched Su Ran, prompting him to exhale deeply. He reached out, pulling Qing Mei back to him. The room was spacious, with flickering candlelight, and Yu Zhu was nowhere to be seen, only 2 guards stationed outside, standing watch throughout the night, both protectors and sentinels. When Qing Mei was drawn back, she inquired, "What is this? Come, let us eat together. Call Yu Zhu as well. We shall feast." Su Ran gestured towards the abundant spread, saying, "I cannot possibly finish all of this by myself." Qing Mei instinctively glanced outside the door and remarked, "Your Majesty, this is not the journey we embarked upon. We are now within the palace. We can only consider ourselves as guards and handmaidens, and we must not." The Empress had indeed said, "Although I cannot easily leave this courtyard, matters within it shall be conducted according to my desires." Su Ran interjected, "This is indeed the case." Qing Mei nodded in agreement. When they first arrived, Yunji had made a point to greet them, and with the dual protection of Yunji and the Empress, the guards, maidens, and eunuchs here treated Su Ran, the deposed monarch, with a modicum of respect. "Then, if I request that you all join me for a meal, you must comply, correct?" Su Ran inquired. Qing Mei hesitated. Aware of the palace's numerous customs, her reservations evidently heightened compared to before. Yet, as she gazed upon the lavish spread before them, she could not help but swallow hard. The dishes were indeed her favorites, rarely savored during her confinement within the palace. Su Ran smiled and said, "Come now, let us also summon Yu Zhu. I have few friends, and you two are the only ones I can truly converse with. Dining alone diminishes the joy of the meal. Only when shared does the food truly become delightful. Wouldn't you agree?" The notion of togetherness struck Qing Mei, momentarily rendering her speechless. Seemingly touched by Su Ran's words, she abandoned her reluctance and dashed outside. Shortly after, she returned, pulling the bewildered Yuzhu along with her. After hearing Su Ran's sentiments, Yuzhu's expression was a tapestry of emotions as she fixed her gaze upon him, eventually taking a seat. The three of them gathered around the table, reminiscent of their previous meals by the campfire during their journey, creating an atmosphere of warmth and an indescribable sensation. Chapter 68. A night exploration of the Imperial Palace. After finishing dinner, Qing Mei assisted Su Ran in lying down before exiting with Yuzhu. In days gone by, Qing Mei might have lingered with Su Ran a bit longer, perhaps engaging in a playful tussle, yet now, within the confines of the Imperial Palace, she appeared considerably more subdued. Her comportment reminiscent of the early days of their acquaintance. Yuzhu, however, remained unchanged, sporting a perpetually stern expression as if ready to draw her sword at any moment. Once the two had departed, they retreated to their own chambers for rest, as nighttime duties were safeguarded by vigilant guards. Outside Su Ran's chamber stood two sentinels, standing silently, unmoving even in the dimness of night. Charged with both protecting and observing Su Ran, these guards were a necessity in the depths of the palace. Despite Empress Chu Yutong deeming Su Ran harmless, it was prudent to confine him within the courtyard under watchful eyes. Su Ran had assessed the guard's strength with his spiritual energy. Both were second-tier martial artists, a commendable level of prowess. Yet, they were no match for him. Rising to his feet, Su Ran marveled at the vastness of his quarters, an astonishing expanse of nearly 100 square meters, adorned in the opulent architectural style of antiquity. The sheer size of the room meant that any noise he made would not disturb those nearby. After a brief exploration, Su Ran inhaled deeply and activated his earth escape technique, vanishing instantaneously into the ground. The subterranean realm of the palace was a labyrinthine structure, far more intricate than the open spaces he had traversed in the wilderness, evoking a sense of disorientation akin to his experiences in Shilin City. The complexity of the environment threatened to lead him astray. However, having reached the first level of Qi refinement, Su Ran's capabilities far surpassed his previous state. His stamina and spiritual energy surged, allowing him to maintain the earth escape technique for a significantly extended duration. Though he encountered moments of confusion, he possessed ample time to explore. Thus, he traversed the underground, driven by curiosity to uncover the palace's secrets, particularly the coveted imperial treasury, dreaming of pilfering the empress's treasures. Alas, while his aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. His earth escape technique allowed him only to traverse soil. He could not ascend through stone walls or wooden floors. Beneath the palace, he stumbled upon several clandestine subterranean structures, seemingly significant sites within the palace, yet he could only circle around them, unable to gain entry. The palace of the Tianjin Empire was indeed vast yet eerily desolate. Countless halls and towers existed, but few seemed inhabited. Unlike ancient emperors who maintained numerous consorts, this empress appeared disinterested in surrounding herself with a multitude of male courtiers. Consequently, both the interior and exterior of the palace felt starkly empty, while patrols were frequent. Most grand halls were devoid of life. Su Ran had also intended to seek out the empress's sister. Curious to uncover the identity of the one capable of draining his vitality, yet he found nothing. The palace was simply too expansive. He felt utterly disoriented, nearly forgetting the very location from which he had arrived. Yet, at that moment, a sudden realization stirred within him. He sensed a faint surge of spiritual energy underground. There was indeed a cultivator nearby. This slight ripple of spiritual energy served as a guiding beacon for the dazed Su Ran, prompting him to quietly draw closer after a moment of contemplation. The fluctuations of the energy were quite subtle, indicating that it was not as powerful as his own. It seemed that a cultivator was engrossed in their practice. Was there truly a cultivator concealed within the heavenly chosen palace? Su Ran activated his imperial abilities, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he deliberately suppressed his presence to avoid detection. He swiftly approached the source of the energy. It emanated from a clandestine chamber situated deep within the palace, seemingly hidden behind the lake in the royal garden. The soil here was somewhat damp, yet the chamber was fortified with walls on all sides, preventing Su Ran from entering. Of course, he had no intention of doing so, for the spiritual energy had reached its zenith in this space. The cultivator was indeed within this underground chamber by the lake. Should Su Ran proceed to enter, it would be akin to colliding head-on with the individual inside. The cultivator's energy was in motion, practicing underground and isolated from the surface. Yet some of the spiritual fluctuations managed to escape, which Su Ran was able to perceive. Taking a deep breath, he extended a sliver of his own spiritual energy to probe further without alarming the other. Though he could not see the interior, he deduced through his senses that the occupant of the chamber was a cultivator at the third level of the innate realm. To discover such a presence within the heavenly chosen imperial city was astonishing. Moreover, this individual had already reached the third level of the innate realm. Su Ran was taken aback. However, despite the cultivator's prowess, Su Ran had already attained the first level of the Qi refinement stage, a significant leap across a major realm. His covert exploration was executed with such finesse that the cultivator had no chance of detecting him. Though initially surprised, Su Ran soon deemed it quite reasonable. In a vast empire like the Heavenly Chosen, it was only natural for a cultivator to operate in the shadows for protection. Even in a mortal kingdom, those with sense would surely devise ways to fortify their own security, rather than relying solely on the lofty sects of immortal cultivators. As a sovereign, seeking a hidden cultivator to safeguard the dynasty was entirely customary. Naturally, due to the limitations of human kingdoms, the conditions they could offer were restricted, and finding a third-level innate cultivator was likely the upper limit. Yet, with a cultivator residing within the imperial city, why would the female emperor, Chu Yutong, seek to recruit him? Was it possible that she was unaware of the cultivator's presence within the imperial city? This notion was indeed plausible. The lifespan of cultivators surpasses that of mortals and warriors. While warriors may extend their lives by a century at most upon reaching elevated realms, cultivators are granted an additional 50 years upon achieving the first stage of innate cultivation. For instance, Su Ran, a first-stage Qi refinement practitioner, has already lived for 3 centuries. The youthful Empress Tianqin might indeed be oblivious to such matters. Perhaps this cultivator was summoned by her ancestors. Su Ran was uncertain and did not wish to recklessly probe further. He understood that merely being aware of the other's presence sufficed. He had pressing matters to attend to. Quietly, he retreated, vanishing into the depths of the underground, making his way beyond the imperial palace. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber where Su Ran had been, an elderly man clad in a golden robe, engrossed in his cultivation, abruptly halted his practice. Awakening with a sense of awareness, he soon displayed a look of confusion. Did I misperceive again? He scanned his surroundings, emanating spiritual energy to sense the area, yet ultimately found nothing. After a moment, he sighed deeply, a profound melancholy etched upon his aged visage, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, I must have become entrapped in my stagnation. This is the mortal capital of Tianqin. How could a cultivator possibly find boredom enough to wander here?" Swiftly, he closed his eyes once more, immersing himself back into his practice. The night was steeped in silence. Su Ran, as a first-stage Qi refinement practitioner, traversed the earth effortlessly, and this seemingly formidable Tianqin imperial palace posed no challenge for him. He seamlessly emerged from the ground. By now, the night had deepened. In ancient times, cities of such a nature would have succumbed to darkness at this hour, yet the capital of Tianqin remained vibrant, with lights flickering in numerous locales and sounds of life resonating in the air, reminiscent of the bustling nightlife of a grand metropolis on Earth. Emerging from an uninhabited alley, Su Ran navigated the city, twisting and turning until he donned a cloak suitable for nocturnal passage, concealing his visage. Silently, he entered a secluded inn in the capital, ghost-like as he traversed the lobby, unnoticed by the dozing innkeeper. Ascending, he paused at the door of a room on the second floor, cautiously pushing it open and slipping inside. The room was devoid of candlelight, yet its occupant remained awake, seated at the edge of the bed, seemingly awaiting Su Ran's arrival. At that moment, upon witnessing his silent entrance, the person immediately rose and knelt before him, exclaiming, "Lu Yen pays her respects to the immortal master." The individual in the room was none other than Lu Yen. On his first night in Tianqin, Su Ran had emerged from the imperial palace to meet her. Chapter 69. Farewell to Lu Yen. The room at the inn was somewhat cramped and lacking in hygienic conditions, revealing the financial struggles of the Luya gang. Lu Yen, the vice leader of the gang, found herself in such modest accommodations. Observing this scene, Su Ran felt a twinge of sympathy for the young woman before him. He had come to seek Lu Yen, as they were now working for him. This was the opportunity he had presented to her on that desolate day in the wilderness. With no other options available, Lu Yen and her companions had no choice but to cling to this unexpected benefactor. Su Ran's first directive to them was to journey to the capital of Tianqin and gather intelligence on his behalf. Yet, Lu Yen was also plagued by unease. They had arrived in this moon city under orders, but Su Ran had yet to make an appearance, uncertain of the identity of the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Her anxiety only intensified, especially after her recent encounter with Zhang Cheng. Before Su Ran could utter a word, Lu Yin promptly recounted her meeting with Zhang Cheng in meticulous detail. With a determined expression, she remarked, "Zhang Cheng, despite our respect for him, previously sought to harm us. And now he clearly intends to use us as his shields." Since the last incident, Lu Yin had grown wary of Zhang Cheng's promises. Recognizing the considerable risks entailed in the tasks he had assigned her, Su Ran, upon hearing her words, felt a stir of realization. It appeared that Zhang Cheng was reluctant to act against the Empress within the Tianqin Palace, opting instead to target Su Ran. Perhaps this presented an opportunity, a chance to turn the tables on Zhang Cheng. However, Su Ran acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low, contemplative tone. "I understand. The palace is not easily infiltrated." Indeed, Zhang Cheng seemed to regard them merely as tools, casually requesting that they procure intelligence from the imperial palace. Yet, this was the heart of the Tianjin Empire. The risks involved in breaching its defenses were considerable. If he were to eliminate the Emperor of Dali, he might very well frame them for the deed. "This time, I shall not trust him. Immortal, please assist us." Lu Yan's face illuminated with fervor. After meeting Zhang Qing, she resolved to no longer serve him and had been eagerly awaiting Su Ran's arrival. Now that he was here, she implored him for help. Although she could not discern the strengths and weaknesses of cultivators, Su Ran had left a profound impression on her in the forest, instilling a sense of unparalleled pressure. She believed this man could be their salvation from the imminent threat. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to perish. The palace is indeed difficult to breach. You may use this rationale to delay him for 10 days or half a month," Su Ran replied calmly. "Moreover, how have you fared with the tasks I assigned you?" Currently, Su Ran had but a few subordinates, and if the members of the Luya gang were genuinely committed to his cause, he had no intention of sacrificing them. Yet, he would never openly convey such sentiments to Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately comprehended the situation. They had yet to demonstrate their worth. So why would anyone assist them in resolving their crisis? She took a deep breath, swiftly rose to her feet, and moved to the side, rummaging through her bag. A fragrant aroma of herbs enveloped her as she revealed its contents, which were filled with medicinal materials, including a brand new alchemical furnace. "Immortal," she proclaimed, "how could we neglect your affairs? I have gathered all the medicinal materials you requested, all of superior quality. Please, take a look." "Ah." "And I procured the finest alchemical furnace as well." This was precisely the task entrusted to Lu Yin by Su Ran, who had instructed her to seek out the ingredients for the San Yuan Dan and the furnace upon her arrival in the Tianjin imperial capital. Su Ran cast a cursory glance, and indeed, the items Lu Yin had acquired were far superior to those he had previously obtained in Shilin City. The quality of the medicinal materials was exceptional, ensuring that the San Yuan Dan produced would likely yield even better results. Satisfied, Su Ran raised his hand, storing all the items within his spatial ring. As the materials vanished before her eyes, Lu Yin was taken aback, immediately recalling the rumored abilities of cultivators to manipulate space. She felt a surge of admiration, her expression growing increasingly respectful. Though naturally charming and the vice leader of the Luya gang, she usually exhibited a strong demeanor. Yet, in the presence of Su Ran, the immortal, she appeared both reverent and cautious, exuding a certain endearing fragility. Su Ran almost felt compelled to reach out and pinch her cheek, but he restrained himself, remaining silent as he observed her. Lu Yin, momentarily stunned, quickly recollected herself and added, "Ah, I have also accomplished the second task you assigned to me." The second task entrusted to Lu Yin was to utilize her connections to help him locate the nearest market for cultivators. This marketplace, a hub for the exchange of goods among cultivators, was something Su Ran was uncertain even existed in this realm, nor did he know if it bore that name. Nonetheless, he was in dire need of such a place, especially since he could not access the imperial treasury within the Tianjin Palace. After much contemplation, it seemed that a market frequented by cultivators was his only viable option. However, inquiries of this nature were beyond Su Ran's capabilities. He lacked the time and connections to pursue them himself and could only rely on others. Thus, he turned his gaze to Lu Yin, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. If they could indeed locate the marketplace, it might afford him greater opportunities to engage with other cultivators and gain insight into their world. At that moment, Lu Yin remarked, I have indeed gathered some information about the marketplace. It is said to be a place where cultivators gather to trade and barter, a realm inaccessible to us mortals. Therefore, the information I could uncover is limited, and I cannot guarantee its accuracy. I have heard that without being a cultivator, even if one knows the location of the marketplace, they would still be unable to enter. Su Ran replied in a calm tone, I understand. Please, share with me its approximate location. I am merely a newcomer to this territory and am unaware of where the marketplace lies. I understand, Lu Yin said with utmost respect. I have learned that the market possibly closest to Moon City is situated about 7 li outside the Imperial City. At the foot of that 7 li slope, I sent my people there, yet they discovered only a dilapidated village and no sign of any market. I cannot discern whether this information is erroneous or if we mere mortals lack the fortune and capacity to glimpse the entrance and true form of that market. Lu Yan's voice dwindled as she spoke, uncertainty gnawing at her, fearful of offending the celestial being before her. In Lu Yan's heart, Su Ran had become her last glimmer of hope, someone she could not afford to offend. Su Ran, however, could sense Lu Yan's apprehension and merely smiled, reassuring her. Fear not, you are but mortals. What harm is there in a mistake? It matters not. I shall take a look myself later. As for the matters entrusted to you by Zhang Cheng, follow my instructions. Delay him with claims that these affairs are complicated and require time. Regarding the investigation of the royal palace, you need not pursue it earnestly, merely feign intent. The palace may seem like an insurmountable threshold for you, but for me, it is a realm I can traverse with ease. You wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Emperor of Daliang? I shall pay a visit and bring back the information you seek to deal with Zhang Qing. As Su Ran uttered these words, a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Zhang Qing had made several attempts on his life, and he could not allow him to live any longer. Otherwise, it would spell trouble. He needed to devise a means to eliminate him. However, Zhang Qing's strength was likely far superior to his own, and Su Ran was not one to act rashly. Thus, he planned for Lu Yin and her companions to buy him some time while he sought to enhance his own power. Eventually contemplating a strategy to ensure that Zhang Cheng would meet an end from which he could not return. Lu Yin, upon hearing this, was taken aback, and the next scene unfolded in a manner that surprised even Su Ran. The young woman suddenly knelt before him with a resounding thud. Thank you, celestial being. Thank you. Chapter 70. The Moon City Market. Su Ran was contemplating how to eliminate Zhang Cheng without alerting the Huanyang sect when he turned and beheld a surprising scene. Lu Yin had knelt before him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He quickly reflected on his own words, wondering how this young woman could be so deeply moved. Could it be a ruse? Did she harbor feelings for him? Without hesitation, Su Ran extended his hand to assist her in rising, locking eyes with her to discern her true thoughts. Through the depths of Lu Yan's gaze, he realized that she was genuinely touched. Her recent days had been tumultuous. She had hoped to soar to great heights through her association with Zhang Cheng and the Huanyang sect, yet she found herself ensnared deeper within the Luya gang. Moreover, Zhang Cheng seemed increasingly inclined to sever ties with her, and as an ordinary person serving as the vice leader of the gang, she was acutely aware of her vulnerability. In the realm of cultivators, she was but a fleeting shadow, easily extinguished. Earlier that day, every word from Zhang Cheng felt like nails driving into her heart. Though she engaged in unsavory dealings, her dignity remained intact. Otherwise, she would not aspire to elevate the Luya gang to a stature where it could command respect akin to that of esteemed sects in the martial world. Her current actions were all in pursuit of that radiant future. Zhang Cheng had imparted a harsh lesson, revealing that the lofty cultivators she had idolized were not as benevolent as the tale suggested. In light of all this, Su Ran's attitude and declarations were profoundly moving to Lu Yin. For Su Ran, the distinctions between ordinary people and cultivators seemed trivial. Since Lu Yin was assisting him, he felt compelled to extend a helping hand in return, though he had not anticipated such a profound impact. He helped Lu Yin to her feet and reassured her. Rest assured, what I previously conveyed to you was sincere. I am willing to offer you a path to survival, provided you wholeheartedly assist me. The prosperous future you envision for the Luya gang is within my power to help you realize. However, should you oppose me or conspire with Zhang Cheng against me, you must understand the consequences. I recognize the honor it is to have a celestial being willing to assist us. Zhang Cheng's intentions are malicious. He seeks merely to exploit us. If you, esteemed one, are willing to guide us, we will gladly offer our meager strength and service to you. Lu Yin interjected hastily. her demeanor still filled with trepidation before Su Ran. Su Ran merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. I shall visit you every 2 days. Keep a vigilant eye on Zhang Cheng's movements and report to me promptly. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, prioritize your own safety. We shall discuss the rest upon my next visit. With that, he departed, leaping gracefully from the window and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin stood in place, her heart brimming with excitement as a smile finally graced her face. Since becoming embroiled in this affair, her initial joy had given way to persistent worry upon grasping the complexities involved. However, with the assistance of this celestial being, her heart found a semblance of peace. Yet, what could be the ulterior motive of this celestial entity's involvement? Contemplating this, Lu Yin suddenly jolted herself, gently slapping her own cheek, murmuring, "The affairs of the celestial realms are beyond our mortal comprehension. I must not delve further into speculation." Meanwhile, Su Ran had turned onto another street. This night, the Empress of Tianjin returned in triumph, and the capital, Yu City, was enveloped in jubilant celebrations. Even at this late hour, the streets were bustling with pedestrians and carriages. With time still on his side, Su Ran felt no urgency to return home. He seized the opportunity to venture beyond the city limits to the Sevenly Slope. Tonight, there was no curfew in Yu City, nor was there a lockdown. The city gates stood wide open. To expedite his journey and conceal his movements, Su Ran refrained from hiring a carriage. Once outside the city, he swiftly traversed the terrain. At the nascent stage of Qi refinement, with spiritual energy coursing through him, his movements were both light and swift. 7 li was a distance he could cover in under half an hour without feeling fatigued. For Su Ran, who had previously led a sedentary life on Earth, traversing such a distance at night would have been inconceivable. Since the day he successfully broke through to the first level of Qi refinement, he had diligently practiced the sword control technique and was now on the verge of mastering it. Yet, lacking a magical flying sword, his progress was painfully slow, and he was eager to acquire one. Only then could he transform the sword control technique into a genuine manifestation of his power. Zhang Cheng resided in the capital, intent on his demise, and Su Ran knew he must elevate his abilities swiftly. Otherwise, it would not be him orchestrating a plot against his adversary, but rather he who would meet his end. Upon exiting the city, the surroundings grew less vibrant and lively. Being in an ancient world, moving away from the human settlements, even the main roads appeared eerie at night. However, as a cultivator, Su Ran was not one to fear the darkness. Rather, others would fear him. With the presence of books, one's knowledge expands. Without them, it remains limited. As Su Ran continued on his path, he soon arrived at the location Lu Yin had mentioned, the Sevenly Slope. Indeed, at the foot of the mountain lay a small, dilapidated village, with only a handful of households and some adjacent farmland. At first glance, it hardly resembled a marketplace. Furrowing his brow, Su Ran pondered. Could Lu Yin's information truly be inaccurate? However, upon taking a closer look and utilizing his spiritual power, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from behind the Sevenly Slope. Intrigued, he made his way toward it. As he approached the convergence of spiritual energies, an astonishing transformation occurred. The desolate hillside suddenly revealed a 3-story building, seemingly appearing from thin air. Stepping back, the building vanished from sight. Advancing forward once more, the structure re-emerged. This was clearly an illusion created by some form of sorcery. The facade of the building bore several large characters inscribed upon it. At the entrance of the Yueching Fangshi, a young attendant resembling a sleepy lad was dozing off. Upon noticing the approaching Su Ran, he abruptly awakened, scrutinizing her from head to toe before swiftly donning a respectful demeanor. "Esteemed friend, please come in," he urged. Su Ran, utilizing her spiritual power, sensed that this attendant was no ordinary individual. He possessed a modicum of magical energy, albeit feeble, indicative of a novice, perhaps not even reaching the first level of innate cultivation. Yet, this was indeed impressive. Since her arrival in this realm, she had scarcely encountered anyone with magical energy. And here, even before entering the marketplace, she had already encountered one. She realized she had come to the right place. As the information from Lu Yin proved to be remarkably accurate, the Yueching Fangshi was not merely a marketplace but rather a building, smaller in scale than Su Ran had envisioned. Following the attendant inside, she surveyed her surroundings. The interior resembled the stalls of a small food market she had previously visited, with numerous independent storefronts. However, her timing was unfortunate. Most shops had closed for the night, leaving only a few open and sparsely populated with patrons. all appearing to be casual cultivators based on their attire and demeanor. The attendant's gaze remained fixed on Su Ran, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Esteemed friend, I presume this is your first visit. Do not be deceived by the modest size of our establishment. We offer a diverse array of goods. In the mortal realm, cultivators are indeed scarce and predominantly solitary practitioners. Our Yueqing Fangshi is one of only two in the largest marketplace among the nearby mortal nations. Should you have any needs, feel free to express them, and I shall gladly make recommendations." Su Ran was intrigued by this revelation. It became clear that, in the mortal world, cultivators were few and far between, resulting in a scarcity of marketplaces. According to the attendant, there were merely two in the vicinity, with Yueqing Fangshi being the most substantial. It stood to reason that since most cultivators operated beyond the mortal realm, the lack of clientele naturally led to a more diminutive and modest marketplace. As she strolled about, Su Ran inquired, "Pray, enlighten me on the offerings available here." The attendant brightened at her request and replied, "Ah, I am uncertain of your specific desires, but allow me to share that we have an extensive range of items for sale, from talismans, spanning from the first level of innate talismans to those of the 9th level of Qi refinement. We have it all. For a single spiritual stone, you can acquire 2 first-level talismans. Additionally, we offer rare and exotic creatures, such as the fiery chick. You can take one home for merely a single spiritual stone. If nurtured successfully, its value could quintuple." Su Ran was taken aback to learn that talismans were categorized by cultivation levels. She pondered what level her fire attack immobilization talisman might be. However, she masked her curiosity, listening intently to the attendant's descriptions. Gradually, she began to grasp the purchasing power of spiritual stones. As they continued, she suddenly halted, pointing toward a cluster of 2 or 3 individuals, and inquired, "What is being sold there?" The night market was desolate, yet before a particular stall stood several individuals, which could be considered a considerable crowd. A young attendant cast a glance and chuckled, "That is our elixir stall. It appears that another batch of Qi replenishing pills has been produced tonight, hence the gathering. Friend, would you care to take a look? These Qi replenishing pills are a prized commodity in our Moon City market, beneficial for cultivation, and they are quite affordable. Each pill costs merely 1 spirit stone, an absolute bargain." Elixirs? 2 talismans only cost 1 spirit stone, and even a spiritual pet is worth just 1 spirit stone. Why should a single Qi replenishing pill demand an entire spirit stone? Su Ran furrowed his brow, stepping forward with intent to discover what this Qi replenishing pill truly entailed. Chapter 71. The Flying Sword and the Elixir's Assistance in Cultivation. Su Ran had a profound understanding of the invaluable assistance that elixirs provided to cultivators. Indeed, had it not been for the aid of Qi refining pills, he might still be languishing at the pinnacle of the innate 3rd layer. Upon entering the market, he gleaned from the chatter of a young attendant that spiritual stones held considerable value in the world of cultivation. For talismans of the innate 1st and 2nd layers, a single spiritual stone could procure 2, while for talismans of the innate 3rd layer and Qi refining 1st layer, 1 stone would suffice for a single talisman. This was quite commendable. A talisman from a Qi refining 1st layer cultivator was akin to a spell, and for an innate cultivator, acquiring one could serve as a crucial safeguard for their life. Thus, Su Ran could not help but wonder why the Qi supplement pill was so highly valued, demanding a spiritual stone for a single pill. As he approached, the young attendant eagerly continued, "Friend, are you interested in purchasing elixirs? You have come to the right place. Our Moon City market is renowned far and wide for its elixirs. Many wandering cultivators specifically come here to procure Qi supplement pills to aid their cultivation." Through the attendant's descriptions, Su Ran learned that most of the shops in the Moon City market were operated by the market itself. Those that remained open at such a late hour were primarily selling elixirs and magical artifacts, while only a few were rented out to outsiders. Those in need could rent a space to set up a stall, and for those who preferred not to, they could sell their goods directly to the market for resale, albeit at a slightly reduced price. However, considering the stall rental fees, the difference was negligible. According to the attendant, the Qi supplement pills were crafted by a wandering alchemist who had been a collaborator with the Moon City market for many years, exclusively sold here. Su Ran approached and examined the displayed Qi supplement pills, furrowing his brow. The attendant, evidently proud of their products, remarked with a smile, "What do you think, friend? Would you like to purchase a bottle? Each bottle contains 10 pills for just 10 spiritual stones, enough to last you 5 days. and it will surely enhance your cultivation significantly. 10 pills for 10 spiritual stones. Alas, he only possessed 4 spiritual stones, far from sufficient to make such a purchase. Su-Ran shook his head but inquired, is this truly the chi supplement pill? Indeed. Could it be otherwise? Our Moon City market never sells counterfeit goods. Should you find any deceit, you may come back to us, and we will compensate you tenfold. Here, we pride ourselves on our integrity. Su-Ran continued to shake his head. He glanced at the surrounding cultivators, whose levels were relatively low, likely at the innate first or second layer, all gazing at the chi supplement pills with eyes aglow, much like the attendant, as if beholding treasures. Su-Ran then asked, is this type of elixir truly so precious? The attendant, sensing a hint of discontent, nodded affirmatively. What? Surely you do not look down upon our elixirs? Su-Ran merely shook his head again, not out of disdain. He had little exposure to the realm of cultivation and its denizens, so he found it hard to regard anything with disdain. He was merely astonished by the inferior quality of this chi-replenishing pill, priced at 1 spirit stone each. Su-Ran assumed it ought to be at least equivalent to a foundational cultivation pill. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this widely sought-after item was of a quality far below that of the haphazardly concocted pills he had produced himself, let alone comparable to a foundational cultivation pill. Was this truly the case? 1 spirit stone for such meager quality? Was this not akin to highway robbery? Yet, as he glanced around, though he did not receive a direct answer from the attendant, he began to grasp the underlying reality. It appeared that this was indeed the prevailing market rate. Were elixirs so exorbitantly priced in this world as well? Su-Ran couldn't help but recall the cost of medicine during his illness back on Earth. Though these elixirs were not intended for healing, they served a similar purpose and, evidently, were equally costly here. Of course, it was also plausible that the Moon City market catered primarily to low-ranking loose cultivators, who lacked the means to acquire precious elixirs, resulting in inflated prices. This conjecture seemed quite reasonable. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no cultivator of higher caliber than himself, only weak, scattered practitioners, whose attire often resembled that of ordinary folk in the mortal realm. Whether in the realm of mortals or the realm of cultivation, the underclass was a constant and indispensable presence. After a moment's reflection, Su-Ran resumed his pace. The attendant, observing his demeanor, perked up and remarked, friend, if you find this elixir unsatisfactory, I can certainly introduce you to some superior options. May I inquire about your cultivation level? Perhaps you are at the foundational stage? We do have foundational cultivation pills available. The attendant, adept at reading the situation, perceived Su-Ran's disinterest in the chi-replenishing pill and instinctively assumed he was someone of significance. Consequently, he adopted a more cautious and amiable tone. Taken aback by the attendant's words, Su-Ran inquired, how much for a foundational cultivation pill? The attendant smiled, for cultivators at the foundational level. A foundational cultivation pill is indeed a treasured item. The price for one is. He extended his hand, spreading 5 fingers, implying that a single foundational cultivation pill would cost 5 spirit stones. Su-Ran nearly choked in disbelief. Was it truly that exorbitant? He had consumed several of these pills, unwittingly spending such a fortune. His thoughts then drifted to the foolish dog tethered in his courtyard. Astonishingly, that silly creature had consumed 5 of his spirit stones. A pang of regret coursed through him, yet he refrained from pursuing that topic further. After surveying the situation, he gathered a clear understanding of the purchasing power of spirit stones and felt confident he would not be deceived. At last, he articulated his intent, saying, I merely inquired out of curiosity. I currently have no need for these elixirs. I have come today to acquire a magical artifact. What kind of artifact do you offer? Upon hearing this, the young attendant's eyes brightened once again. Noticing the glimmer in his gaze, Su-Ran felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The merchant's enthusiasm suggested that the item sought by the customer was certainly not of humble value. Su-Ran weighed the meager spiritual stones in his possession, feeling a pang of anxiety, yet he still declared, a flying sword. The attendant's eyes sparkled even more, and he eagerly led Su-Ran to a secluded corner where the magical artifacts were displayed. The stall for these artifacts was on the verge of closing, with most items already stowed away. However, this was a booth set up by the Moon City Marketplace, and there was always business to be conducted. The stall's manager, a person of some magical aptitude, listened to the request. The attendant exchanged a knowing glance with him, and the man cautiously retrieved a small square box from behind the wooden counter. Upon opening the box, there lay a palm-sized pocket flying sword, adorned with intricate and archaic engravings, exuding a captivating green hue. The vendor introduced it. This is the Bai Shui flying sword, 5 inches in length. With the right incantation, it can shrink or expand, capable of soaring thousands of miles or wielding lethal strikes. Such a versatile flying sword was precisely what Su Ran desired, and moreover, he found its design exceptionally appealing. As he held it, a chill radiated from the blade, which felt substantial in his grip, its edge remarkably sharp, promising formidable power. Su Ran was somewhat enamored by the sword, but he was acutely aware of his financial limitations. He lifted his gaze and inquired, "How much for this flying sword?" 100 spiritual stones, my friend, no negotiation, came the reply. The attendant and the vendor both regarded Su Ran with eager anticipation, clearly perceiving him as a wealthy figure or a formidable expert. However, upon hearing the price, Su Ran fell into silence. 100 spiritual stones? How could I possibly afford that? I currently possess only 4. I am short by 96 stones. Is this a robbery of my spiritual stones? Stuck in place. Su Ran hesitated before managing to utter, "Can I settle this with gold or silver?" With a sharp clap, the young attendant, who stood half a head shorter than Su Ran, abruptly leaped up from the ground, snatching the flying sword from Su Ran's hands. The flattering smile that had graced his face moments ago transformed into a frigid glare. Why pretend to be affluent when you lack the funds? What business do you have purchasing a flying sword? Chapter 72. Who says I am out of money? In this instance, Su Ran's eyes were opened wide as he witnessed the swift change in demeanor, a transformation more rapid than the turning of a page. Just moments ago, the two individuals had been courteous, yet in the blink of an eye, upon realizing that Su Ran was not the affluent figure they had envisioned, their expressions turned frigid. Even the flying sword in their possession was no longer presented to him. The person in charge of the magical artifact stall coldly stated, "This flying sword is not something that can be casually admired or touched by just anyone. If you wish for it, you must possess the wealth to do so. I have other flying swords available for purchase should you desire." The young attendant even turned his face away, displaying a clear disinterest in continuing to serve. Furrowing his brow in irritation, Su Ran felt a twinge of annoyance. He had never claimed to be wealthy. The assumptions made by these individuals were entirely their own, and their sudden disdainful attitude was unwarranted. However, Su Ran had no intention of causing a scene. He was not foolish, though the staff appeared unimpressive. Any casual visitor to this market could easily surpass them in strength. The mere existence of such a marketplace suggested the presence of formidable powers, likely cultivators of the foundation establishment stage or higher, ensuring the peace and order of this establishment. Moreover, there was no need for Su Ran to engage in a confrontation over such trivial matters. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Do you have any flying swords available at a more affordable price?" The vendor promptly produced another flying sword. This one was ordinary in appearance, indistinguishable from any regular sword in size or shape. As Su Ran held it, the disparity between it and the previously admired Bai Shui was stark. "What is the cost of this one?" he asked. 10 spirit stones, came the response. Such a mundane sword demands 10 spirit stones? Su Ran's gaze reflected skepticism. The attendant, clearly impatient, remarked, "Our prices are clearly marked. If you don't believe me, feel free to return tomorrow before we close. The prices will remain as they are. Frankly, if you lack the funds, you should refrain from shopping and instead acquire some spirit stones first." The young attendant even yawned, indicating his disinterest in continuing the conversation. Su Ran frowned. The 10 spirit stone sword paled in comparison to the Bai Shui. They were evidently not of the same caliber. Even among cultivators of equal strength, the quality of their magical artifacts could determine the outcome of a confrontation. Furthermore, this ordinary flying sword could not even be resized. Taking another deep breath, Su Ran found himself still drawn to the Bai Shui. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "While I currently lack funds, that does not imply I will always be without. Do you accept elixirs here? And if so, at what price?" The attendant, no longer bothering to regard him with full attention, lifted his eyelids at the mention of elixirs and replied, "What? You have elixirs to sell? Bring them forth first." Su Ran replied, "Very well. If I can present the elixirs, can they be exchanged for spirit stones?" Desiring the Bai Shui, yet lacking the necessary spirit stones, Su Ran realized that his only recourse was to sell his spare elixirs to the marketplace in Yu City. The scattered elemental elixir is quite easy to concoct, as the required herbs can be readily acquired for a modest sum of gold or silver. If it can be exchanged for a flying sword artifact, it would be worth the effort. At present, Su Ran possesses nothing of true value as a cultivator, save for his storage ring. The cost of such artifacts is not insignificant. Evidently, they are not within the reach of every practitioner. For instance, the Taoist boy and the wandering elder whom Su Ran previously vanquished had not a single artifact to their names. Thus, considering that even a shabby flying sword artifact demands 10 spirit stones, the price seems rather reasonable. Naturally, the liquidity of spirit stones in the Moon City market is considerable. If one truly possesses them, they can be exchanged upon arrival. However, the elixir is not something just anyone can concoct, so one should be wary of incurring losses while seeking profit. The tone of the young attendant was laced with a hint of mockery, clearly doubting Su Ran's ability to produce any elixir, perceiving him as someone who had lost face and sought to regain it. Consequently, the attendant lost interest in conversing further, taking his leave to slouch near the entrance of the market, on the brink of slumber. The stall owner selling artifacts, upon noticing Su Ran's inability to purchase anything, ceased his attempts to engage and began to pack up, evidently preparing to close for the day. Su Ran lingered for a moment, exhaling deeply as he readied to depart. However, before he could exit, he was intercepted by another individual. This was a young cultivator clad in a Taoist robe, who, unlike Su Ran, bore an air of confidence. His handsome features accentuated as he approached with a smile. "Friend, please wait. The Moon City market is rather deserted at night. I couldn't help but overhear your desire to procure a flying sword, yet lamenting your lack of spirit stones, is that not so?" Previously, Su Ran had not paid heed to this individual, but now, upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover that this person was also a first-tier Qi refinement cultivator. The stranger seemed intent on gauging Su Ran's strength. However, Su Ran swiftly invoked his imperial abilities to mask his aura, revealing only a faint hint, allowing the other to perceive merely a weak trace of spiritual energy, roughly equivalent to that of a foundational cultivator. Su Ran nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, you are." The young cultivator clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Wang Qi, also a wandering cultivator. I happen to possess 10 spirit stones, which may assist you in acquiring the flying sword." Su Ran was not naive. It was implausible that Wang Qi would offer him spirit stones without ulterior motives. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it that you seek in return?" Wang Qi replied with a smile, "Your desire for a flying sword implies you possess the art of sword control. I would like to trade these 10 spirit stones for that technique." Upon hearing this, Su Ran frowned and, after a moment's contemplation, slowly shook his head, declaring, "I cannot agree to that." His techniques resided solely in his mind, and it would be challenging to transcribe them for another in a brief span. Moreover, after perusing the market, he observed that while a plethora of items were available, none offered various techniques for sale, highlighting their rarity, surpassing even that of artifacts and elixirs. 10 spirit stones for a technique of sword control was an exchange he would not entertain. Wang Qi, however, remained resolute, saying, "Friend, we are both solitary cultivators. The spells you have mastered would be of no use to you, so why not exchange them for 10 spirit stones? It would be a delightful bargain, allowing you to purchase a flying sword." Su Ran continued to shake his head, replying, "I apologize, but I have no intention of trading spells. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." As Su Ran prepared to take a step forward, Wang Qi suddenly reached out with considerable force, seizing Su Ran's arm. Instinctively, Su Ran considered breaking free. His strength matched Wang Qi's, and he could easily escape. However, a thought struck him, and he restrained his instinct, allowing himself to be held. He turned his head and said, "Friend, I truly have no intention of selling. Do you believe my offer is too low? I see that you are at the first level of the innate realm, and your sword control technique must also belong to this level. Spells of this realm hold little value. Only those above the Qi refining stage are truly worth something. If you feel that 10 spirit stones are insufficient, I can raise it to 12. This is certainly a fair amount, enough for you to purchase a flying sword and perhaps even 2 replenishing pills." Wang Qi smiled amiably, appearing quite friendly. Yet, Su Ran was not the type to be easily deceived. He realized that Wang Qi likely regarded him as an inexperienced cultivator. Indeed, while he had little experience as a cultivator, he was not naive in human affairs, especially not in this age of information overload. Su Ran understood that Wang Qi was attempting to fool him, and he was determined not to fall for it. He simply shook his head, stating, "As I said, I will not sell. If you wish to acquire them, you must offer spells in exchange." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Wang Qi's smile faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he released his grip and expressed regret, saying, "Alas, I am but a second-level innate cultivator with no spells to offer in exchange. Since this is the case, I shall not disturb you any further." He assumed Su Ran was merely at the first level and had misrepresented his own cultivation. Su Ran glanced at him, but said nothing further, stepping outside. The sky had grown quite dark. He intended to utilize the night to concoct a batch of dispersing essence pills, thus hastening his departure. The attendant at the entrance, having lost interest in him, had long abandoned his earlier enthusiasm. As Su Ran left, the attendant merely focused on dozing off, neglecting to even glance his way. Behind Su Ran, however, the young cultivator Wang Qi remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Su Ran's retreating figure. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of greedy coldness flickered deep within his gaze. Chapter 73. Targeted. As Su Ran exited the marketplace, the hour had long passed the midnight mark. The sky was dim, and in the distance, the moon city of Tianshan imperial capital lay in slumber, enveloped in darkness. The city gates, which had been opened just over an hour ago, had now closed. However, Su Ran did not hasten his return. He recalled that a small village lay ahead of the 7-mile slope. He intended to seek out an abandoned shack where he might concoct some scattered essence pills. Su Ran's alchemical skills had been honed through a series of failures. While he might not yet be a master, he had certainly made noteworthy progress. The scattered essence pills were relatively easier to refine, requiring modest demands in terms of herbs, environment, alchemical furnace, and spiritual energy, making them suitable for crafting in various settings. Just in time, Lu Yin had provided him with both the herbs and the furnace, prompting Su Ran to prepare for on-site alchemy. He was indeed in need of additional scattered essence pills. The last batch he had produced had already been consumed entirely. His urgency stemmed from two motivations. Firstly, to quickly create a new supply to aid his cultivation, thereby enhancing his prospects in future confrontations with Zhang Cheng, and secondly, to acquire funds. The flying sword by Shui was no ordinary item, and Su Ran greatly desired it. 100 spirit stones were a princely sum for a scattered cultivator, and that sword was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, worthy of recognition even within the ranks of the Huanyang sect. With the Bai Shui flying sword in his possession, combined with his sword control techniques from the Qi refinement stage, he would stand a better chance in the upcoming battle against Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng sought his demise, a constant thorn in Su Ran's side. He could not afford a moment's hesitation or pause. Even upon reaching the Tianshan capital, he needed to expedite his ascent in power. Furthermore, Su Ran was intent on capturing Zhang Cheng alive. He wished to extract more information from him. For instance, had the original owner of his body truly committed such outrageous deeds? If so, how could the situation be resolved? The crux of the matter lay within the Huanyang sect, and it was imperative to find a way to address it at its roots. Otherwise, should he eliminate Zhang Cheng today, tomorrow the Huanyang sect could easily dispatch another to pursue him. Thoughts whirled in Su Ran's mind as he quickened his pace through the wilderness. In the desolate night, the trees appeared as monstrous figures lurking within the forest, their forms grotesquely contorted and dreadfully eerie. Yet, as a cultivator, Su Ran felt no fear of such natural phenomena. However, after traversing half of the 7-mile slope, he suddenly halted amid a tangle of underbrush. Someone was following him. With his gaze lowered, Su Ran paused for but a moment, feigning confusion as if he had lost his way, before swiftly resuming his steps. He confirmed once more. Indeed, someone was trailing him. He had become the target of someone's scrutiny. Who could it be? That young cultivator? Or perhaps the petty vendor underlings? Su Ran was uncertain. Yet he refrained from alarming his pursuer. The other party seemed oblivious to the fact that they had been discovered. This presented an opportunity for Su Ran. Upon entering this world, Su Ran had encountered countless perilous situations, and the attention of others could not disturb his composure. He steadfastly adhered to his original plan, advancing toward the village of the Chili Slope's inhabitants. The dense forest was complex, and with adversaries trailing closely behind, he found it impractical to counterattack. However, he anticipated that once he reached the village, a spacious area devoid of tree cover, he would find an advantageous position. Indeed, as Su Ran stepped into the tranquil village under the night sky, he distinctly sensed that his pursuers had significantly increased the distance between them. Clearly, this environment was not conducive to tracking, necessitating a greater separation for his adversaries. Just as he passed by a cottage, he swiftly vanished from sight, leaving no trace. Moments later, another figure cautiously followed. Clad in a blue robe, this individual bore a striking appearance. He was none other than Wang Qi, the young cultivator who had intercepted Su Ran in the marketplace. So it was him. Su Ran could not have simply vanished into thin air. He had employed the earth escape technique, concealing himself beneath the ground, where he now coldly sensed the approaching figure. Su Ran was no fool. This man had recently misrepresented his cultivation level and attempted to deceive him with 12 spirit stones to steal his sword control skills. His intentions were far from noble, and the fact that he had followed closely without introduction left little doubt as to his motives. He was likely intent on robbing him. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Ran's eyes. I have no desire to provoke you, yet you seek trouble with me. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Su Ran had discerned Wang Chi's true capabilities. Both were at the first level of Qi refinement. While Wang Chi had lied about his cultivation, Su Ran had skillfully concealed his own level using imperial techniques. He remained in the shadows, confident in his ability to subdue his opponent. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran awaited the moment when Wang Chi would lower his guard to strike with thunderous precision. In his estimation, after pursuing him relentlessly, Wang Chi should realize he had been discovered upon witnessing his sudden disappearance. He anticipated that soon Wang Chi would retreat, providing the perfect opportunity for Su Ran to act. However, Wang Chi lingered for a moment, surveying his surroundings, unable to locate Su Ran. Surprised yet not inclined to leave, he fell silent, seemingly in contemplation. And soon a cold smile crept across his face. Then, with a sudden force, Wang Chi stomped the ground. His strike appeared fierce, yet it barely disturbed the earth beneath him, producing little sound. Yet, for Su Ran, who was hidden below using the earth escape technique, his body jolted violently. This was magic he had never encountered before. He felt an overwhelming force infused into the ground, which abruptly disrupted his earth escape technique, causing him to materialize above the surface, startlingly close to Wang Chi. Wang Chi's face lit up with a bemused smile as he regarded the astonished Su Ran and remarked, "My dear fellow, how did you emerge from the earth?" At this moment, Su Ran could no longer be oblivious. His earth escape technique had been seen through by his opponent. How was this possible? Su Ran was at a loss. As a novice cultivator, he had always believed that if he remained silent and concealed his presence while burrowing underground, he would be undetectable. Yet now, he realized the naivety of his assumptions. Lacking proper guidance, he had relied solely on his own explorations in cultivation and in combat against other cultivators. He remained unaware of the intricacies involved. Thus, it was hardly surprising that his ruse had been uncovered. However, Su Ran maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly retorting, "I should be the one asking you, what is your purpose in following me?" The moment Su Ran spoke so directly, Wang Chi dropped his pretense. The smile on his face morphed into a greedy smirk as he replied, "My friend, you are indeed a treasure trove. Not only do you possess sword control techniques, but you also wield earth escape techniques. With your level of cultivation, having such skills can only mean you stumbled upon the remains of some esteemed master, right?" Although Su Ran's earth escape technique had been deciphered, his concealment skill was a system ability that even Zhang Cheng, a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, could not penetrate. Wang Chi, too, failed to see through it, still believing Su Ran's strength to be limited to his apparent first level of innate cultivation. Thus, he felt emboldened and arrogant, standing there conversing with Su Ran. Su Ran took a step back, feigning fear appropriately. His sinister smile, hidden beneath a black mask, allowed him to avoid the worry of his performance being exposed. "What do you intend to do? How did you see through my earth escape technique?" "How did I see through it?" Wang Chi laughed heartily. "Just as I suspected, you are an outsider clinging to treasures. Have you never heard of the detection technique? It is specifically designed to uncover techniques like yours." "Huh. You possess both earth escape and sword control techniques, yet you are ignorant of the detection technique. Such valuable assets in your possession are truly a waste. Nonetheless, our meeting today ensures that these fine treasures will find a worthy master." Wang Chi no longer exhibited the politeness and refinement he had shown earlier in the marketplace. His eyes were filled with avarice, and his demeanor resembled that of a glutton. As though he wished to consume Chapter 74, counterattack in a shadowy corner of the village of Chilipa, Wang Chi's grip tightened mercilessly around Su Ran's neck, the pressure in his palm intensifying with each passing moment, constricting Su Ran's breath. To Wang Chi, the individual before him appeared to be nothing more than an ignorant novice, possessing the strength of a mere first level of innate cultivation, utterly oblivious to the world around him, and seemingly possessing something of value that he had stumbled upon. Such a person, in Wang Chi's eyes, was easily malleable. Su Ran, taken aback by Wang Chi's sudden aggression, found himself genuinely surprised. Despite his constant vigilance, he had not foreseen the attack. Wang Chi believed Su Ran to be at the first level of innate cultivation, yet in truth, their realms were equivalent. Both were at the first level of Qi refinement. However, under the same level of cultivation, Su Ran failed to discern how Wang Qi had executed his move before being seized by the throat. This realization struck Su Ran with true astonishment. Had that strike been lethal, he could have met his demise in an instant. A wave of long-buried fear surged within him. Relying on the system, he had gradually evolved into a cultivator, unnoticed even by the Empress, and had recently slain both a Taoist boy and a rogue cultivator, leading to an unintentional inflation of his ego. It was only now that he recognized he had been overly optimistic. What had he previously faced? Chun Lu, an arrogant and incompetent Taoist boy, and that old rogue cultivator, who, despite decades of practice, remained a mere second level of innate cultivation. Both were the dregs of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Chu Yutong and her companions were mere mortals. The young man before him, Wang Qi, although also a rogue cultivator, evidently possessed the talent and capability deserving of the title cultivator, and it was precisely this that granted him the ability to obliterate Su Ran in an instant. In essence, Su Ran was merely an outsider in the realm of cultivation, possessing mere levels of cultivation, yet lacking the true strength of a peer-level cultivator. If he struggled against Wang Qi, how would he fare against Zhang Cheng, whose prowess already surpassed his own? The last time, under the broad daylight, he had hesitated to strike directly, seeking justification to save himself. Had he acted decisively, he might have already perished. At this moment, Su Ran felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him, awakening him from his stupor. He realized he had been somewhat naive. Within mere seconds, his expression shifted rapidly and his mindset recalibrated. Inflated egos are not inherently dangerous. What matters is the ability to recognize and amend one's flaws. His gaze shifted back to Wang Qi, and now it was Wang Qi's own arrogance that would seal his fate. Wang Qi, observing Su Ran's silence, gradually increased the pressure in his grip, feeling assured of his victory, intent on extracting every possible advantage from Su Ran. Why the silence? Do you think I am merely trying to intimidate you? We scattered cultivators, though we are practitioners, rank among the lowest tier of cultivators, especially someone like you. A mere innate first-level scattered cultivator is nothing more than the dregs of the dregs. With your meager strength, even a mortal warrior could easily vanquish you. I can do whatever I wish to you. Trust me, I possess a myriad of methods to make your existence a living hell. As long as you reveal to me what I desire. What? Do you still wish to retaliate? A glint of malice flickered in Wang Qi's eyes as he observed the innate first-level cultivator before him, now under his control, daring to retaliate with a talisman. Wang Qi reacted swiftly. The moment the talisman appeared, he instinctively hurled Su Ran away, retreating rapidly. It was a fire talisman, unfamiliar with its proper usage. Su Ran could only forcefully ignite it with his spiritual energy, creating a brilliant explosion of light within the dark, desolate cottage. A fire talisman? You actually possess one. Ha ha. How absurd. You don't even know how to use such a talisman? Truly, all your treasures must have been scavenged. Wait, how did you produce that fire talisman? I didn't TC you with any spatial pouch. Do you possess a storage ring? Wonderful, wonderful. Rather than being angered by Su Ran's counterattack, Wang Qi was instead filled with delight, his expression radiating surprise. Yet, as he spoke, he abruptly spread his hands, unleashing a blazing line of fire from his palm. Su Ran instinctively retreated but was still struck, the fabric of his pant leg igniting instantly. When he lifted his gaze again, Wang Qi had already closed the distance, appearing before him with a chilling yet ecstatic expression gleaming in his eyes. Ah, you truly are a treasure trove, filled with such delightful items. They are all mine. Do not even think of escaping. This time, he darted forward and reached for Su Ran's arm, on which the storage ring resided. Wang Qi's gaze was laced with greed, a faint glow enveloping his hand as he coldly declared, "Your storage ring is now mine. I advise you not to make a move, for if you do, my hand will not merely sever your arm but your head as well." Indeed, at that moment, Wang Qi infused his palm with spiritual energy, shaping it like a blade, intent on severing the arm that bore the storage ring. His intention was simple: seize the storage ring first, then slowly torment the individual thereafter. However, Wang Qi's thoughts abruptly ceased. A searing pain radiated from his palm, which he had formed into a blade. Ah! Wang Qi's face contorted with agony, his eyes wide with incredulity. For before him, this innate first-level cultivator, instead of dodging, had chosen to confront his strike head-on, landing a punch squarely against his hand. And then, it was not the opponent's arm that was severed. A terrifying force akin to the collision of mountains surged from the opponent's fist. Wang Qi was horrified to witness his hand twisted and deformed beneath the iron fist. Blood and flesh mangled, bones shattered. This was impossible. Wait, are you a Qi refinement stage cultivator? At the moment when excruciating pain flooded his mind, Wang Qi finally perceived, amidst Su Ran's sudden surge of spiritual energy, the long-concealed true strength of Su Ran. Astonishingly, he was at the same Qi refinement first level. How could this be? They were both at the first level of Qi refinement. How could the other conceal this from him? Wang Qi shot his gaze upward like lightning. His face contorted by agony, rage, and disbelief, he rasped, "You." Yet, he could not complete his sentence, for he suddenly found himself immobilized. A talisman was forcefully pressed against his forehead by Su Ran. It was the last immobilization talisman in Su Ran's possession. For cultivators at the innate level, this talisman could render them motionless for half an hour, allowing only their eyes to move. However, at this moment, the talisman affixed to Wang Qi's body caused him to tremble slightly, clearly struggling against its binding. Nevertheless, he was restrained, unable to utter a single word for a brief period. Su Ran approached with a cold smile, saying, "Who said I was going to flee? I was merely feigning a retreat. If I didn't pretend to run, how could you approach to take a beating? How would I have the opportunity to counterattack?" In the mere span of this statement, Wang Qi managed to break free from the immobilization talisman's restrictions, stammering, "You, please, don't kill me. I have treasures to offer you." At this moment, their positions had reversed, with Su Ran gaining the upper hand. The arrogance in Wang Qi's eyes had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of pleading. He was even willing to offer everything. Yet, Su Ran would grant him no opportunity. Observing that Wang Qi could now speak, Su Ran dared not be careless. He immediately unleashed the earth-shattering fist, channeling 5,000 pounds of force, accompanied by formidable spiritual energy, directly collapsing Wang Qi's chest. This Qi refinement, first-level cultivator was struck down instantly. The earth-shattering fist was not a long-range spell, but at close quarters. It possessed terrifying power. Cultivators of the same realm could not withstand even 2 punches in such proximity. Su Ran held back no effort and hesitated not, delivering a lethal blow. He was determined not to commit the same error as Wang Qi, unwilling to grant the opponent a chance for counterattack. Perhaps Wang Qi had numerous spells in his mind, but they were of little use without a life to wield them. Wang Qi clearly possessed greater overall strength, and Su Ran was resolute in denying him any opportunity. In the life and death struggle, overconfidence was tantamount to courting death. After slaying Wang Qi, Su Ran swiftly shouldered the lifeless body and vanished quickly. The commotion had already alarmed nearby farmers, prompting men to emerge with weapons to investigate the situation. Su Ran wished to remain unseen and disappeared rapidly. Those ordinary individuals could hardly find even a trace of his shadow. Naturally, the body of Wang Qi must be taken away as well. Although Wang Qi was also a solitary cultivator, he was evidently not an ordinary one. Despite being deceased, he surely possessed valuable items. Su Ran had painstakingly turned the tables. Thus, he could not possibly let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 75, Struck Rich. As night enveloped the landscape, flickers of firelight illuminated the village at the foot of Qilupo. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, emerged to investigate the situation. They gazed upon the bloodstains outside the house, yet no figures were in sight, leaving them in a state of unease. After a brief exchange, they hastily retreated indoors, too fearful to venture out again, yet reluctant to extinguish their lights. It seemed unlikely they would find sleep that night. The true architect of this turmoil, however, was concealed within the village itself. Su Ran, at the initial stage of Qi refinement, found it rather simple to elude the ordinary villagers, even without any special agility. He discovered an abandoned shack at the village's edge, devoid of nearby residents, and proceeded to wrap the corpse of the young cultivator, Wang Qi, in a shroud, slipping inside and vanishing from sight. The interior was dimly lit, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window, yet for Su Ran, this meager illumination sufficed. Before entering, he had extinguished the flames upon himself. With Wang Qi deceased, the magical fire had lost its source and was easily snuffed out by Su Ran. His gaze then shifted towards Wang Qi, whose eyes remained wide open in death, reflecting disbelief at having been slain in such a manner. Yet, all was futile now. He was merely a corpse. Su Ran laid him on the ground and, with practiced skill, began to search the body, having gained experience from previous encounters. He felt no revulsion or hesitation. After all, he was the one who had dealt the fatal blow. What was there to fear? Soon, Su Ran's expression brightened. for he discovered a wealth of valuable items upon the young man. A casual search yielded 2 spirit stones and a small vial, which, upon inspection, contained 3 chi replenishing pills. These appeared to be acquired from the market of Yueqing. 1 chi replenishing pill was worth a spirit stone. Thus, these items alone amounted to the value of 5 spirit stones. However, Su Ran's brow furrowed as he found himself unable to locate anything further. This felt amiss. Could it be that this individual concealed his treasures elsewhere? No, that could not be. Even if that were the case, he could not possibly possess such a meager collection. In the market, he had quoted a price of 12 spirit stones. It was unlikely the man had harbored thoughts of murder and robbery at that moment, suggesting he must have been carrying at least 12 spirit stones then. Was there something I overlooked? Su Ran lifted Wang Qi's arm, scanning for any signs of a storage ring, but found none, until his gaze caught sight of a small pouch tied around Wang Qi's waist. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple sachet, yet upon closer inspection, upon grasping the pouch, Su Ran realized it was sealed tight. Employing his spiritual energy to probe within, he felt a stirring of excitement. This was a magical artifact, a Qianquan bag. Holding the Qianquan bag, Su Ran found himself in a quandary. His own storage ring could be opened with a mere thought, but what of others? The conventional methods were undoubtedly ineffective. After a moment of silence, Su Ran prepared to forcibly pry it open with his spiritual energy. A stream of spiritual force gradually seeped in, and Su Ran immediately sensed a significant obstruction. It appeared that a certain restriction or barrier was in place to ward off external prying, yet it was not overly formidable. After pondering briefly, he infused another wave of spiritual energy, this time imbued with the essence of the earthly fist technique. Instantly, he succeeded. His spiritual energy surged forth, swiftly dismantling the frail barrier of the Qianquan bag. Although this Qianquan bag served as a storage item, its tier was vastly inferior to Su Ran's storage ring. With its weakened restriction, once its master perished, it lost all support, allowing Su Ran to penetrate it effortlessly. However, he soon realized that his method was flawed. Indeed, he had opened the Qianquan bag, but with a thunderous explosion, it burst apart, scattering its contents everywhere. The space within this Qianquan bag seemed less than that of Su Ran's storage ring. Despite the dramatic scene, the items that tumbled out were not numerous and paled in comparison to what Su Ran's storage ring could hold. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Qi's excitement was palpable upon seeing Su Ran's storage ring. The latter was vastly superior to his own Qianquan bag. Nevertheless, as Su Ran glanced around, his eyes brightened with intrigue. For within Wang Qi's Qianquan bag lay treasures aplenty. Though few in quantity, they were exquisite, far surpassing the assortment of medicinal herbs in Su Ran's storage ring. 10 spirit stones cascaded out, and Wang Qi had not deceived him. He possessed only 12 spirit stones in total, as the Qianquan bag could hold no more. In addition, an ancient tome and a silver ring emerged from the bag. The limited space of the Qianquan bag had reached its capacity with these items. Su Ran's gaze shifted to the tome, discovering it to be a spellbook titled Shrinking the Earth to an Inch. His eyes narrowed slightly in realization. So that was how the peculiar ability had allowed someone to close the distance so rapidly. However, he found no trace of the probing spells that Wang Qi mentioned. Likely, such basic spells were too rudimentary for Wang Qi to carry. Su Ran felt a twinge of helplessness, for what he truly lacked were precisely these fundamental spells. He then turned his attention to the silver ring. Holding it in his hand and examining it closely, Su Ran discerned that it was likely a magical artifact, though not a storage ring. Instead, it contained an explosive aura, suggesting it was a spell ring. With a mere infusion of spiritual energy, it could unleash a formidable spell. The exact nature of the spell eluded him, yet with his foundational understanding of qi cultivation, he could distinctly sense that the spell contained within this ring was undoubtedly beyond his current level, potentially at the 3rd or 4th tier of qi cultivation. This realization caused Su Ran to narrow his eyes contemplatively. If that is the case, this is indeed a means of self-defense. This ring is quite extraordinary. It encapsulates a spell within, yet I cannot fathom why Wang Qi chose not to wear it directly, but instead concealed it within this bag of holding. Alas, he shall never again have the opportunity to utilize this artifact. Su Ran took a deep breath. Wang Qi had come to take his life, only to be vanquished by Su Ran himself. With a bountiful harvest before him, as he gazed upon the glittering spiritual stones scattered across the ground, Su Ran could not help but exclaim in awe, "What a windfall this is!" Initially possessing only 4 spiritual stones, he had now doubled his fortune, transforming it into a total of 16. Moreover, He had acquired a tome and a magical artifact ring. Clearly, Wang Qi was not there to commit murder and theft. He had come bearing gifts. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ran waited for the villagers' voices outside to fade before retrieving the herbs and alchemical furnace from his storage ring, clearing out space to accommodate his newfound spoils. Thereafter, he commenced the alchemical process within the solitude of the small cabin. Given that Wang Qi was a solitary cultivator, his demise in the desolate mountains would go unnoticed, and Su Ran felt no apprehension about anyone seeking him out. Even if friends or relatives of Wang Qi were to search for him, they would be unable to locate Su Ran. For Wang Qi had followed him all the way out and met his untimely end without anyone the wiser about his whereabouts. The night was tranquil, and dawn was merely hours away. Su Ran seized the moment, fervently concocting the San Yuan Dan. With prior experience under his belt, the crafting of San Yuan Dan became second nature. Coupled with the top-quality herbs procured by Lu Yin, Su Ran found himself achieving success with every batch he brewed. The efficiency and quality of the pills surpassed those he had previously created. After a night of relentless effort, he had produced a considerable quantity and had nearly exhausted his herbs. As the first light of day began to break, he swiftly gathered the remaining items into his storage ring, reluctantly withdrawing a spiritual stone to replenish the nearly depleted spiritual energy he had expended during the dual and alchemical processes. Previously, he had regarded spiritual stones merely as a means of replenishment, but after his visit to the market in Moon City that night, he had come to realize that these stones represented currency. Now, having spent one, he found himself 85 stones short of acquiring the exquisite Bai Shui flying sword. The mere thought of that figure caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hastily departed with Wang Qi's lifeless body, journeying into the wilderness where he ignited a fire to incinerate the remains. He then made his way towards Moon City, evading checkpoints with the Earth Escape technique. After a series of stops and starts, he finally arrived near the palace, where he fully activated the Earth Escape technique, swiftly replenishing his spiritual energy from the stones and vanishing from the palace grounds. Moments later, he reappeared deep within the palace, returning to his chamber. By this time, the sky outside was already beginning to brighten. Fortunately, the surroundings were serene, and no one would ever know the harrowing experiences endured by the emperor's hostage within these walls that night. As soon as daylight broke, when Qimei entered to attend to Su Ran's rising, she found Su Ran fast asleep, resembling a slumbering pig, utterly unwilling to awaken. Chapter 76, Lost in Pleasure. Su Ran. Why do you look so weary today? I did not trouble you yesterday, yet you seem as if you are on the verge of exhaustion. As dusk fell the following day, the setting sun cast a haunting scarlet hue over the entire Tianqian Imperial Palace. Su Ran, still bleary-eyed, ambled toward the main hall of the palace. Behind him, Qimei grumbled softly, expressing her dissatisfaction with Su Ran's persistent drowsiness throughout the day. Su Ran was not merely feigning fatigue, he was genuinely drained. The previous night had been a whirlwind of activity, engaging in battles, concocting elixirs, and journeying long distances, depleting his spiritual energy significantly. He felt utterly fatigued, yet he could not divulge this truth to Qingmei, so he merely offered a strained smile. Qingmei cast him an exasperated glance and said, "The banquet is about to commence. His Majesty is hosting a gathering for the officials and generals who participated in the expedition against the Great Liang. You must refrain from saying anything inappropriate or engaging in any indiscreet behavior. Otherwise, His Majesty will not spare you." "Is it permissible for me to sleep?" Su Ran retorted. "Absolutely not." Qimei, resembling Su Ran's stern steward, continued her admonishments from behind. Yuzhu, standing further back, remained silent. Despite his drowsiness, Su Ran was observant, navigating the path to the main hall with a clear understanding of the layout, having traversed several palace gates. Around him, numerous officials of Tianqian were advancing, comprising both military and civil dignitaries. Many cast curious glances in Su Ran's direction, whispering amongst themselves. Though their voices were hushed, Su Ran, being a practitioner of qi refinement, possessed remarkable hearing and captured every word. Their discussions revolved around him, laden with criticism, references to the foolish ruler of Great Liang, accompanied by mockery and scorn. The presence of Su Ran, the fallen monarch of Great Liang, elicited a sense of pride among the officials of Tianqian. It symbolized their nation's strength and the might of their sovereign, demonstrating not only the conquest of other realms, but also the capture of an emperor, brought to their imperial capital, an embodiment of their dominance. Su Ran regarded their sentiments with indifference, for as a practitioner of qi refinement, he existed on a plane far removed from these mundane perspectives. Moreover, he mused, once I capture your empress, you shall come to realize to whom this nation truly belongs. Although his progress was slow, ambition was an essential trait to possess. Advancing further, they reached the main hall, encountering a checkpoint manned by the Imperial Guards. While some were required to relinquish their weapons and refrain from bringing swords into the hall, Su Ran, devoid of any physical belongings as they resided within his storage ring, remained undetected. However, Yuju's sword, which she had carried, was confiscated, leaving her visibly displeased, her gaze fixed on the guard, instilling an unsettling chill in him as she kept her distance. Soon after, they formally entered the hall. In the grand hall of the Tianqin Palace, a space more spacious and magnificent than the capital of the Great Liang, the intricately carved beams and painted rafters exuded opulence. At this moment, the hall was filled with seats as guests took their places. The Empress summoned Su Ran not out of boredom or to deliberately humiliate him, but rather to seize this opportunity to declare to the world and the remnants of the Great Liang that their emperor was present, signifying the complete demise of the Great Liang and the hopelessness of any restoration. This was a tactic beyond mere military strategy, yet it held significant weight. Thus, Su Ran found himself positioned prominently, not far from the Empress Chu Yaodong's right side. Yu Zhu remained outside, while Qing Mei entered alongside, standing attentively beside Su Ran. Many attendees regarded him with curiosity, much like one would observe a monkey. Su Ran, however, remained composed, exhibiting no signs of unease. He would occasionally return a glance, or simply bow his head in a seemingly drowsy demeanor. Soon, the banquet commenced. Today, Empress Chu Yaotong presented herself in a striking new guise, adorned in a splendid yellow robe, her headdress a testament to luxury, accentuating her fair complexion. She radiated an air of regal elegance, transforming her initially stern presence into one of breathtaking grace, captivating all in attendance. The courtiers bowed their heads, some gazing at her with fervent admiration, clearly yearning to become her confidant. As she surveyed the gathering, she declared the banquet officially open. Though performances of song and dance ensued, under the gaze of such an extraordinary empress, even the most talented performers seemed to fade into insignificance. Subsequently, Chu Yaodong honored several generals who had distinguished themselves in battle. Finally, she did not overlook Su Ran, seated in the corner, from her elevated position. She raised her cup towards him, inquiring, "Great Liang Emperor, you have been in Tianqin for over 2 days now. What do you think of our Tianqin? How do you find our moon city?" Su Ran, enveloped in drowsiness, found the performances utterly tedious from his modern perspective, hardly able to stave off sleep. When the Empress posed her question, he was still battling his drowsiness, nodding vigorously in a futile struggle against slumber. After a moment of silence, with the attention of the room suddenly upon him, he jolted awake, lifting his gaze to meet that of the Empress. Realizing the situation, he swiftly raised his cup and responded, "Excellent. Everything is excellent." The Empress was momentarily taken aback by such an informal reply, while the surrounding maids and eunuchs could hardly contain their amusement, and the other officials of Tianqin shook their heads in disbelief. Unfazed by the scene, Su Ran felt a flicker of clarity and, standing up, declared, "The dance is beautiful. The dancers are captivating. The food surpasses that of our Great Liang. And this moon city is indeed more prosperous than our capital. The wine is exquisite, no less. I thank your majesty for bringing me here." Upon hearing this, Chu Yutong cast another glance at Su Ran. She recalled that although Su Ran lacked exceptional abilities, he was not entirely inept. Could it be that he was still fulfilling the promise he had made to her earlier? Was he deliberately putting on this act to assist in the restoration aspirations of the remnants of the Great Liang? Su Ran's words, however, sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. The Emperor of the Great Liang, as the rumors suggested, was indeed a dim-witted and incompetent individual. Indeed, one whose own nation had perished, reduced to a hostage in a foreign land, could still behave so recklessly. He truly deserved the title of a notorious fool. Such foolishness was utterly intolerable. This was, of course, Su Ran's intention. He sought to portray an air of carefree indifference. Not only was he doing this to save face for the female emperor, Chu Yutong, but he also aimed to conceal his own shortcomings. At the very least, the civil and military officials of Tianqin would not be inclined to oppose him, thus diverting their attention away from him. Being disregarded and underestimated was precisely the outcome Su Ran desired. His mind was solely focused on cultivating his abilities to confront the ever-elusive Zhang Cheng, who sought to eliminate him, and to deal with the Tianqian female emperor, Chu Yutong. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entangle himself in the affairs of the Tianqian officials. In the face of the officials' mockery and such reactions, Su Ran secretly reveled in delight, smiling at the crowd as if completely unperturbed, which was indeed the truth. The only matter that occupied his thoughts was, when would the female emperor present him to her sister? Su Ran understood that this could prove to be a significant juncture, as her sister, possessing the emperor's aura, was likely not an ordinary individual. She might even be a rogue cultivator seeking to peer into the realm of immortals. As for how to approach her, Su Ran had his own plans. However, he was most eager to ascertain where the female emperor's sister resided, so that he could investigate and gauge her depth, enabling him to navigate the situation more adeptly. Su Ran's gaze subtly shifted, and while he feigned incompetence before the officials, he cast a glance at Yunji. Perhaps he could discreetly seek her assistance. Yet, when their eyes met, Su Ran was unexpectedly struck by the sight of Yunji, who seemed to harbor a sense of injustice on his behalf. However, she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. As a high-ranking female official beside the emperor, she understood the weight of the situation and refrained from confronting the other officials, even if she felt sympathy for Su Ran. Despite this, Su Ran was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Yunji was not entirely devoid of kindness. In this world, regardless of one's actions, possessing such a heart was commendable. However, what surprised Su Ran further was that at this moment, a young man stood up among the officials, dressed in luxurious garments and exuding an air of refined elegance. He pointed at Su Ran and exclaimed, "Outrageous! You, at the very least, are a sovereign. How can you be so dim-witted and incompetent? Your Majesty, allowing this man to attend our Tianqian banquet is nothing short of an insult to our nation. He should be expelled at once." Su Ran did not recognize this individual, and his brow furrowed as he regarded him. Who was this audacious figure? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Chapter 77. The Emperor's Glance. The young man in question is none other than He Hong, the son of the Chancellor of the Tianqian dynasty, a prodigy renowned for his exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts. Within the realm of Tianqian, he is celebrated as an illustrious figure. His words are deliberately aimed at Su Ran, yet his true intention lies with the Empress, Chu Yutong. He bears no grudge against Su Ran. His disdain is merely a fleeting thought, one that could be dismissed with a few whispered insults. Who has the leisure to publicly humiliate someone with whom they share no connection? His aim is to showcase his superiority before the Empress, elevating himself while diminishing others. As a young man of appropriate age, He Hong is of similar years to the Empress, and his eagerness to impress is unmistakable. To put it plainly, he seeks to win the Empress's favor. Although Su Ran is unaware of He Hong's identity, he perceives from the seating and the young man's attire that he is no ordinary individual. He Hong's intentions, evidently entwined with Su Ran, become apparent through his inner musings. Su Ran inwardly exclaims his dismay. How unfortunate! Before his arrival in this world, he was a victim of others' schemes to belittle him while pursuing romantic interests. Now, it appears that this pattern continues. Does my visage betray a sense of misfortune? Feeling disgruntled, Su Ran's smile fades. He wishes to appear carefree, yet he is no fool. Being openly scorned by another and remaining indifferent would only serve to expose his pretense. A frown creases his brow as he retorts, "Sir, I do not know your name, but your manner of speaking is quite lacking in decorum and propriety. This is rather excessive." The Empress, Chu Yutong, slightly inebriated, shifts her gaze between the two, seemingly entertained, yet remains silent. He Hong then proclaims, "If I do not speak thus, how would you realize the disgraceful acts you are committing against your homeland? I am merely offering you assistance, yet you retaliate with venomous words. Truly, as the rumors suggest, you are unable to discern right from wrong, blind to your own shortcomings." He Hong, indeed a learned individual, skillfully ensnares Su Ran in his verbal trap with just a few words, painting the emperor in an unfavorable light. Su Ran, taken aback, acknowledges He Hong's commendable skill in rhetoric. His eloquence has gained him the upper hand, neither overly aggressive nor failing to cast the emperor in a poor light. As Su Ran narrows his eyes, preparing to retort, he is unexpectedly interrupted by Chi Mei, who speaks up. "How can you so brazenly distort the truth?" Chi Mei, positioned behind Su Ran, is filled with indignation. Her feelings for him have undergone a profound transformation since that day in Shilin City, particularly after their shared experience in Wushan. In her heart, Su Ran is her beloved, though unspoken, and regardless of the opinions of outsiders, she trusts her own judgment. The Emperor of the Great Liang, whom she beheld, might not possess martial prowess or remarkable abilities, yet he exuded an air of refinement and treated his subordinates with utmost courtesy. Such egalitarian respect for others is a rarity, even among the so-called distinguished figures. Throughout her journey, she had overheard the officials openly disparaging Su Ran, which ignited a simmering resentment within her, especially after the recent remarks aimed at him. Those words were directed at Su Ran, yet they stung her heart more than any direct insult could. How could one, a former emperor of the Great Liang, endure such slander? It would be acceptable for a mere commoner to be spoken of in such a manner, but for him, it seemed intolerable. Nevertheless, Qing Mei was acutely aware of her own station. This was not a setting where she could voice her thoughts. However, upon hearing such disparagement, she found herself unable to contain her indignation any longer. Although she did not personally know He Hung Su Ran, she was aware of his reputation as a celebrated talent in the Moon City, a figure of celestial stature. To hear such words spoken about him shattered the image she had of him in her mind. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively defended Su Ran. Yet, her words elicited a sense of dread in Su Ran's heart. This was no appropriate venue for her to speak, even if Qing Mei were a trusted confidant sent by the Empress. As anticipated, before her words had fully escaped her lips, a flurry of piercing gazes descended upon her. Though He Hung remained silent, an obvious ally of his, a martial general, abruptly rose and declared, "Who are you? This is no place for your words. In my Tianjin territory, speaking on behalf of the Great Liang Emperor, if you are not committing an act of insubordination, then surely you are a spy for the Liang. Your Majesty, I beseech you, grant me the authority to take this woman into custody for a thorough investigation, lest she sow discord among the ranks of our Tianjin." This individual was vying for He Hung's favor. As the son of a chancellor, He Hung was not only exceptionally capable, but also destined for a prominent position within the court. Thus, it was natural for him to seek alliances. Upon hearing those words, both Su Ran and Qing Mei's expressions shifted dramatically. The smile that had adorned Su Ran's face vanished entirely. While he could endure insults directed at him, being a performer of pretense, it was a different matter when it came to Qing Mei. She was his sole ally in this world, aside from that foolish dog. Anyone who dared to threaten her would face his wrath. An intense anger surged within Su Ran. At that moment, however, the voice of Chu Yutong from above unexpectedly broke the tension. A spy? Qing Mei is one of my attendants, and I have entrusted her to serve Su Ran. If she were a spy, would that not imply that all my attendants are spies? The Empress's words, though calmly spoken, sent ripples of terror through the assembly. The martial general's face drained of color, and he quickly knelt before the throne, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I spoke thoughtlessly, with no such intentions, absolutely none." The Empress merely chuckled. At this moment, Yunji, standing behind her, addressed He Hung, stating, "The Emperor of Daliang is a guest summoned by your Majesty. You have previously expressed the intention to treat him with due respect." Her words were laden with implications. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, Yunji continued, for it was well known that she was the most trusted female official of the Empress. At this moment, her words carried the weight of the Empress herself. He Hang's expression shifted, his eyes reflecting confusion and doubt as he pondered why his sovereign would shield this outsider. However, he had unwittingly made a blunder, and with his countenance already grim, he could only bow and take a seat. The crisis surrounding Qing Mei and Su Ran dissipated in mere moments, shielded by the Empress's backing. Others dared not voice their previous humiliations any longer. Yunji discreetly winked at Su Ran. Glancing at Qing Mei, Su Ran noticed her pale complexion, evidently startled. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the Empress above, from whom he discerned the reason for her protection. The Emperor of Daliang is not a malevolent figure, at worst. He is simply inept. Having brought him here, and with my sister's days numbered, let him retain some dignity in these final moments. Su Ran found himself intrigued by the identity of the Empress's sister. The banquet continued late into the night, the atmosphere harmonious. Yet He Hang's gaze remained fixated on Su Ran, shifting between Qing Mei and himself. Clearly still envious of the earlier incident that had caused him to lose face before the woman he adored, he resorted to drinking cup after cup. Su Ran initially thought He Hung was merely a jealous onlooker, but to his surprise, as the banquet concluded and they exited the grand hall, He Hang intercepted him, Yuju, and Qing Mei outside. Qing Mei, somewhat frightened, remarked, "Young master the night banquet is ended. You should promptly leave the palace with the chancellor. What is the meaning of this? Know your place. You are merely a maid." He Hang, having consumed some wine, exhibited a flushed face, clearly intoxicated and reckless. In a fit of anger, he directed a sharp rebuke at Qing Mei, who paled at his words. The typically composed Yu Zhu stepped forward and stated, "Young master He, please take your leave. You too. You swordsman. Who gave you the audacity to block my path? All of you, get out of my way." He Hong was evidently drunk. As Yu Zhu approached, he hurled an insult at her before turning his attention to Su Ran, exclaiming, "You incompetent fool. She is a maid, and in my eyes, you are even beneath her. At least she knows to respect others, while you seem utterly oblivious to your standing." Before He Hong could finish, Su Ran coldly interrupted him. Grabbing Yu Zhu and pulling her behind him, he stepped forward, nearly nose to nose with He Hong, simultaneously unleashing the imposing aura of an emperor. A terrifying presence surged forth, enveloping the space around them. This time, the true menace exuded by Su Ran, infused with spiritual power, was akin to that of a ferocious tiger prowling through the forest, capable of instilling profound fear. How much more so for He Hong? Under the weight of Su Ran's gaze, He Hang's voice faltered abruptly, his pupils reflecting a myriad of terrors. Terrified by Su Ran's piercing look, he staggered back a step, his previous arrogance and hubris evaporating entirely. Before collapsing to the ground behind him with a thud, a single glance from an emperor could indeed instill such terror in a person. Chapter 78. A Sinister Killing Intent. Su Ran's piercing gaze struck deep into the soul, causing He Hong to be overwhelmed by an insurmountable fear, leading him to fall backward with a thud, clutching his head and screaming. Being merely an ordinary person, he was utterly unprepared for the imposing aura of Su Ran, who was at the first stage of qi refinement. Yu Zhu looked at Su Ran with a hint of amazement. She could hardly comprehend how a single word or glance could instill such terror in this individual. Qing Mei observed He Hang's pitiable state, a faint smirk of satisfaction appearing on her face. Su Ran quickly retracted his gaze, feigning fright as he stepped back, exclaiming, "What is happening? This is not my doing. I haven't even touched him." His expression was one of sheer horror. For such a clown, intent on currying favor with the Celestial Empress, it was unnecessary for Su Ran to reveal much of his strength. A mere imperial intimidation was sufficient. This man, though seemingly composed, was utterly pathetic. A single glance had rendered him speechless, reduced to a state of shock on the ground, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The commotion had drawn quite a crowd. Many officials, both civil and military, who had yet to disperse, gathered around, pointing and murmuring, bewildered by the sight of He Hong on the ground, lamenting and Su Ran's equally alarmed demeanor. Only Yu Zhu remained rooted in place, her expression one of suspicion, coupled with a strange feeling in her heart. Just moments ago, this Emperor of Daliang had stepped forward, pulling her behind him. This seemingly feeble individual, how could his silhouette appear so sturdy and reliable? Yu Zhu inexplicably placed a hand over her chest, uncertain of what was happening to her. At that moment, her heart raced as if it were beating too rapidly. Soon, the crowd parted, and He Hang's father, the Prime Minister He Zhongliang, pushed his way through. Upon witnessing the scene, his countenance changed, and he hastily instructed his attendants to restrain He Hong. Discovering that his son was merely intoxicated and had suffered an inexplicable fright, he promptly sent for aid to escort him home. He Zhongliang then lifted his gaze to Su Ran and the others. In his 50s, with graying temples, he still possessed a tall stature, suggesting that he was once a dashing young man. However, at this moment, his expression was decidedly unfriendly as he stood before Su Ran, coldly scrutinizing them. "What have you done to my son?" Su Ran replied, "He blocked my path and insulted us, then collapsed on the ground screaming. What have I done? What could I possibly do? It seems he might have brought this misfortune upon himself." The assembled onlookers murmured among themselves, having observed the earlier events. Many concurred with Su Ran's account, suggesting that He Hong had sought trouble and only succeeded in his own downfall. Nevertheless, they dared not oppose the Prime Minister, refraining from voicing their opinions too loudly. He Zhongliang's expression shifted, his anger brewing. At that moment, another figure emerged from the crowd, with a graceful demeanor. It was none other than the esteemed Lady Yunxi. She stepped forward elegantly, casting a sweeping glance before exclaiming, Chancellor He, I have heard tales of your son drinking excessively and frightening himself. Do you truly intend to place blame on others? The Emperor of Daliang, as everyone knows, is hardly a warrior. Could he possibly be the cause of this debacle? Chancellor He, I was unaware that you possessed such authority. Su Ran cast a glance at Yunxi, somewhat surprised, as this marked the second occasion today that she had come to his aid. though she exhibited a fierce spirit. She remained true to her word. Having promised her assistance, she would not stand idly by. Chancellor He Zhongliang did not suspect Su Ran of wrongdoing regarding his son. His gaze shifted towards Yu Zhu, yet he refrained from speaking further. He recognized that Yu Zhu was also a person of the Empress's court and, lacking evidence, could only base accusations on conjecture. Even if Yu Zhu were indeed culpable, confronting her would only lead to his own disgrace with the Empress. Moreover, with Lady Yunji now present, it was evident that she was there to support the Emperor. He Zhongliang merely snorted softly and retorted, Lady Yunji, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. With that, he chose to depart, flicking his sleeve dismissively. Lady Yunji surveyed the scene, and the remaining onlookers hastily dispersed. After all, they were in the Imperial Palace, not a venue for idle gossip. The officials present were astute individuals and would not commit such a blunder. When it was time to leave, they did so promptly. Su Ran offered a respectful gesture towards Yunji, saying, I am grateful for your assistance today, Lady Yunji. With a light laugh, Lady Yunji reached out to caress Su Ran's chest, her lips curling in a flirtatious manner as she insinuated, my aid to you is merely a matter of course. Do take care of yourself. Her thoughts echoed how strikingly handsome the Emperor of Daliang was. She longed to engage in an epic battle with him, yet lamented that such an opportunity would not arise within the palace walls. Regrettably, she mused, it might be a long time before they crossed paths again. Hearing this, Su Ran felt a stir of intrigue and remarked, Lady Yunji, how fortunate I am to encounter you. There is indeed a matter I wish to inquire about. What is it? She asked, in a hushed tone. Su Ran replied, before arriving in this moon city, I had heard whispers that the palace was rather deserted. Yet there exists a sister of the Empress who is elusive and prefers solitude. I wonder if you could enlighten me on her whereabouts, as I am new here and wish to avoid any unintentional offense. Upon hearing Su Ran mention the Empress's sister, both Yu Zhu and Qing Mei's expressions shifted noticeably. Lady Yunji turned her face in astonishment, her thoughts racing. How could he possibly know of the Empress's sister? Where had he heard such information? I once ruled a nation myself, Su Ran explained, and given that Daliang and Tianqin are neighboring states, I have inevitably gathered a few insights. He had anticipated this moment and was prepared with a carefully crafted response. As Su Ran journeyed, he secretly sought to uncover the mysteries surrounding the Empress. But those who knew her were few, and those who did spoke of her in veiled terms. Thus, Su Ran understood that the Empress Chu Yutong's sister was likely a person shrouded in taboo. If he wished to inquire with Yunji, he would need to devise a compelling reason. Yunji, upon hearing his words, appeared momentarily taken aback, as if lost in thought. After a brief silence, she responded, she resides in the Tsang Xian Palace. I doubt you will have the opportunity to meet her. Yet, unspoken in her heart was the sentiment, you will inevitably encounter her. Upon hearing the subtle echo of her thoughts, Su Ran felt an inexplicable chill creep over him. Just as he was about to speak further, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him. He sensed an icy and perilous presence lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. As a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement, few could instill such a feeling in him, especially within the confines of the Tianqin imperial capital. In an instant, he deduced the identity of his observer. Zhang Cheng from the Huanyang sect had already infiltrated the imperial city. His intention solely to eliminate Su Ran. He had yet to reveal himself, and now, he might very well be observing him from the shadows. Unbeknownst to Zhang Cheng, Su Ran was also a cultivator. The murderous intent emanating from his gaze did not escape the keen perception of Su Ran, who, despite being a mere qi refiner, was acutely aware of the threat. Sure enough, in tandem with that gaze, a familiar probing energy swiftly approached him. Mirroring the previous scrutiny from Zhang Cheng, Su Ran felt compelled to act with caution. His heart was as calm as still water, yet concealed within was a hidden blade. He immediately cloaked his presence, and Zhang Cheng's probing energy circled him, perceiving him as an ordinary person. He has come. He seeks my life. At present, Su Ran remained at the first level of qi refinement, no match for Zhang Cheng. Where could he be? What should he do? A cold sweat formed on Su Ran's brow. As the night banquet concluded, Yunji, noticing Su Ran's unease, prepared to take her leave. There was no doubt that once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Cheng would strike. He would not dare to act openly within the mortal empire. But once Su Ran found himself in solitude, he would assuredly be slain without a sound. Should the attack occur, given the disparity in their strengths, Su Ran would be doomed. After multiple failures, Zhang Cheng's personal intervention could only spell disaster. What to do? What to do? At that moment, as Yunji turned to depart, Su Ran suddenly reached out, grasping her delicate wrist. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Yunji turned back. A frown of concern etched on her face as she asked, Su Ran, what is the matter? You appear unwell. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran declared, I must see Her Majesty the Empress. Chapter 79. Something seems off with the Empress today. Zhang Cheng has come to seek me out, intent on my demise. Su Ran was not yet prepared. He understood all too well that in such circumstances, should he confront Zhang Qing, his fate would be sealed. He was merely at the first stage of qi refinement, while Zhang Qing possessed at least the prowess of the sixth stage. The disparity was insurmountable. Thus, after much contemplation, Su Ran concluded that his only chance of survival lay in denying Zhang Qing the opportunity to strike. He resolved to seek the Empress. This was the Tianshan Palace, where both Zhang Qing and the Huanyang sect would be wary of the established protocols among their celestial sections. They would not dare to commit murder in the presence of Empress Chu Yutong. If he could buy some time, perhaps Zhang Cheng would withdraw, allowing Su Ran to escape unscathed. Should Zhang Qing linger, Su Ran would devise a plan to stay near the Empress for the night. With his life at stake, he could afford no further hesitation. Yet Yunji found his demeanor peculiar. What troubles you? Why seek the Empress? Her inquiry momentarily bewildered Su Ran. With murderous intent lurking behind him and the crowd thinning, the atmosphere grew perilous. The fewer the people, the greater the danger. He had acted on impulse, and at that moment, he could not conjure a suitable rationale. After a brief pause, he replied, I wish to discuss recent events with Her Majesty, particularly regarding the recent incident involving the Chancellor and his son. I may not fully grasp the circumstances, but it is prudent to avoid burdening the Empress with unnecessary complications. The ominous aura that had pursued him remained, a relentless shadow, fixated on him. Su Ran was acutely aware that Zhang Cheng had come with lethal intent. Should the opportunity present itself, he would strike without hesitation. Therefore, he had to seize the moment and seek refuge beneath the Empress's protection. Confronting Zhang Cheng directly was beyond his capacity. This reasoning appeared sound to Yunji, who contemplated for a moment before responding, Very well. I am familiar with the Chancellor. He is a man of discernment. However, his son, He Hong, is known for his vengeful nature. It would be wise for you to clarify matters with Her Majesty now, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage should he choose to lodge a complaint tomorrow. Yunji's attitude towards Su Ran was indeed favorable, and she was willing to assist him in this matter. Leading the way, she guided him deeper into the palace. By this time, Chu Yutong had returned to her chamber. The palace, sparsely populated, appeared somewhat dim under the night sky, yet the area where the Empress resided was ablaze with light, bustling with guards and maidservants. Upon arriving here, Su Ran could distinctly sense the murderous intent behind him had lessened, as if the distance had provided some measure of safety. Just moments ago, he could not ascertain Zhang Qing's exact location, but it was clear that he had been within 50 meters. Now, that distance had expanded to 100 or more. As anticipated, Zhang Cheng was wary of the palace's sanctity and refrained from acting openly. A practitioner at the qi refinement stage would hardly dare to violate the sacred agreements among the immortal sects by assassinating a deposed monarch within the confines of a mortal emperor's palace. Such an act would lead to his own ruin. At most, he would only dare to plot in secrecy. Of course, had Su Ran still held the title of Emperor of the Daliang, a true sovereign, it is likely that Zhang Qing would have refrained from such an audacious act altogether. However, Su Ran remained steadfastly forward, fully aware that revealing his knowledge of the other's presence would unmask his own formidable abilities. An act tantamount to foolishly laying his cards on the table. Ahead, the court lady Yunji had led them to a halt outside the grand entrance of the imperial chamber, dispatching someone within to announce their arrival. Upon receiving the Empress's consent to meet Su Ran, she meticulously inspected him to ensure he bore no dangerous items before permitting his entry. All of Su Ran's possessions were secured within his storage ring, rendering their discovery impossible. The Empress's chamber was adorned with heavy drapery, illuminated by flickering candles, exuding an air of opulence throughout its expansive space. As a sanctuary belonging to a woman, it was suffused with fragrant incense, and the delicate veils lent an ethereal quality to the atmosphere, creating a dreamlike enchantment. Yet, Su Ran's singular impression was one of sheer vastness. The enormity of the place was overwhelming. It took him nearly half a minute to traverse from the entrance to where the Empress, Chu Yutong, was situated. Were Zhang Qing to emerge from the shadows during this journey, he could easily strike him down without immediate detection. As Su Ran approached, His lips twitched with a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, his gaze was met with a striking scene. The Empress reclined languidly before a table, a cup of wine in hand. Despite the brief interval since their last encounter, she had changed her attire, no longer clad in opulent golden robes. She now wore an elongated red garment that trailed upon the ground, somewhat loose against her slender figure. Leaning on one arm, much of her clothing had slipped away, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders and a tantalizingly alluring décolletage. Today, she bore an unusual air. Perhaps the wine had emboldened her, as a rosy hue graced her cheeks, and the cold detachment typically found in her gaze was replaced with a dreamy, almost surreal quality. Modern parlance might describe her expression as possessing a languorous allure. "Do you seek me for a purpose, Your Majesty of the Great Liang?" she inquired, lifting her gaze to scrutinize Su Ran, as if seeing him for the first time. Her smile danced at the corners of her lips, and her eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts within the resplendent confines of her chamber. Su Ran had entered to evade peril, naturally resorting to the narrative he had previously shared with Yuan Ji regarding He Hong, absolving himself of any blame by merely stating that He Hong had inexplicably collapsed. He spoke at length, but the Empress's response was peculiarly nonchalant. She continued drinking, delicately pouring the wine into her mouth, her graceful swan-like neck curving in an enticing arc. After a considerable pause, she regarded Su Ran with a hazy expression and asked, "Have you finished your account?" "Pardon?" Su Ran felt an urge to inquire whether she had truly comprehended his words. The Empress appeared somewhat disoriented today. Nevertheless, he sensed that the murderous intent had lessened since his entrance, as he had successfully evaded Zhang Cheng's watchful gaze. Yet, that ominous presence had not entirely dissipated. This implies that Zhang Cheng is still outside. Is he not intending to leave? A sense of unease surged within Su Ran. Could it be that Zhang Cheng intends to linger around her for the night? As Su Ran was lost in contemplation, she suddenly heard the Empress across from her coolly say, "Come, Emperor of DeLiang, sit over here." Su Ran was taken aback. She saw the Empress extend her hand, beckoning to the spot right beside her, and in doing so, her loosely worn garments shifted, revealing an enticing curvature that was almost discernible. Su Ran remained still, gazing into the Empress's eyes, hoping to glean some insight into her thoughts. A whisper echoed in her mind, urging her to approach. Yet, this inner voice seemed futile. "What? Does my decree as emperor fall upon deaf ears? You are, after all, my captive." Observing Su Ran's hesitation, the Empress spoke again, insisting that she come closer. With a seductive glimmer in her eyes, her demeanor transformed entirely. Su Ran sensed something amiss. The Empress he knew, Chu Yutong, despite being inebriated, always exuded an imperial aura, a sense of superiority that emanated from her very being. He could believe that the tempestuous spirit residing within her could wreak havoc upon the palace when intoxicated. However, this current demeanor appeared oddly incongruous. Nevertheless, Su Ran settled back down. Zhang Cheng had not departed, and thus, he dared not venture out. The Empress's desire for him to remain here was, at the very least, advantageous for him. After all, she intended to give him to her sister, surely. No immediate action would be taken. Yet, what Su Ran did not anticipate was that as soon as he sat beside the Empress, inhaling her peculiar fragrance, she placed her wine jug down and began to explore his body with her hands. She remained silent, merely drawing closer and caressing him. The alluring scent enveloped him, intoxicating his senses and igniting a desire to seize her hand, to take the lead. It appeared that before Su Ran could even suggest a moment of respite for the Empress, she herself was inclined to seek it. However, a sudden wave of alarm washed over Su Ran. Something was amiss. The scent emanating from the Empress was not right, to put it bluntly. Having been close to the Empress before, he recognized her essence well. She had never exuded such femininity. It was as if his intuition was confirmed when, amidst her relentless exploration, he suddenly felt an unusual force emanating from her fingertips, swiftly probing into his being. No, this is not right. This is not internal energy. It is spiritual energy. This Empress is a cultivator. Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically. This could not be the Empress. But if she is not the Empress, how could she possibly be here? How could she bear such an uncanny resemblance? Su Ran's mind raced, and in an instant, the answer materialized in his thoughts. This individual may indeed be the elder sister of the Empress. The two could possibly bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. This is the sole explanation for the current predicament. If this is the case, then Chu Yutong's sister is undoubtedly a cultivator. Moreover, judging by appearances, She seems to be at least at the second level of qi refinement. Upon realizing this, Su Ran felt a sudden chill in his heart, as if struck by a bolt of despair, leaving him momentarily dazed. Just as I managed to evade Zhang Qing, I have now stumbled into the embrace of the Empress's sister, with both sides harboring ulterior motives towards him. Is this not akin to being caught between two adversaries, having narrowly escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair? Chapter 80. I shall not depart. Run. Flee. Su Ran's immediate instinct was to make a hasty retreat, to distance himself as far as possible. However, he soon realized that escape was not an option. Firstly, he had no valid reason to flee. Doing so would merely expose his findings. Secondly, even if he did run, he would inevitably confront Zhang Qing of the Huanyang sect outside, whose cultivation was undoubtedly superior to that of the Empress herself. Facing him would be tantamount to courting death. Curse be it. Where has the Empress gone? Did Yunji lead me here intentionally? No, that seems improbable. She likely does not realize that the one here is not the Empress, but her sister. Su Ran forced himself to remain calm. In response to the probing spiritual energy of the Empress's sister, he quickly activated two skills, Heart like still water and Blade hidden beneath a smile. Instantly, the probing failed to uncover anything about him. As he raised his gaze to meet hers, her thoughts resonated within his mind. This Emperor of the Great Liang is indeed not a martial artist, but why does he seem to lack even a modicum of imperial fortune? I wonder if he can assist me in breaking through to the third level of qi refinement. At that moment, Su Ran gleaned the true nature of the situation. This woman was indeed not the Empress. She was the Empress's sister. It made sense now why she had remained so inconspicuous, even within Tianshan, where she was a taboo subject seldom mentioned. It was because she was a cultivator, fearful of being discovered by the sect, hence her reluctance to reveal herself. What cultivation method could she possibly be practicing that allows her to draw upon imperial fortune to aid in breaking through? Nevertheless, this revelation brought a slight sigh of relief to Su Ran. It confirmed that she was merely at the second level of qi refinement, stronger than him, yet not overwhelmingly so. At least, the threat she posed was not on par with that of Zhang Qing. But what should I do now? I had not yet discerned the means to approach the Empress's sister before I found myself face to face with her. Now so close. Su Ran observed the features of the Empress's sister, noting that she indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to the Empress. Their physiques were nearly identical, yet their temperaments differed vastly. The Empress, Chu Yutong, exuded an aura of noble coldness, presenting an unapproachable demeanor to all, embodying the essence of a powerful woman. In stark contrast, the woman before him radiated a seductive charm, her gaze languid and alluring, exuding a beguiling softness that starkly contrasted with the Empress's demeanor. Su Ran had initially mistook her for the Empress inebriated, failing to recognize the distinction at first. It was indeed difficult for anyone to conceive that, even as the Empress's sister, she could resemble her so closely. Yet now, Su Ran understood that time was of the essence. The Empress's sister was drawing nearer, her arm exploring his form, gently lifting his chin as if to toy with her prey. Her fingers, delicate as if devoid of bone, glided over him, and she parted her rosy lips, leaning in with intent. The beauty took the initiative to kiss, and such an exquisite enchantress would undoubtedly leave most individuals in a state of blissful ecstasy, their eyes closed, eagerly awaiting the delightful experience. However, Su Ran was different. He had just calmed his mind like still water, maintaining an unwavering composure. Moreover, as a cultivator, he could distinctly sense that this Empress's kiss was not a mere token of affection. Her surrounding spiritual energy was coalescing, clearly intent on extracting something from him, his imperial fate. Ordinary people would not perceive her intentions, but Su Ran, being a cultivator, recognized it immediately. Although he was still uncertain of the true value of his imperial fate, he was resolute in not allowing this Empress to seize it from him. Furthermore, based on the previous heart-to-heart exchanges with Yunji and Chi Yutong, he understood that losing one's imperial fate could lead to death, a fate he was determined to avoid. Gritting his teeth, he prioritized action over hesitation and declared, "Your Majesty, I came here in haste not merely to discuss Yihang. I have discovered that Zhang Sheng from the Huanyang sect intends to kill me." Revealing his strength directly was indeed a desperate measure. However, in his predicament, he decided to use a tiger to frighten the wolf. As expected, the initial part of Su Ran's revelation barely registered with the Empress. Her eyes were glazed, inching closer, intent on siphoning the imperial fate of this fallen emperor. It was only when he uttered the latter part of his statement that she jolted back, her aura and spells dissipating, and she inquired with palpable shock. "What did you say? Zhang Qing from the Huanyang sect wants to kill you? Is he in this palace? A sigh of relief escaped Su Ran's lips. Just as he suspected, his fear of the Huanyang sect was dwarfed by the Empress's dread. As a mortal, she was forbidden from cultivating. Being the sister of the Empress, Chu Yutong, it should have been impossible for her to practice. If discovered by the Huanyang sect, not only would her life be forfeit, but the entire Tianshun would face annihilation alongside her. Their gazes locked, and the fear reflected in the Empress's eyes reinforced Su Ran's thoughts. What on earth is wrong with this Emperor of Daliang? Why does Zhang Cheng from the Huanyang sect wish to kill him? That Zhang Cheng, the one at the 7th level of Qi refinement? Has he found me out? I cannot allow him to discover my presence. Otherwise, the imperial family of Tianjin will be doomed. With this realization, the Empress's intoxication faded, her allure vanished. And she abruptly stood, her crimson robe billowing on the ground as she clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "Is what you say true? You are merely immortal. How do you know Zhang Cheng is here? How do you know him? And how do you know he intends to kill you? In Shilling City, I encountered him." "Your Majesty, have you forgotten?" Su Ran laid bare his hand, determined to drive the tiger into the wolf's den, revealing no further secrets. "As for why he wishes to kill me, it seems I have wronged the saneness of the Huanyang sect, and thus he is undoubtedly seeking my life." The Empress before him visibly paled at his words. Though she was a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Qi refinement stage, her strength far surpassed that of her sister, Chu Yutong. However, her composure was evidently inferior to that of Chu Yutong. During the confrontation in Shilin City with Zhang Cheng, the Empress, Chu Yutong, remained unfazed, even managing to intimidate him with her mortal form. Yet now, upon hearing that Zhang Cheng had arrived, this Empress was visibly flustered. "Did you summon Zhang Cheng? Or has he uncovered something that compels him to investigate me? No, I must hide quickly. I cannot allow the Huanyang sect to discover my affairs." With this troubling thought, the Empress prepared to leave at once. However, she hesitated. Turning back to Su Ran and asserting, "I shall ask you once more, are you speaking the truth? Should there be even a hint of falsehood? Do you comprehend the consequences?" Su Ran had witnessed her panic and distress, and he was certain it was indeed Zhang Cheng who had unsettled her. Observing her dismay, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, staring at her with feigned innocence. "How could I dare? If it were not for this, I would never have the audacity to disturb your Majesty at such a late hour." At his words, the Empress's expression darkened further. After a prolonged silence, she instructed, "Wait here. I shall return shortly from within. Do not move." With that, she stepped into the depths of the Grand Palace. Su Ran was uncertain of her intentions, but his goal was to remain here, so he opted not to stir. Yet, through his perceptive senses, he could discern that Zhang Cheng had not departed. It appeared that the Huanyang sect cultivators, having suffered previously, were now resolute in their intent to eliminate him completely. Given such determination, it seemed the original owner of this body had indeed committed some grave transgression against the Huanyang sect as sanctus. Otherwise, why would matters have escalated to this extent? Cursing inwardly, Su Ran lamented, "You reaped the benefits, and now I must clean up your mess." Nevertheless, he had devised a plan. Having already divulged the information regarding Zhang Cheng, he had alleviated the Empress's immediate threat towards him. Therefore, he decided to remain in the Empress's palace that night, prepared to endure whatever confrontation lay ahead with Zhang Cheng. Chapter 81. Which version of me do you find more appealing? Su Ran's thoughts raced as he resolved to remain in the presence of the Empress this night. Just then, he heard a rustling behind him, bringing him back to the moment. Turning, he beheld the Empress emerging from within. The gauzy curtain swayed gently, casting shifting shadows that rendered the beauty's figure dreamlike and ethereal, evoking a flurry of imagination. The Empress who stepped forth bore an icy gaze, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, presenting an aura that starkly contrasted with that of her earlier self. Su Ran could no longer feign ignorance. This was indeed the true heavenly Empress, Chu Yaodong. She regarded him with a single glance, yet he, captivated, remarked, "Your Majesty, something seems amiss." Chu Yaodong's eyes flickered slightly as she gently inquired, "In what way do I seem off?" "It is as if you have transformed into another person," Su Ran replied. Bewildered, he could not pretend to be oblivious, for the change in the Empress and her sister was too profound to overlook. Only a fool would fail to notice such a stark contrast. To feign ignorance would only raise her suspicions. What surprised Su Ran, however, was the sight of a jade pendant swaying delicately between the slightly parted fabric of her attire. It was the very pendant he had gifted her as a dark-clad cultivator. He had not anticipated that she would wear it close to her heart. With a soft smile, Chu Yaodong remarked, "You can discern this as well?" Her smile, unlike her sister S, possessed an air of aloofness, as if she were a celestial being surveying the mortal realm, exuding a sense of omnipotence. While her sister S' smile was a kaleidoscope of charm. The two distinct personalities, yet sharing the same visage, imparted an uncanny sensation to Su Ran. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in acknowledgement. He sensed the Empress's unspoken thoughts, how their differences were so pronounced that it was only natural for him to notice something amiss. It appeared he was unaware of her sister's existence. Thus, his earlier words exchanged with her sister were indeed genuine. Upon realizing this, Su Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing that his response had been appropriate. He wished to divert the conversation away from this topic, contemplating how to remain in the Empress's chamber without clinging to her secrets, lest he risk being expelled. Therefore, he swiftly changed the subject, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I speak the truth. I truly saw Zhang Cheng. He seeks to kill me. You assert that he wishes to take your life because of some grievous act concerning the saintess of Huanyang sect?" Chu Yaodong inquired, advancing with measured grace. Unlike her sister, she exhibited no hint of panic regarding Zhang Cheng or the Huanyang sect, her movements deliberate and her expression nearly inscrutable, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Her demeanor and poise were utterly captivating, presenting a stark contrast to that of her sister. Her inner voice conveyed, "Is there truth to the rumors? Has the Emperor of the Great Liang truly committed such acts? Yet, why does it seem, through our recent interactions, that you do not embody the traits of a lecherous scoundrel?" In this situation, where precisely did the problem lie? Su Ran's lips twitched slightly. He was uncertain whether he had landed on the blacklist of the Huanyang sect due to some indescribable actions concerning the sect's saintess. This information had been relayed to him by the Empress, and now, as he listened to the skeptical and perplexed thoughts of Empress Chu Yaodong, he felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. However, having already spoken, he found no room for retraction. Fortunately, he had prepared a rationale in advance. And thus he directly stated, "Yes, but in truth, I have not done anything to her. I am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly harm a celestial being? It is the saintess who relentlessly seeks my life, and out of necessity, I sought an audience with your Majesty. I genuinely fear that upon returning tonight, Zhang Qing may take advantage of the darkness to end my life." With life hanging in the balance, Su Ran spoke candidly. However, as soon as his words fell, he heard the Empress, Chu Yaodong, respond with a faint laugh. "Hee, if that is the case, are you not afraid that I might simply hand you over to the Huanyang sect? After all, the Huanyang sect is one of the sects that supports my Tianqin. Delivering you to them would be mutually beneficial for both me and Tianqin. By saying this to me, are you not casting yourself into a net of your own making?" At this, Su Ran's heart sank heavily. This was the worst-case scenario he had envisioned. The Empress might cast him aside, offering him to Zhang Cheng of the Huanyang sect for slaughter, thereby repaying a favor. Yet, the very thought of this did not deter him from approaching the Empress, as he felt he had no other choice. He believed that Empress Chu Yaodong harbored a subtle discord with the Huanyang sect. Otherwise, she would not have openly opposed Zhang Cheng, let alone sought out cultivators in secret. The atmosphere was laden with vigilance and distrust towards the Huanyang sect. Nevertheless, upon hearing her words, Su Ran's complexion paled slightly, and his body seemed to sway. Looking into the Empress's eyes, he felt a stirring within. The Empress's inner thoughts revealed her true intentions. "Hee, I was merely trying to frighten you. Rest assured. Rather than handing you over to the Huanyang sect as a favor, it would be better to entrust you to my sister for the enhancement of your cultivation. The people of the Huanyang sect will not develop a favorable attitude towards my Tianqin simply because I grant them what they desire." Initially, Su Ran was genuinely alarmed. But upon hearing her words, his unease dissipated. He shifted his gaze, maintaining a facade of pallor, and replied, "Because I trust you." "Trust me?" Chu Yaodong furrowed her brows. She had intended to intimidate Su Ran, and his terrified response pleased her, yet his answer took her by surprise. He continued, "I believe you are not that kind of person. You promised to protect my life, and you would not hand me over. Thus, I am willing to assist you. You invited me to your banquet, and here I am, feigning ignorance and incompetence, as I wish to demonstrate that I have upheld my promise to you. I hope for peace between Daliang and Tianqin, as I believe you will also honor your commitment." The words left Chu Yaodong momentarily stunned. She gazed at Su Ran, observing the sincerity reflected in his eyes, and it became evident that these were indeed his genuine thoughts. However, this fellow. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yaodong could only utter this one sentence. As she looked at Su Ran before her, listening to his heartfelt words, her heart inexplicably quivered, even filling her with a sense of shame. The emperor of the Liang dynasty appeared to be remarkably forthright, harboring no ulterior motives. He had made a promise to her and was diligently fulfilling it. Yet she wished to elevate the cultivation of her sister by offering him to her. Sighing, Chu Yutong suddenly turned away. Su Ran, eager to discern her innermost thoughts, found himself at a loss, unable to catch a single word. All he could hear was the empress, with her back turned to him, softly proclaiming, "Stay here tonight. Rest assured, this is the Tianqin Imperial Palace. My royal family has committed no wrongdoing, and the members of the Huanyang sect would not dare to openly act against you here. You are absolutely safe within my palace. Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange for a different residence for you, ensuring your safety." The final utterance of safety seemed to escape her lips with some difficulty for reasons unknown. She then stepped forward, her figure veiled by heavy silk curtains. Appearing hazy and elusive, yet accentuating her enchanting silhouette and captivating aura. Strangely, after taking a couple of steps, her pace abruptly halted as she posed a seemingly trivial question. "Which version of me do you find more appealing? The one from just now, or the one you see before you?" Having received the empress's vow, Su Ran was momentarily elated, but upon hearing such a perplexing question, he stood frozen in place. The gambit of life and death, the calculations of intention, Su Ran had been compelled to learn nearly all of it. Yet this particular inquiry left him at a loss, unsure of how to respond. However, the empress seemed to have grown impatient. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, she chose not to linger and stepped away, disappearing into the depths of the grand hall. The destination of her departure unknown. Moments later, Lady Yunji entered with attendants, arranging for Su Ran to rest on the opposite side of the hall. That night, 2 guards stood vigil at his window, while Lady Yunji and her companions remained stationed outside the hall. Lady Yunji was astonished by the empress's decision to keep Su Ran, but knowing her own position, she refrained from inquiring further. The empress's chamber was brightly lit throughout the night, yet Su Ran found it difficult to sleep, his senses attuned to the faint aura of impending danger outside. Zhang Qing displayed remarkable patience and determination, maintaining his watch throughout the night until the ominous presence gradually dissipated, seemingly departing at last. Only then did Su Ran exhale a sigh of relief. Yet within his eyes flickered a resolute determination. He understood the urgency of becoming stronger, strong enough that neither Zhang Qing nor the empress could pose a threat to him. Otherwise, he feared he might lose control over his very existence. The dread of death was a sensation Su Ran was unwilling to endure any longer. He is determined to eradicate those who threaten his life, one by one. Tossing and turning on his bed, Su Ran inexplicably recalls the days before his transmigration, a time of tranquility and beauty that he now yearns for. With a sigh in his heart, he gradually succumbs to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 82, the second stage of Qi refinement. While Su Ran slumbered peacefully in the grand hall of the empress, the Tianqin Empress, Chu Yutong, had already descended into a clandestine chamber beneath that very hall. The flickering candlelight along the walls cast a warm glow, illuminating the dim underground space. She sealed the entrance behind her and descended the black stone steps with measured grace. Her footsteps, though soft, echoed in the stillness, creating an eerie chill in the air. However, the soundproofing of the chamber was impeccable, rendering the outside world oblivious to her presence. Deep within the underground chamber stood a woman clad in red, anxiously awaiting her arrival. Upon hearing the footsteps, she turned and approached, her voice filled with urgency. "My dear sister, what news? Has Zhang Qing truly come?" This woman in red bore an uncanny resemblance to Empress Chu Yutong. Standing side by side, they appeared as reflections in a mirror, yet their essences were entirely distinct. Their temperaments and expressions diverged greatly. Chu Yutong gazed up at her sister and shook her head. "I cannot ascertain his presence. His strength surpasses yours. If you cannot confirm it, how can I? Yet, it seems he is not an impostor. Sister, exercise caution in the days to come and refrain from venturing out. However, there is no need for excessive fear. After all, this is the imperial capital of Tianqin. The sects of cultivation maintain an accord, and within the Huanyang sect, Zhang Qing is but a small fish, reluctant to act against us." Her sister inhaled deeply, responding, "You speak so lightly of it. You are not a cultivator. How could you comprehend their might? A mere small fish could easily reduce our entire Tianqin royal family to ashes." At this, Chu Yutong fell silent. The woman in red continued, "Alas, what am I saying? If it were not for you granting me this opportunity. Alas, let us consider this. Tomorrow, you shall bring the Emperor of Dali to me. He is indeed a foolish ruler, devoid of imperial destiny. One day should suffice. He could assist me in breaking through to the third stage of qi refinement. Once he has served his purpose and his imperial essence is exhausted, he will perish within days. I shall devise a way for Zhongqing to learn of his demise, and we shall be rid of these troubles. Otherwise, with a cultivator from the Huanyang sect nearby, I cannot shake this sense of unease. Besides, you must feel it too, no? She believed her plan could alleviate the current predicament, convinced it was the most prudent course of action to swiftly resolve their troubles. However, the response from Empress Chu Yutong took her by surprise. No. What? You cannot kill him now. Chu Yutong replied softly. If we do not kill him now, when will we? Eliminating him now would benefit us both. Does he have any pressing matters that necessitate his survival? None, came Chu Yutong's swift retort. Once tonight's banquet concludes, the Emperor of Dali will have outlived his usefulness. When the remnants of the fallen Liang dynasty hear of his condition tonight, they will surely be disheartened, finding it difficult to rise again. Why then do you not permit me to eliminate him? Chu Yodong's sister furrowed her brows and suddenly exclaimed. You cannot possibly have taken a liking to him, have you? That Emperor of Liang is indeed handsome, yet he possesses no true ability, apart from his looks. He is nothing. Not only has he lost his nation, but he has also offended the Huanyang sect. He is merely a foolish and incompetent ruler. Do not be ensnared by his charm. I understand, it is impossible. Yet, Chu Yutong slowly lowered her head, inexplicably recalling the words that Su Ran had just spoken to her. That inept Emperor of Liang has fulfilled his promises. What of her, the Empress of Tianqin? Could she fulfill her own commitments? Could she live up to the trust he has placed in her? After a moment of silence, Chu Yutong simply stated, in any case, we cannot act against him for the next few days. We shall see how things unfold later. As for Zhongqing, you need not worry. Just ensure you remain hidden and do not let him discover you. He is not pursuing you in any case. I will handle it. Listening to her words, her sister in red visibly displayed her displeasure, and after a while, she coldly retorted, you had better manage the situation well. Otherwise, our Tianqin may become the next Liang. You know how dreadful that outcome would be. Chu Yutong swayed slightly, saying, rest assured, I am even more aware. That night was far from tranquil. Yet it did not truly stir any significant upheaval. The following morning, Su Ran awoke early, only to find that Chu Yutong was absent, as was Zhongqing. Under the arrangement of the Lady Yunji, Su Ran and Qing Mei were relocated to a hidden chamber beneath the Tianqin Palace, a temporary refuge for Su Ran. This secret chamber, indeed a part of the Tianqin Palace, boasted several rooms and encompassed several hundred square feet. With over a dozen servants and guards, Su Ran could not help but marvel at the emperor's life. Truly, residing in any place here is splendidly spacious and remarkable. Qing Mei and Yu Zhu were both curious and astonished by the sudden change in their living arrangements. When Qing Mei inquired privately, Su Ran replied, it seems that Zhongqing wishes to harm me. The empress is protecting me. Upon hearing the name Zhongqing, Qing Mei's expression changed slightly, as she recalled the unspeakable terror that the cultivator had instilled in them. Instantly, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. Su Ran could only offer her comfort. When that proved insufficient, he mounted his horse and engaged in battle, which surprisingly calmed Qing Mei. Holding Su Ran's hand, she smiled and said, do not worry. If Zhongqing truly comes for you, I will protect you. Even if it means death, I shall fall before you. Su Ran gazed at her intently, feeling somewhat touched. At that moment, Qing Mei inquired, so, why does Zhongqing wish to kill you? Su Ran's expression stiffened. He could not disclose that it was due to his potential teasing of the Huanyang sect saintess, lest Qing Mei also take up arms against him. He paused in silence for a moment, awkwardly concocting an excuse. Perhaps it was simply too embarrassing last time. Qing Mei, unsuspecting, furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, this Zhongqing, after all, is a cultivator. Such a vengeful spirit seems rather petty, does it not? Su Ran forced a sheepish smile, replying, who could argue with that? Meanwhile, Zhongqing's whereabouts remained uncertain, possibly still lingering within the imperial palace. Thus, Su Ran decided to be prudent, spending the next 2 days diligently cultivating, refraining from wandering elsewhere. He quietly practiced the technique of spatial contraction he had acquired from Wang Qi. Consequently, he mastered a new spell. Fortunately, he had previously concocted a substantial quantity of dispersive essence pills, which proved invaluable during this period of cultivation. Within those 2 days, Su Ran devoted himself tirelessly, swiftly breaking through from the first level of qi refinement to the second. His innate talent was commendable. Aside from a brief pause at the threshold of innate to qi refinement, he faced minimal obstacles transitioning between the first and second levels, successfully making the leap. This fervent determination stemmed from Su Ran's acute sense of crisis, compelling him to enhance his strength in preparation for a time when he would no longer fear such individuals. Although at the second level of qi refinement, he still fell short of Zhang Cheng's prowess. He had at least reached the same realm as that of the Empress sister. If her sentiments were indeed accurate, she too was merely at the second level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the system's notification resonated in Su Ran's ears. Congratulations, esteemed host, you have successfully broken through to the second level of qi refinement, bringing you one step closer to the restoration of your fallen nation. Given the current circumstances, the system suggests you draw your sword and overthrow the Tianshan Imperial Palace, imprisoning the Empress within the depths of the palace to bear children, thereby directly realizing the restoration of your nation. Success will allow you to complete the ultimate task and obtain. In response, Su Ran merely twitched the corner of his mouth, perpetually disregarding the system's absurd suggestion. Taking a deep breath, he began to explore the various changes that accompanied his attainment of the second level of qi refinement.